is proving my point is that there's evidence that the Earth's not flat and it's a globe, but
Where?
photos from the space station, you're
What space
saying
station?
from exactly, you're saying from Mount Everest they're real, which the air is so thin you can't fucking breathe, which you go up higher, that's where the Kármán line is, that's where the space station is, 100 k's above that. You can see it going over with your own eyes.
How do you know how far it is and where it's at? Or what it is at that point when you're looking at a light in the sky?
I'm trying to develop a scuba diving system that I can take a measuring tape that far to verify that it's that far.
I know you mean.
Jesus
Sorry, I'm laughing.
fucking Christ, Stacey. Fuck.
No, but no, the point is you're yourself, and I'm not saying that you have to, right? But if they tell me that something's up here in space or orbiting, I don't know. Those are words. I can't verify that stuff.
And my
You can't
point
either.
is, what if we're both wrong? What if the Earth is not a globe? What if the Earth is not flat? What if we're both wrong? So what is this? What do we call this? Like,
This
Hang
is
on.
why I say it's not good to
I
say
think
flat earther in ways. It's globe lie.
I think we're both. I think we're all in the same boat, and we're all in this together. Why shoot holes in it? Like Truth
Hang on.
Prevails said. Why shoot holes in it? Like, we all need to
Hang
be on
on.
the same page here. Like,
Hang on. Wait. I'm trying to get on the same page. I was trying to develop this scuba diving system that I could take a measuring tape up to the space station, but then I thought I'm going to have to go really fast and it's going to have to be a really big measuring tape and it's going to have to be a really big air hose. So, Stacey, when the air hose wraps around the Earth about fucking 27 times before I can catch up to it and it gets snagged and I die at 270,000 feet.
I think it's easier for me, or somehow let's get a sniper rifle or something, and let's get to a point where you think you're behind that curve, and let me go ahead and take the shot.
But see, here's the thing.
You're so sure in it, putting your life on the line for this that people do on a daily basis. They believe it so much, and you can't take it away from space. But go out there and stand for me. Tell me you're
Here's
behind
the,
that curve.
here's the thing, Stacey. If I actually could do that, which is completely fucking insane,
Right.
you would get a team of your guys and gals around the flat earth to take out this air hose to make sure that I didn't prove you wrong. When I was
Sorry,
directly going
wrapping
out
an
for a
air
direct
hose
measurement.
around the earth just for me, my head goes, I'm in circus land. I want to talk about things we can actually do on Earth without including space or any of that nonsense. Let's talk about what we're standing on. Figuring that out is what matters. That's actually tangible in ways, right? Up there, not for you. Here, we can. That's how you verify what we're standing on. We can do that. We don't have to go to the sky. But for some reason,
Okay.
all your your trigonometry, all the stuff that people do that they're trying to prove what we're standing on, ends up usually going back to the damn sky, or some calculation is already predetermined, right? From our automatic radius, and all this crap gets calculated in, and it's in the small print. And wait a minute, where did that come from? People aren't questioning those little things, even though their government is lying to them on a constant basis. They can see it for themselves. We've had those conversations, Jazzy. You know this world is not so peachy keen and beautiful, right? That's
I know,
reality.
Stacey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to take five, go outside, have a smoke, reset my brain to
Yeah. Okay.
a background of the flat Earth, so I come back and realize what reality I'm in. I'll be back in
That'd be
five.
amazing.
But you know
All
what I was
right.
saying about how Jazza, goes off on that paranoid thing, and then I think in his head or it's like there's some kind of crazy shit happening with us, you know.
Actually, I don't know. I'm not Jazza for a while, probably since the beginning. Excuse me. At least on the debating and the flutter stuff. You know what I mean? He's actually a good soul. He's fun. You could talk to him about actually things that are wrong in this world, and him agree on some of it. Right? That's there. But for some reason, those same authorities would never lie to you. We're paranoid. It doesn't make sense. The facts have gone there, and here's the issue. Every time, and I've said this on streams, no offense, Chaza, and it's okay. I'm gonna go for a cigarette break with you, so we both get that break. However, every time I go to a point of let's not go to the sky, get out of your helicopter, get out of your space stations, and let's talk about what we're standing on that's actually tangible. It's I gotta go. Cigarette break. Bye bye.
All right.
Every
Okay.
time. Pay attention. Happens every single time. But Jazz says it's because he doesn't want to go there. They can't go there, or they don't want to. I don't know.
It's because he's a flat earth.
Right? At the end of the day, for me, it's okay. He's like, don't you say that.
But anyway, no, I think that's what's going on here. You know what I mean? But I think that there's probably a couple of them too. You know, where they're just like, you know, they're too straight laced. You know what I mean? To like make the complete departure, but like they know in their heads like what's going on. They're keeping score. You know what I mean? But they're just like, yeah, I want to talk to these people. I want to interact. You know what I mean? See what's going on.
You know what it is too, because you know how we almost have. I hate to say it, and I don't want to call it cliques, but I know you. We go in here. I know Triple Cross. So he has his own clique over there on the other side. Who, me?
No, Sunshine.
Okay, they might be, but he has his people too that are listening. They know they're being listened to at all times as well, so they're never going to end up conceding, because if they do, they're going to get nothing but shit from those people that they hang out with. So when they do actually concede with me in some ways, people just go, oh, let it go. I mean, Jim Payne did it to me the other day, came in here rocking the DM server and disagreeing that everything I said happened. What sure the hell did happen.
Stacey, be cool.
What do you mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
Is this cool at the end of Hot Fiction?
She's just cool as a cucumber.
I got you.
Hey, everyone. Long time.
Hello.
Next. Stacey, man, I just heard you at the tail end of that live stream.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
I gotta say, man, it reached my ears. You know, when you mentioned the topic we couldn't talk about. You know, it only took time to validate all those who were called crazy for how many years. So, you know, there's a lot of concession yet to be spoken by many. But I just want to add something. You know, Jazza and me are from the same country, and in the globe side, you mentioned cliques and groups
Carlos,
and things.
You got 3 New Zealanders in this joint right here. One off. Carlos also.
He's been summoned.
New Zealand inventors.
So, you know, I just feel that he's also not listened to by Globers, even though, you know, quote unquote, they're on the same side. You know, so coming to a place where they're not automatically just labeled and ridiculed and memes are posted and past conversations brought up. You know, you might have progressed in learning past that, but they'll hold you to the last memory. You know, just vicious. You know, just vicious. Their favorite topics are God and the non-existence of. So if a flat earther comes in and mentions faith, I'll say, wait a minute, I know you're a flat earther, but did you just say God? You know, and they're all getting, you know, hyenas with no teeth type thing, you know. So for me, you know, hearing everyone in here battle hardened, you know, and you know, we were right. We who went against the, you know, the conformed norm were right about so many things they are yet to acknowledge. So many things. I could list about 10, you know, that the mainstream media told us was the fact.
I mean, we can post it and show it, and not just these. They aren't claims; they're facts. That's what I was saying. These fucking things about facts and claims. We have the facts. We actually can show them the documentation of the things, and people have been saying it on their news, and they still refuse to hear it.
I know it.
But he just said it. He said on a side, right? Which means that we are on sides. Right?
Yeah, well,
as if like this is a battle.
well, I posted one of my favorite songs in the chat after Truth Prevails. Put peace. I put Peace Train. You know, the lyrics of that is like all aboard. You know, it doesn't say who you are and what you look like and how you. You know, it's like everybody on the train. It's, you know, it's it's at the edge of darkness because it notices darkness. You know, and you know, I was told by, you know, the server that welcomed me if I didn't welcome, you know, the other side type thing, until I didn't like the mainstream media. Now I'm, you know, trash. So I tested a few of them in DMs to see, you know, whether the things that I had said in the past to them meant anything, and you know, and they were so unable to, you know, separate themselves from wanting to fit in. They exposed my DM. And that was the plan. There was nothing. It was either they'll do it or not. Like, I'll make myself seem vulnerable here and see if they'll throw it in like a low blow. And it was like, you will do it, you will do it, you will do it. And so for me, it was an eye opener. But I was told by some people in there that during the not conforming process of the last couple of years, I should be put on an island, rounded up and put on an island. And I went
Nasty
back.
things we've been told.
Yeah, exactly. So
I could live on an island. I could be surviving on an island, right, for a year. Just chuck me there with nothing. Give me a knife and a hammer, or a knife and a rock. A knife and a rock.
No, that's
a good sized hammer, and I'll make my own rope. Everything else, just put me on an island that has stuff. Yeah, and I'll live for years, for a year even.
But you see that mentality of it, and so there needs to be concession on the topics, but there also needs to be a few apologies. You know what I mean? Because I did the smart thing was all we would hear, and the topic of who would conform and who didn't, and the reasons why, are numerous, but the topics are also separate. So I can be neutral on one thing and on the side of another. You know what I mean? But the rest of the moment in that thought is life is an enigma, and we're all trying to work it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's not exactly simple. Life. To contemplate, but the nicest people are the ones who are willing to sit down and meet each other, rather than, I couldn't possibly speak to that person. Why? They think like this, and it's such a strange problem.
Halfway, because if you just have walls to everything people are saying, they're not going to listen to you. But if you just accept blindly everything they say, then they just fucking walk all over you.
Oh, exactly. And you have to have a line, but also having a line creates a moral argument as well. So you have all these things, but still inside that moment of breathing, life is still an enigma that nobody holds the true answers to. You know what I mean? Like, on top of all the other claims, we're just on a spiral arm in the galaxy. And that but it was all just happenstance. It just all happened one day. It's all just random.
Well, who knows how the fuck it forms?
No, but see, that's the thing. It's like, these are the claims that that go along with.
It's an amazing set of stars, right? But these things move around every day, so you don't know. They may be just some fixed part of this ether that's still up in there because it's cold up there, right? In the ground you got heat, but it's also grounding of electricity. So you got heat traveling upwards, and you've got electrical currents traveling down. So there's an exchange happening there.
Well, it's actually technically hotter up there. That's where the thermosphere is.
Yeah, did you get some solids?
No. I'm talking like above where you could ever fly. You could almost fly in the thermosphere with like the right sort of things going on.
Oh, so we're out of the atmosphere where there's no drag, which is why satellites can exist.
Yeah. Where people might say, "Oh, that's space" or whatever. That's getting into some sort of ether currents that are very cold, or the whatever it is. There is an energy that could be associated with it, that's attached to it, some sort of exchange.
Where there's a vacuum that heat.
No, where it's colder.
Well, where the heat nor colder really make a difference.
Yeah, it does.
So
hot flows to cold. It doesn't go the other way around.
That's if there's an atmosphere.
You can't just send a shiver through the heat, can you? I'm cold. I'm going to send a shiver through you.
If you're in a vacuum, you don't
resonances,
know if you're hot or
but no, not generally. I'm just talking in general.
Thermodynamics, big boy.
But Jazza,
what'd you say, big dog?
We're in the same moment right now, like same country, same time zone, right?
We are, ironically, same time zone.
How have you been? How have you been?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, good. I want to ask you, with all the beliefs you hold and all the things that you know about, In when you say I know that,
Mm-hmm.
do you think that life is an enigma?
I'm unsure what you mean by that. Do you mean it's a?
It's not science or rockets.
Thank you for using the saying. Do you mean that it's not just here?
Was there some sort of phenomenology stuff, right? He's trying to say that. So what would be described as enigmatic, right? Can you just define that for us? Help us get a bit stationed in this.
Like,
not understandable, right?
yeah,
Mysterious.
like puzzling, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
like there's no like aha, there's epiphany.
It's different, it's completely unique. It's an enigma. It stands out.
Yeah.
So you're trying to say that life can only exist here?
But it's perplexing, puzzling, right? Perplexing and puzzling would be a good way to describe life.
It's
when I'm using enigma.
Okay, it's mysterious, perplexing, and puzzling.
You're saying it's something that's just erupted out of matter, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying we can't quite ever know, or at least at this stage, nobody does quite.
Oh, you can know that it was placed here. Absolutely, you can know that. Just read the scriptures and all the writings and the stone tablets and stuff like that.
Yeah, look at my name. Yeah, I'm right behind the scriptures and faith. Yeah, I'm right with you. I'm right with you.
Phoenix, to answer your question, I would say, and I would put money on, with the advancements in technology and rocket travel, even though you guys hate to fucking think about that,
yeah,
is that there is no way in fucking hell in the history of science or anything we ever know that we are the only things out here. I'm not talking intelligent humans, but I would put billions of dollars on they will find something on Venus or Mars.
Yeah, well, someone mentioned. I think Sunshine mentioned scripture. Woo, that's a good one. Mentioned scripture. In scripture, it's if we take scripture, it talks about God creating the world, and the Christianity. In Islam, it talks about the devil enters your head and tells you to disbelieve, and then fleeing also the Lord of the worlds. So right there is scriptural, basis for your life in other places, to exist. But still, that's just finite life like you, and so this we don't even know if there are constructs put upon this life that we live. You know what I mean?
Show me evidence of this guy telling me shortly. I want you to show me that an old person really can't get younger. I think that aging is like something that's a disease, that can be cured.
Hang on, Sunshine. Like I was, I don't know what I'd call myself. I don't know the real name. I don't believe in the Bible.
But you believe in a creator of some sort, maybe.
Yes.
A theist.
Okay.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, that's beautiful. Yeah. Well, Christianity is a time frame.
Yeah.
It's a time frame, right? So the idea of being guided always with faith through different times and eras and mediums, but through progression in a time now where we have the ability to discuss digitally, record things, read things in a digital copy. We have the entire smorgasbord of history to look at or not look at, and believe that everything that still exists in this life, we don't know why it exists, and things that were saved, and ruins that still exist, and uncovered scrolls, and everything like that. To think that modern man has all the answers is a little bit insulting, don't you think?
Okay, well, just what you were saying is a little bit insulting to me, because if there is a creator, I would like to think that they were not he or she. They were, if a literal fucking creator. They created all of this.
Yeah, exactly. They would have.
There's no fucking script. Otherwise, there would have had to be someone before that. And
Exactly.
that's why I think the Big Bang is a feasible fucking thing. He snapped his fingers, he or she snapped their fingers, and we all arrived.
Yeah,
Sunshine,
exactly.
can I ask you a question on that too? Because you're going to speak on it. When you said, just so I can clarify, like Christianity is like a timeline. Do you think that's just people speaking on what in their timeline they experienced and went through? But of course, there was a timeline before that is not written maybe in our scriptures that we're finding or whatnot. Is that what you're possibly saying there?
When I talked about timeline and eras,
Mm-hmm.
what I meant by it is like I don't feel that anybody who still searches for their maker is left without guidance any time they did so. But Christianity was, like Christianity was a message, right? And then in Islam it says in their book, this is a message of warning, of a message of joy and warning, so that you can never say no message came for you, in your language, in your people. So if we go backwards into Hinduism and things, we find that the original, before the gods for everything logic, there was just one God that could do it all. So, I don't ever feel that those who came before Christianity or who were outside of the message never couldn't find the message, even if it started from within themselves. And I think that, for Jazza to say they're the creator, then we talk about sides and choosing. I feel that's like an acknowledgement, a humbling to
Yeah.
remain a seeker. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: I won't do, Stacey, is I'll never jump into someone's relationship with God at the point where I will tell them, this is what's going to happen to you, because I'm also seeking to understand my time and place, and so I think that a lot of the people who have stopped seeking, I call them non-believers, I feel that's a point you reach, I feel that those people, they've shut the door willingly, and when they say, oh, I don't get it, I don't see, I can't hear, men and women, it doesn't matter. It's because it's like saying to someone, leave. I don't care. I don't want to see you. I don't want to know. I don't want to hear about it. I don't believe you'll ever turn up. If I followed every one of those wishes, you would never see or hear me. You know what I mean? And if I had supernatural creative powers to do so, I would create a world in which, I didn't exist in your world. You know what I mean? And this is exactly what people choose. It's letting in what they're actually able to. And the most hateful people are the ones who put themselves as no creator necessary. They're as if they control the very next breath. They promise themselves tomorrow. Look at the excuse. They got billions of dollars
I think
for
a lot of
war.
us are here for a really good, like Jazza, for real too. When I'm talking to you and others, I'm not trying to push my stuff down your throat. Actually, I don't think anyone. Well, I know there's some people that do, but like Faithful, who's talking right now, Sunshine, all the people in here aren't trying to push anything. I don't think down someone's throat, but we just want to show you something that we believe that we know, or we think that we know, or we know, whatever that we say, right? But if it comes to you later and you realize it's the truth, that you can come back to us and we can go, hey, and the same thing goes for you. Now, I may not agree with what you're saying in this moment about anything, but if it comes back around later on and swoops up, guess what? I'll take your shit on board. Because the problem is, it's not really about flat or globe or any of these issues that we have on here, we keep fighting about in this world and war. It's about being actually loving and caring and understanding and transparency. So when you find all those things, that is where love in this world will actually work. This is why, Jazza, you ain't got a problem with me. I'm so thankful that I went through all that abuse on Jim's server and everybody got to see my life thrown out in public and me literally trashed and told I should die and all that. Because you know what happened out of that? A lot of people came to me on your side and said, we're sorry. We don't align with that. And I have made friends like you and other people along the way. So I'm very thankful for that abuse, because this is what happens in the world as well. And it's about love and understanding. Amen.
I'm pretty sure I stuck up for you then, didn't I?
You always have.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Hmm.
Yes.
I'll show you what I just made. I'll show you what I just made while I was listening to the live stream on my laser cutter. It might
Thank you.
it might tell you that I think we're on the same page right now, Stacy.
I feel you. Thank you though for coming in and me knowing even that happened. You could just say it in the live stream. Maybe we wouldn't, be able to connect in this moment and be on the same kind of wavelength, and energy that happens in these moments too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I was making this.
So what were we talking about with this flat Earth stuff? I mean, you were talking about a lot of social politics, like people and people and people. I don't like talking about Jim Panda Server or any of those people. What have you got to bring me? What is the latest research on flat Earth? What is like the astounding thing that will prove it once and for all? I have tests that could be done. No, nobody's got anything to talk about. Any kind of video or picture that's
or like
something
do tests
new
in the real world and be like, hey, I discovered this, or I discovered
yeah, like
that,
Ron Hagberg, and he's like filming some Fata Morgana when it's like his boat that's traveling out to the sea, and you can see it rising, and it's like it disappears. It's like it just fades out. It doesn't disappear in any way, like you would expect. So it actually says that
just very quickly, good night.
There's more refractive things going on, but he says that he can see further out. It's flatter for further. I don't know. There's just stuff like that. Has anybody got like anything to talk about?
Good night, Jizzle.
To be honest, that's kind of what I came into about a couple of weeks ago. I've been gone for a while. I've been doing my own soul searching out here and living life. I started working too many hours too, by the way. And I said it too. I haven't been doing any kind of flutter stuff for a minute besides out here in the street talking to people. And you might run into that conversation. It's usually later, not usually in your face front off, but and traveling and getting to see it for myself, right? The Isle of Wight, but 25 miles away. Those kind of things I was doing for me. Not filming, not putting it out there because it wasn't going how I want to be heard. But that's not what I'm saying is like it shouldn't be done. Absolutely. So when I came back, I said, is there anything going on new in the community that people have done or anything? Even activists work talking to people. Just show me. Now people are talking to others, but where is the actual more new work? I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm also looking and curious because I've been gone. What's happened in our community? And it feels like we're still at the same place we were 5 years ago. That's the problem that I feel inside. Same people we're talking to, same arguments we've had over and over. Now it's so beautiful to have these conversations because some other things like today spark off of them. And I think that's where the value is.
I couldn't care less whether it's flat or round or wherever it is. But, the thing that I don't like to hear is people arguing something, but arguing it from ignorance or from some faith or something they'd heard, basing it off of belief. And it's like you don't change a belief for a belief. That's not on.
You know what I do? When people ask me what shape of the earth I think it is, I say, well, I don't think it's flat, and I don't think it's a globe. I'm just,
the earth isn't flat. It's not flat. Absolutely is not flat because there are valleys
if you let me finish,
and there are mountains. It's a rugged earth.
I just throw the whole thing out the window and just throw ideas out there, right? Because then there is no bias, right? There is no, oh, well, he thinks the earth is flat, so I'm going to have this preconceived notion of, oh, well, he thinks this and he thinks that. And it just, it's all about the bias, man. It's just, I've noticed that after being on Discord for 2 years. I haven't been around for too long, but I've noticed how it changes dynamically, completely how people
So
are
why haven't
treated.
you done some shit hot research for 2 years or more, and you're still? How the fuck are you here?
What
Jazz
does
are
that
getting
even mean?
sleepy.
Because the people feel like they've already done them. They've already been shown. There's videos of stuff. So, and honestly, it takes money, and a lot of us
Oh,
are struggling. And you get, but
Stacey.
listen to this though. But there's tons of people in our community who have money. Trust me, I know, right? Who donated behind the scenes for Global Eye and stuff. They have plenty of money, and they're willing to do this. At the same time, it's not being done. I don't know.
Well, you know,
Stacey,
video
Stacey,
and
Stacey.
audio and all this stuff that we see, you know, on our slabs of glass is it can all be fabricated. You know, it could
It
all
can
be
be.
it can all be complete lies, every bit of it.
Couldn't be.
But if we do the test ourselves in the real world, not behind a camera, but just observing what we see
PhD
with our own
Blue
eyes,
Car 556.
right? We can see
I'm
how
literally.
we can see things for ourselves and come up with our own conclusions.
I'm
Right?
literally about to produce a map, and I won't tell you where it is, but I guarantee you that every one of you flat earthers will think it's fucking real, and there'll be fucking videos and videos and videos about it. I guarantee you.
Here we go again.
I fucking guarantee you.
Listen, Jazza, I'll call you on that. Checkmate, bro. I guarantee you, you will not make me a map and you will not post it. And I'll be waiting for it, just like the other stuff that we used to wait on for years ago on that server. But I will
Well,
go
I'm
ahead
not
and
gonna
say, I take
post
I
it to you
take it. No,
first,
no,
Stacey.
no. I got you. Take it. Oh, good. Please do. I'm waiting for your map.
No,
But
I
I still like
won't post it to you
it. Wait for
first,
that map.
because then that'll be a giveaway. So some other flat earther will post it to you. But it's like a whole country. It's got a whole fucking military. It's got a whole fucking parliament. It's got a whole fucking map. It's everything.
I bet it's going to be flat when you do it too.
Oh, it is.
Some RTS games.
Because the Earth's flat.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there's
Have you
mountains.
ever
Somebody
played
clip that shit for me. I'm sorry.
That game's flat.
Clip it.
Clip that. I'm
There's-
just
You
messing
guys
with
got
you,
video
Jazza.
game, right? It's all flat,
There's mountains, therefore the earth is not flat.
right?
Drop
The
mic.
whole it just must be flat. Now you know how I think about it. It's the floor of the universe. You know, I'd have to say different to think any different.
If people want to
Stacey,
believe one way
hang on,
or
hang
believe
on.
another,
Hang
whatever.
on. You guys all heard what I just said. Stacey, I'll give you a clue. That the country that I've invented is less than a quarter of the size of the South Island of New Zealand. And the tallest mountain is a volcano. And it's 14,000 feet high. And the tallest mountain in New Zealand is 12,000 feet high.
And you say people are just going to suck this up and believe this map, but I'm sorry, Jazza.
I
No.
fucking guarantee you, Stacey.
I guarantee they won't.
Lap it up. I fucking guarantee you.
What have
But
you done
people
like some
are.
game with
Yeah,
some sort
yeah.
of some engineering game, is it, where you've built a massive mountain and a city and all this sort of stuff?
I'll give you a clue. That the only clue I'll give you is the ice wall.
Okay. Oh, you think you can go somewhere in a helicopter in the South Islands to the east, in the Ross Ice Shelf?
Got
You reckon
nothing to do with the
there's
South
land
Island,
beyond that?
just the size of the island.
The island. There's an island off of New Zealand that's bigger than any island.
No. Well, there is in this reality that I've invented.
What is this invented reality?
Well, you're gonna have to wait, and you guys are gonna take it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh no.
But, no, why would we? I'm sorry, honey. I think you believe in your head that we're just like gullible ass people or something. But sweetheart, I have more respect for myself than that to even allow that to go down right now. No, I'm gonna be honest with you. No one's gonna take that.
Is the map safe and effective?
It's a totally detailed map. You can fucking drive it. you can fucking. I'm gonna get the GPS coordinates for the highways that
Okay.
don't exist, and yeah, it's gonna be a whole new world that doesn't fucking exist, and the only clue I'll give you is the ice wall.
And what's the intent for wanting to do that?
Because he's full of shit.
Purposely deceive others. Is it for your own benefit inside the world that your greed is not all understood?
No, it's more proving that the world needs more mental health.
Oh, I thought you were going to say food.
Well, and that, because that's obviously if you're starving and you're going fucking crazy.
You notice we got billions of dollars. We always got billions of dollars to blow each other apart, and other countries can all of a sudden find money to, to fund those weapons. But we never, ever since I was a kid, I'm 38 now, we've never had enough money for the food, for the starving people. You ever find that weird? There was never enough.
Did you listen to what you just said?
Never enough.
Did you listen to what you literally just said?
I mean, don't you think it's possible he did?
Hang on, Snacks. Did you listen to what you just said?
Yes.
So why aren't you doing more to New Zealand space program, Rocket Lab? The government doesn't need to put money into you. We could put
Rocket
more
Lab.
money into schools and hospitals.
So do you think that we're crazy or something? Do you think we're crazy, Flutter? People believe that it's not a globe. Let's put it that way. Do you think the people believe that it's not a globe or know it's not a globe are crazy? Honestly.
I don't think that you're crazy, Stacey.
Is it just me? For some reason? Because I'm a female? I don't really think it's because I'm a female, guys, because we actually built a relationship. But you know what I mean? Why do you all concede and nice to me, but you guys I'm saying the same thing that they are, and they're crazy. You respect me somehow. How can you respect the crazy person? Because the same values and things that I preach and I talk about are the same things that these guys do. So therefore, why is it different with me? Because this is a lot of y'all.
Yes,
right?
Yes. A plane, a stationary plane that you live upon is an extremely crazy and retarded concept. A spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding universe is wonderfully, perfectly logical. Thank you.
Oh, this sounds very great, Odysee. I can't wait to hear more of your research.
Stand up for me, even though. Jazzo, I'm pumped with this with you right now. We're so cool. But this is what I'm saying.
Stacey.
Is it because, is it because I have built some type of understanding with you and I've respected you along the way, even when people have been assholes? We've actually talked. And I think that's the difference. We've talked, we've not argued. Is that why you respect me? You don't think I'm crazy or something? Or what is it different than the rest? Sincerely. Or is it just because you respect me because I'm a female? I'm trying to figure this shit out because it's not just you. It's a lot of you guys in the community.
I'm not going to say it's just
you're a crazy person. You don't sound crazy.
Shut the fuck up. No, Stacey.
Because I'm going to tell you, the rest of you guys are going to say it's because I'm a female. Truly.
What's the problem, Stacey?
It's truly because you're the only person that can talk sanely.
What is the problem?
I don't understand. Don't believe him, y'all.
I'm not paranoid enough to believe that he's
not
right.
This fucking,
what's the problem?
Not this fucking clown up here and this clown just below you.
Hey, Stacey, what's the problem?
Clowns everywhere these days.
The problem? I don't know. I don't know what your problem is, honey. I don't have a problem right now. I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing you talked about, I don't know what it was directed to.
I'm directing that to Jazza.
You know, Stacey, and they're having a problem with me, so I'm just going to go. We'll talk another.
But we're good. Yeah.
All right.
Guys, what problem you guys have?
You take it easy.
Problem. You too, sweetheart.
Alrighty, catch
foot in his mouth.
Oh, there is no problem. Oh, that's good.
He got his foot stuck in his mouth.
As long as you don't create one, we're all good. I have no problem, honey. I don't have a problem with nobody.
That's very nice.
Are you guys dating?
Who?
You
Not yet. stop. Come on.
Me and who? Jasmine?
Yeah.
No, honey, I'm nice to everybody around here, and I built relationships with Coach. I've been here for a while. I've debated with all these people, and I'm not going to hate on somebody who believes in a globe. Listen, my mom did the same thing to me for years, and at the end, she finally came back. My friend did the same thing, and now she's rocking beside me for 30 damn years. I love it. So it only is a matter of time for some people to accept information or not. I don't know, but I'm not going to be hateful, and that's the difference. A lot of people get mad and angry, and I get amped up too, but I'm never going to disrespect you as a human being. I'm not going to try to.
That's very
Nah.
nice.
Right. Like, imagine taking someone personally and emotionally on the internet.
Yeah.
Like, think about that.
Oh, and they do it, and I would spin down. I'm not going to say who, what, it doesn't matter. Don't give them even the entertainment thought, like someone said earlier. Don't give them that. But it's been done, and it's done on a constant basis.
You feed
Yeah.
a stray cat, what happens? You get more stray cats.
They come back.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing that makes it real about dealing with someone, even though it's not in the same room or across the table, is that the words they chose to speak is the intent that came from them. Now, whether that was the true intent or masked intent, it doesn't matter. The reality of the situation is it's a time and place, and so many of the Globers like to talk about things they already understand so that they don't get onto topics that talk about greater connecting topics outside. Like, I remember last year when you were crazy if you talked about UFOs, right? But this year, when the corruption's coming out on a worldwide stage, now it's not so bad to say UFOs, and then there's a discussion that happens about it.
Well, nowadays you're crazy when you believe that there is two genders, a woman and a man. And the ones who are normal are calling you crazy for that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go on campus in the US and ask some people what a woman is. Some of them have no clue. Isn't that,
not just campuses, world leaders and stuff. Like, they asked our prime minister our current prime minister the other day, he couldn't answer. It's strange. It's a strange world.
Funny how everything predicted in the Bible is literally coming true, right? But people just don't want to recognize even the truth movement, quote unquote. When it says in the Bible that the yes will be no and the no will be yes, and people will change the lies with the truth and call lies truth and truth lies. It's exactly what's happening in front of our eyes, and people are like, well, I don't want to hear Bible verses. The Bible, I don't want to hear the Bible. People from the truth movement. I mean, if there's a book that has been written many, many years ago saying what is happening now, to a perfect extent, predicting it, and we have truthers in here saying, the Bible, I don't want to hear the Bible, is that truthful? No, that's not truthful, that's lying to yourself.
Deceived.
Or avoiding evidence and truth.
Yeah,
Can I speak on that? Because I'm probably not one who's ever said in that manner no, because I myself grew up in church 3 days a week. I still go down to the Bible. Even when I talk about the Creator, most of the time say He, it's almost like programmed in me. I'm not saying it's not possible that it's reality. The thing is, I've been lied to so much, and the books are so many, that I know this Creator's above that book. It's way more than this book. But I do believe there's facts in it. It's been written. If you don't want to believe it was written by God, right? In a way, it was written by man. So why wouldn't we still take it on board, right? Those things still need to be read and held for accountable for our lives. But instead, it's almost like you should burn the book. It's ridiculous. It's wrong. No, I am not saying that. But it doesn't take that book to believe in a higher power and a creator is all I'm saying. That's it. And you can believe in any religion you want, but there's still a creator. There's still something that has done all this.
Yeah, that ties into what I said, right?
But it doesn't. But he used human beings, the one he created arms and hands for, that can write things down, in order to write down what he wanted to be written down. That's just all the secret is. I don't expect the creator to write a huge book or however whatever size he is with his own hands and give it to us. No, he did it in a wonderful way through the testimonies and the lives of people he created. And that makes a lot of sense. And his written word is perfectly wonderfully made like we are. And he's still today using people to spread that word. And
right.
like the same people that has written down these words. You know, if I
That's
would be
right.
the creator, I would use the creation, my lovely children, to do certain things for me. Otherwise, what work should they have?
Right, but what the logic? We're showing the creator through our eyes, our moment. So this idea of a disconnection, is it's a puzzling thing for me. Because our eyesight is priceless. And when I've asked people what you would give up for your eyesight, it often comes to things like their children and things. The only things that they would sacrifice. But the people without children were just like, oh no. And I was like, what if I gave you a couple of million just for one eye? No. And all of a sudden, the realization of the vision itself is priceless. And the moment I asked them, it was a gift. Like one thing I did is I had a rocket scientist calculate, the impact force of my crash, in 2014, and all physics said I should have been minced, along with my partner right next to me, you know. But so I live in this world, and I don't believe, my experiences, I now don't believe in linear time. Like even this concept of time moving forward, because what I feel, and what I feel first, and then what happens to me, even now 9 years later, I'm being forever changed to step outside, almost accepting without compromise the creator, and so for me, the Bible and the words remind me that words are just sounds that we make with our gut, guttural sounds that we control with our voice box. So the idea that something so magnificent or magnificent itself needing words, matches with the current neuroscience, that the subconscious mind is moving so fast that we can only assume it has no author. So this is where we're at in this in the consciousness of everything. That's where we're at, and it hasn't changed. And in neurology, in neuroscience, there's still levels of cognition they cannot understand, and nobody likes to admit that, because that starts to really get to people, because all of a sudden the things they've said about their own existence, or the subjective meaning they've applied, saying there is no meaning to life, there is no greater meaning. You ask them a simple question: if it all happened for no, randomly, then why at all?
And the thing is, what is the logic as being the clay reasoning with the potter, right?
Exactly.
Why thou do potter maketh me this way, and do a thing in my life like this, even though I want to be formed completely different. Maybe the potter has much more knowledge about what kind of vessel you should be, instead of you trying to wobble in every direction, but every time it just fall back into his hands. Or maybe at some point you fall off the table and that's it. You're done.
Or maybe your cosmic crystalline glass, and you only work and you only look what you're meant to look like when light shines through you.
Real quick, if you don't mind me, because a little bit of space, real quick to interrupt. It's about that time for me. The sunrise is going to happen, so I'm going to go out here and enjoy that real quick with some music, like I always do every day. But I just want to say thank you to everyone who was part of this conversation. Sincerely, it meant a lot. Even faithful coming in, sweetheart. Some people don't do that, so it did touch me today. So I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day. Sincerely, if I don't see you.
Much love to you.
You too. God bless.
Thanks for breaking our mornings.
You all, honey.
The enemy always tries to take that from you, right? Your faith.
Oh yes, yes. That's literally what it is. Always trying to take away the joy, especially putting in doubt. That's what the doubt that the enemy tries to put in your mind all the time. Like, oh, if you pray, it will not give you anything. It will not move you forward. Or if this happens or that happens, watch out. Maybe tomorrow will this. Every time these doubts. Instead of putting full trust and faith in the Potter's hand that he's gonna do everything right. The enemy tries to put doubt in our mind, and that through that doubt, sinful thoughts enter in the mind, and then through these thoughts, sinful acts are being done, and then the enemy has again won his way of trying to disconnect us, because by sin, when I have fallen again because of something, everyone has struggled, no one is perfect, right? I ultimately feel that there is a slight disconnect again, from the Creator, because sin separates us.
Only because you hold on to the sin. When God says, "Give me your sin," He doesn't mean like hold on to just a little bit of it. That's insulting in the sense of like, almost saying, "No, God, you can't handle all of my sin. I gotta hold on to it." Not to say that all sin is forgivable, and the scum that exists that's been uncovered right now, Luke 8:17. That aside, I'm talking about people striving to remain, in consciousness with God and share God's message and shine their light and ground their light.
But you know what I mean. Maybe it's not even. It's even still the enemy, right? So you sin, and then the enemy will go even further and try to tell you, you're a loser. There's no hope, and don't
exactly.
even try to repent and so forth. That's what I'm talking about.
Right. But see, that's the thing. It's like you get to that point where you actually are able to block that out. Have the armor of God. You walk in faith, and it forms your armor. Right, like
Yes.
that's the logic,
Yes.
And so this idea of walking in faith is in every single moment, and then remembering every breath is a gift, and you go with that logic, and the reality is that you eventually just keep walking, and the light path is in front of you, with Jesus, the lantern, the idea of it for the lantern as he knocks at your door is like knocking on every door, just open it, just open it. The idea of opening your heart, but also the lantern is the non-believers and the atheists and all these people, they want something like a Mack truck with, supernatural lights on it that light the entire rest of their life up. You know what I mean? Rather than walking every step, with the just under lantern light, carefully, next to God.
Many people don't even understand what faith means. I have faith in the things I can't see. That means my faith is not something I can prove to you, because that would destroy the very foundation of what faith is. And I don't have the need to put you into the seat of judgment explaining to you why I have faith. I have faith into the things that I have not yet seen. I haven't seen the Son, the only begotten. I haven't seen the Father. I haven't seen them. Still, I believe 100% in what they have done for me, what they accomplished, what they're doing every day in my life.
That's right, and that's the thing. Leap of faith, right? A leap of faith. When you leap, you're leaving the ground. So it's trusting that you're going to land, but you can't jump up in the air and leave a part of yourself behind. Most people haven't even tied their shoes to start, running the jump.
That's a nice one, man. I've never heard that one. That's pretty good. I will remember
that's
that.
That's something that came after years of battling, with the concept of what you just mentioned. And Matt Dillahunty, one of the most world-renowned, repeated clipped atheists, said that to make his argument, he has to deny the very essence of faith itself.
That's true.
And he said to me, "That's right." So that was his answer, and I was just like, wow. I also tangled with, twice 2 messages to a group on Twitter once called atheist unstoppable, right?
Yeah.
After two messages, they blocked me, and I posted like unstoppable. Not
Yeah,
really.
it's crazy to see that even the apostles, while they're still with the Messiah, the Messiah has risen again, and I don't know which apostle. I think it was John, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but
Makes you so unstoppable.
but one of them said, I only believe that it's really you if you if he shows me the holes in his hand, right? If I can touch them, you know. So they still was disbelief in the very fact that he has truly risen, you know, because the grave was empty. Just think about that, you know. I mean, they were his direct apostles, but still they had doubt, you know. Has he really risen? I want to see evidence, you know.
Yeah.
So that's crazy to think about. So isn't it a wonderful thing that we can be faithful servants even though we have never physically seen our servant, except for maybe people who he has had given visions to them, you know. But I think that's wonderful, you know. And I personally don't like any images of the Messiah. I don't like graven images. I don't like all of that because I don't really want to. If I want to. Actually, I don't really care about an image like a physical form of flesh suit or, you know, at all, because he's already with me, right? If that makes sense. Like, there's no desire for me to say I want to see the Lord with his hair and his foot and arms and hands. You know, it doesn't really matter so much to me. Let alone, you know, the most wonderful thing is that he hasn't made himself seen to me yet, you know, in the physical form, if that makes sense, or however you want to describe it.
But isn't that beautiful in that
Yes.
you know, acknowledgement, because then it's equal for everybody, right?
Yes.
You know, it's equal for everybody. This idea, you know, at least in this reality that we live, you know, it's equal. You know, but for me, I can't just deny the things that, you know, that have happened. You know you know what I mean. Like, I can't, and I won't. And also the thing is, I won't just give the answers to any, you know, well, what it's about. Oh, you're just going to tell, you know. I don't feel that, you know, you kind of get this, you get this feeling they just want to attack you. You know what I mean? And this idea, you don't even deserve the time that God's going to give me possibly to live to tell you, you know, because it's just going to be, you know, it's the pearls that are going to be, you know, torn asunder.
But if you think about it, we could deny them, right? I could deny that the Most High has taken away my addiction to cigarettes. I could deny that he has taken away the serious, almost death-threatening addiction to cannabis. I could deny that he made me truly free and gave me new spirit, a person that I have never known to be in the first place. You know, when I was born again, I felt like I didn't even know who I was in the first 2 to 3 days, because I was not used to my real me, the very one he wanted me to be in the first place, right? Because I was full of demons, was completely lost spiritually, and then I was born again. So I could say that was all me, you know, all my work. I done all the work to be a strong man, overcame my addictions of cigarettes and extreme cannabis abuse. But I don't do that, you know. I publicly say it was the Messiah, it was Jesus Christ, it was Yeshua Mashiach, whatever name you wanna or translation you wanna use. It was the only begotten who saved me, who has made me free. And I will say this until I lay in the grave. And until I'm gonna be with my Messiah again, you know, the one who did this all for me, you know. No matter what man might think, you can think it was myself, but think about this, you know. Why would I not give the glory to myself? Isn't that the very thing we see nowadays, that people, you know, wanna show everyone that you're
Scripture, right?
Yeah,
Scripture. Men will become lovers of themselves.
Yeah, I say I am weak without Christ. I am nothing without Christ. I am a terrible, miserable, weak person if I don't have the Messiah. The very reason why I need the Messiah in my life is that I don't run away again as a stray sheep, you know. And we need a shepherd in our life. If you don't have the shepherd in your life, you're gonna be There are gonna be wolves around you. There are gonna be lions. There's a reason why it says that the adversary is like a
Peace.
as a brawling lion, right? Seeketh who
Yes.
you may devour.
Yep. Exactly. Yep. But lion, a lion is also matched by another lion. That's the lion of darkness. You can have the lion of light.
Yes.
And that's the lion. That's the lion. That's where Scripture is like a lion, a roaring lion. So that's the sword. The sword of the Spirit. So this battleground is not without a balance. But the moment that you go, oh, maybe they're right, your face of your armor of God disappears, and the flaming arrows get through, and all those things that you were able to defend, knowing that God had your back. You're saying God doesn't have my back anymore, so God's like, that's what you choose.
Yeah.
Because your heart. That's why God says in Job, "Give me your heart." And I'll make it new. I mean, the atheists these days, that's the biggest topic. Job, always Job. Oh, what happened to Job? I said, yeah, but everyone brings up Job. What about what did Job say in complete what no one listens to what Job says. No one notices that his friends are inquiring in an accusatory manner and having the silver tongue. You must have done this, you must have done that. You know what I mean? And Job is a beautiful way for us to be present in the court of God. It's just fantastic. Amen.
He kept his faith,
Hey, my earphone's gonna die, man. Can you guys see the moon right now? Anybody?
Unfortunately, no.
Anybody out there? I'm looking
What's
at
happening
it.
with the moon?
Well, it's catching up to the sun, man. That's what it's doing. But
Right.
Sirius is right below it right now, and the moon looks blurry. Like really awesome, man. I don't know if you guys, maybe in the next day or two, you guys got to check it out. It's
How can
There's something about the luminaries, especially the moon.
Anyway, I just happened to notice it, and it looks. I've seen it like this before with the last eclipse. It's next Saturday. It's gonna cross over the moon or cross over the sun or whatever. I mean, it looks like they're headed right for each other, man. Don't believe me? Check it out. But
yeah, the luminaries.
This is how they figured out the eclipses, man.
The whole firmament.
Sure.
The
awesome, man.
The handiwork of the Lord is beautiful.
It's so awesome, man. Anyway, I just wanted to shout out to the moon this morning. But you guys are talking Job and stuff, so I don't want to interrupt, but thank you for listening.
Job is what I love in Job is where it says that the earth takes shape like clay under the seal. That's where I actually have my name from. Because in Job 38, the Lord literally, tells Job, talks about his wonderful creation, where he says, who marked off the dimensions? Surely you know, Job, who stretched the measuring line across it? On what were its footings set, or who laid its cornerstone or foundations? Have you ever given orders to the morning or shown the dawn in its place that it might take the earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it? The earth takes shape like clay under the sea, its features stand out like those of God. By the way, the last mission of Artemis launch, when they had a press conference, they literally used this one verse before it says the earth takes shape like clay under the sea. They said that when the rocket launched, it was such a rumbling, and then the guy from NASA said that it might take the earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it. Why would you use that reference, especially one verse before it says that what the earth's shape actually is? Like clay under a seal. And then after that, it says the wicked are denied their light, and their upraised arm is broken. Have you journeyed the springs of the sea or walked in the recesses of the deep? Have the gates of death been shown to you? Have you seen the gates of the shadow of death? Imagine the Lord talking to you like that, like he did to Job. That must have been beautiful. Imagine having the testimony of the Most High asking you, have you created all this? That's so wonderful.
Yeah, scripture
awesome.
Scripture itself is alive. That's one thing you've got to realize.
True, yeah. Yes.
And if two or more gather in my name, in the midst of them there I am, that means that insight can be given within the gratitude
Amen.
for God, right? Amen. So there's gratitude is a word that's thrown around, but gratitude is only felt when two parties agree. Someone gives you a gift, you're like, thanks, put it just aside, and no, I really like it, and then it just lessens the possibility for gratitude, but
Yes.
that moment, oh, thank you so much, oh, you're so welcome, oh, it's so good to see you, oh, you too, it's all just true. Then that gratitude's in that spine, that warmth in your spine, and so for me, I just see so much wasted moments of God, in everyday life. Just the internet gives us the ability to talk to so many people or insult them. You know what I mean? It's a choice. It's a choice.
Yeah,
But
like it. What is also important, what many Christians nowadays don't want to do anymore because they think it's it makes people feel uncomfortable. That's what the necessary need actually is. Because it says, I charge you therefore before God and the Lord Jesus Christ, who will judge the living and the dead, and is appearing in his kingdom. Preach the word. Be ready in season and out of season. Convince, rebuke, exhort with all long suffering and teaching. For the time will come where they will not endure sound doctrine, but according to their own desires, because they have itchy ears, they will heap up for themselves teachers, and they will turn their ear. See, that's why we have so many dominations, so many religions, because instead of listening to the Holy Spirit, instead of listening to the teacher who is our Messiah, they go in church and they idolize these preachers. They idolize their church head, instead of
Providence gospel, right?
Yeah.
The Providence gospel that just has all the missing pieces, rather than just the simple message of everybody was invited to the wedding.
Yes. And they would turn their ears away from the truth and be turned aside to fables. But you be virtual in all things, and do afflictions, do the work of an evangelist, fulfill your ministry. See, the ministry is not a little denomination that you're gonna attach to, and then you make your church, and then you're gonna sit there every Sunday and have talk to each other about certain topics, right? The ministry means to literally go around, and whenever there's a chance, and I'm also guilty of not always doing that, right? Because we're weak sometimes, we're even weak to preach when it would be even necessary, to give glory to His word, to spread the truth that there is beautiful salvation and the beautiful truth that we can be forgiven and we can have a relationship with the Creator and reign within His kingdom forevermore, when it's been established on earth again, Many people, there's so many Christians say, I will go to heaven when I die. That's not even what the Bible tells us. There will be a kingdom upon the earth. Heaven will come down and we will reign with the Messiah, first of all, That's the first thing that will happen. Anyways, there's so much deception nowadays. It's sad. It's really sad, unfortunately. And it's because instead of, and I'm also guilty of that again, I've learned I need to always be open to rebuke and correction because it's important. If I don't do it, I end up like a religious guy, my pastor said, it's like this. Your pastor is wrong. My pastor is right. That's like religion again. I don't want to end up at that place ever.
And the people saying they know the end, right? Like then it's this long till this and this long till that, and and with Jesus, no man knows the hour. Well, that rules them all out.
Yeah,
you know, not the angels in heaven. Well, okay, they can't help. You know what I mean?
All these
You know what I mean?
Christian YouTube videos, where they put their own face on the thumbnail and try to reach for clicks by saying the end is near and this I got this vision in a dream, and then they cry in the video and get monetized. It's dude, what they do is very wicked. I'm not saying all of them, but I can see the pattern. If you upload 10 videos in the past 6-7 months that talk about your visions and talk about how that there's the end and this is coming, blah blah blah, and you are truly out there for clicks because you make a lot of money with it, and with Christian content you can make a lot of money with it, right? That's the opposite of doing truthful work.
Yeah, and they also say, I heard one the other day, it could be next month or it could be in 3 more years. Well, that's a pretty good ballpark for you to make some money, isn't it?
Hey, I'll be honest with you, man. I say this, I don't care because I don't need to care, because it says not even the angels know, not even the Son knows when the day comes. Only the one who sits on the throne knows. And that's okay, and that's beautiful, because that just says, what the Most High is saying. You don't need to worry, there is no what you need to worry about is that you're right with me, that we have a relationship, that we're together. But you don't need to worry about when I establish the things I have planned to establish. Let him do it when he wants to do it. What is the big deal? Why? See, that's the problem. That this whole doomsday preaching turned so many people away. Because the one church says it's gonna be. The sign has already come, and how many decades has passed over the past 100 years where people done that, where they gather together because they think now he's returning, and that, that's just unbiblical in any way.
Yeah, and now the people these days, on top of that, that are being driven away, you ask them, well, what if you had a miracle in your life? Then is it only then that then all of a sudden you turn around and give all glory to God and say, oh yeah,
right.
you know what I mean? Is that what it takes? Well, then a miracle comes when you need it most. When you need time and space to rearrange itself. That's the reality.
Yeah. And I personally think that the real struggle, we live in a time where we almost live like kings and queens in the past Middle Ages, right? We live like very comfortable, beautiful lives. Just think about what happens like with Job, if that is going to be taken away from you because, there's going to be sanctions because, if you don't take this mark, if you're not going to do what the world tells you to do, are you still going to stand with the truth? Are you still going to follow the Messiah? See, I know for some reason, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a day where I might be either executed or tortured for my faith. And I know I don't care. They can cut off my head, they can cut off my arms. I will not deny him. There is nothing in this world that I can hold on to. There is still this natural fear of your fleshly suit trying to survive, right? That's gonna come when you know you're gonna be beheaded or shot in the head or whatnot. You can't suppress that because that's just what your body tries to maintain life, is how it was made, right?
Right.
But in my mind, I have already declared that to the Lord that I don't mind. If there's gonna be if there's gonna be people trying to torture me, trying to finish me off because I'm not taking the mark, because I'm not doing what the word says, so be it. You can kill me. They can kill you, but they can't take away your life, right? They can only kill the flesh. They can only
They want you to conform. They want that faith. They want what they can't have, but they want what they never wanted as well, the people around you. But the people who want to take you out, they know exactly what you hold, as they are soulless and have signed their name in blood and they've sold their soul. These are the harsh realities of the world we live in. There are contracts out there that you can't say the name Jesus Christ after you sign it. but there's no power in the name.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
the logic of it. You know.
I think even at NASA, right? They said like they can't use Jesus anymore in emails or whatnot, right?
Yeah,
The
the
name.
whole thing, you know, the whole thing in the last couple of years was like, don't trust God sustains you.
Yeah.
Science is the only thing that will keep you alive. You know, I
Yeah.
was like, God knows, I already know and feel every day, every breath, every moment, like right now, that I feel like I'm on borrowed time and there's no way in the laws of physics that I should still be here
Right.
talking to you right now, you know. So it's like I'm already on borrowed time. So the idea of giving that up, you know, or the idea of it ending, it's like, well, I had a good run after the borrowed time, you know what I mean? Like, I might
Yeah.
not wake up tomorrow, and that's good, you know, but I'm certainly not promising myself tomorrow.
Amen.
I don't promise myself the next second, you know?
Amen. It's the same way I think, you know. That's the Holy Spirit, you know. It's the Spirit of truth, you know. Only by that you can have the strength and insight that and that everything is vanity regarding the world, you know, and that the kingdom that we are part of has nothing to do with this place, you know. But this precious gift can everyone have, right? And that's the very reason why we try to get as many people out of this temporary earth, this temporary dwelling place, so to say, in the kingdom that is now present, which is the kingdom of darkness, right? When there is a new kingdom going to be established by the Messiah, it's going to complete opposite. We're gonna have new bodies, completely new lives, but the world will be completely different. And that's the glorious, wonderful thing I'm very joyful about. But there's this one thing, to get back to the name, right? There's this movement of people, claiming the sacred name, and I have nothing against it, right? But I personally, the Spirit has revealed to me that it doesn't really matter what you call the Messiah, what translation. Jesus is the English translation. Yeshua, Hamashiach, Yeshua, whatever you use, it's just a name. It's not going to take away glory. It's not going to give more glory to what is already established of who he is. So if I have videos on YouTube, wonderful videos, where people, in the name of Jesus, stop a hurricane, or tornado from destroying their village, then that's power in the name. That's the truth right there. If I can see videos of people using his name in order to stop, criminals fighting, or normal people just fighting each other, with fists, and they stop immediately because the demons, they tremble, right? They run away, because mostly it's demons that make people, punch each other and whatnot. They just, through sin, they lose control. Not in every occasion, but mostly, yeah. And in the spiritual realm, it completely destroys their what they're doing, And there's even videos of women being robbed, right? And then she starts praying, goes on her knees, and the guy who tried to rob her just stops immediately, right? And falls into her arms at the end. Just think about this, man. If there's no power in all of this, if we just cling on to a lie, then it's a very weird lie,
What the most recent is the comedian, right? Who mocked Jesus on stage.
Oh, yeah.
Felt very dizzy all of a sudden, fell back and injured her head for life.
Exactly.
So how many people have fallen over, before, and would have watched that and gone, nothing happened to me. Like I fell further than that, or I fell harder than that, and nothing happened to me.
Yeah,
Defense.
I mean, I have mocked Christian. I have mocked. I can't even, with the actions I did with my old self. I should see. I always say my when it comes to my judgment, to me, for my own judgment, if I would be the judge over my life, I would say the only thing I would have earned through what I've done in my life is pure fire and not even completely, being demolished and to be non-existent. For me, it should be pure fire and torture forever, because of the things I've done against the Most High. That would be my own conclusion, but because I know that He is faithful, because He is the one who's done all the work for me. I have life, but I personally think I me being burned up forever, that would be something I've definitely earned through the actions I did. I didn't kill anyone, but I'm just thinking it's just the disgustingness of who I was, and the things I've done against my own body, my own flesh suit, and or the temple, and against the Most High, that mocking him, by also calling upon the name of the adversary. And so I come from the complete opposite. Can you imagine that? Praying to Satan.
Why would you do that?
Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's what wasn't. I didn't even know what praying was. I was just chanting the name of what was it? See, I already forgot the name, which is wonderful. But I always said, he has many names, right? One name was with M.
Yeah.
Mephisto, I think. Yeah, and I was smoking weed while I was listening to Eminem, Venom. I can still remember these days, Now all this dark music. I was completely filled with darkness, man. I puked for 7 days straight. 7 days stuff came out of me. 7 days. Not just one day. See, that's why I also don't believe in just one day or 10 minutes deliverance where people fall on their knees and then they puke a little bit and then they're free. I think if your life has been, it's not for everyone, but if you have been very much filled up with darkness, it takes some time to get rid of that. And for me, it was 7 days of just, puking out stuff. It wasn't even any substance anymore. It was just, spit and weird textured stuff out of my stomach. Yeah.
You know why?
Because I was demon possessed, man. I know.
No, they whatever was in you was toast. It was burnt up. It was
Right.
destroyed. It had to get out. And the only and what did Jesus say about being lukewarm? What got lukewarm? What got spat out of their mouth? Not saying that you're lukewarm, but what's distasteful to God is spat out of the mouth, right?
What is spat out?
Hey, that's cool, man. That's a new door that just opened up. I have never looked at it this way. Yeah, all this stuff needs to be spewed out. What is lukewarm? Yeah, all these things in the temple, all this dirt and filth and trash.
Yeah, exactly. But it was turned to water. It was turned to the closest thing it could be to water, which was bile or bowel, or nothing worth remaining.
Yeah.
Why bail? Right? That's what everyone's doing. They're reading the why bail.
Well,
Another one.
You can say by bail, but I mean that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, it's rewritten. It's not just written by men thousands of years ago, but rewritten by men recently as well. All sorts of different versions have been written.
But the audacity to think that one who picks up the Bible with intent couldn't reach God is just insulting to me.
Yep.
No, I'm not saying that.
Just like but the idea of it rewritten, but finite man could rewrite and hide what God wanted to be known. Please.
I'm a better Christian than any Christian here, right?
There's no better Christian. In fact, there's no.
I'm more of a Christian than any Christian here, but I do not believe or read any of these books.
Okay, so what makes you holier than thou?
I'm not holier than thou.
You just said you're better.
People do. I think that. Well, no. I mean, in terms of do I keep the commandments? Do I not sin, etc., etc. But what I'm saying is, I don't need it to be any certain, flavor. It's all just every religion is describing the same sensation, the same feeling, the same being. These archetypes are all very similar.
You're right. What about Judgment Day?
Judgment Day for what?
What do you mean for what?
Well,
Judgment Day.
Where we all have a court
Yes.
meeting.
Judgment Day. Like, for what? Judgment Day. What about Judgment Day?
Court meeting, you know.
Where everyone will be present, but no one can assist.
It's crazy to think about that we will even judge angels. Right? Isn't it what it's... sorry, maybe I'm wrong. Please rebuke me if I'm wrong. You will even judge angels? Do you not know that the saints will judge the world, and if you are the judge the world, are you not competent to judge tribal cases? Do you not know that we will judge angels? How much more things of this life? So if you need to settle everyday matters, do you appoint as judges those of no standing in the church? So yeah, we're probably gonna judge angels. Not probably, it's what it says.
Sunshine. Listening to one. Oh, is it what? Is it one? Now the world is gone. I'm just one. It's the song he has to play while we speak about God. You know. But yeah, it's a fantastic. The last bit of it says, "Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot die. Dragging myself by my holding cell." That's what the last lyrics of that song say.
Yep.
So you see, when I woke up in hospital, you know, I think I was showing just a little bit of, you know, those going after Judgment Day, and it was one of the most vivid things, you know, that I think I've ever experienced, you know, in this reality, in a woken state. And it was a beautiful corridor. It was a beautiful tan, like shiny stone corridor, very, very wide. And in the ground was like these perfectly shiny stones. They look like chrome like color, but there was also color within, you know, almost like diamond reflection, and they were perfectly embedded in, you know, like they weren't sticking up in any way. They were just perfectly embedded in this very, very big long pathway, and it seemed very, very far away from everything else, you know, really, really far away. And at the end was a T section, and stood right at the very end of the T section stood these huge. Can you mute your mic, please, Sunshine? Just your music's coming through.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
This huge what?
I'll just see if we can mute his mic because
it's your obsession, mate.
Sorry?
It's alright.
No, it's all right. Was a huge doorway, and it was just the first thing I saw was black. Just I was put straight at the doorway,
Black.
and as it went back from the door was two huge angels, massive. They were depicted so big.
Black things, like shadows, you're saying.
They were so depicted so big in the vision that it didn't even show their heads. But they stood there completely stationary, and they were dressed in the most incredible ancient looking armor with scroll etchings into it, and even their wings were plated in armor as they were folded behind them. And they stood there with the with the spear at both ends of the door, both sides of the door, and the door slammed shut together, and the boom that was envisioned was so loud that it would like break things. You know, it would shatter bones. It would cause heart attacks. You know, that was how loud this boom was. The angels didn't even flinch, and
You have an amazing imagination, dude.
the vision was like down through the abyss and down, and the door shuts because you agreed. You feel that you agree that the door needs to shut, and you, in your agreement, are keeping that door from opening again.
Hey, don't you think it's amazing? You could play out this entire like sci-fi movie in your head.
Well, that's the vision,
Pretty wild, right? You know, the amount of imagination we're capable of.
Well, it's the same with a faith. You can't a blind faith as a man that can't really prove it to anyone. We can either call it a vision or we can call it what you said. Both are objectively something we can use as a description. But if a man personally says he had a vision, then it is his vision in the first place. So it doesn't really matter. You can either decide to believe that it is a vision or not. But I know personally from the experience of what the creators show me, the distinct difference between the visions and dreams I had, because I can't really remember dreams. But I remember 3 distinctive visions. One where I was in the woods and I was raised up above the tree line and I saw blue beams, a blue beam, like, separate locations far away in the distance, blue beams hitting the ground through the clouds, and it was night. It was dark. Like it was not like night, but it was like the sky was not blue because everything was just dark. And I was looking, and the last thing I would see in the vision is I was in that blue beam, hovering right above the treetop lines of a forest, and down below I saw the old friends of mine from the past. I mean, I haven't seen them 2 years now, but like people that I used to do drugs and other things with, and they were just standing down in that forest and looking up to me. That was the first vision I had. Then the second vision would be like a street, like a normal neighborhood street, and the weird thing about that vision was it felt so peaceful. It felt like you being, in your vacations on a beach in the Caribbean Ocean and just relax, like wonderful, like not even that, even just higher peacefully. But it was so weird because in contrast to that, it looked like a horror movie. So it was extremely peaceful, but what I saw was completely horror because I saw, burned up bodies in the front of houses, in yards, in front of their garden. The houses were almost completely destroyed to its foundation. I mean, they were completely demolished, and everything was in smoky haze. You still see some fires, a little bit of fire, some here and there, and the bodies were almost completely burned down to the bone. Like I saw little flakes of skin still attached to it, but so I knew it was humans that have run out of the house or whatnot. And I was just walking down this neighborhood street, left and right from me, houses completely destroyed. And this peace, while seeing this horrific stuff, was so overwhelming.
Before you continue, can I ask you, did you literally see it, or was it like, because I'm looking up...
Like as if I was there. It's literally like as a physically
No, I know, but...
seeing it. But the weird thing is...
Did you see it? Because when I look up...
Yes.
When I look up the definition of vision, it's number 1, the noun is the faculty or state of being able to see.
Yes,
and then they give it.
Yes, you're trying to reason in an objective, in a kernel mindly matter. I understand, and I appreciate that. There's nothing wrong about it. I'm just trying to talk about these visions I had, right? I guess Phoenix
I know, but you call them
understands.
visions, so I'm trying to understand what you're talking about now.
Yeah,
Are
I didn't
you?
see
Did
them
you?
with my fleshly eyes. I guess with the physical eyes, I was in my bed sleeping, but I saw them in the spirit with my spiritual eyes. Right, I was at a place, I brought to a place. Whatever event happened, something happened that destroyed everything and burned down every house and burned down a lot of people in front of the house. But the weird thing was, it was as if
Wait,
everything
before you
stood.
continue,
Yes.
look. Before you continue, you just claimed that you attribute it to your spiritual. But you said so. You said you're in your bed. So it was your imagination that was doing this. So how can you attribute it to a spiritual entity giving you these things?
Because that entity gave me the spirit of truth and revealed to me that this was an important vision that he gave to me. The thing
How
is,
did
I
you verify
already.
this?
Yes, that's the thing. I can't even verify the faith I have. I can't see. The Bible distinctly talks about this, that that
What? That mockers and scoffers will come?
no,
I mean,
I'm
I'm
not
not.
mocking or scoffing,
I'm not.
dude. I'm
I'm not.
trying.
Well, you said to me, "Isn't it amazing that you can think like that?" Well, you didn't miss the
Well,
first
is
part
it
that I was
not?
that I was waking up from a hospital bed after a horrific crash and then calculated that I should have been minced. So yeah, it was quite amazing that the first thing I envision when I wake up is that a very, very detailed explanation of choosing to be away from God. Yeah, I'd say that, considering I was still alive, yeah, amazing might be a word I would have described it to add. Your timing after all the lovely things that have been said, before you arrived, I find that, you know, fascinating as well. Amazing, no.
but maybe
Predictable, yes.
see, the thing is, I understand what he's saying, and I think it's okay. He can ask these things, but I'm trying to explain that what you're trying to discern as a natural man is is
Yeah.
is is something that doesn't work when you try to understand spiritual things. So it says here in 1 Corinthians 2:14, maybe you can understand this. It says, "And this is what we speak, not in words taught us by human wisdom, but in words taught by the Spirit, expressing spiritual truths in spiritual words. The natural man," and here's an important thing, "does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, for they are foolishness to him, and he cannot understand them, because they are spiritually discerned." And it says, "The spiritual man judges all things, but he himself is not subject to anyone's judgment." See, I mean, I know, I see, I understand why you're trying to understand it as a natural man, trying to, give reason to it, and it's okay, it's nothing wrong with that, but it's kind of time of waste of time.
Yeah, because
No,
it
we do
helps
this
with the
for
pocket god.
everything.
No, but it helps with the
So,
pocket god, right? That's the reality. The pocket god, the one you
well,
create, design and take out when you need to attack it. But here's the thing.
eh,
Vision. You said vision is to do with eyesight, right? That's what you just said. But Cambridge Dictionary says vision means an idea or mental image of something. So yes, he had a
so
vision,
there you go. So it is.
and yes, I had a vision. So these are the things that
So
we
how can you
can.
attribute it to God?
How can I attribute
It
it to
came
God?
from your. It came from your brain.
Where does the brain come
He
from?
laughs. That's a
Because
nice. That's a nice little laugh.
no, no. Just because I was just reading underneath. It was just saying. It says you have a very vivid imagination, which was the words that you used to me. At the same time, you don't even know my testimony, and that's why I
What's
laughed.
the definition of testimony?
It's
It's
when
okay. Let's not reason it's natural man because it's a waste of time. You know.
No, but
No, hold on.
No, but it's like, do you believe in God, Dave?
But yeah, that's the first step he should take.
Do you believe in God, Dave? Because these things I share with the faithful.
Look, check this out. Right, there's
It's a very easy question, yes or no.
Answer the question one more time, because I was going to try and read a definition. I like to define.
I believe in God. I believe in God. If you want me to answer the question.
No, you.
Do you believe in God?
You asked me a question.
Do you believe in God?
I don't know because I don't have proof of it.
Do you have proof of science?
Just like I don't have proof of the globe.
Or do you have just evidence for things?
There's different types of evidences, and that's what I kind of wanted to get into.
Right.
Would you mind if I labeled the 3 types? Well, there's like 4. So there's
before we go into the natural man's
there's
discussion,
empirical evidence.
Dave, before we go into that, can you give me at least a favor and let me let Phoenix respond very quick to the vision I had? What do you think about that vision, man? Spiritually, what do you think? Like this peaceful feeling of cleanliness and perfect pure stillness while seeing this horrific thing. What do you think about what he has showed me? I personally think is after the earth is gonna be judged by his fire, of the Messiah.
Well, I think the first thing that comes to mind is that if you're not, if the only
judge, lest you be judged.
If the only thing that you feel, afraid of is God, then you could see the most horrific tragedies. Not saying that, they deserve, but this idea of showing, after the death, that the peace that the bodies that burned up down to the flakes of flesh that you saw could possibly be that, don't worry, they now reside in this peace that I am showing you now. Their pain is no more. This is them. That type of understanding is that's what came to mind first and foremost. Now, the other one about the blue beams and above the forest to me represented lost in a wilderness of their own choosing. Like they would pick a path going this way. There's no path that way. That's not the way. Well, it doesn't matter. We're somewhere in the forest. Yeah. You know what I mean? That type.
Do you realize like you're leaving it up to interpretation? Is kind of what he's doing. Now I can interpret it a totally different way. I could say
but he asked for mine. He asked for mine, right? So what you're witnessing. What you're witnessing is
discretionary.
Yeah, but exactly. But that's what he asked. That's what he asked for.
Oh, okay, cool.
He asked for my take. My take on it. Now let's hear yours.
Doesn't mean your take is
Did I never said. No one claimed it was. I never said this is what it is. He simply asked what came to mind. What do you think? How did you interpret that? What do you think? What do you think? He said. Right. That's what I gave him. What I thought. In this moment sustained by God. That's what I thought. I didn't claim to have the answer. Don't try to straw man me.
I don't even want to claim that this vision I saw with the burned out bases is literally what is going to happen with this place. It's because it would be foolish to do so. I'm just saying I'm amazed by what the creator has shown me. And what I do with it at the end of the day will not change anyone else. It's just a story I can tell or something I can tell, nothing more. But I'm not going to take authority and say that my vision I had is what is going to happen in reality when he's going to judge the earth, for example. So
so it could just be your imagination then. So I don't see how you're allowed to attribute it to
allowed. Choose. Listen to the words you're using, though, Dave. Just remember, you've
Okay,
taken
you
2
guys
hours
really,
already.
like,
Just
interrupting me
I'm gonna
or-
let you. I'm gonna let you go. But I'm just saying, like, just
Okay, so let me go.
talk with us, not at us. Okay.
No, I'm not talking at you guys. I'm just, you guys aren't open to any outside criticism, which I find, it's not fair to anybody.
I already said
You guys,
What have you got?
Sorry, I thought you finished.
What have you got, Dave? I want your criticisms afterwards, but give us your take on the visions.
first of all, I wanted to read an anecdotal evidence definition I've been trying to get out because you had said something about testimony.
Yep. But you know what
So
testimony?
here it
You know
is.
what testimony is, though, right? Before we can.
Well,
before
I'll
you.
tell you right now, but I mean, I've been
No,
trying to for like 5 minutes.
you're giving me anecdotal evidence definitions. That's what you just said. A testimony is something that you share between other believers. To what?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's actually included in the definition. If you'd,
Okay.
quit talking over me and
Okay.
learn something.
Give me your non-believer definition of anecdotal evidence. Go. I won't hold you up.
So now, because it's a non-believer definition, you're not going to accept it.
But it can't be. Right? It can't be if it's in
Can't
the
be
realm
what?
of. It can't be because it's in the realm of science. It has to be repeatable. Yada yada yada. Remember,
Realm
we just
of
talk about.
science. Who said
Yeah,
this was science?
well, it's psychology, isn't it? Is it science?
No, it's definitions, dude. It's conventions.
Neurology.
We all came up to come to an agreement on what anecdotal evidence means.
Okay, let's get to it. Go.
Anecdotal evidence is evidence based only on personal observation collected in a casual or non-systematic manner. When used in advertising or promotion of a product, service, or idea, anecdotal reports are often called a testimonial, which are highly regulated in some jurisdictions.
Yeah, sure.
Right.
So somebody can give a testimonial, like you said, because you said, "Oh, you don't respect my
Testimony.
testimony."
I didn't say you don't respect it. I said you haven't heard my testimony.
Well,
Man,
whatever.
you keep.
But you,
No, what you
but you claim,
haven't
but you claim
heard,
that
and
your
you don't. No,
testimony
no.
was
You
somehow.
don't
You claim that
respect.
you're.
No. You don't respect my testimony versus you haven't heard my testimony are very different. Very different. Makes me sound either logical or unhinged. So please. I don't give it.
Okay,
I don't care.
The whole
I don't care.
your
I was
contention
speaking when you
was
came in. I was speaking when you
your
came in, and
contention
you
was
cut me
your
off.
testimony.
Right? That's the first thing that happened. So this idea
I
of
didn't cut you off, dude. But if you'd like, you could continue.
no, the fun eki has changed. I'd say that's Japanese for atmosphere. But anyway, this
So what is it?
anecdotal fun eki.
Funiki.
Fun eki. Yeah.
So, do they believe in like atmosphere gradients? Do they have a word for that in the Japanese?
I think so. But I was over there learning Japanese and teaching English, so I wasn't doing astronomy or anything like that. But
Is there any flat Earth Japs over there?
Can you it wasn't even a topic when I was over there. I was just, coming from New Zealand, going to somewhere like Japan. It was like culture shock, reverse culture shock when I came back. I wasn't really focused. Yeah, I lived there. I turned 16 in Japan.
That's pretty neat. I hear it's real clean. It's they don't have trash cans. What's the other thing? They're really polite.
Oh, there's trash everywhere.
They don't have trash cans. What do you mean? So you want to put some rubbish in the bin, you can't. You got to put it in your pocket.
There's trash. There's trash everywhere, but there's trash cans next to vending machines, which are also everywhere, and there's trash cans at every single convenience store. But it's just
that's the only place you can throw your trash. Like, there's no trash cans like on the side of the road, or like how here we have trash cans like on the sidewalks. There they don't have any.
It's
That's
more
what I
in
meant.
it's more in like Tokyo changed a little bit to update to have a little bit more trash cans around. But yeah, definitely where I was going to school, Kyoto, that was very kind of traditional city. It was very different. But yeah, I mean it's a different world over there, So, but yeah, I think that it's an experience, It's everyone should go.
Hey, tell me if my pronunciation is correct.
Okay.
In Sini Sanchi.
Ichini Sanshi?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kyuju.
What did I say?
Ichini San Shi. 1, 2, 3, 4. But
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
When you do that first bit, say the ichi faster. Don't go ichi ni. You do the ichi fast, like ichi, as if you're doing a quick press. Yeah, ichi ni san shi. Like break them out.
Oh, okay. Got it.
More hayoku.
Alright.
More
Hey, how about
hayoku.
Konnichiwa?
My brother was in Japan.
Konnichiwa.
It's hello. It's hello up until about the first beginning of evening, because then it changes to konbanwa, and it's not the morning because that's Ohio gozaimasu.
My brother was in Japan for 1 month, 2 months ago.
俺はね、7年間勉強したけど、毎日誰々忘れ、もっともっと忘れてる。もっと、なんて、復習しなきゃいけない。I said I studied for 7 years, but I'm losing it little by little daily. I need to study
Dude, you
more.
gotta use it, man. You can't let that one go, because that's such a cool language.
Japanese only know the basics, like say hello, say goodbye, what's your name, hello teacher, just random stuff.
Well, I'll teach you.
The world is flat, or the Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat. この世界は Okay, hold on. Flat.
これは何ですか? 知ってかんとです。
この世界は means this world is. この世界は Yeah. この世界は Yeah.
I'm trying to play this game.
That's just the world is, but how do you say flat?
I'm trying to remember what the word for flat is, because they do count as like flat things. Flat.
Do you think the Earth is flat, or that the world is flat?
No, I'm just saying, it's kind of fun to.
No, I was asking a genuine question. I was asking a genuine question.
Oh, who are you asking? Me or the other dude?
Or the other dude I've been talking to.
It's a revolution.
I'm seeking to understand the life I live, that I feel like I'm on borrowed time. The globe doesn't seem to have the answer in totality, but I can't answer the globe's questions. So that's where I'm at.
Have you watched Heliosorcery by Earthen Vessels?
What, open sorcery?
Heliosorcery. Have you watched that documentary by Earthen Vessels? Goes into the history of heliocentrism, like the very roots from where it comes and so on.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were saying open sorcery for a minute there.
Nah.
That's like open source software, open source. Not patent free stuff.
Yeah.
Can you DM it to me, Clan Seal?
Ecology. That's a pretty cool one.
If you have some time, I just wish for you, as a brother in Christ, I just wish for you that you take time to watch, and not just skipping all the, let's
Oh
really
yeah,
give
yeah.
it a chance and
Oh,
watch the whole
I will, and I appreciate. I've I've been away, in other places lately, and there's some of the conversations I got into, saying that I created a dichotomy between meaning and no meaning, and I said, well, give me a third option, and they got really angry with me. It's like, well, you know what I mean, like meaning or no meaning, you know what I mean? It's like, well, what's the third option? Like they got really angry at me, but it was such a funny thing. That was on the atheist community of Discord, So it was a you might ask me, what am I doing on atheist community of Discord, right? Well, what happened was there used to be a Bible study in Jim Panda's server, and then it got taken. It got attacked by trolls and people every week that we'd have it. So we moved it to another server. But right before we moved it, I was in there talking with a person, and he said, I know a server we could go to where we won't be interrupted. I was like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, send me the link and I'll go, right? So those were my last words. Send me the link and I'll go. And so he sends me the link, and it pops up atheist community of Discord. I said, well, this is gonna be an interesting one. I guarantee we're gonna have more than just this topic to talk about. And I was right. It was like there was a main chat happening, and we were in religious voice, and it was like all of a sudden it was like doom 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 doom. They just started leaving one room and coming into the one we were in. So that's how I ended up there. None of them have impressed me so far. I've battered them all around. So, I like going back there to rile them up a little bit because, they're so sure yet they're not content. So it's a great.
Hey, it's almost like everybody's in the same boat, that they don't have enough knowledge or proof. Like the atheists, they can't disprove anything, just like the theists can't prove God. So it's like nobody knows. And if everybody was just honest with themselves about that, I think a lot of people could be getting along. And
well, I am honest with it.
I think we have talked. Yeah, me and you, remember we've talked, Clay.
Yeah.
And you are pretty honest about it, so I'll give you that.
I have a faith. I can't make anyone. I can't present it like like I can present my smartphone to you or anything like that, right? There's no physical evidence, and anything I believe in, if and probably if I would go to the full extent of explaining what I believe in, I would be looking like a fool in the eyes of the world, which is like it is scripturally predicted, that he will make the wise of this age, the wisdom of this world, be foolishness unto him, because of the people like me that go out and say, I believe in this creator without any evidence, because he tells me so. That's the paradox, the very thing that
But it's in the heart not needing to be seen. That's where the truth comes from. That's where the acknowledgement takes place. Like, for example, like I'll read you my bio, on Twitter, right? Hello, is it faith or fate that has led you here? God bless those who are seeking the Creator. Your heart is already answered. And people have attacked my profile, the thing, because it's just like, no, I didn't click here. I didn't, it's just like another time you were reminded of the mere possibility and or concept, and so that's what life is, moments to moments inside a construct of time. Dave could have come in 1 minute before he came in and got the beginning of it, or came in 30 seconds after I had finished talking, right? Or waited 15 seconds until I finished my last sentence, So all of these things have, also shown us that, when we put down the assumptions and we actually go, hey, you know what? it's kind of cool that you know Japanese, or been to Japan, or you should hold on to that. All of a sudden, the first intention, is because we took that little bit of extra time or moment to moment to put down the fighting, to put down the assumptions, to put it all down. Go, oh, that's just what you think. Oh, I can respect that. And it just takes that little bit of time that I still feel is borrowed from me. And so it's just, I've wasted so much time arguing with people in the past that, in the moment that, in your life, when you actually live a moment where you think in this next moment it could all be over, I tell you what, in that moment, all the things you thought you cared about, fighting about, and everything like that, you don't know that next moment whether you're going to live or die. That's when you realize that, all of it was just like one breath in, one breath out. It was so pointless.
What do you mean? You've been in a war zone or something?
No, like when I knew the car was out of control and I knew the car was going to crash. I didn't know how bad it was going to be in that moment. Like all the things I wish I had, just like, you know what I mean? It was like, it was such a clear moment, and
a moment of what?
But sometimes
what are you talking about? Like some sort of like epiphany moment.
We're just so clear that time is to be cherished, and all those time, all the times I spent just going blah blah blah, arguing with,
Get this, I have seen comments underneath videos of street preachers, right? Who street preach, and maybe you watch 20-30 minute video of a street preacher and you just see people passing by throwing off hand and cussing at the preacher or whatnot,
Yeah.
But then you have people in the comments saying, never stop street preaching, because back in 2 years I listened to this preacher preaching, and now 2 years later I have been born again, and now I understand what this guy was teaching about, and he got me. Just because sometimes as believers we think that we might have wasted 3-5 hours in a Discord talking about our faith, doesn't mean that there has been at least one soul. If it's just one, we know how much rejoices in heaven if there's just one soul that has had ears to hear and eyes to see, and because of that came to repentance and to the fullness of who the Creator is. And that's the thing. I always also thought, how many times have I wasted my time? But who knows? Maybe it was not a waste. Maybe it was exactly how He wanted it to be. That I was there talking for 3 hours on end.
Yeah.
Maybe because
learning from the shadows, both in folly, but in a path step wrong, and also by understanding the actions. Like you talked about the people flipping off the preacher and go away, blah, why that person's just living and breathing like you. If that person was crying out for help or something, or was injured, then you might change your tune. But before he gets to live his moment, in that moment, that's not really affecting you. The same thing happened when I sat on a beach once in New Zealand, and I'm there with my partner, and she's sitting there, and the whole beach is in front of us. There's no one in front of us, and this group of people come and sit down close to us and put their towels down. The whole beach is, meters and meters of, feet, 100 feet easy, that to the right, 100 feet to the left. They sit right down near us, and then we keep talking about God, and then all of a sudden they looked over like, oh, how you it's like you chose to sit there, the whole beach, and the sun was shining all over the beach. It wasn't like, what I mean? It was just like, why would you even look at me like I'm the one, It was just, it was so funny,
Well, it's also how the Creator works, right? He can also decide that someone who has not yet been encountered, or maybe he gives, maybe a person that listens to the gospel the very last time, is being, that flips off the preacher is going to be dead in 10 days, and this is the way of the Most High, giving you a last chance to listen to what the good news is. Maybe one guy talking to you on Discord is the last time you're gonna hear it, and that's it.
That's what I say. I don't promise myself to wake up tomorrow. You know,
Yeah,
no matter how no matter
man.
how good I feel, you know, like I could just go
Yeah.
boom right now, and that would be it. You know,
Exactly.
and that would be fine by me, right? Because you know that's what it is. You know, that's what I know. But this idea of thinking that this is all there is with with everything done, that's choosing this life over the next, being content in this moment, that and being happy with all everything the way it is is almost a delusion, because if we talk about the problems in the world, well then if this is where let's say you stay here forever, you wouldn't want to stay forever in this current situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All you ever hear about is how bad it's getting. You know what I mean? But the one thing that never dies is the light of God. The one thing is the believer that just has to. I just think, can I tell you this? I just want to tell you this, or here's something beautiful. It's always giving glory. And I find that so beautiful, and it's so easy, to divide yourself from somebody else's opinion, but it's very hard to go against what you feel when you talk about God. Sometimes you feel directed not to say anything again. No, no, no. Which is moving away from people that don't agree with you, which is fine. You've tried, and the result is that all they do was attack you. So
yes.
there are
Don't throw your pearls before swine, right? That's the reason why it has been
exactly. But there's also this level of God's understanding, using the all-knowing premise, is that you are embarrassed by God in that moment, or you are you're not willing to defend, even though something part of you wants to. That's the finding the courage within you. And there's that difference between, like, what, I could say it, and there's not, and I don't mind saying it again, but I feel there's less reason to this time, because I keep getting the memory of what they do every time, versus, oh, they're a formidable bunch of non-believers. What will I ever say to them? So.
Well, there's a certain kind of discernment that I guess is also something that you need to learn, right? Which builds up by experience, right? So there's no reason to sit on the same table as someone who was, 2 days ago was still mocking you for what you talked about, right? No objective conversation, right? So he wouldn't have changed today, if you, there's like certain things that you realize, if someone is not sincerely wanting to have a discussion or listening, then you just go away. You clean your shoes, and then you go away from that house, and and see, the reason why it says in the scriptures, that if we are not welcome, in someone's house, which can be metaphorically, you get your shoes cleaned, and then you never go back to that house again.
Yeah, exactly.
Never go back,
Exactly. But there's also that memory of it, like God saying, "I was disrespected there. You wish to be amongst the mockers and the scoffers." These people weren't even willing to reason nor hear you. Your God-given voice. These are the way I look at things. Because if God is the premise inside a true belief, then everything is next to God, as God guides you. God is the best navigator. Holding the map is futile.
Oh, sorry, I kind of I need to correct myself. I was wrong with what I just said. It reads, if people do not welcome you in town, it says before talking about town, whatever house you enter, stay. Okay, whatever house you enter, stay there until you leave that town. If people do not welcome you, shake the dust off your feet when you leave their town as a testimony against them. See, and that can be also taken as a metaphor for conversations you might have with someone, right?
Yep, that's right.
If you just simply never welcome, I mean, and that again perfectly is in line with what the Messiah says to the ones on Judgment Day where he says, "Depart from me, because I have knocked and you have never opened the door." You never welcomed me. You never welcomed the word that has been preached to you. You always said you always glorified with your mouth, saying, yeah, what a wonderful man that Messiah might have been, or what cool things he has done. But you have never actually opened the door and said, you're welcome here. I'm pleased with what you have to say.
Yeah, I came up.
Hey, Clay, can you tell us about Judgment Day?
That's a very wide question. Can you maybe tell us, or are you? I mean, it's first of all, I don't want you to speak for everyone else, right? So if you want to hear something even more specific, because that's a broad question, then yeah, sure, I can talk about it. But just
let's talk about it.
Just 10 more minutes, because then I really want to. There's something else I want to do, is clean my room up. Because I've been working for 6 days and I haven't finished that yet because I've been talking so much. But yeah, for 10 minutes, no problem, man. Well, what's your question? What Judgment Day?
Wasn't that the 10th of the 10th, 23? Tomorrow? What's that even mean? Judgment Day.
What?
What's Judgment Day you talking about?
Dave asked me what if I can talk about Judgment Day. I'm just asking for a little bit more of precision, like what precisely I should talk about regarding Judgment Day.
What is Judgment Day?
Oh, okay, that's simple. So there's many metaphors I can use, to make it more simplified.
It's something in the Bible, right? It's in Genesis.
But the easiest metaphor is this, right? Let me use the easiest metaphor, which is also biblical. There's a book about your life right now. That is every second you breathe. That writes down everything about who you are, right? There's a book about you. Okay, imagine that.
Right?
Yeah. And it has everything written in it. Every thought, everything you said, everything you've done. And that book.
Everything you say is written on one track. Everything you do is written on that track. Everything you say is written on
Dude, let
that
him talk. Let him explain it, man.
Can I? Okay. So that book can be, will be opened up, either by force on the court day that everyone has, once we died.
Okay, wait. Court date that everybody has, or is it one single day for everybody? Because it doesn't say Judgment Night. It doesn't say Judgment Week. It doesn't say Judgment Year. It says Judgment Day.
Maybe you can ask that when I'm completely finished, because that again would destroy the whole explanation of the first question, right? So there's a book that either can be opened by force, which would be the Day of Judgment, or you open that book now in this very moment while you're still alive and breathing, and you always reveal and expose to the light, which is the Messiah, the only mediator between man and the Creator. He's the truth, the way, and life. You open up the book and you literally repent, which means you open up the book and talk about all the stuff that we have broken regarding the law of the Creator, right? And you open up the book metaphorically and you repent. You expose the sins. You expose the things that you have done. And that's how I look at it, But the other thing is, many people, they just close up the book. They try to actually even glue it and stick it together and make and put chains around it and throw it away as far away from it possible. And then they're gonna end up on the Day of Judgment, and no matter whatever they try to do, as hiding as much as they wanted to this book from the Creator, as much as they wanted to forget about all these things, they're gonna be judged. But the problem is, because they have not they don't have any mediator, no, to make it more understandable to the natural man, no, attorney that has already that already is aware about the case and has already completely laid out the plan to fully, fully protect you. You're gonna be forced to pay with the second death for as a penalty for the things you have done regarding breaking the law. As it is in real life right now. If you break the law, huh?
How do you know, like, you'll be penalized for this? Have you, like,
because
witnessed other people being penalized, or like?
Because
it just seems like it's a story.
Well, because it's literally but it's literally, there's no excuse for not understanding it, because it's what happens every day, right? If I break the law right now, the law of the land of Germany or whatever country I live in, I break the law, I can either choose to get an attorney that might get me out of this trouble, or might do it on my own, which probably will fail in front of the judge of a human being, right? I'm not trying to compare this to any heavenly judgment. I'm just trying to give the natural man the basic eyesight of what is already happening here on earth, that man is equally judging man, right? So there's a judge that you're going to be in front of because you've broken the law of the land of whatever country you live in, and you're going to be judged according to law. No judge in this world, if he's not corrupt, right, will say, because you're going to defend yourself by saying, but I have done so many good deeds before, before I've robbed my neighbor's house, I have helped the community, blah, blah, blah. The judge will say, I'm sorry, man, I don't even want to listen to that stuff. I know, I have the evidence right here. You have broken into your neighbor's car. I don't care what you have to tell me about who you are, what you do, and how nice you are. You're going to be judged according to the law you have broken against the land.
Yes, we understand
it. This is happening every day.
So we understand being judged here on earth, but I'm talking about, have you ever seen God's courtroom and his judging?
No, I haven't.
So why do you believe in it then?
Because it's a logical consequence. Do you think we can get away with things we have done in our lives without ever having to talk about it again?
Get away? What do you mean get away with?
He's saying, do you think that there's such thing as something done in secret?
Or maybe, do you think that there is no... Do you either
done in secret?
Do you believe that if there's a creator...
I know, but what's secret?
If you believe a creator, do you believe
secret
there's righteousness? Who? Do you think there's righteousness in the world?
No, secret from the all-knowing. This is the premise you're talking about.
So the premise is this: do you believe that there is righteousness, that there will be eventually someone who will righteously judge everyone that has ever lived according to what they have done? Is that something you believe in? Like we already judge people
I
according
think that's
to the
absurd.
law.
I don't think somebody's tracking me, writing down everything I do, and
not
cares about what I do when I'm naked.
How is that absurd if we always live in a society where when you jump into your car, you can't go over the speed limit like you want to. You can't break the law at every occasion you want to. If you want to do it, you do it in secret, right? But still then people have done it in secret. Still then the court system got them. Still then they have been put behind the bars. So again, if that is present on this earth already, that there's a certain righteousness, I'm not saying everywhere, sometimes even judges are corrupt, but if this is already an established fundamental foundation of a society you live in, how can you deny that the Most High, who is the truth, the way, and the life, who is perfect, who is righteous, will just give you a pass?
Okay, show me the rule book then that I'm supposed to be following.
It's the Bible. It's the written word of the Most High. Written through the man.
No, it's not. It's not the written word of the Most High.
How can you verify that was given from God? If you can do that, I'll believe you,
That
bro.
fart, we'll verify that fart was given from God.
I can't verify it to you because you wouldn't understand it, because the very word itself says that it cannot be understood by the discernment of a natural man. The discernment of a natural man will only look at it as if being something foolish. So no matter what I do, no matter how many times I put you in the seat of judgment to say what God has given us is either from God or not, we always end up by you thinking it's just pure foolishness, because it needs to be spiritually discerned. Spiritual words need to be discerned spiritually. You cannot understand it as a natural man.
You gave an analogy. Hold on, Clay, dude. I let you go forever, dude. I've been patient, not interrupting. But you got to let other people get in, dude. I'm not really asking questions now. I just wanted to state something.
But I've answered all your questions.
No, you haven't answered them, but
it's not foolish.
We'll
I was basically saying, how do you know God?
You wanted me to repeat your own question, the last question you had, and answer it again? That a natural man cannot discern spiritual things? Like it is written within the book that you're trying to
I never
discern?
asked about a natural
book can
man.
discern something, but you with eyes and ears and heart and mind to see can't discern things? What the fuck are you on?
The word you don't believe in, that it's the true word of the Creator, in itself explains to us that it cannot be understood by someone who...
You know, you guys got to go one at a time. Hold on a second. You guys got to go one at a time, man. If you can't handle it, maybe we can like change topics or something. You're over talking me right now. I don't know. Is my mic messed up?
Well, stop
eating baked beans.
I do have some new earbuds. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you. We hear you.
Yeah, I hear you, Jeremy.
I hear. But I think
it seems like Clay's just kind of steamrolling everybody.
Jeremy was saying how we should all talk over each other, especially Sunshine. He should definitely talk.
I don't think Clay was doing anything but giving his, heartfelt reply. You were just waiting to pull it apart. Then you said no. Then you insulted him and say you didn't answer it. And then when the Bible was brought up again, no, it's not. No, it's not. Which goes against Scripture. No, but it goes against Scripture. What Sunshine was saying. Because God's talking about the human heart being wickedly deceptive. And give me your heart and I'll change it into something. I'll make a deep foundation for the seeds instead of one that is thrown to the rocks. All of these things make sense when you take the time to connect them all.
Yeah, so
rather than
you need me for salvation. Let me salvage you like a fucking shipwreck.
Like a UFO.
Guys, we gotta go. Yo, we gotta go one at a time, guys. Come on, can you do it? I have faith in you guys. I believe you. I believe you can do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
They're going off a premise that we're inherently of sin, like original sin. And there's these rule books we have to follow. And if we don't follow them, we're going to have to suffer eternal hell. And we're going to be judged by this almighty creator.
No,
I'm just asking him, what's the evidence for all of this? What was that?
I'm not familiar. Who's, we
didn't hear either one because you talked over him. Sunshine, can you hear when other people are talking? Because that's like the third or fourth time I heard you do this.
No, he's talking about God's rules and stuff like this.
I know, but can you hear when other people are talking though?
No. Yeah. But I'm saying we're part of.
All right, so don't. So if you can hear them, then let them finish.
Talk all this time.
Then let them finish before you start.
Part of the conversation too here, eh?
Shush. Yeah, but you need to. The conversation goes like people talk, then they stop talking, then you start talking.
Yeah, better looking and more intelligent people.
Like you're doing right now. Like you're doing right now. Like you're doing right now. You didn't let me finish. You just started talking because you're like, I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I'm just going to start talking. You can't do that in a conversation. You have to let the other person finish.
For sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I thought I entered the conversation right when the person had finished talking, right?
Nope, you've clipped everyone every time you've talked so far. Just relax, bro. You're getting me all amped up. Relax.
So yeah, I'll just sum it up one more time. There's this rule book. There's somebody who, follows us and writes down everything we do, good or bad. and at the end of it, we're going to be judged for it. I keep asking Clay, what's his proof for this?
They keep explaining to you what you're trying to discern must be spiritually discerned, but it already fails at the point where you will not recognize that the words that has been given were truly inspired by spiritual men writing things down for the Spirit to be given by the Most High. But the Most High has already predicted this conversation like we're having right now to be happening, where people as natural men trying to discern something that they don't put any belief in the first place. So how can I make you understand something that first of all is based upon the pure faith of blindness? I can't make you understand it the same way as Phoenix understands, because Phoenix has, for example, been given the spirit of truth, the spirit of understanding what we're talking about. He can discern what I'm talking about when I talk about the Bible or other things. So it's nothing against
No,
you.
he blindly accepts it because he didn't see it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what you guys are doing
it.
here. That's what you guys are
Yes.
working off of.
Yes.
No evidence, just blind faith.
Simultaneously, you taking the other road of disbelief, which is an option within you, in your heart, not your words, not the futile, guttural sounds that you make to discern what's happening inside yourself in this very moment. You want my position to be not correct so that your correct position is the correct position in your mind. This is what
Hey,
you
don't
want,
straw
and
man me, dude.
you project it
Don't
across
tell me what
by
I'm
saying,
doing, dude.
you just told me
You
what
don't
I
know my
think.
motives.
You just told me what I think.
What are you talking about? When did I do that?
When you said Phoenix does this. That's why I
When
turned
did
my
I do
mic
that?
on. See, you don't even know what you're saying. That's why you accuse me of saying things I never said before. You're so quick to
What did I
dismiss.
say? Phoenix did what exactly?
But I'm blindly believing, which you're correct, because I don't need to see. Okay, that's the essence of faith itself.
I don't think I mentioned your name, dude. So cut it out, man. Stop straw manning me. But you can continue.
Okay.
Yes. So Dave, at least we got to one point.
Clay mentioned me, and then you said he. So who's that?
No, Phoenix. Let's end it right here, because that's wonderful. At least one thing we came to a conclusion to, which is he now got it. The point is, yes, we blindly believe. We have blind faith. Yes, it is veiled to the world. The world cannot see it. Indeed, still proving that it is blind faith. That's the only proof we have of blind faith, that you can actually not understand it or see it. Neither can any other natural man. That is the very paradox of how, when you read the word, you will read about this very paradox that we're having here right now, that the Most High exposes the wisdom of the wise and the craftiness thereof by foolish people like me or Phoenix in here preaching this foolish message of the cross to people who want to stay with the worldly understanding, stay with the scientific natural man.
Are you worldly or are you otherworldly?
I'm otherworld. I'm not a part of the kingdom of darkness. I don't have anything to do with this world. I have no pleasure in keeping my life.
Proverbs 8:17. Those
What
who
does that
seek
even
me.
mean?
Proverbs
Otherworldly?
8:17. Those who seek me diligently will surely find me.
Yes. So with that, I'm gonna end it up, because I need to do some other work besides this, and then it's wonderful, and I'm happy I could have had this conversation, and I'm not better than anyone else in here. I'm the only reason why I actually talk about this
Outer
is because
space
I
and
want
counter
other
space, mate.
people,
That's what it's about. That's what it's
other
about.
people to seek the Lord, and I hope other people will seek Him, and it's a wonderful thing. And if it's nothing for you, it's your decision. You're not forced to it. He doesn't force upon anyone to blindly have faith or believe. But it's just all love at the end of the day. We truly love our fellow men, and we want them to get the same experience. And it only works if you seek Him yourself. I can't make you believe my blind faith. Neither can Phoenix. Neither can any believer do that. So we can only spread seed and hope for the best. Anyways, see you around, guys. And Phoenix, thank you, man. Thank you very much. Haven't talked to you, before, and it's the first time, and you're truly blessed.
It was awesome. It was awesome, and take care and God bless.
You too, man. God bless everyone. Much love.
You too.
You.
Hey, God bless you, Clay.
God bless you too, Dave. I love you very much, man.
Love you, bro.
Bye.
Hey, bring me a pack of cigarettes. I'll give you $50.
Okay, that was the first Bible talk for today. We're gonna keep track of this. How many times we do the Bible today?
Sorry, Jeremy, but I haven't been here for a while. Okay, and I was about to shut down everything, and then I was like, you know what?
I've got surgery on my hand, and I can't even drive to the shops to get a pack of cigarettes.
That's fine. I just want people just to take note how many times this happens every day.
Does it happen? It must be time, Jeremy.
Yeah.
No. How you been anyway, Jeremy? I mean, it's a crazy world over in America. You know, how's life? How's your kids?
Shit's going good.
That's awesome.
How you doing?
That's awesome. No, yeah, things are settled down here. You know, kind of normalcy returned. You know, to a certain degree. A little bit of division still between our people, but you know, it's back on track, I'd say.
You got your printers printing?
Yeah. I just finished printing some pieces, like a little compensator piece for my BB gun. You know, there's an airsoft, market here in New Zealand still. So looking at, my mate who's a gun technician, maybe making a few different products. So it's kind of cool making Christmas decorations as well with the laser cutter. So 3D printing is kind of a little bit, an everyday hobby for many people. So it's kind of hard to justify the price of expensive machines if you just want to make like something, for your wall or whatever, But yeah, good.
Oh hell yeah, that's some dope ass shit. We were talking about that the other day. What do we get? Get a 3D printer. What do we start printing to sell?
Flat Earths.
You could.
I'll tell you what, though.
I'll tell you where you could print. You could print cases for these engines, right? Where you have a steel milled crank, but you have like plastic pistons that are spray coated, and you have those wear coatings and stuff, so it doesn't even matter. And you could just make light duty engines for like small generators and stuff for this new two-stroke engine that I invented.
Okay, how big is the engine?
Start making things that break every day that people need.
Triplane crank. Not T-plane, triplane crank. Two-stroke.
Okay, well my printer board is 40 by 30 by 30 centimeters. So it has to,
what you want to do is create like a cross section of the engine case and just print that to the right height, and then we'll have it so it can bolt together, because each cylinder has to have a separate sump compartment and a separate head.
Right. Well, I mean, it can be done. I mean, you can fuse plastics together, but I mean, the services that are out there to do that cheaply.
No, not fusing them. I mean, just bolting them together, just putting bolts through the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the whole process might be able to be done in SLA instead of 3D printed. So you have to look at that option too.
You just use gaskets, and you know what? Silicon fixes everything. If your gaskets aren't good, use Hylamar, or if they're really not good, then silicon. And you're just making an engine that works. And then we're going to get investors, and we're going to do some research and development on this thing, and make it into a production-worthy engine.
Excellent.
Plastic engines in an airplane. Come on, dude.
No, I'm saying it's a steel crank, right? We just make as much, we just build everything out of plastic, because it'll take like a piston itself. If you spray coat it, with these wear coatings, it's as good as having it'll wear for a long time to get through that wear coating. So it doesn't actually matter what the base material is, as long as it's rigid enough.
I think it matters. I think that'd probably be highly illegal, and I'm sure.
I'm saying to build a demonstration unit so we can show that it's a concept that works, and then let's get some investment to do some research and development on the thing. Yeah. It's a better truck engine, more torque from lower RPM.
There you go. We could definitely make a prototype, and then you could have it, once you've got it worked out, you could have it machined, and then you could have it tested with compression and all the rest of it,
No,
and that's with 3D,
it's a 3D printing. Right? It's a uniflow engine.
Yeah, but 3D printing comes
without turbochargers or superchargers, with reverse flow oil.
Blah, 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 blah.
Right,
you would not imagine.
3D printing is just for prototyping, right? You know what I mean? Like,
if I tried this, the FCC won't let me be.
Yeah, so
that would.
The highest melting point of plastic, I think, is 297 degrees was PEK, and it's like $400 US for like half a kg type thing.
Yeah, it's expensive.
And they came out with ABS.
ABS has a melting point of like 120 degrees.
Yeah, that's all you need. 120 would be the case.
What do you need?
And then what we do is we have a set of old Briggs and Stratton engine barrels, right? And you just weld 3 of those together. That becomes the block, right? And you put a crank housing, so you drill right through them crossways, and then you
Briggs
can create your standoffs for the crank to go through, and creates 3 separate compartments, right? Because it's 3 separate engines to begin with, right? And are we there yet or not?
Wait, so why can't you make a prototype out of 3D printed?
You can. You definitely can. Now we've established that it's just a prototype, and it'll have moving part. It can have moving parts and all the rest of it.
It'll have less moving parts than any competing engine, and more power to fuel efficiency, and more torque from lower RPM. Less emissions, uniflow. A lot of things that are going on with it.
Uniflow truck racing. I can see it now.
No, uniflow means that the combustion chamber is completely cleared at every combustion. So after every combustion cycle.
So I mean uniflow. What's the name of the engine? Try something. Is 3 of them, right? You said 3 combustion.
No, sorry. Say what?
You said there's 3 instead of 2 before.
2 what?
I don't know.
2-stroke engine.
But there was 3 something.
You can't have 3 strokes in an engine.
No, there was 3. There was 3 parts to
rotation.
It. Okay, so it's a 2-stroke truck engine.
3 strokes will be 1.5 rotations of the crank. Silly.
I said I don't know these things, but you said something about it has 3 cases. I don't know.
Yeah, 3-cylinder engine.
3-cylinder. There you go. 3-cylinder engine.
3-cylinder engine, and then you can double it, and make it into a flat 6 or even a V6. Oh, that'd be interesting.
Well, I think it's definitely out there. Free design tools plus 3D printers. Yeah, you can make, even if it's just like a small miniature model that you have to cut like heaps and heaps of support plastic off because you got heaps of cavities.
There'd be so much fluid dynamics to do on a V version of the engine, but a flat engine I could see being quite easy.
Yeah, I've seen many little models made on 3D printing, so it's my printer prints down to 20 microns, so can do little detail.
Yeah, and even you can just see, like, print a really small version of it, and then you can just see if it works as an air pump. You just run air through it and see what the torque comes out as. Dyno it.
Yeah, no, cool. You should do it. You should make a prototype and then approach an investor.
Yeah, I'd have to do all the pissing out all the electronics and stuff, and I don't like that crap. I don't think anyone does. Too fiddly and push around and. Yeah,
well, it depends. Your investors might know someone and put on a team to help you get your idea out of your head.
Well, I've already written most of it down, but just
well,
patenting it. But I don't want to patent it just outright because it'll get shared and publicized after a year. So I want to have more time than that to research and develop it.
Yeah, and the tools are at your disposal, I guess. Otherwise, it just becomes something you think about. I could do that, type thing.
You know what I'll do? I'll just build it outright. I need to get some fluid dynamic software, and let's just engineer it from the get-go and just build it properly. And I'll just, over time, I'll just save little bits and pieces of steel that can be like machined if I find any big blocks of steel. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
what would you make an anvil out of? What would be a good thing to make an anvil out of?
An anvil.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's got to be able to withstand the heat that you put down on top of it, right? If you're forging.
Well, I'm thinking, right, let's say you had like an old machine, like an old milling bed, something like that, like an old milling machine. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like an old milling bed, how there's got those rows where you put the bolts in to clamp things down. You know what I'm talking about?
The underneath the working board where you mount the different working board pieces.
Yeah, but it's very solid steel, right? So you get like a 9-inch grinder, and you just go along there and you just cut all the way across it, and they're like, then it becomes like big railway sleepers sort of thing, and you can use those as like an anvil, top of an anvil sort of thing. You just make a stand for it. Yeah, they're very solid steel.
You could just get a second-hand anvil by that.
Well, second-hand anvils, people don't get rid of anvils. Anvils are very good.
Yeah, well, if you got the saw, well, then maybe, but a milling machine might be more handy to keep it as a milling machine to mill your design. Unless the milling machine's out of commission, then yeah. But no, I think you should do it. I think you should do it.
Do you find any old machines like that are thrown out? I wonder. People wouldn't throw that sort of stuff out, will they? They get the machine part fixed. All the actual heavy steel parts of good machine shop gear like that is just
look for liquidations. Look for liquidations. Where somebody else has taken over it and is selling stuff in auctions. Because there's a few liquidations here in New Zealand, and there were some crazy workshops. Bandsaws, milling machines, grinders, tool sets. Everything was for sale, and there was just everything you can imagine, and they were just selling it in every individual piece.
I know about these auctions. I should just get on these websites and see if there are any things like that.
Absolutely. I mean,
it would be more on like Gumtree and stuff. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's if they're just cleaning a workshop out or something.
Yeah, well, we have something called Trade Me. You might have heard about it. It's like New Zealand auctions, and I've saved them as a seller. So anytime they have an announcement, it comes to me and says, we've got another liquidation taking place. This time it's a something fact. One time it was a wood shop, one time it was a machine shop, one time it was a textile company. I ended up getting this huge, massive table with a machine spreader on it. Material spreader, because it was for rolling out big rolls of material down across the rulers and then chopping them at the other end. Came with the tool set, all sorts of stuff for $75 US. You couldn't even buy one of the braces for you couldn't even buy one section of the table's braces for $75 US. But nobody wanted to deal with it. But I went there with a tool set, broke the whole thing down, stepped out of me, put it into a truck, which cost me $150. So for a $2,000+ table minus the machine on top of it. I got it from the liquidators. So that's what I'd say. And Australia is bigger than New Zealand. You're from Australia, right? Sunshine?
Mm.
Yeah, so I mean Australia is more likely to have more options. And shit, I mean an old anvil doesn't seem too hard to come by if someone's got a new anvil.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm thinking a milling machine itself might be better.
Yeah, milling machine. Milling machines out of China,
Or lathe.
Lathe and milling machine.
Well, the thing is, how would you? How much would it cost to get a lathe?
$4,000 $4,500 New Zealand delivered. I already had it priced. Milling machine and lathe combo. So there you go.
Combo. What,
yeah,
so
combo.
Like
wait, how much?
4.5. Brand new, and you can have all the extra bits.
New Zealand dollars, right?
Yeah, so about the same.
Who makes it?
Who makes it? I don't actually know the maker. It has a model number, and there's a whole bunch of different sellers in China selling the same one.
What do they call it? It's like a 90-degree turntable.
Oh, this has all the different things. It even has like the digital measurement device, so you can know that you're taking.
How would it be a lathe and a milling machine?
Because the milling machine comes from top down, and the lathe goes horizontal.
No, but is the machine itself all like two actual drive units, or do the drive units change between each other?
You switched between the lathe and the milling machine. There's two isolators, on and off switches on the machine.
But does the same engine drive the lathe as what drives the milling machine?
That type of stuff I don't know. Yeah, and you could jump on Ali. How's it? Which one? Alibaba. Alibaba does the machines. AliExpress does all the small shit. Jump on Alibaba and search lathe and milling machine, and you'll see it. I can't remember what it's called. LJ something. It's yellow, and you'll see it straight away. And yeah, there will be a whole bunch of different resellers, and you just speak to them in the live chat, and you say, "Tell me, put all the just tell them, use the words, how much is this delivered to my door in and give your local area in Australia. Not you don't have to give your address yet, including all of the taxes and tariffs, and they'll work it out for you and come back."
Okay, wow, here we go. Manual mini lathe milling machine, combo lathe milling machine.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it's like a drill press on a fucking lathe. What?
Isn't that?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so there's also like a $500 one. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the one you would get, like the $1,900 one.
Yeah, but I had one priced here in New Zealand, and it was for like the same machine, and it was like another $2,500 they wanted.
Well,
yeah.
What's he milling though? Like steel? Like if you're gonna really try to machine your motor?
Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Is milling and lathing.
Oh, look at that! Oh, fucking hell.
You need like a
that's what you want. Okay, I'll put it in the chat. That's the one you definitely have to get. Live stream text. Yeah, put it there.
Yeah, it's J. Yeah, the J. I said J, right? Is it yellow? Oh no, that's not. Okay, if you go click through, see it's yellow. See, that's the one I was talking about. You found it so quick. There you go. That's the one, the yellow one. See the fifth picture along, or fourth picture. That's the one. See all the different extra bits on it, like the digital reader and all the bits you can get for it.
CNC stuff going on there.
Yeah, so you can go and measure. It goes down and laser measures how the width, how much you've cut off.
Are on there, so and then you can sort of you can.
So you could take off you could take off half of a millimeter if you wanted to, because you've digitally moved the cutting head closer by half a millimeter, without mistake, and then it remeasures it. You know, this type of machine would be so expensive.
When you measure it yourself, you've got to get rid of the slack before you start counting. That does sometimes you can get that wrong.
Exactly. So, you know, and if you got this and then you go, hey, I want this machine or this, that, you know, you could talk to them and really talk to them. But if you go and speak with them, they give you like a manual and stuff, and they show you all the accessories that come with it. And, you know, some of the stuff look kind of cheap and nasty, you know, throw in sets and stuff, but the quality is in the machine, and there's pretty good reviews, and different suppliers have like different information about it. But yeah, if you're going to make it happen, you know, something like that would definitely be the right step.
And that's affordable, hey. And well, okay, what's the
a machine like that used to be like 20 grand, you know, with all the bits on it. So now it's, you know, that's where you got to speak to them, because everybody's after your deal, because, you know, China has so many resellers of it. So you talk in the live chat with them, and, you know, go to a few different ones, and you'll see that some of it, this is the lowest price I can do, and then, you know, this is the lowest price I can do, and, you know, it's $500 difference, you know, and that's $500 less, you know, it's $500 into cutting materials, you know, all sorts. So yeah, you'll be sweet.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, what's the biggest piece of material I'd have to make for the engine? Probably long induction covers. I don't know, like half a meter. So how much travel's that bed got on it? And what would be
max length workpiece 700 millimeters.
Oh, welcome to CNC Chinese Factory.
I wondered what was happening there. This is getting taken away with leaves in a cup with tea as they fall and changes to winter.
If you want to CNC with real dragon power, you must go for this $1,900 model. I think that was kick-ass Chinese right there. I don't know. Whatever.
Ni hao. What do you say? Shabby Charlie man. I like playing Counter-Strike. I used to play with a lot of Chinese people, and you just swear at them. Because they do silly stuff. I'd call them Shabi, because that means a little girl or something, or Baozi, which means bitch.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I mean, it happens in games like Counter-Strike in English, so, you know.
Have you ever seen the stuff that people have been able to do with like casting 3D printed stuff? I don't know. I saw a guy with a really great technique. He uses a type of like I guess it's like a universal joint compound, something you do for like drywall.
Yeah, I've heard of this casting plastic.
Yeah, I forget what the guy's. It's like something Family Forge or something like that. But that guy, he produces like sculptural quality stuff with 3D printing.
Yeah, they're Flash Forge. Are you talking about Flash Forge?
I don't know. I don't know what is. But yeah, there's a couple different channels that do it. I'm just saying there is I think a way to do it where you're basically getting a 1-to-1 copy, and I guess secondarily, you know, what kind of metal could you actually, you know, pour and it would be strong enough to actually utilize? But I think of you ever heard of copper bronze, or it's called aluminum bronze? It's basically copper with like 12% aluminum in it. And it's like as strong as like, I think it's as strong as stainless steel, and it's non-sparking also.
Well, I think they the 3D printed casting plastic has been used to cast, you know, wedding rings and stuff. So that's gold, you know. So what's the melting point of gold versus other metals? Yeah, I don't know, but
Yeah, it's
I
not
mean,
the it's not the melting. I mean, I just meant for his purpose, instead of CNCing it, perhaps you actually could build like a moderately usable prototype from board stuff. But then you'd have to learn how to.
yeah, exactly. You either learn how to mill and lathe, or you learn how to 3D draw and print with support. It's those.
I don't know how to draw, so learn how to sculpt mashed potatoes and 3D scan them. That's where I'm at.
I don't know how to draw. That's why I found 3D. I remember I was playing the first Grand Theft Auto 3, back in the day on console, and it was like, was it PS3, right? PS3, GTA 3, and I remember getting out of the car because it was damaged, and I pulled up next to like just a simple park bench and a lamp post and stuff, and I was just like, how did they do this? You know what I mean? How did they make it 3D like this on the screen? And I was fascinated by it. And then from 2008, I just taught myself 2D and 3D design. So
nice.
That's where I'm at now.
They have these like amazing slicers available now. I mean, all kinds of cool shit you can do, like multi-part designs or interlocking things. It's easy.
Used to be anywhere from like $75 to $150 US. They used to cost. Now they're just free. So,
there's a model optimum. Great.
What's that?
Sorry, I don't know what you were talking about.
So when you create the 3D model, you need something called a slicer to like.
No. The thing I was looking at was fluid dynamics, like these programs where you can 3D model it, and then but it also helps with engineering the shape of these, the passages for the induction.
Let me see. Let me check something. I don't know if the free software does that, but let me just check something.
Like Cadia does it.
Fusion.
But that's like expensive. ShapeWorks or SolidWorks.
Yeah, that's
maybe one of those new
Fusion 360.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, Fusion 360 fluid dynamics simulation. So there you go. It's a cheap. It's a free version, but I don't know if it does it off the bat. But you might just be able to pay a small subscription fee and get it, and you've got fluid dynamics right there. So you could draw it up to scale how you're going to make it, and run every simulation through it before you do it.
What's it called again?
Fusion 360.
Fusion 360.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, and you can like basically sign up for like a free copy. You just have to renew every year, I think.
You have to learn, how to use it.
Yeah, that too.
But there's so many free tutorials out there right now for it. So definitely take advantage of it. Because that stuff, you know what I mean? Like it didn't exist in the past, So that's the thing. There's definitely a way to make your engine prototype come to life. If that's all it is, at least you made the prototype.
Actually, I saw a pretty cool video with a guy using Fusion 360 and photogrammetry to basically reproduce like a auto part or something like that. It was pretty good. Came up pretty good. So I mean, if you had like a mock-up or something, or even just pieces, it's possible. Like you just like take pictures of them, have them process them with photogrammetry, then import them into your 360, and then whatever you got to make separate parts. You got to slice it up so you have like whatever.
Yeah, you just have a turntable that turns at a certain amount every shot, and you mount the camera, and you never change the thing. And then
making gears and stuff, right?
I just
every so often.
Yeah, well,
also changing pitches with spiral cuts.
Making gears is easy. You make the profile of the gear. Like imagine if you sliced a piece off the gear.
No. But you want to actually, if you want it to be a strong gear, You want to make it in like, say you got a piece.
I'm talking about just seeing the design before you make it for real. You know, you could make the gears, you could make them turn on the screen, you could look at the gears from any angle, you could cut the gears in half and still run the simulation. You know, you can see all sorts of
What are you
different
saying?
things.
Just cast the gears.
No, well, just draw it on the screen first. You know, have a working prototype on the screen before you even pick up any type of tool to make it reality. You know?
Oh no, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying it's going to be quite easy. You'll just chuck it together in fluid dynamics, and where you go. You take take a little bit to draw it, but it won't. That's not the difficult part.
Yeah, no. I say good luck to you. I think you should pursue it. You know, be cool.
Yeah. Just dedication, you know.
And scale the pieces down.
You gotta have a consistency. Just consistently contribute to it all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Always work on.
Well, you're always thinking about it, right? So just like put those ideas onto the screen a little bit more and more and more. You know, I mean, when I first started DJing, you know, in Japan, you know, in my room with the digital turntables, I sounded like shit. You know, I didn't even want to listen to myself. You know, but after watching tutorials and learning some scratches and techniques and things, I started to, you know, get better and better. You know, so, you know,
Are you a superstar DJ now?
Here we go.
Are you superstar DJ? Okay.
But no, it's you know, it's so those things, you know, they were fun, and so yeah, the tools certainly didn't exist for free in the past. So I say take advantage of them. You know, so get on it. I'll check back on you next year and see where you're at.
Yeah. So I don't even so these programs they get you to agree to all sorts of things, like, oh, you know, share every design you save with us as well, you know, so you can use it all for free.
Well, I think you're limited on the free version, certain file types and things like that. But I mean, having a go and, you know,
just getting something that works is actually quite doable. That's you know, being able to have enough functionality to be able to create an engine that's like a full moving model. You can make it so that it all moves together.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Simulation. Yep, simulation.
Yeah,
You set like what's called mate, like parent and child relationships between the parts, and so you can just like grab one of the gears and turn it, and you tell the gear which way it's going to turn, and it will only turn that way, and then you start driving your model from that turning the gear just by clicking and holding on that gear, stuff like that. It's coming leaps and bounds now. I mean, it's incredible what you can do.
It is incredible. What about oil is non-compressible, right? Is it decompressible?
I'm not too savvy on any of those things. You'd have to refer to someone, you know, defer to someone else, I think. Yeah. But I reckon that answer's out there. But yeah, get the prototype and then have your fluid dynamics, and then yeah, see where you go.
When you have all these other you have these strange things that work on cavitation. It's in the that heat engine. I don't know what it's called. It's like it's got all these divots. It's like a barrel with all these like 20mm holes drilled all around it, and then it has a casing that it spins inside of. And they put water in there, and the divots just create these past a certain RPM, it just creates all this cavitation. So the amount of energy they're putting in to spin the thing is less energy than the heat that they're getting out of it.
That's awesome.
They're able to create more energy by putting that heat into these boilers, or whatever the fuck they call them.
Yeah, well, I think it's longer the day. Longer gone are the days where you'd have to get someone else to design it for you. I mean, learning once you know how to do a certain tutorial, you can make anything. You break something, like, oh shit, I need to. Like when I got given a calendar, once I didn't have a hook for my wall, so I just went and printed one. And then all of a sudden, the next year calendar wasn't able to fit on the hook, so I made an adapter piece that went on the hook of the calendar that then had a new hook that that sat seamlessly on top of the other one, and had enough extra, had a thin piece that came out, was able to go through the already punched hole, so it's just easy like that. And that I'd already drawn, as I was walking to draw it, I'd already drawn it in my head and know exactly how I was going to achieve it, so it's definitely definitely worth learning. 2D 3D design is pretty cool shit, I don't see anything in the world like the object itself. I just kind of first look at it, how it would be machined, or how I would draw it. That's one thing that happens. You start seeing linear organic shapes, all around you. You're like, oh yeah. Start looking at things. Yeah, it would take me 30 minutes to replicate that on the screen. It would take me 1 hour to draw that on the screen. Stuff like that. But
sometimes you just you can create a fixed part. I don't know if you've used like OpenSCAD, but it's like what do they call it? I don't know. It basically just works off numbers and shape definitions. So you can just say create a cube. You know what I mean? Then you input the dimensions of it. So
XYZ.
Sometimes that's just like a good way to get it rough. You know what I mean? If you don't have the design skills, which I don't.
Yeah. I want them to keep updating the cell phone stuff, because they've got really cool 3D viewer software now for free, right? I just want to keep them doing this software stuff so that you could do, to have a quick idea and just sketch it out. I mean, there is stuff, but it's
well. They're approaching a little bit of this too with the GPT type. Not just a visual image, but a 3D shape also. So
right, yeah,
diffusion layers that create a 3D mesh. It's crazy. Yeah. So I would guess in a couple of years, you could just bring in reference models and tell it what you want or things of that nature. Probably.
Yeah, the way I see it, the free stuff on ChatGPT, and it costs millions and millions of dollars a day in overhead just to keep it running for free. You know what I mean? It's like, why not take advantage of that? So could.
I like the idea of installing for a private server, or private GPT.
I saw one guy yesterday. I saw a guy have posts. I was following some of the latest news stuff, and got linked to a Twitter page, and then I went to just scrolling through and came across a guy, and he's talking about giving ChatGPT redacted documents and asking what to fill in the blanks. It's got that's a crazy idea. It's kind of creating things on the fly, but it's trying to work out what was meant to be there. But giving it a picture of a doctor's prescription, it was able to just even though it was squiggles and everything, it was able to go through and go and it's the new Chat GPT V, which stands for vision. So that was quite interesting. So actually looks at the image and tries to work out what it is. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's just out of control, man.
It's out of control.
It's out of control. I don't know, like when Jane stops this crazy thing, but it'll be 5 years or something like that. But then you think down the road, like what kind of every day it's like a new thing came out.
It's crazy though, right? Because you asked Chat GPT to give you, before the Chat GPT 4, it was different, but now you ask Chat GPT to give you. Like the other day, I said, give me the lyrics for Hallelujah, right? And it starts going to give me the lyrics for Hallelujah, and it goes, error, can't process, this is a copyright, I'm just like, that's a bit strange, I could say, give me 20 ideas for Halloween. It will relist those ideas in a table. It can't give me the lyrics for Halloween for Hallelujah.
Yeah, well, you gotta ask it to write your new song or something. it's pretty amazing. Like if you, the functionality is better now because you can keep re-asking a question once you get the question correct. If you want it, so you could have it outline a whole bunch of stuff, and then you could be like, okay, now define that, define this, and then just keep doing it over and over, and you're like, wow, I got a whole
without repeating anything you've said above. Summarize it. Yeah. You are an amazing book editor. You know everything about editing books.
Yeah. That's what you said. Yeah. Pump it up.
Yeah.
I tell it to remember. I'm like, remember, you can do this. You know what I mean? But I didn't make it clear before, but I'm like, now you remember it, right? It's funny how you have to word things to these programs, man. It's funny.
Yep. It's out of control, though. Let's agree. Let's just go back to that. It's absolutely out of control. There's no way back. We're just stuck with it now. My camera keep turning on today.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Just keep going. Camera on. Camera off. Camera on. Camera off. And I'm like, tape still on. Fuck off. you know. And then I was like, you know what? I'm sick of this. I went and disabled the camera itself.
That's so whack.
Yeah, I thought it was a problem just, because it was just stuck in some type of loop problem, So I restarted the computer and did it again. It did it when I was on Discord, and it did it when I was in YouTube. I know. Searching for who searched for the lyrics for Hallelujah. It's after me. I'm the first on the list. I'm the first on the list, mate. That's funny, mate. Nah. Have you been good, Snack? It's been a long time since I spoke to you. Maybe even last year.
Really? Me?
No, Snack. Snacks of the future. It's gone now. It's not answering. Anyway, I've been talking a long time. Someone else talk. And hey, Raquel. It's been a while too.
You really disrespected me.
What do you mean I disrespected you? We just met.
You didn't do what you wanted me. You didn't do to me what I wanted you to do.
I'm glad now.
I need you to say hello and respect me.
Oh, hello, sunshine.
Oh, hello. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. been an interesting time. But
I don't even
no,
know who you are. Who the hell are
exactly.
you?
Who's anyone really?
Who are you?
Who's
Who are
that guy?
you?
That's what I say every day. The fuck you looking at?
Don't you know who I am?
that fucking person
Who
in
do
the
you think?
mirror.
Who do you think
You
you are?
again. You again. I fucking told you to fuck off yesterday. Anyway, no, but no, it's like I said, I'll see what you do. It'll be cool to see your progress on the engine that you've got, an idea for. It's always cool to see things come to life.
Yeah, definitely. I think that milling machine, the lathe milling machine, is definitely a good idea. Good combo.
Yeah,
and it's not that expensive. You would think that it'd be a bit more, but how much steel is on it? It's quite a light thing. You have to really bolt it down and make a good bench for it to sit on.
yeah. But what you want to do if you do go ahead and get it, make a purchase, make sure when you do the sale through Alibaba that you get them to, handle all the taxes and agree that there's nothing else to pay, because they'll do like this little trick where they'll say, yep, that's the payment, and then you'll go through and you'll have to pay this whole extra bit again. But you can get it so they just bypass that payment section and send you an invoice through it to an email that you choose, and then you pay that invoice, bypassing that secondary tax option. I got hit the first time, learnt my lesson, and didn't get it again. So just remember that. You have to say like all taxes and tariffs price delivered to my door.
I wonder, what is the total price included? Everything.
Yeah.
Is that the final price?
Yeah. Final price plus all other included taxes, because they'll have to tell you that there's other prices, but they'll try to give you a deal as well. So but yeah, certainly a very achievable thing now, to have a machine like that, whereas that's used to be quite a big investment.
Oh yeah, spirit animal. Oh, that's terrible, isn't it? That's embarrassing. What's all this shit people are posting here?
So since it's quiet in here, I'd like to ask the ballers, how do they feel about their cosmology being constantly destroyed by their own telescope? Like every day I find something that demolishes their cosmology just about. Here's just
Completely
another
demolishes
example.
it every fucking day. Every single fucking day. Demolished.
Yeah. I want to know, how do they feel? Like, do they feel the end is near, or are
It
they
is
just...
definitely not, for sure.
Here's just another nail. Them admitting an impossible black hole, a physically impossible
The
black
day
hole.
of judgment is at hand. Repent.
Yeah.
Isn't there a song about that?
Well, you're really right about that, SE. A black hole is definitely physically
Judgment Day.
impossible, primarily because it's not physical; it's counterspatial.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess it's the same thing as the counter space argument, Dyslow.
Yeah, it's not a hole. It's not black. It's not physical. It's a supermass. It's a supermass with no magnitude, essentially.
Yeah, I can't. I have hard time like accepting that and understanding that, like a mass of no magnitude, right? Like that would be like what, a point? So it's like counterintuitive. Yeah.
It's point non-specific. Yeah, it's. I don't know what the fuck that was, but hey, Sunshine, you're hot micing, bro.
Repent.
Yeah, we don't do that over here, bud.
That's what it sounds like he's all saying. You're all talking about Judgment Day and all some sort of fucking.
And you're fine to give your input, but when someone else is talking, dude, let's be respectful.
Hey, I've done enough respecting of you guys.
What was that?
I don't know, the discussion isn't really going anywhere. It doesn't really seem to be about anything.
Did you say you didn't have any respect for us guys? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah, you did hear me say that.
And why is that? First of all, do you know any? Have you ever spoken to me or anybody else here for you to make that?
Don't you know who I am?
No, I don't know who you are.
Chepper.
Never heard of you.
Alright.
So I don't know whether to be offended or
No, that's fine. Don't worry about it. If you don't know me, that's fine.
Am I supposed to know you? Are you a famous guy that I haven't heard of?
I used to be a moderator on 24/7, but I was the only one that was banned for being too charitable.
24/7, the server that doesn't allow you to say anything. Yeah, I was banned from there
banned
too.
for being too charitable as a mod, and unbanning people that had no reason written next to their ban there.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, that's a useless server. Absolutely no benefit to anything.
I'd agree.
But I'd just like to say that the conversation we were having before has nothing to do with what Dyslow and SU Montreal are talking about right now. That's completely separate. And Dyslow wasn't even here for that conversation. And the person who was here is gone. So we've moved on. And so the question is how do ballers feel that about the telescope, right? Destroying, yeah. And what I've heard when I listened in on Jim Pandas the other day, because I can't answer some of the questions, but I experiences in my life can't be answered by the scientific model or 3D reality and all this stuff. So I'm seeking my own things as well, right? But what I've heard is a lot of knee-jerk reaction to denying that you even understand what the telescope is finding.
Exactly. Even though I've posted many findings and many scientists saying that there's a big problem in cosmology, they're saying, well, no, they got the readings wrong. No, that ship has sailed, my friend. Other readings have been done, confirmations have been made, and your cosmology is finished. That's all there is to it.
So
And I also,
was he?
sorry,
were you saying
guys.
that?
Go ahead. I just wanted to say they didn't mention you by name, right? Though when I said they were talking about the telescope, they were just saying some of the flat earthers. That's what they referred it to. They didn't say you specifically. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah. Was this at Gems? Because they have me banned there as well. It seems certain people can't handle my arguments.
Yeah, it was James. I was just listening in on the live stream over there, But yeah, carry on.
Jem banned me himself. Jem, one that banned me. It's an honor. I wear it as a sleeve of honor. Yep.
You're banned from where?
From Gems and 24/7.
Okay, sure.
They can't handle when somebody tells them something that is 100% true, right? Even from their own scientists, they can't handle it. They can't handle the conversation. They can't handle back and forth without interruptions, right? They have to they have to yell at you. They have to call you dumb. And
hey, excuse me. That's not right what you're saying there. I'm bigger than you and I'm better than you are. So shush, all right?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's worse than that though, because your inability to interrupt them, even if you accidentally over speak, can I finish? Is the thing you get. But then when you say something, you get all the little all the little murmurs that happen behind you. So this unfair playing field. But yeah, to be banned though, that's pretty. I couldn't imagine you did anything to be banned. Breaking server rules though, Montreal.
No. Not at all. I was the way I talk now, unless of course you jabbed me, then I'll jab you back. But I'm very polite. The thing was, the woke movement. That's what got under Jem's little panties. The woke movement. Yeah, I was talking about protecting children. Yeah, and he couldn't have that. Amazing.
Yeah, I tried to bring up the people getting done for trafficking. Coming from his country, I tried to warn him about his Prince Andrew and all the different, and he didn't want to know that either. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting, isn't it? It's very, what the topic of discussion will be and will stay to be, and you will not cross this line. And it's this whole.
Yeah, imagine it had nothing to do with flat Earth or cosmology. It had to do with protecting children. Now let that sink in.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's frightening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's frightening, dude.
Anyways,
the children,
we don't need their servers. As far as I'm concerned, we have the best server right here. Anybody could come and challenge me at any time. Like right now, you can come and challenge me right now, and you will have a full chance to you're not going to yell at me, but you're going to challenge everything I say, and we'll let you speak and put your full sentence out, no matter who you're challenging.
I like that. See, I like that, and that's also going to be moderated, right? You're not going to be having people step in and become like a hyena with no teeth in the background who's on the other person's side, like you get in Gem Panda. So.
On the contrary, if I'm debating somebody, people will mute me too if I go out of my way. It's happened before. I lost my cool, and I've been muted. Yeah, nobody gets away with anything here. No, if you're
I
a mod or
personally
not, it
muted
doesn't
Effie
matter.
or
Yeah,
Essie. I personally muted Essie.
yeah. There you go. And you know what? I deserved it. I deserved it. Yeah.
I have sent Jeremy to the hot mic room. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jeremy's hot mic is famous. But yeah, Jeremy, I kind of feel I need to apologize for any time I might have been flippant or dismissive. You know, Jim Panda's turned me into something I never want to become. You know.
Well, bro, that changed me too. I came into this nice and peaceful and calm, and I was a raving lunatic at the end. I feel you, bro. You know, it's all good.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I had to straighten out Jeremy in the beginning. He was all messed up with all his things. Yeah, that's true.
No. See, yeah, and simply, I think laughter is like kryptonite in that server, is in Jim Panda's server. You know, I think it's those people, they focus on the same thing over and over again, and they're just waiting and lying in wait. You know, it's quite sad.
Yeah, the waiting part doesn't disturb me. It's the lying part.
What?
Look, tell me another place that throws out a challenge. Like right now, I'm going to throw out a challenge.
They are slow people, right? So the waiting part doesn't disturb me. It's the lying part.
The lying part?
Yeah, you said lying in wait.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, yeah, it's just the manner in which things are discussed sometimes. You know, it's so dismissive that you're not even, you don't even really want to listen to it. You know. So I don't. I don't even tune in. Yeah.
Look, think about it. Anywhere you go to FED, you'll get muted. You go to Gems, you'll get muted. You go to 24/7, you get muted. Right? Not to talk about other
Go to
places.
pseudo versus science, you get muted.
It's like my neighbor. I buy clock radio, he buy clock radio. I buy TV, he buy TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, every time I used to go to these other servers, it's never one-on-one. I got used to debating 10 people at the same time in the beginning. Never one-on-one, ever. It's always 5, 6, 7 people.
Yep. Over the top of each other as well. You know, wanting to get the what they feel the final blow to the argument. You know, so they can win on the stage. You know, it was so obvious. And once you took a step back from it, you could see it so clearly. You know, but when you're in it, you know, you can't see it.
Yeah, like that's why I like here. Like right now, I can throw out a challenge. Right? Anybody wants to debate me on the James Webb Telescope? Come on in right now. Right now, I'm in the mood, and you will get to speak. Tell me another server that can do that.
I don't know one. Because the claim, the claim was that 24/7. That's what it says. Come and join the discussion. Here's the server link, right? Like, so you think like, oh yeah, join the discussion. You get in there. You cannot post in the text chat unless you're in the voice chat, and you can't be in the voice chat unless you go to VC Verify. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my goodness, it was.
Jump through this hoop and then jump through that hoop and answer a skill testing question. Yeah, sure.
So where do you get your, where do you go to get the updates from the website? I'm sorry, from the telescope. Is there a dedicated website for this information that you go to? You see?
Well, yeah, NASA has one, but you can just Google it. They're all over the place. There's many, but NASA has a dedicated one for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just type in NASA James Webb Telescope. It'll come right up.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, they sometimes they tell you they want the sources. You bring the sources, and then they're like, "Well, bring something else." You know what I mean? Like, you know, I had them. You know, I had them denying sources from, you know, things they told me through the last couple of years. Those short sources are the only ones who had the truth, and I should trust them. Now, when I try to bring it to them, you know, after the fact, they're like, "Oh, that's just the one source. It's not." It's like, which is it, man? You told me to trust it. Here's your source back at you, and you still don't trust it. You know, so you don't really know anymore. You know what they're gonna say. But to have you banned from the server, that's crazy, man. That is.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I couldn't believe
banned
it.
for unbanning Kosho and Zanik and a few other people.
They banned Kosho?
Well, I was unbanning Kosho, I was unbanning Zanik, and then I just gave them a separate role so they couldn't enter the live stream thing. So, you know, you just want them fucking gone, then just give them a role so they can't disturb your live stream, you fucking sooks.
Well, yeah,
Where are
that
you
20.
talking? Are you talking 24 or gems?
Yeah, I think it was talking 24/7. You know, we're talking
Yeah,
about
that's
gem.
right. I got demodded, but also just banned from the server because they outright fucked off.
Yeah, no, that the whole thing about getting banned from gyms is like you do have to do a lot of, you know, you have to do something real bad, but like he's probably just worried about you know, getting his server shut down will be his claim, you know. So
Yeah, but I wasn't posting anything that would harm his server. I was posting like, you know, regular stuff that was on television.
Look, if you're on like an 18+ server and you post pictures or, you know, and they're all like legal, just 18+ things, what are you talking about?
Well,
You know, when they do a rally against the woke movement, you know, when parents go and rally schools and tell them they don't want sex ed being taught to their young children.
No, okay, yeah, you're talking about LGBT stuff now. You're talking about trans rights and all that sort of crap.
Yeah,
I don't talk
that's
about
not
that stuff
like
on here.
harmful
Sorry, the
stuff.
conversation's over. You know, it's done. I'm not talking to you anymore.
You're not what?
I don't talk to people about that on here. It's a stupid conversation, and I'm just done with it altogether.
Yeah, you're free to talk to whoever you want.
Sunshine?
No, it's an objective thing. It's a standard I have to follow.
I'm just wondering if you've been drinking.
No, I'm taking my painkillers. I had surgery yesterday, or the day before yesterday.
I wish you a speedy recovery.
So what are you saying that for? My voice sounds different. What?
I've never heard you before. I'm just wondering, and you sound like you're either Australian,
That's either Australian or drunk, right? Or both, right? And it's probably more likely to be both, yeah?
Yeah, something like that.
So why do you not want to talk about such things? What's your issue? If you don't mind me asking.
is that topic banned here?
What is the topic?
You see? What you
I don't think that topic is banned here. Transgender or the woke movement.
No,
as far as I know, it is not.
Yeah, I mean, because all you were doing was presenting the other side, right? Which is exactly what, you know, you have to do when you present an argument.
The other side of what is trans rights?
I didn't even make an argument yet. I didn't even make one yet. What are you talking about?
Oh, you said kids teaching kids about trans rights and LGBT stuff.
No, what I said was, I don't think that it's right to teach sex ed to children. no matter what. In other words, any kind of sexual education to a child that's 5, 6, 7 years old in
I
grade
don't think anyone's
school.
going to
There
disagree
should be
there.
no sex education taught to these children without parental, not governmental, parental approval.
Yep. Exactly.
That's my argument.
Yep. I tried to see where they would go on that topic, and within 2 seconds I was called transphobic. Within 2 seconds.
That's the con they try to do. Yeah. You know how I counter that? You know how I counter that? I say this. Would you allow your child that's in grade school for a stripper to come in? Not a transgender, a regular stripper in a male adult club. Would you allow that woman to bring a pole in, set it up in the classroom, and show the children how to strip? Would you want your child to be exposed to that in grade school? Hands up.
Yeah, I shudder at some of the answers I've heard already, you see. Trust me. There's saying ain't right, conversations. The defending
there's
of
right
it.
and there's wrong. And I know I'm
Yeah.
on the side of right on this one.
Well, I was accused of being a right-wing conspiracy theorist because I said that it happened in America during their Pride Month. Where there was a school trip to a bar where they set up and no, it didn't happen. No, it didn't happen, and it absolutely happened. And when it was shown that I was right, all the justifications for it were disgusting. Disgusting. Any type of the parents knew this, that, the other. It was just like the person's T-shirt says it's not gonna lick itself. The chaperone person who's like guiding the kids in, and on the wall it says it's not going to lick itself in a big neon sign. Thankfully though, since that day, that premise was that those premises were charged, for doing that. Once it got out, but to be called a liar and everything just because I was presenting an argument that was real, it was then used in the future that any time the topic was brought, you just wanted this, you just wanted that. It was like, no.
Yeah, what a ludicrous fuckwit.
Yeah, it's just disgusting. And then just the, oh no, and it's just come out this month that those hormone stuff that they make the kids take, because they don't know what the hell they are, I know when I was a kid, taking any type of thing was like, what's this? You know what I mean? Like, medicine? No, I don't want medicine. So
it's child abuse, bro. It's child abuse. Imagine a child, 7 years old, right, listening to this stuff in school and deciding that they're a different gender, and the teacher hiding it from the parents.
Yep, that's right.
Imagine that. Imagine a teacher thinking that she has more rights to your child than you do. Now, to me, that's freaking unacceptable.
It's scary. It's that mindset is that's kidnap. Yeah. If the kid goes anywhere with that,
it goes back to this. It goes back to the state. The fact that the state owns everything, including you and your children, and most people don't realize that. They're just following the laws. That's all.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I know it is ridiculous, but when you perceive it from the perspective that I just laid out, it quickly starts to show you what it is you're within and under.
Yeah, but see,
I was talking to a daycare worker the other day, and she's telling me that in the daycare they're not allowed to use certain words anymore, like boys and girls, moms and dads. It's like I don't know if we're noticing. They're pulling the rug under our feet, man. Parents better freaking wake up, like very quick.
But there was a whole bunch of.
Yeah.
Sorry, There's a whole bunch of doctors last year that were talking about the risks, possible risks, and known risks of doing these things, right? And it's this month, like a few days ago, came out and said these drugs they are testing them on them. They can possibly cause severe problems up to death. You know, it's and it's you know, oh my goodness, it's just I
Look,
just
it's
can't.
one thing for an adult to make a decision, right?
Yeah.
That's your own thing. Go do what you want. But a child in that state, when you're young, you're easily influenced, right? That's why you're not allowed to join the army before before 18. You're not allowed to drink before 18 and stuff like that, right? We put limits because we know children cannot make decisions on their own. There's a
That's right.
reason for that. Yeah. Now,
Right, I mean,
imagine we're saying 18. Now, imagine 6-year-old child. I mean, come on, man. Seriously.
yeah, you have to used to get permission slips just to be able to go on a bloody, a trip, a school trip back in the, when I was at school. You know what I mean? It's just, it's just, now I can decide that type of thing. I don't even understand it. You know, it's creepy. Like some of the posts as well. They didn't want it at first, but after the doctor gave him a lollipop type thing. He cried and cried, poor thing, but he finally got the shot. He finally got the hormone shot. And it's just like, you psychopath. You know what I mean? Like, he was sulking on the way home, or she was sulking on the way home, type thing. It's just like, man, these people are twisted.
Yeah, I seen a video that broke my heart, man. Really broke my heart. It was this young boy, around 20 years old, with a receding hairline, talking about how painful it was for the transition because she used to be a girl and now she regrets it because, look, I'm losing my hairline and I'm all messed up and I was too young and I almost started crying, bro.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one. Yeah, and it's like stuck
Yeah.
between feminine and a masculine voice, and
Yeah.
And you know what? Those people are also were also censored as well. The ones trying to reach out to the community that it's just evil. It's just fucking evil.
Yeah, I never thought. I swear, I never thought in my wildest dreams we'd be here. Like, there's something really evil going on, man. Seriously, like I don't know what the hell is going on, man. But it's not right. It's absolutely not right in our society. And the other countries are not like this. China, Russia, India. Don't think we're the norm. We are
Middle
not the
East.
norm. They look at us as freakaloids. The rest of the world has lost respect in us. This is a turning point. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's bad.
Yeah, I saw in the Middle East that shops tried to get certain stores to put a whole bunch of like rainbow stuff in the shops, and there's like some type of police going through and just removing it all from the shops because it was all blended in with everything. Like it was in the boys section, it was in the girls section. You know what I mean? It was in the men's section, it was in the women's section. It was just blended in. It's just disgusting.
Yeah,
It's just
I heard
too much.
I heard a lot of leaders, especially in Africa, right? And all these leaders are saying, "We don't want your culture. We have our own culture. Keep this away from us. We do not want this. Take your rainbow flags and shove them." Sorry?
You know who's pushing this agenda, right?
Yeah, I know who's pushing it. Yeah, the
It's
people
the
that
ones we're
want
not.
to take down America. Yeah,
The ones we're not allowed to talk about.
could be. Yeah,
No,
could
it
be.
is. It is, man.
Well, I don't know about that because it doesn't make sense. They're using America, so I'm not so sure it's them, bro. Why would you want to take down the great power that you're using? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you would have to understand the cabal and what the cabal wants, what the whole religion's about, and it's about destroying the whole Western world, dude. Amalek, man, woman, child, and animal. It's
but
part
that's
of
what's
the.
protecting them. It doesn't make sense, Dicelo, because
No.
what will happen to them then?
Well, again, they're the only pure ones who's going to remain, and the remaining ones of Amalek will be slaves. They'll have like thousands of slaves, and this is like all in their religious text, man.
It doesn't jive though, bro. You're not gonna get rid of your number one protector. If the states goes, stop support, what do you think is gonna happen to those people that you're talking about?
Well, the other side. That's I see what you're saying, but I think the whole point is they plan on destroying the other opposition.
Yeah.
Well, so
So
they
what's
plan on
that happen?
destroying both sides.
Yes.
I like to see how they're gonna do that, but yeah, that's the only option.
Yeah, that's see pretty much how I see it. You know, a means to an end. You know. But, I always find it interesting how some topics right now you can't talk about them, right? But if you do talk about them, then there's a label for you already, and you're allowed to say the label, and that's not that's not attacking someone, but it is the opposite. It's just for me, when you get close to certain topics and you get that reaction, you just know that it's an engineered reaction. There is things set up in place to make the fringe seem like normality. The crazy ideas that go against long known traditions, like the idea. Have you seen that thing where the person goes and interviews the African tribes, and talks about a man and a woman, and then says, "What about the woman being a man?" And they're just like, "Well," they can't grasp the concept, not even about agreeing to it, and so that on top of you're not even human in the eyes of some people, you're beasts in human form here to serve those people. I mean, it's just
enjoy your free speech here in the U.S., especially as long as you follow the guidelines of free speech set up by the government.
exactly right. But you can be labeled one thing worldwide right now, and it begins with anti and it ends with ite, and that's it. You're one of those, and bam, because they just tie it into it. They just tie it into everything, Yet the biggest insult from them is to have a mind like me, a goyish cop.
You scare them.
Scare them. I
Yeah,
know.
you can tell people like you, or if there's enough of you, they go away, or their thoughts or their ideology goes away. So, oh, you're one of them, right? Like that's how they place you in that box. No, I'm just a human with an opinion and critical thinking skills. If that's what you're talking about,
Yeah.
then yes, I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
I didn't
Hey,
choose to send my kids to those schools. I chose to homeschool. So there is a choice. I'm learning that. I've come to that conclusion in like my own personal realm or my church, right? Like there's something wrong in my church, it's probably my fault, right? Like I'm not correcting it or working towards a solution. Everybody tries to blame the government, let's say, including me.
I was in conversation for so many years, in a Jim Panda's area, and when I stopped going there and just stopped interacting and just listened for a little bit, all of a sudden the need to be, there, need to be present, need to be listening, need to be, it all went away, and all I decided to treat it was as a discussion that I was listening to. And you just began to see the same old things, the alliances, the attacks, the setup, the gotchas. It was just and it was just like, man, this is not, this can't be all that I'm meant to be looking at. You know what I mean? This seems like a distraction from the evil. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So going away from it, I was just like, man.
It's funny. Like here, I disagree with probably SC on more things than I disagree with most, right? But we're, dare I say, good friends, or like we get along the best. So you can do it. Me and SC are proof. He's ignorant, right? He's an ignorant Canadian.
Yeah, and he's a dumb swamp dude, but somehow we get along a little bit.
I give him his, his time to speak, his ignorance, and then we move on.
Exactly how I feel. Yeah.
There was a guy yesterday wearing wearing a San Francisco jersey, right? Football team. He was from San Francisco, lived there for all his life, was living in New Orleans now for the past like 9 years or whatever, and went back to visit and couldn't believe it. He said he was ashamed. And this was like, you could tell he was a street guy, right? He wasn't like high society. Just the normal, street guy that really didn't, probably couldn't see it when he lived there. But when he got away from it and then went back, he couldn't believe it. And one of the things he mentions was the government run facilities that would test your drugs, give you clean needles, things like that you could do your illegal drugs, with and not kill yourself. He said that was the strangest thing. But he said that the homeless, it's just a disgrace what that city has become.
Yeah, the idea of that's the best way, to curb the enthusiasm for the addiction is by supplying the ability to do it again safer, and again and again and again. It's. I thought it was a joke when they said there was a Biden package that with fresh needles and pipes and cleaning things. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was an actual spin-off meme because of Hunter Biden, and it was real. I was like, we have reached a new point.
But here again, it comes to choice, right? You have the choice. That's why we're divided into states, because our individual states have different laws that you can live under. If you move to that state, and if you don't like them, you can move to a different state that has the opposite law. But so you choose where you live. It's choice again. And then it even goes down to counties or parishes or whatever, because in my state, the federal law of the state may be different in certain parishes. So you do have choice. So ultimately, I think it's, up to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No, it's nice to be able to have a discussion, and get heard out to the end of my sentence, or actually get to a disagreement or agreement or even new information. It definitely feels welcoming here. I must say. So
that's why the ballers don't come here very regularly anymore.
Oh, I told you, laughter is their kryptonite.
Yeah, exactly. We took their kryptonite away from them. We took away their ability to ad hom, insult, and interrupt. And without that trifecta, they have nothing.
I fought it for years with Gio. He's scared of losing his platform. If they don't come, who do we have to talk to? Blah, blah, blah. I think it's slowly turning now. But we used to say that at Bevs. I don't go to Bevs anymore. I've kind of moved on, from, kind of reached a point where I needed to move on. But we used to laugh in there more than anywhere in my life, right? Like I laugh there more than I do in a comedy club.
Yeah, definitely. Bev, yeah, absolutely is a great place. And you can have conversations there. Well, and we sure as hell had a lot of laughs. That's for sure, man. Yeah. You see, it's the reality that they can't talk about. That's the problem, right? When you bring them down to the basics, that's where the problem is. They just can't talk about reality. They have to be able to go into La La Land, right? But that's okay because I've learned how to go to that area as well, you know. And yeah, they don't have much options. They can talk about fantasy. We'll check them there, and they can talk about reality, and we'll check them there as well. And we'll give them the chance to speak. And of course, they have nothing to say. It's proof. Here, right now, come in, ballers listening. I know you're out there. Come in and challenge any one of us on any subject of cosmology. Right now, you'll have the floor. Pick any subject you want.
The strangest part about the opposite side or the opponent or whatever, however you want to put it. For example, B-Ball, I believe in the words that he uses, doesn't think that I can comprehend that if something went over a physical curve, right, it would be obstructed, right? That's so weird. Of course I know that happens. But what he doesn't agree with or is able to comprehend that on a flat plane, the same thing could happen due to other reasons, right? X. He just doesn't want to give in to that. I've given in to if it's a ball, it would be obstructing. It would look very similar. But also that can happen, different ways. And then there's a lot of unknown factors that I have to, even the way I'm explaining it might be wrong, right? It could happen in other ways that we don't even know yet.
Absolutely. That's why we were talking about standard refraction yesterday, right? Standard refraction. There's an oxymoron right there.
Yeah. Standard to what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, I've learned myself that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Which day do we pick as standard? I mean, yeah.
Well, they pick the day that fits a particular model, not any and then they try and figure out based on that, how much light bends or how heat would control that, but blah blah blah, and then they call that standard. Kind of get where they're coming from, but I don't think it's the right way to go about it.
Yeah, but you see, if you press them and if you look into it, you'll see the standard is based on a vacuum. Now, then I tell them, okay, where do you see a vacuum? Like, how are you gonna? I mean, yeah.
Just like perspective, everything is vacuum based. Not looking 20 miles through the atmosphere. How perspective makes that appear. It's all based on a vacuum. That's the starting point. And if you don't introduce everything else, and that's why you can go back and listen to everything, and they say, "Oh, well, you think something does this just because of perspective?" So I'm like, no, it's everything, but perspective is a part of it.
Yeah, it's everything. It's the weather, the humidity, the heat, haze amount. Me, I think heat haze is like one of the top things that causes this. The rising of the hot air causing like turbulence all over the place. I think that's one of the major things.
Yeah, our vision basically is looking through where most of that is occurring at its peak. So most of the gases are being produced at ground level, and then they're being mixed up and stirred and causing turbulence up to, let's say 30,000 feet. It's weird how cold, right? I don't think people realize how cold it is at 8,000 feet. You know what I'm saying? Just as soon as you get away from the surface, how cold it is. And then at 30,000 feet, of course, is a lot colder. It's weird.
Yeah, and
Something's
we have
happening.
proof. We have proof of this. You remember Rakia Pebbles on the Pond with the warehouse open door thing that he did?
Yeah, of course. And a small boat over a pond, and they have to
Yeah.
say they're faking it or they're doing something because they can't give in to that.
Yeah, so
We've had
have
people like Zanuck agree that it happens and then come back 6 months later and say it doesn't happen. Just start the cycle all over again.
Yeah, the disappearance of an object due to only heat and cold mixing. That's it. That's it. Due to heat and cold mixing is what caused something to completely disappear in a warehouse. I mean, that was pretty cool, man.
But I think you can take a warehouse floor also that's long enough when you increase the distance and you don't do that drastic heat and cold, and that object will appear to disappear similarly over a longer distance due to angle and due to whatever, right? Like the floor and the object on the floor merging as one where our brain can't interpret, so it appears to be obstructed. If you can magnify back into that object with a camera, then that bottom of that object isn't appearing to be obstructed. But then that has a limit too. It's just that part is based on distance, that angle change, being able to magnify it back in.
One based on
but you
distance
put all
and the
that
other
together.
one. Yeah. One based on distance and the other one based on the disturbance of the cold and hot air mixing. Yeah. And then there's
In
other
the
things.
atmosphere, it's everything.
Heat haze would be another one. Yeah.
Essie, I heard. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I heard Essie call Globers into the Discord. So I'm probably not a mainstream Glober, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, I've got my own views on it regarding the shape. But the recent research I've been doing does suggest that there's some sort of bubble, at least, to it. So yeah, I don't want to challenge. I've never been hostile against flat Earth. If anything, I appreciate the discussion.
No, beer man, you're welcome, bro. You're one of my favorite, shall I say, ballers, for a lack of a better term. You're very respectful.
Thank you. So the challenge I have is with my recent work that I'm surprised no one actually addresses, no one responds to, and when I post it just gets ignored. But I've recently been able to measure the distance to a mirage, and when I refer to a mirage, would be the inverted image of a target. So if we see a ship in the distance, or a boat, or a car, whatever is in the distance that we're looking at, and it's inverted, that's what I would classify as a mirage. Anything that is in a displaced position would be for a lack of better words, an image, and it could be superior. Probably most of the time, every time it's a superior image, because you can't see something through something solid. But yeah, I've got predictions that's able to verify this. So it's an objective observation.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah, I'm with you. Rakia is your guy for this. I mean, I don't think anybody here has seen more things on the ocean than Rakia. So
why would you define a mirage as an inverted image?
Reason why I say that is the cause of the mirage itself, or the cause for what we are seeing. So, for instance, an inferior mirage. The reason why, I call it a mirage, is because it's the cause is total internal reflection. And I understand you. I see you posted now a definition in the text chat. For my way of explaining it, I'm going to give it this information is because of my recent research, my work, my measurability, my predictability on it. I'm calling the inverted image a mirage. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you got me on there. So I'm able to predict where we would see an inferior mirage given the conditions, preferably the index of refraction, the precise index of refraction, but there is a standard one that you could use for that temperature. You do need two mediums, though, where you can calculate the total internal reflection, which has proved to, at least with my research now, or my work, not necessarily research because I've been doing the damn thing, has proved accurate within a 90 to 100% prediction rate.
Nice. But you're just talking about one particular mirage. Let me explain why I say that, because if you see a boat that appears to be floating in the sky, or a boat that appears to be obstructed by water, I would call that an optical illusion. I would say that illusion, right, because we know boats don't float in the sky type thing, is caused by the conditions of the day. Not just temperature, not just one thing. Every condition, angle, light, your viewer height, blah, blah, blah. And then that definition, what I just said, fits mirage. So all of that, like where I have pictures of the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge that's straight, appearing to curve, right, or appearing to go underwater, that's a mirage. That's an optical illusion. It's different than what the reality of that bridge is. That's why I say don't limit yourself, but hooray for doing your work, because I know how tough it is.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So the temperature differences do matter, but very slightly. It would be more the conditions at that moment that you're making that observation in that location. Once again, like I say, this is my work. This is what I've been doing and what I've been observing and what I've been the data I've been storing, and I'm able to predict as the inferior mirage as well as the superior mirage. When I talk about the superior mirage, it's generally the Fata Morgana, where we see the inverted image or inverted. Let's use a ship for this example. When we see the inverted ship above the actual target itself. There's a lot of explanations that we can go into. So it's not just one type of mirage. They're all caused, though. All miraging when I call miraging, once again, is the inverted image. That's all caused by total internal reflection by the medium that you are in. And these different mediums are measurable, they're testable, and predictable. Like I say, I've been able to predict miraging now, both inferior as well as superior to a very accurate location.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll just take it a step further and say anything that's an optical illusion, and we know that's caused by X, which just happens to be the conditions. That's the definition of a mirage, not just something that's mirrored or inverted or whatever. The mirroring and inversion and all that is due to certain conditions as well, but they're all mirages.
So when we see a ship floating in, looks like it's floating in the middle of nowhere, that's what I would call a superior image. It's probably also known as a superior mirage. I don't like to call it a mirage because I don't see it as total internal reflection then. But like we see on a road mirage, where you would see road, and then you all of a sudden start seeing reflection. If you had to invert that road mirage upside down, for instance, you put yourself upside down, you in that same position, and why we would see a superior mirage. So where we're seeing road, that would be the sky. The further the object is, the more it's going to be refracted. The less the critical angle, the less refraction that you're going to see, and it'll be more in a direct position, which once again, like I say, is all measurable, testable. I'm surprised no one is discussing this with me. I've presented my stuff, it just gets completely ignored. Last night Dan was bringing up a whole bunch of things saying no one's doing this. I posted a few things. There's fuck all contact. I don't know if this discussion's this on here, because there is a gray area in this discussion, and that there's finally something that people can actually test and measure. It's being ignored because then this discussion would fall away.
Yeah, I've looked through your stuff. I like it. I'm not. I mean, I just think don't limit yourself, because if you're willing to go out there and do this and put it on paper and stuff like that, we need people like you. I'm not that guy, right? I've been out there for years just recording it, but I'm not going to put it on paper. I just, don't operate like that. But as far as the boat, that ship, there's a good picture. It's actually the example that they post in Google and encyclopedias and stuff like that of the ship floating in the sky or appearing to. If the conditions were different, there would still be mirroring of the sky underneath the boat, but the boat would be inverted. You see what I'm saying? If the conditions were different, then that the top would be mirrored onto the bottom, etc. Just like I have pictures of the Marriott Hotel. The same Marriott Hotel that looks like it's floating in the sky and is inverted, on a different day can appear to be floating in the sky but not be inverted. They're both mirages. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so when we're not seeing the inverted image, that's when we're seeing the total internal reflection. That's where the critical angle is not allowing for reflection. When that distance is further, so when the two mediums are very similar, that distance increases so much because we have to be at a much more open angle, if you want to put it that way. So that has to be way further, and then we typically don't see an inferior or superior mirage because that's too far. When we, for instance, what SE Montreal posted now, you will see there's a dark layer just below that. Oh, it's darker than the sky just above that. That is what's below that ship is the reflection of the water below. And it's so faint because it's so far, which is, like I say, it's testable, measurable. I'm going to try get this out. I go long-winded. I'm trying to get as much in as possible here. Where we see that line break and we see where the ship is, that is a superior image. It's leaving that medium at that location. So yes, it does look odd. It's fucked up to actually explain this, but when you actually measure these things and able to predict them, it's actually incredible to actually see what we're seeing. It's beyond imagination.
I agree. Take away that ship, right? In post-production, just take it out of the image, and everyone will think the water is where the dark blue is, right? And the sky is above that. And it's actually not. The water is actually right underneath the ship in the distance.
To an extent, yes. But when we measure the inferior mirage, so there would be a very slight inferior mirage in this instance. I also filmed these ships over long distances here in Cape Town. We don't get these sort of conditions that much. Our water and our air temperature is too similar. Well, that's probably what the issue. I don't know yet. But in the data that I've been collecting, doing the predictions, especially now that I've applied the math to help me with the predictions, like I said, this is all my own work. I've been building on this for 4 years. I got to this where I'm able to predict where I would see a mirage occur, and the data is suggesting something very, very interesting. But there's very few people that you can actually have a discussion about with this that's unbiased.
Since you have the data, which part of the plane would be a perfect point to view this phenomenon?
You're very low, bro. I could barely hear you. Is it only me?
Oh, sorry. Since you have the data, which part of the plane would be a great place to view this phenomenon where it most likely would happen?
I don't really understand the question. Which part of the plane would we see this phenomenon most likely happening?
You said for Cape Town where you live, the conditions are not right. But since you have
studied
the topic and you know the conditions within your calculations, which would be the best place where there's most likely...
I got you. So typically when we have valleys, that is generally a very good place to see these sort of events. Andrew Thomas Young is someone that I've tried to communicate with. He ignores me, but I communicate via Travis. Andrew replies to Travis, and then Travis relays a lot of what I say to Andrew Thomas Young. Travis and I, we don't agree on a lot of things, but I'm appreciative of Travis actually sticking around, listening to what I have to say and what I've been doing. But Andrew Thomas Young sent a very awesome video to Travis with amazing Fata Morgana video. And the more I've been looking into the Fata Morgana, these typically occur in valleys where you have like a concentrated amount of air in that valley, where you have these two different boundary layers, medium layers. So yes, you will see them over oceans, but yeah, they're not as common as what you would see in a valley. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, a little bit. It just raised a little bit more of a question. Like, what does these boundary levels mean? Like, what do you mean by that? If it's okay, if you can maybe explain that. Like, because I'm sincerely interested. Because I don't know how this phenomenon works. So maybe you can give a little bit more of an insight on that. Like, what does the valley do to make this maybe occur?
Yeah, sure. So, Clay, as well, let's leave the shape of the Earth out of this, and let's focus only on the cause of why we are seeing what we are seeing. So, to answer your question, why we would see it more in a valley is it's almost like a fish tank. There's an amount of air that can get trapped in this area, and it fills up with a temperature, for lack of better words, and the air above that and the air in the valley itself, they are separated. They don't mix. They can mix, but they generally get to a place where they just don't mix. Like the hot air on a tar road and just above the tar road, these are two very big different temperatures. There's a boundary layer between the two, and that boundary layer is where we are mostly seeing the total internal reflection occur, and when the critical angle is not reached, we see refraction occur, and that's when we see targets displaced. So this would be where I previously thought there was what I used to call lenses between the observer and beyond, which is not the case. We're actually seeing it in a horizontal, or at least recently I've been seeing it in a horizontal location. So it's like I say, the fish tank. Fill that fish tank up with this temperature of air, and then you pour some more air onto it. Those two won't meet, and there will be a boundary layer between the two. Yes, there will be a slight change in temperature as they merge, but there's a distinctive boundary layer where we will see total internal reflection or refraction occur at that boundary layer depending on the angle.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I've been working hard on it. I'm trying to explain it the best I can. And like I say, this is the closest I've ever been to it, especially the fact that I'm able to take that data and predict where I would see a mirage. The furthest I've been out was on, and this is with basic equipment as well, was 4 meters. It was of a 200 meter prediction where I measured 204 meters. I think I measured 200 meters and the prediction was 204 meters. I've saved everything on Excel sheet, and I've been doing various observations at different times, been calculating. The closest I've been was within a couple of centimeters. Those are generally much closer observations. So before I actually do the measurement, I do the prediction, then the measurement. And it's been very, very accurate over different days and different conditions.
Beerman, I had a question regarding all of your awesome research you've been doing and experimentation. So would you say that the effects that you're seeing where you come up against a different boundary layer, that would be a different boundary layer based on refractive indices, meaning it doesn't have to necessarily be two mediums? And then the second question would be, do you typically see distortion the more acute the angle would be to that medium. Meaning if you've got heat that's rising off of, like, let's just say a wall, so we can use something short. If I'm looking straight at the wall, I'm not going to get much distortion. But then if I go to the side of the wall and look down the side of the wall, I have a more acute angle to that differential in the medium, and then I start to see these effects.
Correct. I think I did point that out in the paper that I sent you. So, yes, the reason why you don't see it directly into the wall is because your critical angle is it's basically looking straight on. It's like trying to when you look down a fish tank, you're seeing the fish in its actual position.
That would be called the normal, right? The normal angle.
Yeah, and the more you change that angle, the more the light gets refracted. You'll reach a point where it's no longer refracting and it starts reflecting, and that's what's happening on that wall, for instance. The same thing's happening over a long distance, but because the two mediums are very similar, especially over the ocean, let's use a tar road, for instance. We see those typically at about 200 to 300 meters at your general driving height is about 1.4 meters, and that's because there's quite a severe change in temperature at the tar road, just above and above the tar road, which I've measured as well, where I've got up to, I think the last one we did was 50 degrees, just above it was 52 point something degrees on the tar road, and the air temperature itself was 23 degrees or 24 degrees. And what's beautiful is I get to see them super close here by me because we got an ocean breeze as well. So sometimes I get super cold air above me, and then the road, because it's hot, we're entering summer now, the road itself is hot. And then you start seeing these miraging occur much closer, which is all measurable, testable. And I think it's a beautiful explanation for it. And I'm proud of what I've been doing.
Yeah, that's awesome. So this would be probably why we see a lot of these effects over distance, over water and things like that, is because as we can see further and further out, we have a much more, I don't know what you would call that, acute or a steeper angle the further we go out. So even smaller differences might give us these illusions, even though it might be a small differential in like refractive index, based on temperature or humidity or things like that. But since it's further out and it's a long distance, we get these effects. Would you say that that's kind of the case? The angle becomes way, however you would describe that, acute or steeper or whatever you want to call that, the further you're seeing out over distance is why probably we see many of these effects long distance over oceans, because we have such a steep angle.
Correct. Now this is where I've lost a few subscribers from this. New Perspective and I have been communicating via DMs. This is where I say, wow, the current model that's presented to us does account for this. So don't get me wrong here, guys. I'm not trying to push any model. I'm not trying to do anything. All I'm saying is, with what I've been doing, is saying there needs to be a limit to what we are seeing, or at least with what I've been researching, there's a limit to what we can see. And it appears that there's no more physical boundary, and that's why we eventually stop seeing inferior mirage. That's normally when, or at least with what I've been doing, I normally see that when the air and the water temperature doesn't differ much, and I'm not at I can't get at a steep enough angle, or however we're going to say, I'm going to say a more open angle. You've read my paper, so I think you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying this. But the further you get, that angle opens up, and then we start seeing reflection. But it's not far enough for us to see that reflection. But it's the same as when you see the top of a road. That road looks like it's nothing, like what Rakia posted here at 47 past the hour. We see something similar at the top of the road. And that's because that angle by nature has closed that, or has opened up that angle enough for us to see through that medium. And it's a very thin band or pocket of air. But then we see the next pocket of air, which is where we would see a superior mirage or a superior image occur. And yeah, I'm busy working on an explanation for that. Just give me some time. I am working on it, and it's like I say, all measurable, testable, and it's exciting.
Let me ask you a question. If napalm is done,
yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. I was wondering, Beerman, what's your take on standard refraction?
I've heard it being brought up here. I've tried to Google to get an understanding of what's being said there. This is like bending of light, and I don't see that occurring, and that's where I'm challenging the mainstream. So yes, it does bend, or I'm going to put inverted commas bending, but not for us to see this sort of phenomenon. No, this would be refraction, and this occurs at a boundary layer. The bending that we are seeing, yes, there is slight bending that occurs right at the road surface, but it's such a short distance that it actually bends. It enters the I'm going to put inverted commas here, master boundary layer, where it reflects, and that's why we're seeing the inverted image on a road. Hopefully that answers it. I'm trying to get as much here in as little bit of time, because yeah, I can be long-winded.
No, that's good, but that's not what I was referring to. That part, I was referring to the standard part of it. Do you believe that we can pick a day or a situation or a corridor, call it whatever you want, right? That we can say this is the standard by which we can
It's not,
measure, or
yeah, it's not going to be 100% accurate. And with at least what I've done now, I've built an application for this as well, where I've put in the temperatures, and I've put in the probably this is what you're referring to, the standard index of refraction for that temperature. It's accurate to a point. Those conditions can change because there could be a different moisture in that temperature. There could be a lot of changes in it.
Exactly.
But the standard, yes, but the standard one, if you're going to use the standard one on the same day between two different mediums, I would personally say yes, it would work, but you can't say measure it today and then tomorrow and then compare the two, because those two will be different. But on the same day, if you're comparing two different index of refractions, I would say it would be accurate enough to give you a reasonable prediction, but you would need to do it like I say on the same day. But yeah, preferably always get the measured index of refraction. That'll give you the most accurate information.
Yeah,
I thought the index. Go ahead.
Go on, okay.
No, you go. You wasn't done.
I was just gonna say, I was more referring to like a standard. Do you think that we can pick one day like as a standard, or in other words, can I give you what the conditions are going to be? Because I'm not talking about just one variable. I'm talking about taking all the conditions: the heat haze, the humidity, you know what I'm saying? All of it.
Yeah,
Do you think that we could? Yeah.
That would help you. There is a calculation. I don't understand it yet. I'm still trying to work on it. But yes, as far as I understand, with that, if you got all the humidities, the temperatures, etc., the barometric pressures, you can take that information and then you can get a refractive index from that. That's how they measure it. If I'm not if I understand correctly, but there are devices, a fractometer or something like that actually measures the precise refractive index for those conditions. So there is a standard, yes, but oh man, how do I say it? I wouldn't use it as a one piece. I would only use the standard refractive index between two different mediums. So you can measure that temperature and then say, okay, cool, we can use a standard one between the two, but these two are going to differ so much on this day. But I think if you measure 30 degrees today and you measure 30 degrees tomorrow, it's not going to be the same. So hopefully that answers. Yeah, hopefully that answers it.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah. Rakia, you want? I think Rakia wanted to get in.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Ricky.
Well, he did interrupt me in mid-sentence. I mean, that's what these guys in the South, they do all the time.
No, my bad, man. I'm long-winded
No,
with
not
this.
you.
Not you, bro. Not you.
Okay.
Just jiving, Rick.
Well, I just wanted to make a comment on the idea of standard refraction. I find it interesting that Andrew Thomas Young's idea or conception of standard atmospheric refraction is basically what he calls sinking refraction as well. There's a very slight difference, and by very slight I mean very, very, very slight difference as to what he considers sinking refraction and standard atmospheric refraction. So if you think of the concept of looming and sinking, and then you think of some sort of baseline between the two of them, if you wanted to call that baseline between looming and sinking standard would actually be basically sinking in that case. So I find it interesting that even the subject matter expert is kind of alluding to sinking refraction, meaning things appearing as though they're sinking in the distance, as being some sort of standard, not even necessitated by some sort of surface idea or concept below it. So I find that very interesting.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah.
Yeah, so at least I'm in South Africa. I'm getting very little, but I'm getting feedback from the universities with what I've presented, and it's positive. Most of it is positive so far. The I would say the part that is lacking is that I am not I don't have a PhD in this field. I've got nothing of that. But what's positive is that I've got the math and the predictable power of what I've been doing, and I've been sharing the data, and they're saying, "Wow, this is incredible." What I'm absolutely surprised by is me presenting this to Andrew Thomas Young, and he's hitting me a complete ignore. It completely fucks his whole idea of what's going on. Number one, and I think he spent a lot of time on this, and it could possibly be embarrassing that just a random dude's doing this. But it's disgusting. I think if he was honest enough to have this discussion, he would reply back to my paper, all my information and my math that I've provided him, and he hasn't. But like I say, guys, this is new. This is testable. It's objective. You guys can go test this. There's a big misunderstanding of what we are seeing and why we are seeing it. At least that's what I understand.
So what do you think your main difference is between the accepted explanation, Beerman? What do you think your main difference is?
There's not much bending going on. Bending would not necessarily displace the target. It would need to leave you would always see a target in at the last boundary that it's boundary layer that it has left. So if you are in a medium, so let's use a fish tank for an example. It's the easiest analogy for me to try explain this. You in a fish tank, that's the air that you are in at the moment. At the bottom of this fish tank, we've got glass, so the light's going to reflect off there. So you would see an inferior mirage off that glass. But imagine it wasn't glass and you had a different temperature at the bottom of that fish tank, let's say 2 millimeters thick. You wouldn't see reflection until it gets far enough from you for it to reach that critical angle to see reflection. Then you would see an inferior mirage occur. Otherwise, you would see it actually where it is because you're in the same medium. The same thing's happening on the top of that fish tank. Using internal reflection all the time, because if you're inside that fish tank, because the air and the water are totally two different index of refractions. That's why you see a lot of reflection and refraction occurring at the same time. But if you had to simplify those boundary layers, and let's say at the top of the fish tank there's just a new layer of water that's very similar to the water that you're in, you're going to see refraction occur, but eventually you're going to see a critical angle and you're going to start seeing internal reflection, and that's where you start seeing the superior mirage, and typically when we see a Fata Morgana. I am working on an explanation for it. It's, for me, to be honest, is the best explanation. It's the only one, as far as I understand, that's got predictable power. When you ask Andrew Thomas Young, or when at least Travis asked Andrew for a prediction on temperatures or conditions, he's unable to do it. I give Travis my prediction, or Travis hasn't tested it yet, but I give myself these temperatures, I go predict it, and I'm able to measure it, and it's observably, objectively accurate. And
That's
I
interesting.
welcome.
Let me ask you.
Sorry, I welcome anyone to test me on this. I'll provide you my prediction.
That's very interesting because I've been asking for that for a long time. But just so we're clear now on how you're thinking of this, right? The picture that I just posted, what's going on in your mind?
So for me, like I say, below that ship, we would see reflection. Where the bottom of that ship is refraction, but there's a bit of both going on near. Or actually, there's a bit of both going on most of the time. But because that ship is there's a, how do I say, a very powerful light coming through. If that ship was, say, a frosted color, it would be very faded. You wouldn't see that much, but because it's such bright colors, we are seeing it being refracted in this position, which is also testable, observable, and how do I say this? We can do an experiment to prove the theory. I've tried to do it.
So you think the boat? Sorry to interrupt, but you think the boat is refracted here?
It is possibly refracted, yes. It is a bit odd. I don't know the context of this image. I've never seen something like this myself. But with a lot of sunsets, we will see something similar. I've done a recent video showing the mechanism of why we're seeing with the sunset, but I would love to see more information about this. I have got my ideas of what is going on here. That's my best explanation for it, and like I say, I've been able to measure and predict something very, very similar, just not as severe as this one that you've shown here now, Essie.
Yeah, because what most people say, right, is that there's water, of course, where that boat is. It's on the water, the one that looks in the foreground, the blue one. But what most people say, what's happening here is that the sky is being reflected on the water, causing this image. And I must say, it does sound like a plausible explanation. But you're saying no, you're not going with that one, or you're saying the boat is somehow.
No, so if we're looking at a distance, yeah, this is very. I need to see a bit more about this, but if we're looking out on the distance now, in this sort of scenario, there's another boundary layer, say about 3. I'm going to just give an example now. 3 meters above the observer, that's going out into the distance. Everything that you're seeing up in the air is going to be refracted. The further it gets, the more refracted that object is going to be because of that angle. Eventually, you're going to see reflection. So we're now starting to see reflection first. We're going to start seeing reflection, and that's why that's coming up below the ship, and then that ship is being refracted over that position. Oh man, it's so difficult to explain over words and such short periods of time. I don't want to be too long-winded. Let's definitely have a discussion about it, because like I say, I believe I'm able to predict these things, and so far I have been able to.
Yeah, no worries about taking time. I don't hear anybody else complaining or talking.
Yeah, I think in the case of the photo that you posted, I think, in my opinion, it looks like a portion of the water seems to have very calm conditions, which is reflecting up to a certain point, is reflecting back the sky above it, but is not necessarily causing optical effects with the boat itself.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah, that's why we don't see an inferior mirage of that ship at the moment. This is actually a superior image. This is refracted light, but there's a lot going on than just refraction. When people say, "Oh, look, it's refraction," they don't understand why they're saying that. And it's not the bending of light; it's the light actually leaving a boundary layer. when we see a light through a fish tank, we see that light bending, but we don't see the orientation of that light. There's no understanding. When I test it with my torch, it's got an end to it where I can actually see if it's coming out the other end upside down or not upside down. Every time it's bending, it's coming out upside down, which is telling me then it's reflection. It's not refraction. Refraction is when it carries on its same path and it just deviates from that path. It's very, very interesting. There's a big, like I said, big misunderstanding what's going on here.
Yeah, I feel like
this
in the
is
image.
interesting, especially what Napalm said. Like, I feel the same way because this looks like selective refraction or whatever you want to call it, right? Because it's affecting the ocean and not the boat. That's the
Yeah, I
freaky
feel
part
like
of it. Yeah.
it's the reflection off of the water. You probably have a fairly calm sea, especially up to, because if you look at this, you can see kind of the horizon line past the boat, right? You can
Yeah,
see
you
a
can still
slight
see it.
change there. I think that's the actual, what we would call horizon line there. But what we're seeing is fairly calm conditions on the water, which are causing a mirroring effect on the water itself, and only a certain portion of that water, due to the angle in which you're viewing it, is reflecting back the sky, and and is appearing as though that portion of the water looks like the sky. But as your angle gets much um, larger, I guess you could say, to the section that's closer to you, you don't get that reflection because you don't have the proper angle to get the reflection off of the water. So you see the water itself, not the reflection of the sky. Or it could be the portion closer to you of the water has conditions that are not calm enough in order to continue that mirroring all the way closer to you.
So Napalm, it sounds a lot like the recent claim that I had, or not claim, theory that I had. It's possibly as well that we are seeing a superior mirage of an inferior mirage. So this is the reflection of a inferior mirage, and that's why it looks in the correct orientation. Like I say, this is just a new thing that I've been looking at, possibly working on. I've been trying to demonstrate it as well, to the best of my understanding. But yeah, if that's what you're saying, then yeah, interesting. It's because it's something that I've considered as well. It's something I've actually sent to Rakia recently as well.
I'm looking at it this way of like, I'm sure you've been out on the water a decent amount, but when I go offshore fishing or I'm out in the bay, even in the bay in nearshore waters, like you can get out and see that you could be in a portion of the water that looks like glass because it's so calm, and then you'll see portions around you where you might have wind currents or slight movement or undulation in the water, and you can see ripples and whatever, and it has a breaking up of the mirror effect. And you can see these different portions of the water depending on how calm the conditions are, whether that be wind or swell related, to where you've got a perfect mirror glass like effect that's taking place. And I think visually seeing something like the picture that Rakia posted, if you have a portion of the water that is very calm or mirror-like closer to that ship, we're seeing a reflection of the sky above it because we're effectively seeing off of like a mirror that the water is creating. So it's giving the illusion that there's sky way earlier than the horizon, even though that boat is residing on water in very calm conditions.
So yeah, you're correct. So you mentioning the mirror on the calm water, that's exactly what my claim is, except that we see that same effect occur in two different refractive indexes of air. And that's typically what we see on a road mirage on the wall that I've recently posted a video about. But we see the same thing over water. But the water itself can also do it because it is another medium. It can reflect off the water as well. And water will reflect at much higher angles. It will reflect much closer as well, as long as it's not disturbed. It can do that same thing. So there's sometimes that you can actually see reflection on the water after we've seen an inferior mirage as well. So yes, that is a possibility of what's going on here. I don't think that is what's caused in this scenario, but I do need to see more information about this picture. Just seeing it on a picture like this with no other information is very difficult. I think we can all speculate. But like I say, with what I've been doing, I'm open arms here to share my information for someone to try debunk what I've presented. So far, it's proven very, very accurate, and I think it's the closest anyone's actually gotten to it. I don't want to inflate my head too much, but when you ask people like Andrew Thomas Young, universities, Google it, whatever you want to do, there's no information about this.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're doing very good work, and it's such a difficult topic to really pin down every single aspect of what we're seeing visually, because there's so many different factors that go into play, right? Like you can see a similar effect of what's happening to the photo that as he posted just based on air and atmosphere conditions, but then you can see what I think is taking place within this picture, which is just strictly the water conditions and the reflection that's taking place on the water. So you have all these scenarios that go into play, especially when you're looking at an observation over water at distance. You have these reflections that can take place off of the water. So you have these different conditions that can make things look different or give you illusions solely based on the water. And then you have atmospheric conditions that can give you similar things that are taking place, where you see internal reflections within those mediums that can give you the appearance of illusions that are taking place solely based on atmospheric conditions. And then you mix the two together, and now you've got illusions that can take place with the water, with the air, all kinds of different stuff. So yeah, it's very hard to really pinpoint and put your finger on all of this.
Yeah,
but you're doing very good work.
Thank you very much. And for me, it's at least with what I've been doing, it's for me, I would say one important note is that when we're seeing internal reflection, we will see an inverted image. When we're seeing a displaced target, that would be refraction. That's one of the main points. One of the main things that I am challenging mainstream with the current explanation, where they invoking refraction with reflection. So yes, that does occur, but it's at such a minuscule amount. It shouldn't affect the measurements significantly, if for a lack of a better explanation. But when we see images stretched to unrecognizable, however I want to say this, for instance, Wide Awake posted that video where this fucking boat was stretching in the most extreme way. That is from you typically see that in a superior mirage, and the reason for that is because the actual medium above that's reflecting above the target is a much more malleable medium. It's the air that's changing its angle, and it will still reflect, but it will change its angle and it starts stretching and doing all weird things. But we do not see that often in an inferior mirage. In fact, there's probably about 5% of inferior mirages that look anything like a superior mirage. And once again, like I say, when I talk about a mirage, that's the inverted image, not the actual correctly orientated image, which I refer to as a superior image versus a superior mirage.
So would you say it would be more accurate to describe sinking, looming, and steeping as refraction scenarios, and then all the different types of miraging as reflection?
We will see let's use water for an example. SC Montreal posted a picture here at 16 past the hour. So let's use this as an example. We're going to see water. Then we're going to, in the right conditions, when the water and the air have enough difference in them that we would get a critical angle within a reasonable distance, talking up to say about 1 kilometer, we would then see an inferior mirage occur. The further it gets, it's more likely that we are going to start seeing refraction, and then possibly even a superior mirage, which will be the inverted image of the actual ship, which is then internal reflection, but on the boundary layer above the target. And that's when we see the Fata Morgana. And this, the other thing I want to bring up, this is where I've recently said, wow, this may be good evidence for a globe Earth, and I'm not pushing it. I'm just saying, wow, it makes sense how it could work on that model. Whether it's a triangle, whether it's flat, whether it's a bubble, I don't know. If anything, I've always said that I think we live in a bubble Earth, and everything's just more and more dense the lower you go. If anything, we are all just fucking living on an atom or something. So I'm not pushing any model. I'm just presenting what I've been researching, and I'm very unbiased with this. It's just the best I can explain it in that model. And also, when we're having these mediums, especially here on Earth, for us to see the inferior mirage that we see, we have to have a physical layer below it. And when we see the superior mirage, that's when we have a new boundary layer, which is perfectly explainable with the two different mediums, the boundary layers. And like I say as well, is the predictive power is proving something to that. And yeah, I'm not pushing a model, guys. I'm just sharing very, very valuable information. Yeah.
Yeah, all this information leads me to believe that visually and optically trying to determine anything over distance is never going to be a good way to determine any type of shape of a surface for me. For me, this, the fact that we're in 2023 and somebody like yourself is pushing the envelope of people who are alleged experts within this field leads me to believe that there's so much that's still not understood about what is visually taking place, when we're getting these observations, that we should make no definitive determination as to what the surface we're looking over may be because of how fooled our eyes can be by the optical effects of light over distance.
So the more I've been looking into this, testing it, experimenting with it on various ways, be it on a road and then testing my predictability, me playing around with water, testing what happens, the less it actually fools my eyes and the more I understand it. Like I've said before, I think there's just one big, massive misunderstanding of why we are seeing what we are seeing. Once that, what I'm hoping to be able to do soon. How long soon is, I don't know. Time is just a concept, but hopefully I will be able to clarify what we are seeing and why we are seeing it. Then I would say, guys, go take this and go see, would this work on a planar Earth? Would it work on a globe Earth? I haven't done that yet. That is not the main part of my research. That's not the main point of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm just trying to understand of why we are seeing what we are seeing and what causes it. And like I say, I think I've done a fucking great job of it. If I can tap myself on the back.
Yeah. I would suggest once you fully hammer out what path you're currently on in your research, once you fully hammer that out, then maybe go into the investigation of how these effects are either confirmed or you have variations or different effects that you see dependent upon the shape of the surface that you're viewing over. Because I know a lot of the stuff that you did, especially with like the total internal reflection, seems to be off of what would be considered fairly flat surfaces. You're talking about roadways and sides of buildings and things like that. So I'm just wondering, how we could really hammer out what visually would change if, say, for instance, you're making an observation down a very long building that's giving you these miraging effects. Could we replicate what we're seeing there with a slowly curving long wall, right? Would we see the same optical effects? What would be the differences there? You know what I'm saying? Like once you
Yes.
fully hammer out kind of what you're determining, then going back and trying to get further details on surface changes, because the things that I see, like roadways over distance, right? I live in Florida, which is very, very flat. So you get these miraging effects and these heat effects where it looks like water or glass or whatever you want to call it, with these reflections and miraging taking place over the roadways. But anytime you see undulations within that pavement is when you can come out of and back into these effects, meaning as you have deviations from like a flat surface, you start to see deviations in your mirroring effects, meaning you can see mirroring up to a point, and then you're like, oh, obviously there's a little bump in the road because there's no mirroring, and then past that there's mirroring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so the reason why you would see it on a road like that is because your angle is changing, and because it's such a because the two mediums are very similar. It's not very tolerable where you would see reflection versus refraction both ways. It's like when you try heat up a stove, for instance, you don't see much refraction occurring. You'll see the wobbling effect going on, but you're not going to see massive refraction going, because those two mediums or the refractive indexes are very, very similar. But if it's in a settled state and you get at the right angle, you're going to see reflection occur, but it's very, very sensitive to that angle, which is all measurable. Regarding the over long distance of a flat road, I've been doing a few basic observations here on roads. This is nothing major. This is trying to just get an idea of how it could possibly work. But I'm using these curved roads and seeing what I'm seeing and trying to compare it to a long distance photograph of a ship, for instance, that's possibly over a curved horizon, and they look very, very similar. When I do it over a flat road and I put that same object and I move the camera up and down, it doesn't present itself the same way as when we're seeing these reasonably near ships that are cut in half. I'm unable to present that on a flat surface in the same conditions, for instance. Yes, I'll maybe get there. I'm working on it. Like I said, I'm doing this very unbiased. I'm trying to do the best I can and present the best evidence I can. But so far, that's why I've said, wow, this is intriguing. This shocked me as well, because I also thought, I still think that the flat earth discussion is amazing. I think it's an awesome discussion. And I'm very, very open minded in that sense. But recently, which is why I've been getting a lot of hateful DMs and losing subscribers, is because I'm presenting something that says, wow, guys, maybe it is fucking curved. If it is, I don't know. Like I said, that's my main part of research. I'm just presenting what I can present. Very, very interesting. I hope you guys stick around. I hope you guys actually follow it and take it seriously, because, like I say, there's a big, big, big misunderstanding of what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather just find the truth regardless, right? So I
Yeah.
would hope that people wouldn't start coming at you if, based on your research, you've come to a determination whether they agree with it or not, that the surface may be one way or the other. I don't think that's. I don't know. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm not in this discussion to just be on a side. Unless you say that side is the side of truth, then sure, yes. But yeah, well, I hope nobody would just completely dismiss you unless they have proper, reason to do so.
I appreciate
keep
that,
doing what
Napalm.
you're doing, and I find your research very interesting, and I
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Napalm. Yeah, that's why I sent you, stuff that I don't just post anywhere. I sent you my paper. I try to keep you up to date here and there of things that I do. I just think, yeah, you might be one of the individuals that are willing to actually look at this, irrespective of what I'm presenting. It doesn't matter if it proves this or if it shows this or shows that. All I'm doing is I'm showing how this observation is seen in these conditions, whether it's flat or a ball. But yeah, I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, cheers. Keep doing what you're doing. I think a path of inquiry into how we visually see the world is never going to be like an honest path of inquiry like I feel like you're taking. I don't think is ever an endeavor that is completely fruitless. So I appreciate everything that you're doing there. It's an aspect of this conversation that I find very interesting, if not the most interesting aspect of this shape of the earth conversation, which is how we visually see the world, because I find it very interesting that even in 2023 we have very little hard definitive scientific evidence for how the world presents itself to us, which I find very interesting.
I agree with you 100%.
Where's the paper where you've explained this? Is it in the chat somewhere?
No, I've pre-printed the paper. I haven't shared it with too many people just yet. It's with the University of Cape Town, University of Stellenbosch, and Andrew Thomas Young has it. I think Travis has it. Napalm's got it. There's a few of the guys that are really into this discussion that I've shared it with, but not many people. Once it's approved on the preprint, I would share it more openly. I've been sharing it with redacted personal information for obvious reasons. But I think once it's approved on preprint and gets peer reviewed, that'll be awesome. The one place rejected it because of me not citing anyone, which once again is this is all my research, which I've republished with citations with the information that I'm using regarding the boundary layers. So that has been cited in the paper because that is scientific citations, if you want to put it that way. But the theory that I have is as far as I understand, a totally new theory. So I can't cite that anywhere else but myself, and then the data that I've shared, and which is objective. Anyone can go do that themselves as well. So, like I said, it's exciting.
Yeah, I find that very interesting that, I mean, unless they read your paper and said, hey, for these certain specific things, we need more detail. Can you give us a citation of somebody that's maybe established this concept previously? But I find it very interesting that they would just possibly not review or whatever your paperwork just because it could be all brand new information and there's no citation of somebody that previously you would have to rely on or assume that their information is correct.
Yeah, it's actually interesting because Travis asked for the same citation for it, and I don't blame him. Not many people know about this boundary layer. I only recently learned about it, and it made a lot of sense in the work I was doing. And so, like I say, I did republish the paper for preprint with those citations. So I'm waiting to get feedback on that. It's been a bloody while. Well, the first time it took like 4 weeks to get some feedback. I think I'm on week 3 now, waiting from the republish. So they are a bit sensitive with that, it appears. So I'm not using just any old backdoor place. I do want to get this out in the correct location, and yeah, I don't know where else to publish these sort of things. So yeah, like I say, once it's all approved, I'll share the links here. Then my personal details will be out there. But at the moment, when it hasn't officially been published, I don't want to share any personal details out. But yeah, Napalm, you got my redacted copy there. But that is the paper. There's actually recently a few little changes I've done, but it's pretty much the same as what you have. So, Arul, if you want to discuss it, Napalm has it.
I just need someone to explain this to me. Like, I'm 12 years old. I'm not really getting it. I'm not even, to be honest, I'm not even getting the difference between reflection and refraction in this case.
Okay, so when we got 2 boundary layers,
I don't even know what a boundary layer is. I'm 12.
Between 2 different mediums, so you got let's say one body of water, and there's 2 different index of refractions in this body of water. which is measurable. It's typically measured by, there's a lot of different things, but for lack of better explanation, let's say there's two different temperatures. The one is 42 degrees, the other one is 20 degrees. Those molecules behave differently, and they bounce off each other, if I have to use a lack of a better word for a 12-year-old. And there's a boundary layer between the two. These two aren't mixing by themselves. They don't just flow into each other. They repel each other. Now there's a boundary layer between these two mediums, and that's where refraction and reflection takes place.
Okay. And what's the difference between refraction and reflection?
The critical angle. So it'll refract. The light will actually refract and reflect off that boundary layer both ways, but it'll always favor you will observe the one or the other depending on the angle that light is traveling or hitting that angle, that boundary layer.
Reflect means it's bouncing back in the direction that it came, right? And refract means it's continuing on its path and it's just changing its angle.
Not necessarily, no. So if you skip, someone actually used this the other day. Said if you're skipping stones over a body of water, it's not exactly like that, but imagine you skipping stones over a body of water. You throw that stone at the right angle, it's going to skip off that water. But if you don't throw it at the right angle, it's going to dive into that water. So that's refraction, and skipping is reflection.
Okay.
But the light does go in both directions. The one is just more pronounced than the other one. We generally see that in glass, for instance. So the light would reflect and refract in glass. And that's why you see it both ways. A mirror, for instance, it's using the glass to there's a bit of refraction in the glass, but it reflects off that metal piece or whatever they put at the back, that foil at the back. It reflects off that, and that's why you're seeing a reflection with that.
I think I think it this way, right? So I have a swimming pool in my backyard, and if it's completely calm, right, it's there's no ripples or anything on the surface. Sunlight is coming in and it's illuminating what is at the bottom of my pool, and let's say there's like an object at the bottom of my pool. Well, I'm looking at that object, then that object is actually refracted, meaning it's displaced. Let's say there's a fish down there in my pool. If I wanted to actually shoot that fish, I would have to shoot technically below where I visually see it, or above where I visually see it, depending on how it's refracted, because it's not in the actual location where I'm seeing it through the pool.
Yeah.
And that's based on the angle in which I'm viewing that object compared to the surface, right? Or the angle in which the light is coming in regarding the surface of the water. Now, I can also go to that same pool and I can get directly above it and look at it, and I can see my reflection back. So you can have that reflection based on a specific angle, and then you have refraction of an object that's in that other medium.
So when I'm seeing my face back, that means the light is bouncing back in the opposite direction, right?
Not the opposite. Oh, yeah, it's not bouncing back to the person. It's leaving at the angle that it arrived at, just the other way, like the skipping stone, for instance. But yeah, the skipping stone is not a good analogy. But just to understand that it's not going into the water; it's actually bouncing off the water, in the same direction that it's going.
How can I see my reflection if it's not coming back in the opposite direction on the pool?
So that's that angle. For instance, you can look at a mirror and you can be below the mirror. You won't see your reflection until you get to the right angle. You're going to be slightly higher, or it'll bounce directly to you if you're looking directly at the mirror. But if the lower you go, your reflection's higher because it's your face is higher. Does that make sense?
I'll give you another example, a rule. So at night, sometimes I'll come out to my pool with a laser and I'll shoot a laser into the pool. And where that laser point isn't exactly what would be straight, right? That laser is always going to be straight if I'm pointing at something through the air for the most part at a short distance.
Yeah.
Like if I point straight line from the laser to the tree. Now I point it into the water. Where I see that point on the bottom of my pool is actually going to be slightly either lower or higher, depending on how it's being refracted. But then there's also a reflection off of that pool where I get another laser that would be reflecting off of the surface and then hitting the tree. So I get a point in the pool that is not straight, slightly different, and then I get a point up on my tree, which is reflected off of the surface. So I actually get 2 points. So that light is being refracted in the water, and it's also being reflected off of the surface, depending on the angle.
Yeah, I guess here's my problem. Okay, so this is how it's interacting in the environment around you. But then how is the image coming back? It has to then come back and reform in your vision, right? How does that happen? Like, how is that traveling back? So okay, so you fired the laser at the water. Okay, it's bent and it's no longer in a straight line. It's not in the position you expected. That's when it left the laser and went down, and then it skipped off the surface and it went and hit a tree, a reflection. Now, how does all that information then come back to you?
So that's bouncing off the next medium. So that's where I talk about the bubble earth, and if anything, that's why I say, guys, I'm not pushing any sort of model. I've got my own ideas of what this place is, but your being, your own self, is a medium, and the light coming off my hand here, for instance, that's light coming from I don't know where, but it's coming back to my eye. It's that light is reflecting off my hand. If I go into a dark room, I can't see my hand anymore. There's no more light reflecting off my being, or no, yeah, the outside light is not giving me that light back. So you seeing that light leave its last location. That's where I say refraction takes place. The same thing as if I can take a bowl of or glass of water and I can put it to the left of me here, and I can put an object in a way different location. I can see that object down at that location in its actual place, but I'll also see that same object leaving that glass of water. That's the last medium that light left that glass, and I'm able to see it. You always see the light leaving its last medium that it's in. It's very, very fucking complicated, very difficult for me to explain over voice like this. I'll probably need to do an explanation, a presentation on it. But yeah, just think of it. You don't see a beam of laser light shining in daytime, or you could possibly see it depending on how bright it is. But if you're in a steamed room, you see the actual stream of the laser light or the stream of the torch. That's leaving all those little molecules in the air. Those are all little mediums. But the beam itself is, if you're shining it through a glass of water or fish tank, you're always going to see where it's left the last location. When you're in a medium, you're going to see it leave its last location. That's where it's going to be in its apparent location. Oh man, I suck at explaining these things. Arul, I'll get it right to simplify it as best I can.
To be honest, I mean, I kind of understand the just basically the principle of what you're saying in terms of, how things are going out, how the light is going out and interacting in the environment. That's fine. Now, actually, it's more of a fundamental question as to how we even see like stuff in the first place. Like, how does it come back to us? You're saying you see it where it leaves the medium.
Yeah, we are so dense. Anything else is so dense. Like I got a bottle of vape liquid here. The lid is now this black lid. It's a hard piece of plastic. That medium is so dense. The light doesn't refract through it. It actually reflects off it. Same things that's happening when we're seeing on a tarred road. You have to be at a very severe angle to actually see that light reflect off it. Otherwise, it's just refracting. Oh, it's actually traveling in the same direction in that medium. It's not doing anything.
Let's forget this is even more basic then. Does anyone have a good way of understanding how, like, forget it, any reflection. I'm just looking at something normally. How is that image actually forming? Like, how is all of that? How is the form and the shape and everything actually coming to me?
Now, that is a fucking interesting question. That's where I think philosophy is going to come in, or at least that's where I philosophize on a few things. But yeah, that's an energy fucking thing, whatever it is, it's got substance to it. Whatever that solidity medium that it is, whatever it is, if it's an asthma pump, if it's a flash drive, if it's a rock, that is in its energetic form, vibrational state that it is, and the light is reflecting off it.
Okay, reflective, but how does the exact form come back to me?
That's the light that's left that
Sure,
object.
Okay, so what? I don't know how to put this in words.
No, dude, I think I know what you're saying, and I also don't know how to put it into words, and that's what's mind-boggling me as well. But I think I can visualize what you're trying to say.
So let's take the classic explanation, the people that's given to us by the mainstream, right? That light is comprising of these discrete particles called photons. And let's say those photons are bouncing off an object. Okay.
That's not happening.
I know. I mean, I don't subscribe to that. I don't think that makes any sense. But then I'm still leaves the question. I'm just going to use that just to get across my question, right? Let's say that's happening, and it is just this light, these little balls or whatever it is. It doesn't even have to be little balls bouncing off, coming to me. How does that then form an actual form in my vision?
I wouldn't even know where to start explaining that. It boggles me as well. I've did
and then how does that create the feeling of a holographic world around me, as opposed to just a still image?
Let me send you something that I wrote. When you got time, dude, I think it's 3 or 4 minutes long. This is me calling it the unique. No, this is something else. Unveiling the departure of light. It's a video. It's 3 minutes 56 seconds. I'm using an AI narrator to narrate my writing because I'm not a very confident speaker. Eventually, I'll start doing these things myself. But yeah, I'll share this with you. This might be the best way I can explain it, but it is a philosophy as well. But I think it's what you're saying. You Indian, right? You sound Indian.
Yeah, man.
Do you look into Hinduism at all?
I should know that I'm on this new flat Earth path. I probably should, but I don't really that much.
Okay, yeah. So that's a very, very awesome. I don't want to call it a religion because I don't think it is a religion. But it's some very interesting ways of seeing the world through those writings. It does explain quite a few things outside of the verbal way. But yeah, have a look at that video I sent you. It's only like 3 minutes long. It's not much.
Hey.
I posted it directly to you. I DM'd it to you.
Hey, Bierman, you should use your voice in your videos, though. You should at least speak for a little bit. Don't make it all ChatGPT or whatever.
I use a website here. It's something where you actually got to pay to use the narrator.
I know, but you can just do like an introduction or something. Maybe I don't know. Just like because it feels more authentic. Like sometimes it could even be good information. I'll just like turn off a video if it's got like voiceover. Unless I don't know. Just be like, yeah, it's not my first language, dude. You know what I mean? It's my research. Here you go. Listen.
It's my first language, but I stumble a bit, especially when I read my own stuff. But anyways, yeah, I agree. I should do it. I tried, and then I had to keep redoing it. And then I was like, no, fuck this. Where can something narrate it? So I found a narrating site, but you have to pay for it. So what I did is I screen recorded, I copied and pasted my writing into this, and then I screen recorded what it was saying because you can't download it unless you pay. So I just screen recorded what it plays back to me, and then I put that text or that recording into my video. I found a loophole.
I found a better way of asking my question. So when you have a pinhole camera, right? It's just like one ray of light exiting one part of an object that's coming through that pin, that hole. Why is the entire image forming? You got a pinhole camera.
Yeah.
It's just like one ray of light, right? That's coming through. Not one ray, but it's rays of light from one part of the object coming through.
Yeah, I don't know how many angels are dancing on that light beam, but yeah, go ahead. It's thin, skinny,
tiny
light.
pinholes.
But now some of the lens itself is really the air, so that's another thing to kind of consider. But it's actually that the optic needs space in order to expand from where the aperture to the, I don't know, eyeball or film or photosensor would be. So the air is considered to be part of the lens.
Cool, but isn't like the light aren't the rays exiting just one part of the object, or are they exiting all parts of the object?
So Rule, think of it like this: it's all the different angles that light is reaching the eye at. You're seeing every part of that object at different angles, and that's why I think it's possibly blurring out. You can actually take your finger as well, and you can put it to a distance from your eye. I'll try explain this another day, but you would see this little barrier around it. It's very weird, or at least I'm able to do it. There's a few other people that have been able to do it, but it's the angle that the light is actually receiving to your eye, which is also going to tie in a lot with what I say with the reflection and refraction. It's all the angle of that object to your eye. Whatever light is receiving your eye, it's coming at a specific angle from its last location, relative to your position or to your eyeball. Or camera lens, or whatever is receiving that light, that's recording that light. In this sense, your eye.
So in a pinhole camera, I'm getting an entire scene recorded on my my film or whatever at the back, or the wall at the back of the room, right? In a pinhole camera kind of setup. Are rays of light coming from everywhere in the scene through that pinhole?
Yeah, because all that light is traveling through that pinhole at a certain angle.
Yeah, it takes everything that's outside of it and puts it inside of it. But it's like if you had full, if it wasn't that pinhole, it would be too much light and then basically blow out your image. But yeah, I mean, it's not the air is the lens. That's what's really going on to me. But, yeah.
The air is the lens. Yeah.
The medium that you're in is going to influence, yes, and that's why if you, for instance, put your eyes half in water, or camera half in water, half outside of water, you're going to see two different images. So you're receiving light at different angles or different speeds or whatever. Same thing if you jump into a swimming pool and you don't have goggles on. You're looking through a very thick fucking medium. The light travels or is propagated differently in that medium. But you're still in the same medium.
Why do Mexican road workers think I know what sign language is? You know what I'm saying? Sorry, I'm just driving here. Yeah, the medium. But then, would you think that you could change the gas in the pinhole camera? You could change it, and you'd be altering the refraction value. No.
I'm not too familiar with a pinhole camera. I got the idea of it. It's very, as far as I know, a very primitive way a camera works itself, where it inverts the light that comes through it. But I don't know much about the pinhole camera to actually engage in that discussion, to be honest.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just on a wild one there. Cool. Anybody else got anything on this pinhole camera stuff?
Nope. I do not. I'm not good with cameras.
I'm gonna go for a pee, guys. I'll be right back if you guys still want to chat
You know
about
who's
the
good with
refraction thing.
cameras? Ken
All right.
Wheeler.
The pinhole cameras, yeah, it's solely based off like the aperture size, right? The size of your hole is going to be determinant on how far away you want your photographic paper to be, so that you get a proper focused image. So you're dealing with focal length there based on your aperture, and this has to deal with quote unquote angles in which the rays enter the aperture. But I don't know. It's very interesting. A rule you were kind of alluding to earlier. Like, what are we dealing with when we're talking about light? You know, you hinted at the conception of photons being some sort of little particles that are being emitted and bounced around and all that kind of shit, which I don't think is the case at all whatsoever. To me, it's waves of energy which are interpreted by different things, right? The back of our eye, our retina, can interpret these different wavelengths of energy, and or at least receive the different wavelengths of energy, and then we interpret those in our mind in a specific way to give us colors and shapes and all that kind of stuff, right? So a single eyeball itself, everything that you see, everything that you're taking in is technically two-dimensional. With two eyeballs, what you're actually seeing is what we would probably consider 2.5D. And then with movement and things like parallax, meaning when we move our head around and we move forward and backwards, we get what is the appearance of parallax. And that parallax is how we perceive depth and depth perception. And then our brain conceptualizes all of this into a three-dimensional rendering, even though our eye takes everything in two dimensions, kind of like a photograph would be.
Too, and then on top of that, it creates the illusion that we're now in the space, not like just watching an image.
Yes,
because
technically we are in the space, right?
Yeah, but then it kind of projects it around us, right? It's like we're taking in just images, right? Obviously, like at an insane speed or whatever you want to call it, instantaneous, you could say, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's being projected back around us, because it's not just like a camera. It's not just forming in the back of our head and then just that's where we're perceiving it. We're perceiving it all around us.
Well, think of it this way, right? If you had like the microchip or whatever you want to call the brain of the camera, and if your camera is digital, let's say, or even if you took an old film camera, if there was not paper there, but there was, like in a digital camera, a brain to process that information.
Yeah.
That brain is constantly processing that information. And you're living within those two-dimensional images as they're continually updated and giving you this depth perception and this parallax. So yeah, it is a very interesting thing when you really try to think about drilling down as to what's taking place, where it's like visually we are living in an immersed world, even though what we're taking in is very similar to like a photograph.
When we dream, it has to be the fact that it's projecting it, because if you're not because in your dream it's also immersing you in it, and there's no information coming in whatsoever.
Well, I think your dream world of, let's say you have a very vivid dream where you feel like you're doing something. I think this is your brain mimicking the information that you take in the real world and just giving it back to you in the format that you're used to, right? So it's your brain taking what you would know visually, and the more that, I guess, the deeper sleep that you're in, the more you think that dream is a reality, the more immersive it becomes. Because you could probably close your eyes now and try to visual scenarios that you've been in the past, but it's very hard for you to fully immerse yourself into those images. But I think when you're in the dream state, you're so far removed from the state of reality to such a depth that inner visualization becomes a feeling of almost reality.
No, but I guess the point I'm making is what I'm conjecturing is that in your dream you're immersed in it. Yeah, in real life you're immersed in it. It's got to be the same process, because like you just said, when you're visualizing something in your waking state, that image is properly situated in your head, in that space. It's not situated all around you, projected. But in a dream, it's situated all around you, projected, and in real life, it's situated all around you, projected.
Because I think, in reality, what you're taking in and being immersed in is an actual real scenario. If we have to have some sort of determination between real and dream world, right? Or spiritual, or however you want to describe that. But I think the reason that you can feel like you are in a dream state that is very realistic is because you've had the understanding of the interpretation of the real world to begin with. I don't know if you could have. Okay.
I get that. I'm just saying, but I think to me the interesting point here is that even now the world that I'm experiencing around me is being projected out by my mind. It's getting the information is coming from the external world. I get it, but then the world itself is being projected out in terms of not the physicality, but in terms of what I'm visualizing. I don't know exactly how I'm putting it up.
See, I don't know if I agree with the world being projected out as much as us interpreting the world as it comes into us. As the energies come into us, we're interpreting that. I don't know if we reproject that back out as much as we just have a direct. Think of it kind of this way. I was like, in the digital camera, if you have it on a video setting, it's constantly taking in the real world information as a video setting. But if you have it as just a camera, you can snap a picture that's interpreted. Then you can look at that picture, and your human brain can interpret that. I think we're constantly on like the video setting of the digital camera in a way that there's no reprojection. It's just constant interpretation. Maybe that makes sense. I don't know. I didn't explain that well.
I mean, I'm just saying that the immersion effect, right? Because we can have the immersion effect with information coming in, as in the real world, and we can have the immersion effect without information coming in. But that's a mode that has to be invoked, because we can, like you said, with just imagining something, that's not immersing me in it. That's just conjuring up the image. No matter how photographic, right? Most of us, I mean, it takes. I'm not even able to always like photographically produce images in my head. Sometimes I am. But either way, even if it is perfectly photographic, it's still just an image in my head, in the back of my head, really. As if our eyes were just like two cameras producing a 2.5D image. That should be what I should be seeing, right? If that's all that's happening. But then there's the extra immersion experience that it does.
The immersion is based on movement, though.
No, but I can create a moving image in my head. It's still in the back of my head, photographic moving image.
Sure. Yeah, but no. So I don't know. I feel like dreams can feel somewhat real, but I feel like, at least for me personally, I can have very vivid dreams that feel somewhat real. But then when I think that what's taking place is real is the moment I wake up. Like you can have close to this idea or this immersion effect within a dream, but the moment I think you actually think it's real is the moment you are drawn back to reality.
Yeah, that's even fine. Even if the dream is like, because when you wake up, you always think the dream is hazier than it feels in the moment. That's all fine. I'm not saying that it's the same as the reality, and I'm not trying to make some sort of weird esoteric point. I'm just trying to be as, I don't know, like just objective as possible when talking about this. I'm just saying, like, there's a difference between seeing because you just said it's a movement which creates the immersion. I don't think that's the case, because you can create a moving image in your head perfectly clear, but you're not immersed in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we are immersed in the world that we're interpreting. So yes, it's weird to think about, but correct. We are a moment or a point in a much larger realm, and we are experiencing the realm immersively from our specific individual points within it. And as far as like light is concerned and everything that we're taking in there visually, to me it's interpretations of different vibratory energies, meaning we even know or understand that different colors are different wavelengths of light. So we're just interpreting these different, this energetic feedback that we're receiving from the world around us, we're interpreting that within our brain and experiencing it. We take it in through our eyes, interpret it through our brain. Yeah. But to me, it's all energetic wavelengths. It's not some sort of, I even have a hard time, the idea or concept of a light ray or ray tracing can be useful, I think, but isn't a proper explanation as to what's taking place, in my opinion.
Yeah, that would be a good example actually to remember for like whenever people say like something which isn't necessarily true, but it's useful. Because globe earthers and actually not even that many flat earthers, because a lot of people in mainstream scientism will talk about, well, it doesn't really matter if it's true. Like this utilitarianism, and it's like or instrumentalism. As long as it works and it's predictive and I can use it, that would be a very good example of that.
Yeah. And I don't like to stop it. Since it's useful, then we've got enough information and therefore we can stop there. Like I prefer to get a little bit deeper and try to get a better explanation or understanding as to what's taking place.
Yeah, I agree. I actually don't even think that it's just a good model. I think maybe like if I think about it in my worldview, a reality is just like analog programming. So it's like whatever the part that we're saying is the useful part in the rays and all that. That's probably just the one level of the code which keeps that level of consistency. So even if this stuff is consisting of something else, even if the rays aren't really physical rays, that could just be a layer of order that's imposed upon the underlying vibrating mediums to impose some order on it. So it's not even that it's purely just a coincidentally useful way of looking at it. It's just a layer of code, analog code that exists in reality.
Yeah, and it's a very small layer, right? Think of it this way, as if we're with pretty much all of our senses for the most part, specifically like sight and sound. Think of yourself as like a radio antenna. We only have certain bandwidth within FM radio to where we can pick up various different radio stations, and each radio station has a whole bunch of information on its narrow bandwidth or its narrow frequency in which you're receiving it. So the visual light spectrum, we're doing the same thing. Our eyes are the antennas, similar to a radio antenna, and we're interpreting things only within that narrow bandwidth, and we can determine and even the blending between, the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, indigo, violet, the spectrum that we can see in.
Yeah.
If you think of that as like the radio, that's your FM dial. We've only got from 88.1 to 107.9, and that's all we can interpret, even though there are energetic waves that are coming in above and below that spectrum. So we're visually taking in only this narrow bandwidth of these energetic frequencies, and we interpret them the way that we do, right? Where we have these colors, and then we also get the blurring of the colors and the distinction between the colors, which gives us the appearance of hard edges, which is good because we can actually confirm the hard edges with our sense of touch, right? So that's how we interpret the world, even though there's infrared and there's other different spectrums, ultraviolet, x-rays. You go all up and down the electromagnetic spectrum, and unfortunately our eyes are only antennas for one specific range of that. And then
Oh, is it that our eyes on the antennas for it, or is it the eyes are taking it all in, all the vibration, but it's just like, but then the mind or the brain, whatever is really doing it, is then only presenting back to us the certain range.
Well, I think the eyes are taking it all in the same way that if I put up a radio antenna right now and I have a radio connected to it, that antenna is taking all of those frequencies, but it's only able to interpret a certain bandwidth of them. It's still getting bombarded with the frequencies above and below the spectrum at which it can interpret. But it's, you know, like your microwave, you can see into your microwave through that little mesh screen because the microwaves are just bigger than that mesh screen to where they won't go through it. Right? So it's an antenna is a very similar thing. So the way that the antenna is set up and is receiving a signal, there's waves that are larger or smaller that it can't interpret based on its size. So I think our eyes are a similar way, right? Like the receptors within our eyes only have a limit to what they can accept as far as the energetic frequencies that we're being bombarded with, but our eyes are still taking in infrared, x-rays, all that stuff. It's all coming in, we just don't interpret it. We can't interpret it. We don't have the proper mechanism to decipher that energetic field in a way that we can conceptualize it. Or we can just say light's photons, and then we just get hit with these little BBs.
No, but that doesn't make any sense because, like, again, like the reason that doesn't make sense is like you're taking you've got a gun which is firing micro BBs at something. How the hell would any information about the form of that come back? First of all, why are the BBs coming back? I don't even get it. Like, how could you could you fire BBs at some object, have a screen on the opposite end of it, right? Provided you're getting perfect deflections of all these BBs. Would the same object form back on the screen? And then there's BBs from all other objects just interfering with that.
Yeah.
Every image should just be washed out in that case. Because you're getting information just firing back randomly in all directions onto a screen.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that, and I haven't seen anybody even try to properly articulate what would happen when these particles are being crossed with one another, like deflections and hitting off of each other and all that kind of stuff. Like they only claim that this reflection or change in momentum of the specific particles only takes place with material objects and not with the other particles of light to begin with. So to me, none of that makes sense. So I definitely can't speak on that.
Okay, but here's an interesting thing. What is polarization then? Like, because in their model, it's this weird property called spin, and they don't really explain what that is properly. And there's always analogies if you look on YouTube. Back when I used to follow mainstream science, but what would that be in a more esoteric model? What do you think? Any theories?
Like in a photonic model?
And a photonic model, I mean, they're saying it's just like it's changing its orientation. So it'll go in this orientation, that orientation. But like what about in a non-photonic model, in a wave model? What is polarization there?
Yeah, it would be an allowance of the wavelength or non-allowance based on, like I was saying with your microwave, right? So you have that screen. If you made that screen in your microwave, the holes in that screen larger, you would get bombarded with microwaves, right? And if you made it smaller, then you would have the ability to have a much smaller wavelength in there, but you could visually see it without being bombarded with it, meaning it would cage it in.
Yeah, but the polarization is a bit different, I think. It has to do with horizontal and vertical alignment.
Yeah.
The angle thereof, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the best way that I could kind of explain the waves coming through or not is, kind of like your microwave. We all know that we can visually look in and see what's taking place on our microwave, but we're not getting fried by the microwaves because that mesh screen is a specific size that doesn't allow for those waves to actually escape through it, like the concept of a Faraday cage.
Right. And the polarization has to do with angles.
Yep.
Wavelength, yeah.
Yeah, but if those waves can't, like those holes are pretty big in a microwave. You know what I mean? How micro are those waves? Pretty big.
Just bigger than those holes.
It's that simple.
Yep. That's why like a Faraday cage is more effective to block out as much EM radiation as possible. The smaller the mesh is in your Faraday cage. You know, like a aluminum screen door is going to block more frequencies than like chicken wire on a chicken coop.
Yeah, Smurf and I thought that maybe if we put a Faraday cage around his head, it would keep him on topic.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Tinfoil is a cheap alternative.
There we go. We'll wrap his head in tinfoil.
I work inside a Faraday cage. Friggin' ridiculous.
Yeah, we know that, bro. That's
What the
yeah.
fuck, dude?
Let me ask you, bro, is that school painted with lead paint? Is there like old, I know there must be pipes and stuff, but does it have a fresh paint of coat or is it old chipping paint? What's the condition of it?
Does it taste sweet, Jeremy?
It has a sour taste to dude. There's paint fucking everywhere, bro. There's paint peeling. There's layers of paint just everywhere. Listen to me. This is what's going on. The walls are friggin' lockers. All right, so there's a layer of metal there. Then behind that layer of lockers is a concrete wall, and there's pipes everywhere, bro. The ceiling, there's pipes, there's wires going everywhere. Drop ceiling, that's a metal grid. I'm surrounded by metal.
Yeah. Yeah, I think in a lot of those buildings, nothing gets through. Yeah, especially if you go down in the basement. Yeah. But not the new ones. The new ones are made of wood, and plastic. So I don't know about this 5G though. I can go like in my backyard, and literally the router is like, I don't know, 20 feet from me, and I won't get a single. And it's not like I'm in a Faraday cage. So this 5G is like really weak. It's fast, granted, but it's really weak.
Well, 5G is, if you're talking about 5G in a sense of like millimeter wave technology, where they're trying to get line of sight. Like you have to have line of sight to it. If you lose that line of sight, then you're screwed.
5G from your router is different from cellular 5G.
Right.
I see.
Yeah,
Different
it seems
technology.
not to go through anything. Like what was the other one? 2.5 before that? That was a lot better.
Yeah, if you're operating on 5G,
that's
you
not
basically need line of sight. Like anything that gets in the way materially is just the signal's not gonna be able to penetrate it. Sorry, go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. So the cellular 5G that's replacing 4G is completely different to your router's 2.4 or 5 channel.
Oh yeah, it's completely different. Like there's no, like I'd rather be on 2.4 or 2.5, whatever it was. Yeah. Like let's say you have a few cameras, right? And you want to put them around the house. If you want to go wireless, forget about 5G. It won't work properly. So what you do is you switch them over to 2.4, and miraculously they all work great.
Yeah, I think that stuff's a lot faster, right? Because it's a much more concentrated, direct connection. Maybe think of it this way, right? If you have I don't know, like your car's in your driveway and you're getting ready to wash your car. If you turn on the hose and it's just a straight beam, turn it on for a second and it hits the car, the opposite side of the car, you're going to see no water on the pavement because that straight beam from your hose just hit the side of your car and didn't get to the other side. Now, if you turn on your hose in the mist form, you'll see mist on the concrete on the other side of your car because some of that water got around and below and whatever your vehicle. Now it's going to be a much less concentration of the water, but it made it to the other side. Whereas the beam of water is going to be a much higher concentration of water, but it didn't get past the vehicle.
Did you get what I was saying?
Good analogy.
What?
So the 5G on your router is 5 gigabit connection or gigahertz, whereas 5G for mobile phones is 5th generation. They're completely different things. I wasn't sure if SE was getting that.
No, I get it, bro. I understand. I understand that the wavelength of 5G cannot penetrate as much as the 2.4, and they have to be closer to get closer to the source. That's not hard to comprehend. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, but when people talk about about 5G towers giving people COVID or whatever, those 5G towers aren't on about the same 5G as in your router. They're on about 5th generation cellular networking. It's a different meaning.
Who do you work for?
Well, then I don't get what you're saying. You're going to have to be more specific. The towers are not 5G. The router is.
It's different. So your router in your house, okay? There's two channels, a 2.4 and a 5, right? That's gigahertz, right? Whereas when we refer to 5G for your iPhone, it's a completely different thing.
Okay, so would you care to elaborate?
It's not the same channel. 5G when it comes to like cellular phones means 5th generation.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right. Okay. Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah. But you're right. The 5G from your router is the 5G from your router is shitter at going through things, but it's faster when you're directly there. And the same for the mobile phones, but they actually mean different things. Those two 5Gs.
Right. Yeah. That I understand. Got it.
Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Right.
But we're talking about the signal itself, right? The 5G signal is less able to penetrate through material than the 2.4G signal. Would you agree to that?
The 5G, both are signals, right? The 5G for cellular phones is the 5th generation cellular signal, whereas the 5G on your router, we call them routers in the US, but I'll say router, whatever. The 5G on your router is standing for 5 gigahertz.
Exactly. So the 5 gigahertz, is that, according to what I see, it's less able to penetrate through walls than the 2.4G is. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so I get it.
Yeah, but when you do have the connection, there's more ability, or there's there's a much larger bandwidth when you have the connection.
Oh yeah, 5G is definitely much faster. There's no question about that. Yeah.
It's just harder to get the signal. Go back to my hose example. I don't know if it's a good one or not, but
That's what she said.
I
tried so hard to do that earlier, but you covered it. You covered so quick, man. There was totally an opening, and I was like, didn't want to interrupt you. Should have. Would have gotten that joke off. Like now. 5G signals, man. Crazy stuff. Everybody was swearing it was making people like die and stuff in the beginning, and there was, you know what I mean? Crazy.
yeah,
days.
I think so. Here's my opinion: is that's kind of like a truth or trap there, right? Like, oh, the 5G is going to kill everybody. No, it's not. Not quickly, but it probably has more long-term health effects than the previous bandwidth we were operating on. Let's put it that way.
Maybe not just to ourselves. It might affect bees. Maybe bees want to like shoot themselves. They're like, I hate that song. Keep playing it all the time. I mean, other people I know of have commented that maybe these Wi-Fi signals are messing with insects, and we did have like a big bee colony die off like a couple of years ago. Colony collapse.
Certainly
all
could be the case.
All because these routers, or as we like to call them in Jersey, internet boxes. But like, don't you think like localized Bluetooth would be a better like system? You know what I mean? Like, just like if more things were just locally meant to basically be Bluetooth Wi-Fi repeaters, it would just be easier that way. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, I think that's what we're moving towards, right? That's the idea or the vision for the Internet of Things, where everything is kind of helping to perpetuate the signal continuing forth, right? Kind of like, I don't know, even like those Apple tags or whatever, like they utilize your unassuming Bluetooth that you have turned on your phone to help somebody else track their Apple tag through your phone without you even knowing it, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's like what they were doing in China when they shut the internet off, or whatever that drill psyop was. That like the Chinese put their internet back together. Just somebody's like, oh, I have a great idea. We only use Bluetooth network, and then everybody's the network.
Yeah. This is the whole idea or concept behind your smart devices. The more smart things we acquire, including light bulbs nowadays, apparently, the more of these we acquire, the more it is taking in and transmitting and receiving signal. All of it. Your refrigerator's helping to ensure you know where your keys are, because that's what we need.
I think there's some other ideas too. Just basically like a decentralized ISP. Basically that 5-10 people could just like have servers up that just run internet to us. Like we're just our own intranet or whatever. There are many nets in the internet. I don't know. It's like kind of like the same idea as like how Bitcoin is whatever. What do they call that? Technology, disruptive tech, to bank systems and, travelers checks and stuff like that. It's breaking their product, basically. So right. Break the product of the internet, break AT&T, AOL, you're not getting any more of my money, and we could have our own internet, guys. We could.
Yeah. Are you basically saying like a 2000s version of pirate radio kind of scenario?
Yeah. And Dyslow can play Christian Slater. It'd be perfect.
Nice. I don't know if Geisler has the hair to be Christian Slater, though. I say that as somebody that certainly does not have the hair to play Christian Slater.
Is Christian Slater like in Pump Up the Volume? Is he just thinking like, just pretend you're Jack Nicholson, right? Just pretend you're Jack Nicholson. Pretend.
I feel like most of his roles, he's just pretending to be a younger version of Nicholson. Yeah.
But you're cool. You're cool. You're from Idaho, and you're.
Look at point this your hard.
I just became Facebook. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no, come on. Just
on the Jack Nicholson thing. No, I just got in touch with my with this high school teacher on Facebook to some friends with him now. I go say hi, ask him about some Jack Nicholson stories. Although I heard a couple already. Anyway,
is Jack Nicholson still alive?
in some form, yeah. Wow. He's literally like about Schmidt now. So, yeah.
Yeah, he's still alive.
But you know, he's still paying for escorts, though. I bet. Come on,
Stacks. What's in your opinion best Christian Slater movie? Go.
Well, if it's not In the Name of the Rose, no, that's not a good movie. I didn't like that. I never watched it completely. What? Yeah, like probably Pump Up the Volume, or what? Wild at Heart? Nah, I don't think so. Although A Young Mercy Tomei was an attractive piece to that film. Whatever else was there?
There's True Romance. There's
Oh, you got me there. That's one I don't really favor that movie too much, but that was a blind one for me.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
You've got
but I'm sure I would never have been wanted to ever be a DJ in college if I probably never had saw Pump Up the Volume. And then probably I wouldn't have felt like maybe I could do this podcast and things sometime, whatever. I don't know. So I gotta say it's probably a more impactful movie probably than Back to the Future for me, even though it's awesome.
Nice. Pump Up the Volume. I don't know if I've actually even seen that movie, so I'll have to check it out. My favorite movie from Christian Slater came out the year before Pump Up the Volume came out.
Oh, you talking about Gleaming the Cube? That's
of course, sir. Of course.
I feel like I lose on the Final Jeopardy now. I didn't say that.
But
I saw that Gleaming the Cube movie in theaters.
Yeah, me too, bud. Heck yeah.
Man, you guys are fucking cool.
He's also in my wife's favorite movie of all time. Actually, his sister was the star. Do you know what movie? Came out before both of those movies.
I'm off my rocker now, man. You got me fucking dizzy.
Leprechaun in the Hood.
No, The Legend of Billie Jean. Have you seen that one?
Oh, that was dope. That was another dope. Wow, this is HBO in the 80s, baby.
Right, where he gets his Honda scooter stolen, and then they have to go get it back. Yeah.
Oh, is that like, ooh, you're gonna go down in flames just like Jesse James was in the credits, right?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he was in Young Guns, right?
I think. Oh, wow. Well, second one, right?
Young Guns 2, maybe. Yeah.
Dude, this guy has been in so many movies. This is one active. Christian Slater, he's got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
What's his most famous movie that he was in? Because I literally can't even picture his face right now.
Most famous movie? I don't know. True Romance? Young Guns?
Which one is he in Young Guns?
The one with the nice hair.
This guy's been in Star Trek, gangster movies, Robin Hood. Like, he's been in so many movies. It's crazy.
Oh!
Broken Arrow.
Which one is he in Robin Hood? Was he also in? Oh, what the frick is that movie
He's like,
called?
I'm Jack Knives or something. I don't know.
Interview with the Vampire. That was he didn't have a big role in that, but he had a decent sized role in that. But that was a big movie.
Not Dancing with Wolves. What's the other Kevin Costner movie where the racists took over America? The Postman.
Postman?
Is he in The Postman?
Is he in the Postman?
I feel no. It's the black kid in The Postman.
Oh, Very Bad Things he was in. That was a good movie. Remember that one?
That was good. Tales from the Dark Side. He was in that.
He's in Zoolander. He's got a crazy catalog. This guy's been in a ton of fucking movies.
Oh
Who's he in Zoolander?
Hollow Man.
Hollow Man? Hollow Man. With Kevin Bacon and Kevin Bacon. Let's not even get into it. Fucking Kevin
Bacon kind of freaks me out. I don't know why. Like his face makes me uneasy. He might be like my genetic, like ancestral enemy. I'm not sure. But whenever I see his face, I just kind of like,
He's like the voice of a generation, bro. That's it.
Is he?
Like, yo, this guy Christian Slater has been very active since about 82.
The funny thing is, Christian Slater plays himself in Zoolander. That's how big of an actor he is.
Really? Yeah, because it's driving me nuts. I can't think of who he is.
Oh, I guess we should post a picture of him so you can see visually.
Not an interview with the vampire. He was the guy giving the interview.
Oh yeah, but that's such a short part of the movie. Like I can't remember what that guy looks like.
No, he was in the whole movie though. That was like happening through the whole thing. That wasn't a big part though. You're right.
I don't know that movie kind of sucked, honestly, dude.
What the hell is wrong with you? Like vampires?
No, I don't like dudes like kissing each other. That's what a lot of was. There was a lot of that in that movie.
That was your favorite part. Stop lying.
All right, I just posted a picture of him.
I knew it. That was him. I knew it. Thank you. I was like, I think that's the guy, because that's when somebody said Robin Hood. I was like, oh, he was one of the kids in the forest, I think. And that's the guy. That's that guy, dude. Fuckers don't want to let me over.
His catalog is long, and he's got movies, but it's not really impressive. Like the movies themselves.
You could like also switch his name around, and he'd be the same guy. Be like Slater Christian. Yeah, he's a pretty good actor. He's been in a lot of stuff.
Dude, I think okay. Honestly, if you're going to be a movie star, being a B-list is probably better than being an A-list. Like, nobody cares about you. You don't have paparazzis following you. You're like, chill. This guy seems chill. He's probably, is he still alive?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing shit.
Is he broke? Is he like strung out on drugs?
I don't know. All the movies, all the shit he's been in, like, I doubt he's broke. He's been in shit less.
That's what I'm saying.
It's definitely better being a B-list, though. I'll give it to you, because you got just enough pull to, make things happen, but not enough where people are, like, swarming you. Yeah.
I think it's a sweet spot. Good for him.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a sweet spot right there.
Oh shit! Badass Mike McGill, fucking deck there. That's nice, man. I got to talk to his mom at his skate shop. I got to go to his skate shop.
He owns a skate shop. Yeah. Yep.
Did you guys see that movie Chips?
Yeah.
Like the old sitcom Chips?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
the remake with the white guy and the Mexican guy.
With the overtly super gay, but it's not gay at all kind of stuff. Yeah, it was awesome.
I don't remember. I didn't watch the full movie, but what's the guy's name? Like Drax or something? The white guy's name?
Yeah.
Jax or something. I don't know. Anyways, he's actually really chill in real life. He's like a C-list actor, but he's just very chill in real life.
Who's the C-list? Christian Slater was a top actor. What are you guys talking about?
You're saying Dax Shepard.
Dax Shepard, that's the guy, dude. That guy is very chill.
I mean,
I was
Christian
super
Slater
surprised.
is skating the line between A and B. I mean, he's got a lot of movies in his list, but like they're not really that great.
I would say he's like
100 movies under his belt. This guy.
Yeah, it's a lot of movies, but if you
He's
look
just
at the movies and the parts he played in them, like it's not really that impressive.
right. He's not a Nicolas Cage. He's not Johnny Depp. He's not Tom Cruise. He
He's
never.
not Tom Cruise, of course, but I mean, the guy was a famous actor back in
He's
the
not
day.
Tom Hanks. He's not.
Would you guys
He's big.
consider
He's not Mel
what's that
Gibson.
guy's name? Ryan Gosling. Is he A-list? Do you think?
What is he in?
Ryan Gosling. He was in
Is
the
he in that movie
Notebook.
with Steve
He
Carell?
was in the Barbie movie. He was Ken in the Barbie movie.
Oh my gosh, sure. I don't know. I didn't see the Barbie movie, but
Okay, this is becoming like Brokeback moment or something here.
Brokeback. No, I never saw that movie. No, you couldn't even trick me
that's
into seeing that movie.
That was Platypus's favorite movie.
Jake Gyllenhaal, and then the other guy played the Joker and then died.
Yeah, Heath Ledger or Keith. I don't remember. Heath or Keith.
Heath Ledger.
Is it Keith or Heath?
Heath.
Heath Ledger.
Heath Ledger. He gonna play Brokeback Mountain, but he gonna kiss a guy. So don't watch the movie. Caralho.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Tucker that has Christian Slater?
Oh, Dennis Hopper's Tucker. Yeah, that was a good movie.
Was that the one with the dog?
That's the one with this. They got to build a car company that got.
Yeah.
That was a good movie. Yeah.
And then he gets completely railroaded and isn't allowed to. Well, he kind of scams his way into making the cars to begin with, but then gets railroaded by the industry. Yeah.
Jeremy, if you're gonna say that a gay movie was my favorite, at least choose a movie that I actually think is kind of gay, but is my favorite. Dude, Legends of the Falls. You guys seen that one?
I've still not seen that. It's so
Dude,
gay.
it is so gay. It's so gay, but
I
I
had such
love that
gay
movie.
tones. I'm like, no way I ever
I
watched that.
love that movie so
All
much.
the way since the beginning, I have not wavered in my curiosities.
Bro, I want to live on that farm and make sweet love to a Native American woman, and then she dies tragically in a bootlegging operation gone wrong. Dude, I want that.
Oh, that's just like that other movie with Toby Maguire, The Cider House Rules.
Tebow?
Cider House Rules with Michael Caine and Charlize Theron.
Ooh, I don't think I've seen that.
But like
Michael
Prime,
Caine, though.
it's a pretty good. I mean, everybody's pretty good at good age wise. Like it's not too old. Michael Caine. Oh, and
I like.
It takes. There's like a whole bunch of orphans, and he takes care of them. But he's not a pedo, and he's really a drug user.
Totally not a pedo.
And it's awesome.
What about Dirty Rotten Scoundrels?
Oh wow,
dude!
Amazing.
I love that movie.
I used to joke around. I joked around with my dad at the table with that one. We'd like stick the fork in our eye and stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, it was just great. Like old movies about con men are really good. What was it? The Sting, or what's the one where they like set up the fake casino?
I got you all beat. Usual Suspects.
Kaiser fucking Soze.
I don't think. Oh yeah, Kaiser Soze.
Kaiser Soze.
That movie was awesome. Yeah, that's a good movie.
Only thing I hated about it was Kevin Spacey, damn kid diddler. But oh well, whatever.
It's the greatest.
I love Benicio del Toro.
Dude, Del Toro absolutely annihilated that movie. What was his guy again? I forget. But and then there's also Reservoir Dogs. That's another good one too.
Yeah, I feel like Benicio del Toro is another one of those B actors that's just like really good. He's like found that sweet spot. He's not like so famous that everybody's obsessed with him, but like the small amount of things that he has done were just like all awesome. Like, did you guys see The Way of the Gun?
I've never seen that movie, but I agree with where you were going in relation to Del Toro. He's one of those supporting actors that supports really good movies at the end of the day.
Made it into Star Wars? it's a little bit like an attendance award, but yeah. But it's like nobody's talking about Nicolas Cage. You got to have a favorite Nicolas Cage movie. Mine's Gone in 60 Seconds.
He went from Nicolas Cage went from an A-list
to like a Z-list.
He fell off big time, bro. But I would say my favorite Nicolas Cage movie is Face Off.
Hell yeah! I was about to say the same way. I was like,
Face Off
was
bro.
good, but Face Off,
shit was fire.
Yeah, both
I gotta add Lord of War in there, bro. Lord of War.
Oh, that was a good one too. That was good. That might. I don't know. Yeah, Lord of War was good.
Maybe his best actual acting. Maybe his best actual acting.
Face Off made me confused as shit. I was like, wait.
Does my mic, guys, does my mic sound better as far?
No.
No, you're still cutting out.
Yeah, I don't know why I cut out. But when you can hear me though, clear. Why is my mic cutting?
I don't know, but I feel like Nick Cage and John Travolta did a very good job of playing each other in that movie.
Oh, Face Off? Hell yeah, dude. No, dude. Nicolas Cage's little freak out in the hospital. Like, if I ever get the chance to do that, we're just like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, pointing at all the doctors. That's how I felt during pandemic.
Well, guys, I have some bad news. Either a possum or a raccoon got into my garden. I'm livid right now. I'm absolutely livid.
Squirrels and
Must
rabbits
be
can tear
hunting
stuff up too, if you got those.
Yeah, I lost like 2 pumpkin plants that I just transplanted like 3 days ago. I'm so bummed.
Did they just get torn up out of the ground or eaten?
Yeah, ripped up out of the ground. Like, I was able to replant one of them just now, but
Armadillos
it's not
would
a
do
good.
that shit too.
Whoa.
I don't know if we have any dillos out here in Los Angeles, but
Rabbits.
it's cool. Everything in the backyard is fine. It was just the front yard. We also have these 2 Mexican women that come and like steal our produce. It's pretty whack.
There you go. There's your culprit.
We've gone. No. This is
Scooby-Doo.
They weren't digging in the ground like that.
Do you have peacocks around you by any chance?
No, we do not.
Those things do damage.
Also
Oh, but my like Texas bush beans are coming in real nice. They're pretty cool. They don't need to be trellised or anything. They just like the beans just grow off a bush. Pretty tight.
It sounds so sexual when you say it. It sounds like a dirty thing. Maybe trellis. Yeah, I don't know.
Are you gonna trellis those bush beans? Like, oh yeah, I'm even gonna top them. Oh shit!
They're not like climbers. They have their own independent stock.
Tendrils? No, they're just like a thick stalk.
There was some kind of like weedy sort of tree. They grow up into big trees, but like it was kind of like this stubborn branches just kept like popping back up or whatever. And I just like sliced the outside bark and the thing like just fell apart basically. It's like amazing like how it's just like tough bark plus like some weed. It makes for a tree. Crazy.
Yep.
Male. Yep. They got his sex correct. Yeah, robots are fucking getting smarter every day. But
dude, I can't wait to punch a robot in the face. Anybody else like training for that day?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you should start like go to your local Goodwill and buy a couple of like toasters and microwave ovens and stuff.
wrap your hand and just start punching them. And then one day you'll come face to face with a robot and you'll be ready.
Yeah, you harden your
Yeah.
punches. You get that iron fist.
Multi-million-dollar idea. Sparring partner robots.
Oh, yeah, and then somebody gets their arm broken. The robot is still in sparring mode, and a 6-year-old walks out onto the mats. Uh-oh. Target acquired.
Yeah, he was on Muhammad Ali 4 mode. Shit.
Yeah. Oh no, he's in Mike Tyson mode.
He was in Fight PPT. Ah,
shit. Oh, that's funny.
You definitely gotta duck, bob, and weave, right? Because if that robot's coming in with a hook, you better duck, right?
Yeah,
you're gonna learn really quick.
Turn the sprinklers on. That might do something. I really hope they're not waterproof. Because that's kind of my go-to. I'm just going to spritz them with the hose. And
okay.
Just...
Well, really, like a super soaker full of shaving cream would take out their visual system.
Would it really? That's a great idea. I was thinking like mixing a petroleum product with like some kind of energetic compound. And then you use like one of those green high-powered lasers to just activate it, said compound. I thought that might work.
Nah, magnetic C4.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, big ass magnet.
Shit. I'm metal. Fuck. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I fight these Terminators. Fight them all day.
You know,
so I came back in time. What? Sorry.
No. I every once in a while I remember that like the Apple logo for the iPhone is like an apple with a bite taken out of it. That's pretty weird.
Pretty evil.
I mean, I don't know.
So innocent.
Is there another story about an apple or like a fruit with a bite taken out of it that we're supposed to be thinking of, or are they actually referring to the fall of mankind from the Christian story? You know, like it was weird.
It seems like a cocaine branding storm, like brainstorm or something. Like because they already had the name before they had the logo. You know, it was just called Apple. Like, but it was called Apple like after the Beatles' Apple Records, though, in a way.
Oh, was it? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Back when they were making it was just called Computer Club CC, but still, yeah, Computer Club and a Computer Club ran by Bill Gates, and then they were making basically cases out of wood, so the original Macs were. Yeah,
I heard Bill and Melinda Gates were like hung in Africa for crimes against humanity, and that there's like some weird clones out there right now. That's what I heard. Wouldn't that be crazy if that's true, though? Like, I could see that in like a 4-part comic strip where you got like Bill and Melinda in Africa, like handing out vaccines, and like the Africans are getting like sick, and then the next scene they're just like in a big pot being boiled or something. I don't know.
Like early Bugs Bunny cartoons.
Yeah, kind of like the Tom and Jerry type stuff.
Yeah.
Here's a fun fact.
Tom and Jerry. Before
if you take Tom and Jerry cartoons and you speed them up to like it's either 1.25 or 1.5, they sync up perfectly with any modern day rap song. Really bizarre.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, especially Suicide Boys. I don't know why, but yeah, I found this out recently by doing it.
Did you decode any greater messages? Any
Dude, well, you mean about Suicide Boys or Tom and Jerry?
Just about the combination of the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
Is that sort of like male, female?
Well, Tom and Jerry is this it's this comic about these two animals that are like at perpetual ends with each other, and they never age. They always like stay the same. And the Suicide Boys, like they were this group that they made a suicide pact that if they didn't become famous by the time they were 30, they would kill themselves. But then they blew up and became super famous before 30, so now they can't kill themselves, and they're just like stuck making music that's like not as good anymore because it doesn't have that I don't know, that suicide umph.
Yeah, the chutzpah or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You mean to tell me by threatening suicide they pigeonholed themselves?
Yeah, I think so. I think they did.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I hope they come to Christ. That'd be tight. But speaking of chutzpah, so I didn't find out about any of this Israel stuff pretty much until last night because I don't watch the news, and like everybody was bugging me about it all weekend, and I was like, I don't watch the news, and then finally, like, my uncle is visiting, and he like told me all about it. Have you guys seen any of the tweets from like the Israeli government being like, Israel just had like a 9/11 and 600 people died. This is like 20,000 Americans dying. Like, did anyone see any of those tweets?
Well, yeah, I mean, with what's going on, because they've retaliated at this point, I think as of this morning. But yeah, they're basically saying it's their equivalent of 9/11.
Yeah, but how are 600 Jews worth 20,000 Americans?
Yeah, it's not a dead dick measuring
Where the
contest.
fuck is the math on that, dude? I'm so confused.
I don't think that they're. I mean, I don't think they're saying it from a standpoint of like bloodshed. I think it's more from like the actual attack itself and the surprise of the attack. But going back to when they went to war, like this started in 1948, right? It's actually literally 75 years this year that this has been going on.
I'll read a quote here. 1 second.
Like an anniversary attack.
Where's the math on this?
It's somewhere. It's like appreciated. You know what I mean? The Jews are like, oh, they remembered. You know,
Dude, at least
it's like at least they remembered.
at least they remembered.
Hey,
well, at least we know where Kanye ended up. He obviously went to the Gaza Strip. Okay, today, this is by some Israeli guy. I don't know who he is. But he says, today's attack by Hamas has resulted in the death of 250 Israelis and injuries to 1,500 others. To put this into perspective, it is the equivalent to the loss of approximately 8,250 American lives and 49,500 injured in a single day. Excuse me, can't read right now. So yeah, I don't understand what kind of Jewish math this is, where 250 Israelis are worth 8,250 Americans. Like, that's chutzpah. That is the exact definition of chutzpah.
Because of the population ratio of Israel compared to the United States?
No, I don't think that's it. And if that's it, that's an even worse. Like, what? Just because a country's smaller, their lives are worth more? That doesn't even make sense.
No, I mean, it's a mathematical to the population is all. I don't know. Just chiming in.
It's just important for insurance adjusters. That's all.
It just seems very weird to put it in that perspective, but maybe I'm just seeing it that way. Well, I guess we better change our profile pictures to Israeli flags.
There you go.
Solidarity. That'll help.
I mean, like, you know how it's supposed to be biblical that Israel declaring war and all that, but I mean, like, I just looked up previous wars, and I mean, they go to war like almost like every decade.
They love their war, don't they? I mean, countries love war, I guess. The big ones do. Even the little ones.
Yeah, these are green bombs. They're dropping the environmentally friendly armament.
How is it a war? One party is boxed in and the other one has all the equipment. How is that a war exactly?
What if America starts sending $150 billion to Hamas?
Oh, that would be something, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, this is Russia and China's opportunity to step up to the plate, and I guess
that would be perfect. Don't even give him ideas, bro.
Well, I mean, what kind of weapons are they using over there? You think they're American made, or like on the Hamas side, or do you think they're using like some Kalashnikovs? I wonder where those came from.
Right. But I'm talking about the heavy duty weapons, the ones they're supplying to Ukraine.
Oh, like yeah.
Like howitzers and stuff like that.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
Because that would definitely be the beginning of World War III right there. No doubt about it.
Yeah. I wonder how that would affect like the day-to-day life of somebody that just like lives in like a big city or something. Or would just gas prices go up or something, or would there be lockdowns? I don't know.
In a wartime situation, you mean? A country?
Yeah.
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's the case of America where there's no fighting on your shores, you get Lucy the Riveter, right? What was her name? Life goes on. But in a country where buildings are exploding and bombs are flying over your head, it's a whole different thing.
Yeah. Well, I feel like in the World War III type scenario, there'd be three main active battlefields. One would be in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine. One would be like Taiwan, and then I think the other would be in Israel. And then depending on the belligerents, there might be some, I guess, like new theaters, so to speak, geographically speaking. I'm not really sure where they would be. Maybe like some attacks on any of the 187 military bases the U.S. has, or some NATO installations. Who knows?
You mean World War III?
Mm-hmm.
You'll see action in the States this time. This will be the first war the American people will get a taste of, well, besides the Civil War, right? That they'll get a taste of what war actually means, not on TV.
Yeah. Well, it's been a while since there's been any war in the United States.
It's just very easy for them to neutral
on other people's land. Think about it. Every war you've been involved in, right, has not been in the States.
Like what? Who and what army?
You mean?
Yeah, I don't know who's going to want to. I mean, well, there's a lot of Chinese people.
I mean,
What, like 1.6 billion?
If they teleport, you know what I mean, here with tanks, yeah, we got a problem. But I mean, only for a little bit. Like how long fucking tanks gonna last? Unsupported.
Yeah, I feel like couldn't we just bomb the hell out of them while they're in the ocean?
Who's getting supply lines? Like how's that working?
That's so true, dude. America, it's like on the West Coast, we have like a giant desert on like for most of California, and then like thick woods in Oregon and Washington, and then the East Coast, geez, you got the Appalachian Mountains, you got a bunch of crazy rednecks with too many guns. I mean, good luck.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying they're going to succeed by any means, but they will try. That's a fact. They will try.
Rednecks be going crazy, like putting like fucking flamethrowers on tractors and shit, man.
No, dude, rednecks would be like going to the freeways with their chainsaws and like cutting down trees and like making it impossible for anyone to get anywhere. They would yeah, they'd go nuts.
All that, man. Just no. You can't fight like an entrenched society like ours. I don't think that you can just like roll up on the shore. What? I mean, like without air power.
What the funny thing is now, right? That war has changed. War is not like it was before. The next war, the majority of it is going to be fought by drones, by unmanned vehicles. And I've already seen some horrifying things, man. Like, we're talking, imagine this now. Imagine 5,000 drones in a swarm all with different various weapons on them, with cluster bombs, with all. That's going to be the future of warfare. We got a taste of it with
like all this stuff gets like worked out in like planning sessions. You know what I mean? Like over the years, like somebody's
Yeah,
already.
I always thought China would like outfit a bunch of shipping containers as these like deployment pods for drone swarms, and then they would just like start slipping them in over like a 5-year period and just have them like stashed in various places, and then like they just press a button and all the freaking shipping containers open up, and yeah, game over.
Well, we got ports everywhere, so theoretically, yeah. Yeah, but you see where this is like China would not want to do that. China would not risk its economy. It's not. We don't really have to worry about a country like China.
I used to think that, but I wonder have they dug their little claws into the continent of Africa economically deep enough to where that they could just survive off of the African economy? I don't know.
They're
There's so
everywhere,
many.
bro.
Yeah.
And they're there by invitation, unlike other countries that are there by force. China is the smartest one of them all. They're there by invitation. All the countries willingly want them there because China goes in and helps them and builds railroads for them, builds all kinds. Of course, they're doing it for their own self-interest, the Silk Road, but they're not forcing their way in. The world is changing, man. The world is changing.
Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely like the if you were just feeding off of mainstream media, that's definitely I think what you get.
Far from it.
Yeah, because like what you think is not mainstream media is still probably mainstream media.
So you don't think China is everywhere? You don't think China supports?
Oh yeah, sure. No, China's everywhere. But well, I don't know. Not to get into it too much, really. It's just I don't know. What was the point, man? You're just saying there's going to be some war here in the United States.
Oh, well, we're all over the place. We're talking about a few things. We're talking about it.
You don't think that you don't think that all these like great nations are part of the same great white brotherhood? Or?
Yeah, I think they are, but I also think the actions on the ground are real, right?
Oh yeah, there's
People
some
say, "Oh, the Ukraine is not real." Oh, really? World War II was not real. Oh, really? Which country were you in?
wow. Some of it's just like you got to burn these old munitions. You know, they've been sitting around for a while. Got to blow up some people, thin out the herd. They got to bomb some fucking cities. You know, rebuild them, make them new centers.
Has anyone done any research into where Israel is at with the building of the third temple? Or like those heifers, the red heifers, whether they've reached maturity yet for like sacrificial age? I know it's not a popular topic, but even if we don't believe in it, they do. You know, these Jews out there, they want the temple rebuilt. They want to force the hands of the Christians. They've got like some kind of weird plan.
Yeah, that's amazing how they do that, man. That's amazing. And how they have people believing in their religion. It boggles my brain. I think that surprises me more than the flat Earth thing. That boggles my brain. How they can do that. You know that you're the enemy. You know the story, but yet you still believe in their God. Boggles my brain, bro. It really shatters my my I don't know my my trust in people's ability to reason. Really.
Well, the problem with the people is that the people are retarded, and we need governments, basically.
I won't go that far, but I would say their people are easily led, convinced.
Well, that's true, but if a government is, by the people, of the people, for the people, and obviously the government is not doing a great job right now. It's like if the government's being retarded, it's because the people. I don't know. That's just I heard some Indian guys say that, and I thought it was pretty clever.
No, but like I said, how can you be awoke to a certain aspect of a certain people, but then so vehemently agree with stuff they've written down about certain people and gods, and that just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, like what specifically do you mean by that? Because the Jews that are trying to rebuild the third temple today, they don't have anything to do with what was written down in like the Old Testament or anything.
Sure, but it's all that same. I don't know how to call it. It's all that story. It's their story. You're in their story.
I don't really see it like that. I think we're all in the story. We're all in the truth, Their truth is that they didn't kill Jesus, or excuse me, that they did kill Jesus, but that he was like a rebellious wizard. He wasn't the savior. He wasn't a messiah type figure. They're just like, oh no, he's a rebellious wizard, and they're going on with their plan to like rebuild the temple. You've got Zionist Christians who, yeah, they believe their story. You got all kinds of people. I don't know.
Yeah, but the story of a single God and all that's their story. The story of Moses.
Monotheism.
Yeah,
Well,
all that stuff. That's their story.
You think that's their story? Like when you say they, are you talking about like all Israelis in Israel? Are you talking about all Jews in the world? Are you talking about just the Orthodox community, just the Zionist community? Are you talking about Messianic Jews? I mean, like, who's they? Who's their story? What do you mean by that?
Okay, let's just say it's not your story. It doesn't matter where, who, right? It's just not yours. How's that?
I don't even know what does that mean?
If you're a Westerner, that's not your story. That's not your God. I can trace back to where you were born and tell you who your God is. It's either Thor, Zeus, Odin, Shiva.
Wait. You just because of where somebody's geographically born, that's who they have to worship spiritually, like based on what is colloquially known as like their gods. That's really interesting. I mean, I've never really heard that take before. Like, what do you base that off of?
Told you. Where were you born?
I was born on the east coast of the United States.
Here, let me make it easy for you, dude. I'm Greek. I was born in Greece. Right? Yeah. My people, their god was Zeus.
Okay.
But somehow they got fooled in the 1400 in the I don't know, when was it? Some BC year, I forget exactly the year. They were fooled into to switching into Christianity.
Who fooled them?
King Constantine of my people changed his religion from Zeus to the God of the Abrahamic religion. Is that clear enough for you?
Yeah, but what did that have to do with what we're talking?
Everything. And if you don't get it, well, that's a big problem, bro. If you didn't get
let me steel man your argument. If you're born in a specific, can I try and steel man what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing is, if you're born in a specific area of a specific people, you have to take the religion that predates Christianity. Is that what you're saying?
No, incorrect.
Okay, help me understand.
I said, my people took a different God than theirs. They took the God of the Abrahamic faith, of the Jewish people. Prior to that, my people believed in Zeus. I think I was very clear in what I said.
But how does that translate to not your God? Like, don't you get to like make up your own mind on who you worship, or
Yeah,
do you have to worship?
clarifying. Yeah, you can choose whichever God you want, but I'm just clarifying where this God came from. And we were talking about a certain people, a certain war, and that's why I brought that up. I don't know why that's
Judaism
different.
is not, but Judaism isn't Christianity. You keep saying like, oh, in the 14th century they brought a Jewish religion, and it's like it's not Jewish anymore. I mean, it's definitely not Judaism after Christ was resurrected. So I'm just a little confused.
Yeah, I know you are. It's the same religion, single God, everything. Everything that they believe, you believe, just about.
Hmm. Well, I mean, there is obviously the one thing that makes us
Yeah,
different,
Jesus Christ, that's the only difference, just about.
which it's kind of the name Christian, Christ. They seem pretty different to me.
Another Jewish man has nothing to do with my people or your people. Don't you get it, man? Like, why is it difficult for you to understand?
Oh, I understand perfectly. I don't understand where you're coming from. I don't understand how you think just because somebody has a belief that isn't congruent with their ancestry, genetically or geographically. I mean, because for me, religion and a belief in a god transcends the physical reality. So it doesn't matter who you are or where you were born or who your ancestors are. The truth about the creator of the world is always just going to be the truth. The truth is the truth. It shouldn't matter where you're from. That's why I'm not confused about my own understandings of religion. I'm confused as to why you have this belief.
Well, you don't need to be confused. You can believe whatever you want, and I can believe whatever you want. If you have any questions, I can answer them. But I'm not confused at all. I see very clearly, and I know exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about this religion. Now, it triggers a lot of people because they don't want to admit where their religion comes from. Hey, but that's on them. I don't care.
Well, thank God I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, so you still haven't really explained to me this whole not your God thing. Like, if a God is the creator of all and everything, it shouldn't matter where you come from, right?
The God in the Bible, let me be clear then. The God in the Bible is a Jewish God. It was created, conceived of by Jewish people. Now, you don't have to like that. You don't have to admit that, but that's just a fact.
I haven't said that I don't like it, and I haven't denied that that happened. So I'm like confused as to why you're coming at me like that.
Because you're trying to do this I don't understand game with me.
No, you're literally saying I shouldn't worship a god because it's
You
not
understand
from my
exactly
people.
what
Hold on,
I
let
mean?
me finish.
So you cut
Essie,
me
come on,
off.
dude. I haven't interrupted you. I haven't
Every sentence
interrupted you
I talk,
once.
you interrupt with me. Everyone, dude. You're
All right,
triggered.
Dude, you can't just interrupt people, and then when they're like, "Hey, don't interrupt me," you just tell them they're triggered. That's not an argument, and it's also not a really good way to communicate with people. Now, I'm going to try to finish my sentence. You told me it's not your God because I'm born somewhere else other than Israel, and I'm asking you to explain this line of reasoning to me, and it seems to be difficult for you.
Well, it's very simple. Maybe you have a comprehension issue.
No, I
Let me try.
agree that the God of the Bible is a Jewish God, and it came from Jewish lineages. But why does that mean that it is not my God?
Are you Jewish?
I was not born Jewish, no.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with your people. So it's not your God. Why is that difficult for you to comprehend? It's like, I don't know. Let's say if I tell you Shiva is not your God, would you comprehend that better?
Well, I don't worship Shiva, so it doesn't really apply.
Why don't you worship Shiva?
Because Shiva is not the creator of all gods. Shiva is not the lord of all spirits. Shiva's real. Shiva's real. Thor is real. Kronos is real. All the Greek gods are all real, but they are, and you can worship them if you want, but they worship the God that I worship.
Right. So you think your God is the top God. That's what the Jews done to you, bro. They've convinced you. They manipulated your brain. Now, if you talk to Hindus, there are about 1 billion of them, right? They're going to tell you Shiva is their main God. He's the man.
Yeah, but Shiva doesn't offer forgiveness of sins. Shiva didn't come to save the world. Shiva didn't sacrifice himself in an act of love. That's not the God I want to worship. I want to worship the God that died for everyone. And I don't see why my geographical location, my religious or genetic history should have anything to do with who I choose to worship and love.
That's on you, bro. If you don't comprehend what I'm laying down, that's on you. That's not on me. Maybe you have comprehension issues.
Maybe, yeah. Or I just don't think that your love for a creator of all and everything should be restricted by your race, your gender, or your geographic location, who your parents were.
Just to set something straight, in Hinduism, Shiva is not the top god. You have Brahma, who is the creator, Vishnu, who is the preserver of that creation, and the Shiva is the destroyer. FYI.
Okay, thank you. So who's the top one?
Their creator god they call Brahma.
Brahma. Okay, thank you. So there you go. Brahma is the top dude.
He's got 3 faces.
That's tight. No, I think Brahma's real. I just think that
also in the Rig Vedas, right?
Whose god is stronger? Which god you believe in, or the Indian god Brahma? If we put him in a cage match, who's gonna win?
Steel cage. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Like in the Rig Vedas, right? Like the word Yava or Yahweh, I think, is it's used, and it basically means like Yahweh means the great name, but it's composed from 2 different words, and it means continually moving or flowing, and then restless, active, and swift. Yava, constant and ever flowing. So it's a contention that this is like the proto Yahweh that became the Yahweh of the what we know, I guess, as the Jews, right? Then at that time.
And just another point of clarification, like in Hinduism, it's kind of like a Trinitarian kind of setup there with Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They call it the Trimurti. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva.
Can I jump in with that, Steve? Because I hear this a lot from not only him, which I respect, stands by it, but other men also. So it helps me to be able to understand how to talk, how to represent myself, or how to maybe try and just work through the issue. When it's an individual faith, where an individual puts his or her faith, of course there's going to be contention or getting off into the weeds really quickly. But SE believes in a creator, intelligent designer of all things, right? Right, SE? I don't want to misrepresent.
Yeah, bro, yeah.
So let's just say that's God, that's his God, right? Like, then how can you say, like, I think I fully understand that, but that's the same thing I'm doing in that other gentleman. He's putting the creator of all things, which he believes to be his God, as this particular, thing for himself, his individual walk. So to say he doesn't understand your point or his point is a little, getting into the weeds, because it's all an individual thought process, and it should be. And by the way, that's the way the Bible sets it up. It says you should be. It's your individual walk with your God, and you just plant seeds, basically, teaching people what discernment you have, what knowledge you've gained, and that's it. There should be no argument. There should be no pushing or preaching or whatever. Like, you preach to your people. You don't preach to the unbeliever. You just plant the seed of truth, what you believe to be true, to the unbeliever, and then if they receive it, then God takes over. God is the only one who can preach to you.
Yeah, and if I was preaching,
That's
I didn't mean to.
that's how you.
I wasn't trying to do
I
that.
wasn't saying you. It's just that's what's brought up, as a not a cop out, but you know what I'm saying. It sounds like preaching to me too, but I don't use it as an excuse. Like you see what I'm saying, like because I know that person is just speaking his or her truth, even if they're wrong, even if I'm wrong. I'm doing it out of love. If you're doing that, right? If you're trying to help someone and you're not trying to hurt someone, then how can it be bad? That's
and to piggyback what Rakia just said, right? If you have so much faith in your belief, right? You should be able to weather any questions or any let's just say non-believer attack, if you want to call it that, right? You shouldn't freak out. You shouldn't go mad, right? You should be a good.
Dude, I haven't freaked out or gone mad once. I've been completely calm with you.
He's been calm, and that's why I say no man can take what I have, right? No man made by the intelligent creator, can take the faith, what I have, right? No man can do that. But as humans, we do get aggravated.
Yeah, for sure. No, if you have some tough questions for me, I'm more than willing to give you my honest answer. And if I don't know, I'll just say I don't know. I mean, and I'm okay with not knowing. I know there's mystery to the world,
Well, this is exactly why Christians, or the Christian, not even the religion, but a Christian man, right, a Christ follower, gives his testimony, because it usually involves, I would say almost always involves, self, humiliation, or coming to terms with something, terrible that has happened to us and to other people. I mean, we're not immune to it. We're just man. And then relating that to who we turn to and why we turn to that, where we put our faith, our God, or whatever. So it helps people relate to him as just a man, right? I'm not above any law, I'm just a man, and I'll try and act accordingly the best I can under God's law, and then hopefully that will help you see how I'm trying to tell you the truth and help you, instead of being arrogant and prideful and whatever. It doesn't mean the Christian is perfect and is not going to be arrogant and prideful. It just means if they are a Christian, a Christ follower, they're going to try, and avoid all of that and come at it from a different way.
See, what Rakia said right now added so much value, way more than the whole conversation we've been having for half an hour. What Rakia just said right now.
Yeah, because you and Ricky have a good solid relationship, right? If it was somebody else, I feel like your natural response to that would be to come at him and tell him how his God is not right. It's not the correct thing, or his belief is incorrect. But I think most people that have the conversation share exactly what Rakia's sentiment is, but it's hard to express that when you feel maybe like you're being attacked solely based on your faith, which, like Rakia was saying, is like a testimony of an individual's journey that they've taken and the understanding and truth that they've come to personally, right? So it's hard to defend your personal faith when you're being attacked on kind of a broad, with a broad brush. Let me say it that way. And I feel like sometimes that's the way your attacks might be towards other individuals that express that they have a faith in a creator.
To be fair to SC, I agree with you, but to be fair with him, I do the same thing as well. When the opposite, like the Glover's might comes to me, I have a biased opinion. So that's just human nature, I believe. I know I don't mean it to be hateful, and I think I know, as well as I know SC, that he doesn't mean it to be hateful. He's just, his truth is his truth, man. I respect that more than someone, trolling or doing whatever. Oh, by the way, I'm at Lake Pontchartrain. The hotel is actually miraged above the water right now, just like we know. I'll see it a lot. I don't have my camera. I'm gonna take a picture with my phone.
Nice. And I don't mean it in a hateful way, right? When we get into this heated debate, you guys got to understand too, we start off nice, but then you guys come at me too, like 4 or 5 at a time, right? Why this? Why that? So I get kind of defensive too. So like, but I don't mean it in any disrespectful way. Like I say, my mother is a devout Christian, my whole family, right? I don't disrespect Christians. I don't think, but I also, when the topic comes up, I also feel I have to say certain things about religions that I feel. I don't mean to insult anybody.
Yeah, but you can be a Christian and be non-religious, right? There's a lot of nuance to the conversation, especially when you talk about followers of Christ. There's just so much nuance that if you want to understand somebody's faith, you have to speak to them at an individual level, because doing anything other than speaking to the individual about their faith specifically, you're going to kind of involve some sort of straw mans or stuff like that, because people operate or do things under the guise of maybe having the same or similar beliefs or whatever. But like most people in here will tell you that they vehemently disagree, and I say most people in here that are Christians would vehemently disagree with the operations of something like the Catholic Church, right? So you could easily be attacking something that is not the individual that you're trying to have a discussion with, if you're just kind of painting with a broad brush of Christian or whatever.
Yeah, I know. I gotta learn to not do that, because it's hard, right? If you're talking about a certain religion, it's like you're offending all the people, and like, how do you do it without offending everybody? Like, like, do I gotta say the every
That's what it
time,
needs
or
to be an individual basis, right? Because I think everybody's journey is different. Everybody has their own individual journey, and how they interact with the creator, or how they have come to terms, or whatever you want to call it, their faith or their interaction with the creator is all on an individual basis.
Yeah, that's why I have family members right now that are, they're on hospice care, they're on their deathbed, and they don't believe in the Bible like I do, like Catholic, devout Catholics that have been going to church, lighting candles, ringing bells, kneeling, standing all their lives, right? Religiously, very diligent in doing so, raising their kids in this way. Will I see them in heaven? I think so, because I think that's what the Bible teaches. It teaches God, the creator of all things, knows your heart, right? He created your heart, so he knows it. Will I see Muslims in heaven, or will I go to heaven? Or, if my heart is true, I think, the pathway to heaven's gates are narrow, and it has to do with your heart, not your religion.
will you see Muslims in heaven? That's a good question.
I honestly, and this is where me and my fellow Baptists, right? Southern Baptists, not, there's other denominations of Baptists, well, I see them in heaven. Yeah. I think if their heart is right, they truly believed in what they thought in and worship and gave praise to their creator. I don't see how there's any other way to perceive it, because I don't think the God that I know would be, that way. Right. We have the choice to make our heart pure. That's why I think a murderer who had an evil heart, led by the evil side, and just created all these awful acts, can change his heart. And if he does that, he's allowed into heaven, and will live forever with that heart, that soul.
Yeah, to me,
Sorry.
it makes
go ahead.
sense. There's only one God that he would differentiate between people, right? That's why I say, hold on, man. If there's one creator, how could there be 1,000 religions? How could this God not be able to communicate his message to all people? You see, logical things like that, guy. Like you guys, you gotta, when put questions like that put to you, I mean, doesn't it make you wonder?
But I mean, and see, what is religion though? Religion is an interpretation of somebody's belief of the creator, right?
Faith,
how they should worship, right. How they should worship. Who did he believe that they are? I mean, it could be just be one God, but that's the religion is the interpretation of what they believe that one God said.
I hear you, but if you were God, which is very vain of me, right? If somebody was God, let's say you were God and you had your flock, right? Would you not spread the message one shot to everybody? Or would you just
it's not, it's
certain
what's
group
written
on somewhere and
Sorry.
do your
Right. What I was trying to say is it's not the thing that the people are writing down is not God itself. It's their interpretation of what they received, right?
So God gave different interpretations to different people?
No. Probably gave one message. But as we can know, as everybody could see something, let's say we got 10 people. And those 10 people see that one accident. But you will have 10 different stories on that same accident. Some will be very, very similar, but they'll definitely have differences in the story. Is this
But
not
they
true?
all know the accident happened. Like
Exactly.
they all come to a common ground. Like you and I see, we believe in the same God. I mean, I know that. It can only be that way, right? It's just you believe in it in a different way.
Yeah.
If your heart is true, I don't see any issues with that. If you're trying to deceive people, that's where I would have an issue. Right.
I don't believe. Yeah, I just say what I think about religion, and I know it's not flattering to people. I have opposed views on most people.
I'm the same way though. We're very similar in that aspect. Like I do not like religion, although I attend church, right? And I would call myself closely if I wanted to label myself as a Baptist. But actually, the church that I go to may be registered as a Baptist church, but it's more of a Bible believing church. So that's kind of where I would go. But it doesn't mean that people who don't believe in the Bible don't believe in the same God I do. They just haven't gotten there yet or won't ever get there. But if their hearts may be more pure than mine, right? If there is a judgment, I would think there's people that aren't Bible believers that are going to go through the judgment process a lot quicker than I am. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know. I think God reaches everyone. He's reached you in the fact that you believe in a creator. I mean, that's what I would label as God, but you don't have to. You just, creator, I think, is a truthful statement. Of course, he created all things, but to have a high power like that created all things, I mean, what name would you give it? I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you had to. I'm not even saying you have to, but God seems fitting to me.
Well, it's the absolute name. Like all cultures called it God, Zeus and Shiva, and every culture the definite term is God, is a supernatural being or whatever. It doesn't have to be a being, right? Supernatural.
I think you can be that way. Like you can worship the sun, right, as your God, but then you have to start to think, well, who created the sun? So if there's something that created the sun, wouldn't that now be something you would have to worship? Like, does that make sense? Like the creator of all things is what I would want to. I wouldn't want to limit myself to a cow or a sun or a particular star or a constellation or a man. You know, I would want to limit. I would want to put myself at an unlimited, where it's the creator of all of that. Even the things I can't even interpret or imagine, I want to worship or really, I don't even say worship. I say glorify the entity that created all of those things that I can't even imagine.
I would use the word respect, And I would say, how would we even know that this, whatever this entity is, wants to be worshipped, right? That could be just some man's imagination. So, yeah, that's my take on that. How do we know that this great thing, which is unimaginable to us, how do we know it wants to be worshipped?
Well, that's part of the mystery that I love to try and pick at, and this is the best answer I can come up with. So we live these mortal lives, and there are a couple things that are sure. One of the things that are sure, that is a sure thing, is that we experience this ebb and flow of intelligence, strength. You know, you're weak when you're a baby, and then you become an adult, and you can be very, very strong, but eventually you will get old and become weak again and die. And it's like that with so many different aspects of our lives. But there is one aspect in our lives which seems to remain constant, and that is our capacity to do this thing that we call love. It transcends all age. It just transcends race, religion, politics. This capacity to have an affectionate concern for other people, and that to me, because that's a fact, that seems very important to me. It seems that it's something that we should definitely be focused on, more so than being, strong and powerful over people, or more intelligent than other people, or more wealthy than other people, because you can't take any of that with you, and it fades. Beauty fades, strength fades, all of that fades. But love is kind of this this thing that stands the test of time, and so many other things.
I think that's how man succeeded. I think that's how we overcame our weakness, because we have no fangs, we have no hair, we've said this many times, we have no natural like weapons, right? Like claws, fangs. But man realized that if he grouped together, right, and grab a few sticks, that they can overcome these obstacles. So that's one of our strengths, and I'm not so sure it has anything to do with religion, and it has more to do with survival. Like the benefits of agreeing with your neighbor are greater than the benefits of warring with your neighbor.
Well, the reason it has to do with religion is because my answer was specifically directed at your question: is how do we know this God wants to be worshipped? And so, with what I just said in mind, knowing that for some reason love seems to be this thing that we can do that never fades in our ability, like our ability to have love and to love, it can really only increase, you know? But like to be strong, to be physically fit, whatever, to be wealthy, like all of that just comes and goes. It's like that's very impermanent. And so if we come to the logical conclusion that there is a creator of everything, that this creator of everything gave us free will, and that as a part of our mortal status, the strongest thing that we can do, strong isn't even the right word, but like the best thing that we can do is have a capacity for love and increase that capacity for love. That's how you know. I mean, I would say that's about 75% of why you should worship the creator. If you can arrive to those conclusions logically, I think you need the last 25% has to do with whether or not morality is objective, and if it is objective, what are the correct morals to follow, and how do we figure that out?
Yeah, look, yeah, like this, we have to admit this is a very subjective thing. Well, maybe that's the wrong one. It's an objective thing to people, right? You can't. No one can prove this. No one could. Like you can make your testimony, right? And of course, people will either choose to believe you or not. But this is like an individual thing, like an individual walk, right? Surely we could all be on that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious. Do you believe, or actually, let me use a different word. Do you think that in order to believe something, that doubt is a prerequisite in that belief? Like you have to doubt something first in order to take a leap of faith.
Well, I would think in the analyzing process, the doubt would be in there for sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
I agree. I 100% agree. I have my doubts all the time, which is why I can only rely on faith. Dude, I'm a new Christian.
Once you say that, there's no argument.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get on the level with you, not to use like Masonic terms, but you know what I'm saying, just man to man. Because I remember what it was. I've had a beef with Christianity and the Christian God and the ethno-religious people that occupy the place we call Israel. You know, when I hear you speak about Christianity to me and other people, I know where you're coming from. I get it. I want to make sure that you understand, like, my faith, the prerequisite for my faith is extreme doubt. You know, but I need a hierarchy in my life. I need objective morality, and I need a way to deal with the suffering of life. And Christianity, specifically Orthodox Christianity, Eastern Orthodox Christianity, is what I practice. And I'm not pushing that on anybody. I encourage you to follow your spiritual path. I encourage you to seek love. I'm not going to say any more than that. You know, I don't want to be the blind leading the blind, because I don't know shit, and I doubt all day, all the time.
Look, I hear you, bro, and I don't have any beef against the Christian religion. I told you I was born Christian. I practiced the faith for like many, 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 many years. I used to pray 5 times a day, before and after every meal. So I'm not like a stranger to this, right? I was an altar boy. You know what I'm saying? Greek Orthodox. I mean, go to any Greek Orthodox church, you're going to see it full every Sunday. You know what I'm saying? So I'm no stranger to this. It's just that when people talk about religion and subjects come up, and I hear something that's not right, I'm gonna talk about it, and every time I do, people get triggered, and then it multiplies, and we get into insults, and that shouldn't be. Like, if I make a statement like King Constantine made Christianity obligatory in the Roman Empire, that's a statement of fact, right? It's not.
I 100% agree with you. Does not offend me. I'm not triggered in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
No, look, Christianity's been used to do a bunch of terrible stuff, dude. For sure. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate.
I'm the same way with the Muslim religion. Same way with their jihads and their wait and stay and wait and slay them when you can, except for the holy month of Ramadan. But after that, it's free slaughter. I'm straight with all of them. I don't discriminate against any particular one.
Right. No,
but this is always men, right? Doing this, not
always.
And right. So it's always the interpretation of a person, and many many individuals are corrupt, and instead of doing the right thing, they'll definitely do the wrong. I mean, otherwise there wouldn't be murderers, killers, rapists, pedophiles, and all that other stuff in this world.
Yeah, but there's verses that in the Quran that clearly state this for them to attack non-believers wherever they find them.
Right, but I think if I remember, Chirality was pointed out that this was in a war sense, and I think he was reading full contents on this, and I can't quote him much, but he was saying that when because it said it's a sword, it's by the sword paragraph or whatever is what he's called it, and he was saying that when, like, if you're at war with someone, right, and you have no agreement with them, and I totally forgot exactly what he said, but it was something about being at war, and if they don't believe unless they actually forgive, repent and forgive, that to
they try to
end
wiggle
them, right?
Yeah, but clearly written, bro. I can post the things. It's clearly written. There's no like ambiguity about it.
But before we get into the topic of Islam, I did have a question for you, SC. Have you ever had any supernatural experiences, and if so, would you be willing to share your experience?
Oh yeah, you're gonna like this one because if I remember correctly, you're converting into uh, Orthodox, Greek
Yeah,
Orthodox.
yeah. I was catechized last month.
Well, that happens to be the religion I was born in, and I'm sure you heard of the evil eye.
No, I've never heard of the evil eye.
Never heard of the evil eye? Oh, you're gonna like this, bro. So in our tradition, right, when you give somebody a compliment, and that comes a bit from the Middle East as well. When you give somebody a compliment, what they do is they spit on the ground. So not to give them the evil eye, it's called. Okay, that's what they call it. And I'm sure have you ever seen these like blue things that you might see in some Greek houses or in some Arabic houses? It's like a blue thing with an eye on it. It's
Yeah,
like
yeah. My mom had those. Yeah.
okay, that's the evil eye protector pennant. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So no, I'm laughing, but I had a real experience. I got sunstroke. A sunstroke.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay, so you get dizzy, you feel like vomiting and all that stuff. So I was very sick. I was a kid. So I mean, they tried to help me out, but weren't successful. I was still felt really terrible. So they brought me to this woman that did an evil eye ceremony. Check this out. She asked me if I believed in God. I said yes. She said, okay, do the sign of the cross, with the three fingers, how we do it. Do the sign of the cross. I forget what she told me to say. She told me to say some prayer. Then she told me, then she had a glass of water with a black handkerchief over it. And she asked me to put my fingers in and snort some water through my nose, just a little bit, not to drown, So I did that. She said, do the sign of the cross. Then she put the black handkerchief over the glass of water and she started saying some prayers. And she told me to pray as well, I believe. It was a long time ago. But I remember this part like it was yesterday. As she was saying the prayer, she told me, look at the glass with the handkerchief over it. And I saw an image of the sun and it was getting smaller, smaller, smaller until it disappeared. Like my hairs are standing just saying this story, bro. And then she goes to me, okay, say the sign, do the sign of the cross, go sleep. When you wake up, everything will be better. And that's exactly what I did. I went to bed, I woke up, and I felt great. Like I woke up fresh in the morning. So there's my supernatural story.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I too got the chills. That's very interesting. I've had some.
I'm God hating, freak here. I'm not.
No, dude. I don't think that at all. Trust me. I don't. I'm also. I don't know a lot of things, and I'm wrong constantly. And I try to act and operate from like that point.
I'll tell you another experience I had.
Please.
No, this is not religious. This is something else. When you were kids, did you ever how could I explain it? I don't really remember how it was. Like we would take our fingers, our hands, cross them together and make like a gun, right? Both hands, just 4 fingers. And we would say some words and we were able to lift like a heavy person, like with just 2-3 people with just our fingers. I don't know if you guys ever done that. That's one. Another thing we used to do is, this is freaky, man. We used to put our hands like in a X shape on our chest, breathe a few times deeply, and then somebody would come behind and squeeze you and you would pass out. Now, one of these episodes, because you fall on the ground, right? And there's people around you, right? So in one of those episodes, when I passed out, when I came to, before I came to, It's like I had an out of body experience, bro. It's like I saw the people looking at me, and then I woke up, type deal. Those are two my whole life experiences that I have that I could call like supernatural.
Yeah, dude. There's something about sharing these experiences. I don't think we do it enough in our modern day materialistic sort of like meaning crisis age that we're in. I don't think we talk about our dreams. I don't think we talk about the weird, spooky stuff that happens. I was actually hanging out with a friend last night, and we were talking about a mutual friend of ours who passed away last year. And I had a dream about them 40 days after they died. And it was really, really crazy. Basically, sometimes I lucid dream and sometimes I don't. Most of the time it's pretty lucid, but this one was not lucid. I had no idea that I was dreaming, and you're kind of in that state where you're just very accepting of strange things happening around you and like being in strange places, and you're just kind of, I was very accepting of everything that was happening in the dream. So it starts off where I'm sitting on this like brown leather couch, and I'm in this place, and there's a couple other couches around. There's a bunch of people there that look really healthy, and they're like, well, not, I don't want to say like well dressed, like suits and ties, but like their clothing is nice. I don't know how else to explain it. And there's a lot of like earth colors. You know, I'm not talking like rainbow stuff. I'm talking like greens and deep reds and browns. And there's a window directly across from me. And outside the window, I can't see anything except for the ocean, white sand, and there's like a palm frond like through. And it's kind of a small window. It's actually very narrow as well. There are no discernible walls in this room, or doors, or hallways. I can't tell you how big the room was. I can't even tell you for sure that it was a room. And I'm kind of sitting there, and I have this. I just remember thinking to myself, "Oh man, like what's everybody waiting for?" And I'm the only one sitting down. Everybody else is standing and like talking to each other and kind of like moving around. I'm the only one sitting, and there's plenty of places to sit. And I'm kind of in my head. I'm like, and this is like, is everybody like, are we about to have a party? Like, are we? Oh, that's cool. There's like a beach outside. Are we all going to go outside in a minute? Like, what's going on? And then through the crowd, my friend who passed away, she appears, and she walks towards me, and she sits down on the couch next to me. And I have no idea in the dream that she's dead. And usually, when I dream about a friend after they've died, I know, and it's happened to me multiple times. And anyways, she says to me, I said, "Hey, how are you? It's been so long since we've talked. Like, where have you been?" And she smiles and covers her mouth with her hand, like she used to do. This is like my best friend's little sister, and she says, "Oh, it's just been so long since I've been able to like rest, and I've been so tired, and everything's just like it's been really nice to like finally just get some good rest. I feel better." And then boom, I wake up, and I realize, okay, that was an insane dream. I checked the calendar. I'm like, holy crap, that's 40 days to the day since she died. And I also had this overwhelming realization that like it wasn't a waiting room. It wasn't even a room. It wasn't like we were, it's very hard to put words to it. But whatever that place was, I'm glad she's there. And it was incredibly supernatural for me. I don't know how else to explain it. I wouldn't call it heaven.
These are like individual experiences. I have no reason to doubt you. I have no reason to doubt other people that say they've had supernatural experiences. I'd be a freaking hypocrite. I just told you two of mine, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. But to go from there to say you know what God is and you know this and you know that's a big stretch for me, bro. You know, I'd like to be a little bit more humble in my certainty of what this unimaginable thing is, right?
For sure. I don't know what God is. I believe God is something. but I don't know it. That's why I believe. Like I can get so far with logic, like creator over creation, logically sound. Cannot have a creation without a creator, logically sound. Like, do we have free will? I would say yes. That rules out like determinism, determinism. There's a lot of you can get far with logic, but at some point, I had to take a leap of faith, and yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I hear that, bro. You had a chance to go and hear like a Greek Orthodox sermon when they sing, when they do those chantings. Have you experienced that?
Yeah, we sing every liturgy. It's a Greek Orthodox liturgy is the exact same as Russian, except when they're speaking Greek, they're speaking Russian, and half of it's in English because we're in America.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah. Those are
Yeah.
Same religion. Yeah.
Yeah, same religion, different languages. That's all.
Yeah. That's why I tell people Russians are not our enemy. They've just been designated that.
Oh yeah, we were praying for Russia and Ukraine. We were praying for Israel and Hamas on Sunday. I mean, that's pretty much how I found out that something was going on. I was like, oh man, we're praying about it in church. I guess people were going up to the Father before liturgy and asking him about like the end of the world and stuff.
What is
the Russians are godless, right? But they're not. They were forced into that. Now they're back to back to religion.
Hey, so where you guys said you converted to Greek Orthodox?
I'm Eastern Orthodox. Or I'm in the process. I've been catechized and I'm on my way to getting baptized.
Where is that? Like, where does that originate from? Like, just like Eastern Europe?
The Apostle Andrew went up to Kiev after Christ's death and started spreading Christianity. But Eastern Orthodoxy, I think, claims its official roots in the year like 900, and I know it's somewhere in Russia. It might be Kiev. I'm not sure.
There was a schism between the Eastern Orthodox Church and the papacy around 1050. So they split off, but basically it's still another head of the Catholic Church. And I respectfully say this because I know Platypus, you're very kind and you're very calm in your conveying of your religion. But Eastern Orthodox truly is just another head of the beast, in my opinion. But it's all good.
There we go. I was like, come on, bro. Bro? It started there. I mean, you're late to the party, bro.
Well,
it started in Byzantium, bro. So I don't know where you're.
This is my best response to something like that. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't pray to the Orthodox Church. I pray to Christ, and I've been sola scriptura. Just me and my Bible and Jesus, and my prayers for half a. And I wanted to find a group of people and be a part of a community of people local to me, who worshipped Christ in a way that was very reverent, no funny business, no pride flags, and just extremely liturgical and very strict. And I found that at an Orthodox church near me. My allegiance is not with the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church. My allegiance is with Christ. I'm looking for I stayed out of church for a long time because I'm like, these people don't even read their Bible. They don't even know the earth is flat. They think Jews are awesome. Like, no. I don't know, dude. I was like super jaded, and I'm trying to soften my heart. So that's my answer to that. But honestly, like gut reaction, yeah, you're probably right.
Well, that's what I like about Lion, right? He comes out and he doesn't mince words, right? What did you call it? The head of a dragon, or what did you call it, Lion?
It's the head of the beast, because the beast system described in scripture has many heads. It has many tentacles, and the tentacles of the beast. Well, we have the Eastern Orthodox, right, and then we have the papacy. We have the Anglican Church, which the Anglican Church in England that persecuted the Christians in England. That's why the Pilgrims and the Puritans and the Quakers, they actually came over here on the Mayflower and stuff because of religious persecution by the England Church. And the Anglican Church is another head of the papacy. So the papacy has many heads, right? And the Eastern Orthodox is just one of many heads.
I want to just quickly throw.
There's the good part. Why?
See, what all these heads have in common is they actually persecute the true believers that adhere to the commandments of Yah, and yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about it. Because when the Pilgrims first came over here, they brought with them on the Mayflower the Geneva Bible, of 1560 Geneva, and in the Geneva Bible, you could see that the word church wasn't even in there. The word church wasn't even included until much later. But they practice the Sabbath, they practice the feasts, and these Orthodox churches don't. They have their own Hellenized feasts like Easter and Christmas and things like that. Halloween, they might even celebrate Halloween.
Yeah, you know what they claim, right? They claim that the day that you celebrate, well, I won't say you, I've learned not to say that. The day that the Catholics celebrate Christmas is not the true birthday of Christ. So the Greek Orthodox, the old calendar, because the new one got swayed as well, they practice it, I believe, on January the 7th. They say is the true date of Christ's birth.
That's correct. But I just want to say my priest said something very important that I think you should all hear. And he said, if anyone from the church at any level ever tells you to do something against what Christ teaches, you do not listen to them. Now, that's either incredibly blasphemous as an Orthodox priest to say, or just incredibly real, or both. I don't know. But I agree with that. Because, dude, you tell me to do something that I know in my heart is wrong. I don't care what kind of funny hat you're wearing or who's kissing your hand, or I don't give a shit, dude. I'm not doing it. Like, my allegiance is to Christ 100%. You know, that's that. So.
Oh yeah, the kissing of the hand. How many people know this about the? How can I forget this? The kissing of the hand in the Orthodox Church of the priest. How many people know about this? That Greeks and Orthodox, they kiss the hand of the priest. I don't, but
yeah, I do. I do. I have kissed the hand of the priest. I kissed it yesterday.
Hell, that's gonna happen.
What's that?
I said, for me, there ain't no way I'm gonna kiss the hand of a man. It's never gonna happen.
That was really hard for me. And my whole reasoning behind it is, I asked the Father, I said, why do we do this? And he said, well, when I'm wearing these cuffs right here, these cuffs like basically chop my hands off. These are not my hands anymore. These are the hands of Christ. And you are venerating Christ. And I was like, how much do I love Christ? Would I wash a stranger's feet? Would I kiss some old dude's hands? Would I pick up somebody who like couldn't wipe their own ass and wipe their hand out of love? Yes, I would do all of those things. I would hope that I would have the love to do all of those things. And so, you know, kissing the cross and kissing some old dude's hand in the uniform as my token of like, yeah, not only will I do this, I will go a million times further in my love for Christ. That's kind of how I reasoned it. But I hear you. I hear you. Even as the words are coming out of my mouth right now, there's a little voice in the back of my head that's like, "Tuck." So don't get it twisted. I hear it.
No, I don't judge, bro. Like, I don't judge. I know that's, like I said, that's the religion I was born into, right? These are the things I saw, and I said, wait a minute. How about the passing of the basket?
What's that?
I think that in Catholic churches as well.
I don't know what that is. I haven't seen that been done.
You haven't seen the passing of the basket?
What is that? No.
And every once in a while they pass a money basket.
Oh no,
people
there's we have there's a donations thing after we give the Eucharist. You can donate if you want.
Okay.
They don't pass it around. It's just up at the front.
Yeah, that's a sight to be seen. Like picture a basket, a little woven basket with a red cloth in it, and they pass it around. Like you know how the aisles are? So you have two people and they just pass it down the aisle, and when it gets to the end, the other guy takes it, puts it in the other aisle, and it's person to person, right? And each one puts in their whatever, their $1, their $2, whatever.
Yeah. Well,
Of
we
course,
give out free food.
Church. Yeah.
We get the church gives out free food and does a lot of like charity work and stuff. And we're in a place where there's like a high density of like mental illness and homeless people, and like there's a lot of super woke liberals that'll like walk around from the bars and stuff. And we've had like one of the members of our church is black, and he was being a part of a ceremony where like they were wearing the robes and they were carrying the cross and they were walking down the street venerating Christ, and he had like some pretty drunk other black people, and well, it was a mix of people, but there was this one specific other black dude who was like, "You're an Uncle Tom, you know, you're I'm not going to say the words, but you know, just saying a bunch of terrible stuff, being like, you know, you guys look like KKK members, liberals just freaking out. It happens quite a bit. So it is interesting to just see these people. They're pretty humble, man. They're just really just trying to like give out food and like worship Christ. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. There's individual churches that do great. Like, you know, they have great people. You're an example. Rakia's an example. He donates part of one of his properties for free, and they have food kitchens, and he does the whole shababble. You know, he walks the walk. Yeah, there are good people like that. That's not what my beef is. My beef, if you want to call it a beef, is organized religion and the wars and the terrible things it has caused throughout the ages.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. One of my friends was like saying, "We need to have another crusade," and I was like, "Really? Like, why would you say that? Like, that sounds terrible. We don't need any more wars." Yeah, dude, I know a lot of people that are like that. It's unfortunate, but you just gotta be patient.
Okay, I think we did enough Bible talks next. Unless Jeremy wants us to read a passage from the Bible. I think that's what he was saying before.
I just had like 7 or 8 verses I wanted to read.
That's what I thought.
The more Jeremy rejects the Bible, the worse his connection at the school is going to get.
Dude, that'd be
I'm not even working today. I'm trying out these. I don't think it's good because I can see myself cutting in and out.
Yeah, that's no good.
So we've been to the moon. How complicated is this?
Sir, we have been to the moon. We are there right now. I just don't understand how we lost the technology to go to the moon, but India just went there. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
That's truly like a slap in the face of the so-called first world countries, right?
Yeah, the best part is the Globers told us for years, why would we go back to the moon? There's nothing there. Go back to the moon. Now what? Where everyone's in this big rush to get to the moon.
Well, now there's a 7-Eleven and a Dunkin' Donuts. So
Exactly.
Well, part of being a first world country is you have to fake a moon landing.
It's like what all the hip countries are doing, I guess. I don't know. Well,
I thought about that too. I think they did it so that like they're pretty much saying, listen, you know, you're going to let us in on this. I know we haven't contributed, but you're going to let us in on this, or otherwise you're going to have to, you know, blow it all up and tell everybody the truth. And so we're going to pretend we went there first. Let us in.
We're gonna fake our own moon landing and show people how ridiculous, you know, our footage is and all that, so they know you faked yours.
Yeah,
It
sounds
is
legit.
It is funny how terrible the like the Chinese their version of the ISS is like just so bad.
Rocky might be onto something. Maybe that's why she said he's going to critically look at the footage. Maybe she's telling everybody to look at it like critically.
Not only would men be there because it's a cool place to go, right? Prestige or pride or whatever, but to tell me that I can't go there, there would be more men there. That's just how humans are. The black market rocket technology, like to launch without the government giving authority and landing on it. You don't think that would happen? Just think about that. Someone who's thumbing their nose up at the government going, watch this. If they could go to the moon, believe me, they would be there. It ain't happening.
Yeah, actually, I met
You guys know
somebody.
about the
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was
You
just
know
gonna
about
say.
the moon? All right, go
No, no,
ahead.
no, you, no,
No,
you.
go. No,
Nope.
I'm not going.
I'm not going.
All right, you know about the moon treaty?
Nope.
No. There's a moon treaty, just like the Antarctic treaty.
Yeah,
You can't go near
but people try and break that treaty and that's
like they made it illegal to go near any of the Apollo mission landing sites and shit.
proving my
Like that's the whole
point
thing.
even more so. They'd be all over there taking pictures, selfies. You know, look, here's the flag. Here's the mission. You know where they landed. They'd be world famous. They don't care about what. So what if they get arrested when they get back? How are you going to arrest somebody like that? It's like the guy who did the tightrope between the World Trade Centers. They didn't arrest him. He used it. Don't arrest him. It's a publicity stunt. Just give him some community service where he's got to, you know, do magic tricks and all that. But let's use it as publicity. You're not going to get arrested for landing on the moon as an independent. You think Elon Musk would be there? Shit. He'd
Well, I
be
don't know if you
driving that
break the
Red
moon
Bull
treaty.
on the moon right now.
Well, if you break the moon treaty, you might get arrested. I don't know if you break the Antarctic treaty, if they arrest you or what happens, but
I met somebody whose parents are still alive and were adults for the moon landing and didn't believe it as they watched it on TV.
Yeah, my brother's father-in-law doesn't believe it. And mother-in-law, they don't believe it. They
Yeah,
were,
but
I mean, you know,
I kind of figured everybody just believed what they were seeing.
Have you guys seen this newspaper that I've posted? This article?
Let's see.
They want to put a guy in jail because he said the earth was round. This was year 1900. 1900.
It seems that the schools of Portsmouth have been teaching the damnable and heretical doctrine that the earth is a sphere. That's tight.
you couldn't go around saying crazy shit like that back in the day.
yeah. Kind of like the aliens, you know, 10, 15 years ago. You were deemed crazy by the government, right? If you told people this or thought this or whatever. Now the government is teaching. See a
You cut
pattern
out.
here?
Or was it me?
No, it's probably me. There's no satellites fly over here. I'm near LIGO, so they can't have satellites flying over LIGO.
No, I think it was me. What were you saying?
Aliens, 15 years ago, people were thought to deemed crazy by the government. Now the government's teaching people about aliens.
Oh yeah, all that George Norrie shit from Coast to Coast shit. That was some good stuff back in the 90s.
Yeah, man. Art Bell, George Norrie.
Yeah, guys.
Yeah.
Until
Art
today,
Bell.
God, how much back into this I was until I remembered freaking Coast to Coast AM, man. Art Bell. Yeah, that was the 90s, right?
That's what I'm saying. If you've been into that since then, like you've been on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, bro.
Dude,
I remember watching it in AM stations, trying to catch it from the States. I remember. Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, not to change the subject, but you guys know Robert Schoch, right? That archaeologist.
No.
The one who talks about the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx, and here he just posted something 4 days ago. Pretty cool, man.
You follow him on social media? That's neat.
Yeah,
I know who
yeah.
he is.
Yeah, I just
I wanted to
posted.
tell you last time. He's the one. When he dated it, he dated the walls encasing the Sphinx, not the Sphinx itself. Like that's where he got his number from, or his samples or whatever.
Yeah,
That's where he
I mean,
got it.
yeah, because the Sphinx itself has been restored already many times. It'd be a
That's
lot
why
harder.
he didn't go off that. He went on the wall. There's walls that like go.
But I'm gonna read real quick what he said. He said, "Hello, everyone. Katie and I have another, and we believe very significant discovery to share with you. Following more than a decade of research focusing on our sun, solar outbursts at the end of the last ice age, plasma, vitrification, and more, I can say with reasonable confidence that the Great Pyramid and the Second Pyramid at Giza appear to cap or mark ancient lightning strikes emanating from them, and with scoring like a slag-like rock below some of the ground megaliths can be seen giant Lichtenberg patterns. These are dendritic tree-like branching patterns that form when high-energy plasma strikes a relatively non-conductive substance, like the limestone of the Giza Plateau. Katie and I have posted a short article with photos on our website that we hope you will take a minute to read. We believe this may be the first piece of hard science that pushes the origins of the pyramids themselves back into
Bro, my
prehistory.
kid was bugging. Yo, my kid was bugging. Give me the short version. What did he find out, son, about limestone?
The pyramids are on top of giant lightning strike zones where lightning struck a non-conductive material like that of the Giza Plateau and created these like root-like structures of slag. So like imagine like a lightning strike pattern made out of like a non-conductive material that was hit with high energy plasma. And they're saying that these pyramids are either marking the sites or the exact. That is honestly the coolest thing I've heard all year.
Literally underneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, there are what looks like to be like it was electrocuted, like there was electrical current with extreme voltage that literally like there's like you could see it, the remains of these of the scars on the bedrock. You could see it.
Okay.
And
the pyramid, obviously, the Great Pyramid you're talking about?
Yeah.
The main one, or what about the little?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. He says a couple different pyramids, but basically they're pushing the Great Pyramids back before the flood. Like I already knew that, but now there's like, there's evidence that there was electrical storms in the past, unlike anything we've ever seen before. And I mean, this is reasons why we might find like in Turkey, there's like these underground cities, bro. And it's like, why would people live underground? Like, what's the whole point? Like, what were they hiding from, right? Well, even these caverns seem to be antediluvian. Like I already knew about underground caverns. They were hiding from. Go ahead.
Well, that's an assumption that they were hiding. It could have just been an efficient. That is the most efficient way to live. You don't have to heat. You don't have to cool. So it could have been an efficiency thing, or they could have been hiding from something.
I agree, but the reason I
They
believe
could have
it is
been.
because there's cultures like Native American cultures that describe it was oral tradition passed down from their ancestors that the Earth in the past was like mad. Like there was crazy electrical storms where people were afraid to leave their houses in fear of being electrocuted. Like it was that crazy. Like you couldn't just take a stroll around the block because it was the electrical storms were so strong and so severe that they had to live on the ground for like 100
For how
years.
long?
For like 100
Dude, there's
years.
no way. You gotta go up to get food and stuff.
Yeah. It was just a tough time to live, but it was antediluvian time, for whatever reason, probably related to the sun.
Yeah. Bro, we gotta go up at some point. At some point to get food, you gotta grow food. You gotta hunt food. Something. You gotta do something up. Something's gotta happen up there.
Yeah.
He
It was just a lot
didn't say they
riskier.
didn't go up. He just said that when you went up, you were dealing with a lot more electricity than we are now.
Well, all right, that's fair. What about the pyramids though? What happened with there's a whole bunch of slag because there's a bunch of lightning strikes in this one specific area, or were they making the electricity there or some shit, or was it because the pyramid was so high it was getting hit by lightning constant? Like it would be the thing to get hit by lightning, right? Or does lightning not strike in that area? What is the significance of this,
I
basically?
mean, it's evidence that if this was some sort of energy react or something, like, I mean, who knows, man? Capacitor, like, I don't know what was going on. Maybe the pyramid itself was attracting the electricity. I don't know, man. But still intriguing, exciting.
Well, how does the pyramid get hit with electricity right now?
No. I mean, I don't know. Probably, but not.
It's the tallest thing in the area, right?
Okay, so there's an idea that in the past, right, that there was a lot more electricity, there was a lot more electromagnetism, that we had a stronger electromagnetic field that you could tap into. Like theoretically, if there was ether that you could tap into, it was just stronger. The voltage was stronger. Where now it's weakened.
Yo, I'm surprised they don't have that city, that ancient city. I'm surprised they don't set up shop in there. Like that's a good place to like, you know, you can house 20,000 people. I think like that's a good spot, nice, safe spot, efficient spot to house people in. But listen, I understand the idea that there was more electricity and shit, but I'm saying, does it get hit by by lightning now? It must, right? Or does they not have? I don't know. It's the tallest thing in the area.
Yeah.
Let me Google it real quick. I'm just saying, if there's this shit under there, okay, what does building it over stuff? Oh, what'd you call it? Slag?
I mean, I posted it in Livestream text 1 if you want to read it, but it's just, yeah, it's exciting. That's all, man.
Yeah, no doubt. I love this shit.
I don't know what to make of it. No idea.
Oh,
It could
I got
it could be a result. It could be a side effect of the pyramid itself being some sort of energy producer or whatever. But I don't know, man.
What if that was just a place where back like a long time ago, that was where there was a lot of electrical storms. They constantly were like, you're just like slamming the area with lightning strikes. And so these ancients were like, oh, well, if we ever need or figure out the way to harness lightning and need to do that, we know where lightning is striking constantly. So they built the pyramids where the lightning strikes to like harness it. What if the pyramids are like generators or something?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
I don't know why it would specifically hit that spot, but it could have been like a lightning.
It seems to be lining up with ley lines and like it's that area was chosen specifically for its properties. I'm not entirely sure why, but there is there's an aquifer underneath the Great Pyramid, and I don't know, man. Maybe that's why.
No, I'm just wondering what this lightning thing. Like, is this stuff under an accumulation of it being hit by lightning for the last thousands of years? Like, did it get hit by lightning yesterday and add to this effect, or I don't know. I don't know how that shit works. No, I love all that, dude. They don't want to start finding shit underground no more, bro. Every time they start finding stuff, it just starts fucking up their whole paradigm. They had to change the. I mean, look what Göbekli Tepe did. They won't dig over there no more. They say it's war area of conflict or something, so they shut it down.
Where were
Egypt's
they?
been boxing us out for decades now. Like, they won't let us dig shit around pyramids, Sphinx, none of that stuff. China said, fuck it. China got mad pyramids. They're like, yo, these shit's been here so long, we didn't know to start digging them up. Because they do be fucking shit up with art. Archaeology, like 100 years ago, was brutal compared to the way we do it now. And the way we do it now is probably going to be brutal compared to the way we do it in like another 100 years or whatever.
Where were you saying that they stopped the digging? Like,
Göbekli Tepe. I don't know if they started it back up again. I haven't been following it that close, but they had it shut down and said it was a conflict zone or something. Some war going on. This was a decade or something ago, so I don't. Maybe they started digging it up again. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing. What are they
that's
doing? Are they digging it? Are they digging over there? Because I think they're going to get some good stuff out of that if they show it to us. I mean, the last guy, I forgot his name, but Carl something. Schmidt. This is some German guy or some shit. Scout? I forgot his name, but he was straight up. He was like with this ancient civil. He was like with that whole Graham Hancock thing, I think. Can't remember that dude's name. But I mean, who knows who they're going to put in there now? And I'm sure they're going to put their own peoples in there, make sure nothing crazy comes out. You're talking about overturning paradigms. They blackballed the guy. They blackballed the guy that he was trying to tell people. He's like, yo, people have been in the Americas for mad long. He's like, I found this shit at the Bluefish Caves. He had tons of evidence. He was credentialed. They blackballed him. He got no more grants, shut him down. 80 years later, when he was on like his deathbed, they ended up admitting, oh, you were right.
well, did you see that? Did you guys see that professor? I think it was like a UC California professor, and he found soft tissue in dinosaur bones, and
Oh, we
they
saw the soft tissue, definitely.
yeah,
Melissa, what was her name? Zykwich? Never remember that chick's name either. Schwellinger? The soft tissue in the dinosaur bone, yep. Impossible for 50 million years or whatever they had that pegged at.
yeah, and he said he has his own channel on YouTube too. Anyhow, but yeah, like he said even he's found soft tissue and dinosaur bones in every continent, and he said the hemoglobins are consistent with like the blood that they found in it is consistent with a drowning death. Like, how ironic is that? Yeah, this is the guy. This is the Cal State Northridge scientist, and he and then he took him to court over it, and he won.
Yeah, I was blown away. I first heard about that from Trey Smith. You know who that is?
No,
No, it's all right. But yeah, man, there's multiple dinosaur soft tissue remains found already. More than one, dude. So it's not a fluke, dude. It's I don't know what they're gonna. It's like, same thing with the heliocentric model, bro. Like evidence arises, bro, and they just kind of push it to the side because the paradigm is so strong. It's just a strong religion that they're not willing to disregard it, even though when evidence arises contrary to it, they just kind of brush it off to the side, bro. It sucks.
yeah, man. Dude, that's like, and it's just like the Bible says. I think the one world religion is scientism.
Wow, I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, I hear you on that one too.
It is, dude. It is the one world religion, and it's like, and it's if even believers, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, think about it. Like, and even the Bible talks about that. Like, they'll say, like, "Oh, Lord," or like, "Hey, like, no, I didn't know who you were," but and even, oh man, what's that one? I forget which disciple, but you know, Yeshua's like, he's like, "Oh, look, a real truth seeker." Like that's anyhow. But yeah, scientism is the new religion because, I mean, they're like literally. I mean, like anything, they're like, "Oh, that's not what science. That's not what my religion says." Like, no, you can't think that because that goes against, it's literally a religion, and it's faith based because it's not like, like if I tell you, there's the atmosphere goes into a gradient until, to that's how the vacuum, the you can have atmosphere next to the vacuum because it's a gradient, and it just keeps, like, you can't fucking know that, like, you can't prove that, like, you can't go up there and test that yourself. You just have to take it on faith that whoever told you that isn't lying. So it's just
Physics. It goes against all known physics. Yeah.
right. And so that's what I'm saying, like, it literally is, it is the religion. It is the religion that I think the Bible talks about.
Wait, so do you guys think that that dinosaurs were real, or do you think that the bones are just bones from something that died in a flood?
Now, yeah,
It definitely
dinosaurs are
looks
definitely
like,
real.
yeah,
I think
it definitely. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I just like, it's like that, they talk about, they find like 2-foot cockroaches, and like fill in X, like this giant, sloth or whatever. Like, I think, and I mean, what makes sense to me is that the environment was way different back then, before the world's been so corrupted and whatever. And so, I think that I think that, yeah, there's just bigger things back then. And how funny that you could have like a bigger cockroach, a bigger squid, a bigger, kangaroo or whatever, bigger sloth, but you can't have bigger people. That, oh, no, 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 no. You can't do that. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I don't know if that
Yeah,
landed
no,
the
that's
plane.
one of the good evidence. That's actually one of the good evidences for, did we have bigger humans back in the day? And it's like, well, everything was bigger. All the megafauna were bigger. Shit was just bigger. Sloths were huge. Like there was tons of bigger stuff. Like why not humans?
Well,
Not
wait,
making sense.
were humans? Did they exist at the same time as the dinosaurs, or did the dinosaurs exist before the humans?
Yes, I think that I think that's what I think everything was bigger than, including the humans. Yes, I think people were there. Obviously, if you're finding soft tissue and dinosaur, quote unquote, dinosaur bones, right? And then there was some other plane I was going to land here, and I can't remember.
I've also seen footprints. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kent Hovind, but he has some footprints where it would next to dinosaur prints. And I don't know if they were happening at the same time or not, but
So
There's an
wait,
awful lot. Okay.
Where did they go?
Well, oh, I
Where
just
did
was gonna
what?
say just one more thing
Where did
too.
who go?
Where did the dinosaurs go? Like, we're still here.
They dwindled out. Just like the biodiversity on Earth has dwindled out, bro. Where every year animals go extinct and they never come back, bro. Like unless there's like a remaining couple that can repopulate. Yeah, our biodiversity has been decreasing since the beginning of time.
Bro, it's
Humans
like the
and
mouse.
dinosaurs all lived together at one point. Go ahead.
Bro, it's like the mouse utopia thing. That experiment, they always fail. Everything goes down to zero.
Yeah, because I'm totally undecided on the whole dinosaurs thing. I'm kind of torn between it's either a hoax to cover giants, and like these bones are just like made up, or we existed alongside them, but for whatever reason they died out, and I don't know why that is.
Well, when they're on an archaeological dig and you can, like, they're taking pictures, and now granted, I don't know if those pictures are real or whatever. Like, there's a lot of questions you could put to it, but you do see him digging up what looks to be like some sort of animal shaped thing. I don't know if they chiseled that shit out of the rock or what, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks like you could see the whole skeleton right there as the guy's like wiping sand away. Like, who knows? But
What
they
if
were probably animals.
what if they were created by the Nephilim, and that's why they didn't survive the flood?
I mean, in my opinion, bro, not all dinosaurs were like, Nephilim chimeras. We have like, what's his face? In Job talks about Leviathan. Leviathan is a dinosaur, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Down with it, yeah. Dragons are dinosaurs. The Leviathan is a dinosaur, but aren't those all like demonic creatures? Don't they come from this?
No, Leviathan originally, or the Leviathans were good. They were created by Yah, and eventually they became wicked. But that's another story. But the word dinosaur, bro, was coined fairly recently, bro. Before the word dinosaur, they were just called dragons. Every culture was aware of these creatures. They weren't mythical creatures. They really existed. Alexander the Great apparently seen one in person. So like, I believe that they existed even just a couple thousand years ago. They were still roaming the earth. They weren't as big as the antediluvian ones, but even in Daniel, I don't know if you ever read Daniel, but in Daniel towards the end, he slays a dragon, bro. Now, if and I'll read it real quick. It says Daniel kills a dragon. Now, in that place, there was a great dragon that the Babylonians revered. And this was Nebuchadnezzar's pet dragon. And there's still petroglyphs in Babylon today depicting this dragon. The king said to Daniel, "You cannot deny that this is a living God, so worship him." Daniel said, "I worship the Lord my God, for he is a living God, but give me permission, O king, and I will kill the dragon without sword or club." The king said, "I give you permission." Then Daniel took pitch, fat, and hair and boiled them together and made cakes, which he fed to the dragon. The dragon ate them and burst open. Then Daniel said, "See what you have been worshiping?" When the Babylonians heard about it, they were very indignant and conspired against the king, saying, "The king has become a Jew. He has destroyed Baal and killed the dragon and slaughtered the priest." Going to the king, they said, "Hand Daniel over to us, or else we will kill you and your household." The king saw that they were pressing him hard, and under compulsion, he handed Daniel over to them.
Word, yeah, I would want to slay a dragon too. Those things sound pretty nasty.
He mixed some pitch and fat and hair, and it reacted with the stomach of whatever it did. It literally blew up, and it kind of reminds me of like seagulls. You feed them like rice, and they blow up, bro. They just fill up and blow up.
Man, I was so gonna say that. Good job, bro. Yeah, so like, and the other thing I was gonna say too, like, when it comes to the flood and I'm in the giants, like, dude, it's literally like a story that, for example, the natives, the natives here, like the Hopi, like like so like where the residents, there's like the Navajo, the Hopi, you've got the Ute. I mean, like the Utes have Ute Mountain, which is a giant. It was a giant that's like laying on his back. That's what their lore is. They also have like Shiprock, which is like they literally have a story where the world was flooded, and that all of their people got on a ship, and that mountain that looks like a ship, they call it Shiprock. They say that was the ship of our people. We all got on the ship in the flood. That's how we survived. Like it's like it's literally like the same. I don't know. It's like basically, do you believe some jackass that just made some story up? Or literally like every people, like pretty much every people, like ancient, that we know from their culture, all saying the same thing. Or this guy, Poindexter that went to MIT. Like, I'm sorry, it's just like, scientism is a religion, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know that dude you're posting a picture of got like another face on his face. Leon.
Yeah, and it does seem like the general, like in terms of atheism, like agnosticism and atheism, that most atheists tend to be very, I mean, might I even say worshiping science in a sense, trust the science is the way, and really boosting it up, in a lot of different ways mentally, and defending it, asserting it. So yeah, that idea of that scientism kind of has that sort of like the state religion of today in a sense. I think there's a lot to that. And even the way that the government is connected in with a lot of the sort of claims of the scientific pursuits and the financing, and what makes it on the news, what makes it in the media, what makes it into the schools, to teach the children, the science that is approved to be allowed to be taught in schools, and then indoctrinating the kids with it. So yeah, there are a lot of like sort of parallels between certain forms of what might be said like a religious devotion, or even in some cases with scientism, almost like a cult-like devotion, and then a defending, and then the whole model and everything built around that. So the fact that just that atheism and agnosticism seems to be, that they still use science as their kind of their priest or their god, or the thing that they assert as being the most high truth or something, and the thing that they push that everyone else should also follow and abide by, it seems.
I mean, think about some of the people that have come in here. I mean, I haven't been here that long or whatever, but I mean, you have like devout Muslims and stuff coming in here, and they're like defending the globe, and they're like, well, science, like, bro, that's your real religion. Like, obviously you don't care what your book says, or like whatever, ancient knowledge you think it's all about, well, science. I mean, literally it could be Christian, Muslim, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. It even kind of expands beyond whatever their maybe particular religious or spiritual viewpoints might be. That in some way, the scientism or the science thing in their mind of, like I said before, that term, just trust the science, seems to sort of even transcend that in some sense. And Oh, I was going to say too is like there's also it's like linked into heliocentrism in a way because the claim is they discovered it was a globe and oh my gosh for all this time humans used to think the Earth was just a stationary planar surface with the heavens above, but now Copernicus and everything that happened to where they blew our minds and the Copernican revolution and now the Earth's a globe is what they claim that they discovered that. And that then kind of they also push a lot with that the whole components of like look at all the technology you have, look at these great high-rise buildings and cell phones and cars and then they link that with the heliocentrism, so it's like that, and that's linked with like science and technology, like wow, look at these great things we have. And there are certain things that technology gives us, flying in airplanes and all this stuff, so they've kind of linked all that side of things, which does make our lives better in certain ways, being able to travel the way we can and talk to someone, on another continent, through your cell phone, etc. So it's like they've linked that with the heliocentrism and this kind of almost like this egotistical, elevated position that they've tried to assert, that not only did the globe was discovered and then modern science that discovered the Earth's a globe and then going to the moon and traveling in space, what they try to push that as being this amazing discovery is then linked with the technology we actually use in our lives. So it makes it even stronger for people to like the idea that this scientism is a religion of sorts. It makes it even a more deceptive trap when they link all those things together and then makes people feel like, they're on the winning team of humans that are doing all these things. And then it is that kind of scientism, really in a sense, like dogma or kind of priesthood that could be said to kind of be backing all of that.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like there are people literally ready to get violent with you. They ready to abduct your children. You won't inject them with our science serum. It's wild, man. Great deception.
Yeah, I think another parallel that I think about too is, this whole idea of like, trust the science. But it's like, I mean, science is a method, it's an approach. So if somebody does science, quote unquote, and they come to some solution, it doesn't necessarily make sense for other people just to trust that, at least not with what science is itself. I mean, if you have some other structure at which you would trust someone else's results, then that, it's understandable. I mean, when I take my car to the mechanic, I generally trust the mechanic that he's going to, fix the car right and all that. But it is a risk to some extent that they may make a mistake or something. But yeah, it just made me think of that and think of how just that idea of trust the science, like just like even with the whole thing that happened the last few years, it was this like they had this new injection that was going to be coming out and people were saying literally trust the science. Take this thing because trust the science. But they don't know where it was made, who made it, what all the ingredients are, what all the particulars of it. But then they were scared by the news, what the news was telling them. I'm not trying to take the conversation into that whole thing. I'm just saying in general, it was really shown in that sense, like telling all of us to just trust these other people. So it just makes me think about how, I mean, if you do science, you really, it doesn't really make sense for someone else just to blindly believe that based on science itself. Like if you want to trust that scientist or something, that's one thing, but there's no such thing as just trust the science that someone else did science and then you're supposed to trust what they did. Like the whole purpose of it is that it's a method that you can acquire the information independently, verifiable, falsifiable, repeatable, all of those good components that keep it within integrity. So how that has somehow been contorted into this just telling people to just blindly trust science or trust scientists or trust doctors just because they're in some category. So yeah, it's got a very cult-like component to it. Somebody telling you to just trust what someone else did. Like it just reminds me of the way cults function, where you're supposed to just accept it no matter what. Like that's the training that they give you. You're just supposed to accept it and defend it no matter what. Even if you don't have proof or validation for it, you just have to accept it and defend it. That's kind of the trick, it seems.
Yeah, I'm aware of a lot of the fraudulent models that they have in museums today. You know, every single museum doesn't have a real dinosaur on display because it would be impossible because of the weight of the bones are so heavy that they can't actually put it on display. So instead, they put like models that are made out of like mache or whatever. But that doesn't negate the existence of dragons. Just because you had fraudulent models that were propped up in museums in like early 1900s and 1800s, and there was a lot of like trickery going on, right? And they're inventing dragons that never existed by trying to piece these bones together. That doesn't negate the existence of dragons. You know what I'm saying? Because they did the same thing with trying to find the missing link. They kind of like, they would take like chimpanzee skulls and they would break its nose off and make it look like they would take a chimpanzee and break its nose off to make it look more human or whatever they did. And they were like, oh, look, this is the missing link. So they did stuff like that too, but you just got to look through, you know, you got to have discernment.
Yeah, man. Like, dude, after I started learning about all this stuff, I was like thinking back to my physical anthropology in college and just going like, oh my god, like I can't believe I bought that, you know. It's all perspective.
Yeah, trust the science is literally a religion, and they're not even hiding it. That's what they're saying. They're saying, listen, when you are all broken and weary, and your faith is, unknown, trust the science. They're straight up saying.
So I say the same thing in my religion, right? Matter of fact, I just went to a gas station that on their billboard, it must be a Christian-owned company. It said, "In time of troubles, trust in God." Right? That's what they do in time where they just need an answer, or need someone to trust or something to trust. They turn to science. But isn't how they said the dinosaurs were wiped out is from fire, from like asteroids or fire that didn't fire is what wiped out the dinosaurs? I think there's a story behind this. The Bible says that's how the earth is wiped out next time. This fire, not water.
Hold on, Rakia, your mic just went out or something. You didn't cut out, but it was, I don't know if something just changed in your mic, but we couldn't quite hear what you were saying. I wanted to hear what you were saying, but something was going on. It was some kind of interference or something, or like it was like muffled or something.
Well, I just said, like, I get, like, obviously, I'm just saying that I think, scientism is a religion and, it is a faith-based system. And I think he was trying to say that, so is, religion, it's the same. Well, yeah, it is. But I would just say that if you're gonna, I mean, at least number one, like acknowledge that. I just think it's important to acknowledge that science is a religion. So I mean, at least
It's weird. It's like one of those things where you can say it about you, but I can't say it about you. Like they'll have the bumper sticker that says coexist, right? Like with all the religious stuff, all put into different symbols, right? And then trust the science right next to it. But if I say to you, hey, you have a religious belief in science, they'll lose their shit.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm just saying it's disingenuous. I just think that it's important to have, be honest about like really what the position is. And I'm not trying to say that, and it's not even. Yeah, it's not, and it doesn't even have to.
Like two things that like the truth doesn't care about your feelings, right? And then science doesn't care about your feelings. Like it's the way the truth and the life. I think science. Yeah,
and you know what? Honestly, I think we all just need to accept as truthers that if when you say something and people get mad, you're probably doing the right thing because everybody gets mad at the truth. Like nobody wants to hear it.
I get mad when I trip over my kids' toys. That doesn't mean it's like toys are the truth.
True.
It's got to be like a gentler way, though, to tell them that they have to say it. The thing is that you have to coax somebody, and they have to admit it, like that they have a faith and a belief without evidence. And they also don't have a bad rebuttal, right? Their rebuttal is not terrible either when they say like, "What am I supposed to know everything? Like I'm supposed to know all sciences? I can't trust anybody on whatever conclusion they came to based on, their hypothesis or evidence or whatever." Yeah, I mean, how could I know everything?
You should be able to verify it though. If you can, it's where you put your faith, right? So we're all scientists. We can all go out and somewhat verify. You can trust, right? And someone's more trustworthy than the other, has more sources, or it's been verified by many others. So you can trust that easily. But I don't think anyone denies science or doesn't trust some aspects of science that they haven't verified themselves. But the theoretical science is what's they've taken the process of science of verifying something, doing tests, and ruling out everything else, or as much as they can, and come into the theoretical world where you're supposed to just trust that. Now that is faith. That is religion.
Yeah. Also, the catch-all where they'll say science proves the globe. It's just such a weird statement. Like, oh, like I have the science of shapes. Like, what's the science of shapes? So it becomes where it's like, they'll just, not just the globe argument, but other arguments. But they'll assume that like science has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's you prove a shape by measuring it. You can view it and give other evidence that it's that shape, but it's been proven that some shapes, especially with light, can be a square, and if you look at them a certain way or a certain distance or through a certain medium, they look round or oblong or tunnel shape or whatever. So you have to measure something to prove its shape. First order measurements are how you prove shape.
Yeah, so when somebody starts getting to the point where it's like, I got science that proves I can prove a square with science, like, there's got to be a way you can help them just step back and just you hear what you're saying, kind of thing. Yeah. Like if this shape is a triangle, then this cup is going to fall at a certain rate if I suck all the air out of this container where the pressure against the container, therefore a triangle. It's like you see how crazy you sound. And what that actually shows is that there's no container, and that the triangle that you measured, the three interior, is a sphere. So I mean, it gets crazier.
I think it's even kind of cringe for some people to even hear that. Like, no, science is religion, man. Like, it's like, oh, did you just say that? Blasphemy!
I don't think science is a religion. I think the way people are using a part of science is their religion. It's a huge difference, man. God. It's almost, I mean, exactly parallel to what I would call my religion, or where I put my faith. They're putting their faith in the opposite of that and saying it's not religion. It has evidence to back it up. Well, so does my faith, right? Like, so does, I wouldn't put my faith there if it didn't have any evidence, but some of it I just can't prove. Well, they say they can't prove anything. Well, what's the difference? It sure sounds like what they're saying, they're making their science into a religion. Uh, Funny enough, I'm passing a fun park and it's got big, huge dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, I should say scientism, right? Because I mean, there is like a scientific method. It's just like like a process, for trying to understand nature. I'm not. I should say scientism. Like,
Yeah, that theoretical scientism. I'm on a street right now. We used to eat at this Chinese restaurant almost every weekend, like Sunday after church or whatever. And now it's a Scientology church. Let's see if I can get a. I haven't seen it in a while. Like I've passed it, but I haven't really noticed it. But let me make sure it's still a church now. But they turned this huge restaurant into a buffet, into a Scientology church.
Somebody figured out a long time ago, or a group of people figured out a long time ago, that religion is like a requirement of human nature, and they took advantage. And what I mean is you're going to have a religious belief in something. You can try your hardest to remove it. You're just going to default to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. And it's just a requirement. You'll never find a single person, even like these like Buddhist people, or like their whole like this whole thing about remove everything until there's nothing, and some kind of a myth that they're able to do it, but I don't think so.
I don't honestly, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, science. I mean, honestly, science is basically just kind of like. I mean, it can kind of just be like whatever narrative. It's kind of like the narrative of the rich guy, right? Because I mean, like a good example would be like medical literature. A lot of it is just straight fictitious, inaccurate, just completely, bullshit. But the reason why it's there's all this data there is because people with a lot of money, funded funded research for a narrative that they wanted to talk about. It would be like the same with global warming, like that.
It's just yeah, sure. Yeah, it's just I'm hearing it. It's similar to it's like it's similar to it's like a language issue, right? Like again, it just becomes this catch-all phrase. It's similar to when people can't separate the earth, right? They'll say, oh, the earth. It's like, oh, the dirt and the trees and the grass. No, I mean the sky and the ground and the water, the earth, right? So science is now also this catch-all like phrase that somehow, like, even when you just used it in that sentence, you're like, well, even just when you use it in a sentence saying like, science has become this thing. Science is a method. What do you mean it became this thing? It's a strange word. It's just being used incorrectly, the word.
Right. Okay. That's fair. Yeah. Like, I guess it seems like there's a new religion of science, and it's the rich.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say you're wrong. Like the way that's how people use it, but that's not that you're doing anything wrong at all, because that's how people use it.
Yeah. I think I don't know, maybe the best way. I'm just trying to say it's almost a religion of the rich, for the masses and for whatever narrative they want. That's kind of how I feel. Because all it takes is if you got billions of dollars, there will be, people willing to line up to take the money to try to prove whatever you want them to, and they'll fucking write tons of scripture about it.
Yeah, I'm not under the like impression that we were all put here on Earth or born onto Earth or whatever, to like constantly praise God. Like I can't imagine that be like your whole purpose, right? But at some point somebody went the complete opposite direction, and I guess from the overwhelming presence of realizing that you're created, right? If you know where you're from and you know there's not a globe, etc. Somebody along the way devised like a system and a plan to completely remove that like watchful eye from everybody, and they probably think that they're doing everybody a favor. Would be my guess.
Well, I mean, I don't think I mean, I just think that look, there's undoubtedly there's a creator, to me, um, it's yeah. I mean, they call him your father for a reason, right? So it's like yeah, I'm here. I don't like. I think I don't know. I don't really know where I was going with that. I think it is important. For me, it is. It helps me. It makes me feel better. Puts love in my heart.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. Yeah. All right, I'm saying here's the like two extremes. Could you imagine your life like right now? You shouldn't be talking to me. You should be saying thank you, God, and then praying for guidance with your eyes closed, walking down the street, saying, "Lead me, lead me, God," uh, and just that's it. That's your life.
No, man, that sounds like just like oppression. You,
That's
you,
gross. What are you talking
if you,
about?
if you had a kid, would you want? Would you like? Okay, where's my kid? I'm gonna go harass them, and I'm gonna tell them wherever you go, you just think about me. Like, that's no, dude, no way. Like, I mean, just look at where we're at. We got like this freaking amazing place. We got all these brothers and sisters running around. Like, we're in this amazing awesome thing. We're not just supposed to be like, okay, it's 10:30. We gotta get on our knees. Like, I don't think that's oppression, man. Like, a good dad doesn't want you. He wants you to be happy and exploring and learning and like he wants you to have a good life.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like so by like in no way, shape, or form, right? Like I don't think that we were put here just to do that. Like that's what one side will have you believe, right? Like some people, like some pastors or priests or whatever, will be like, oh, well, that's the devil telling you that a God-filled life would be like an oppressed life, a terrible, boring life, or whatever, right? But that's just how one side would paint it, right? Or and they hyper focus on, oh no, you got to keep God in mind all the time, right? But I'm just saying that I think that however long ago, people who know, I mean, people who I guess would be like, yeah, God's watching, the earth's flat, everything like that. They painted this story about crusades and how, or maybe they're true, maybe crusades and everything, were, maybe all of it is 100% true, and people were just going crazy to die, like Joan of Arc, where, like I don't care if I die, I'm going to heaven, right? So let's start a war for God, and it was just a violent time because people were just. Can you imagine somebody watching you all the time, like just all the time? You're on video camera, you're being taped, you're being recorded, like all the time. It's just like a different kind of pressure. So I think I'm pretty sure of it too, because but that somebody a long time ago, a short time ago, whatever you want to say the time was of the globe creation, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, but somebody thought they were doing everybody a favor by removing God and replacing it with an Earth that created itself, through spinning orbits and gathering of stuff from the universe. And they tell you that they tell you so, and and they put their sixes all over all over the creation that they made. That they're doing you a favor. Yeah.
If red lights are created or a stop sign, I may run through it or not stop every time, but if a policeman is standing right there, I'm going to stop. And I think that's kind of the idea. If you teach that there is something like he made God's laws, right? God's laws exist, and God is watching over you to see if how closely you're following those laws. I think most people follow them differently if they think somebody's watching them, but um, to each their own. You have that. I think the choice is given. Free will is given to us to create that choice. I think it's a perfect system myself. My life is great. I call it blessed because that's what I'm taught. But when I gave up trying to do it myself, like be my own God or be so prideful in my finances and my family and all that, it became better. It's not perfect. It just seems like that's when it became way better. I see the fall of others around me that haven't done that. I see the world where it's headed. Like, it doesn't seem to be getting better even in my short lifetime. It seems to be getting way worse quick.
Yeah. So I mean that's I mean there's definitely a like a middle ground. So like I'm of both sides, I guess. Where I definitely don't imagine that our purpose was to just sit around, with your eyes closed and pray. But at the same time, if you remove like one truth, right? Like if God is the truth, right, and you completely remove that option from people's minds and make it like an absurd probability that I mean, how could God be watching in an ever expanding universe? We're a little speck, little dust speck, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. When you start to remove like one truth, people are going to fill that with a different need and human requirement for faith. And yeah, that's definitely uh, shown to be dangerous. Look how I mean the globe is 1,000% false. I mean, it's obviously not true. Look how dangerous it was to remove God. Look what we did. Look what we did. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're taking it out of schools. They're taking it out of the, just everyday belief. Every day, they're ridiculing it, mocking it more. Christians being ridiculed and killed even more and more and more. You just don't hear about it as much. They've taken the white Christian male, just I hate to bring race into it, but that's what's happening, right? You hear it on the news, and turn that particular group into evil, right? The opposite of what it should be. It's just a perception.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Look how crazy. Look how like so these people are not bad people, right? But they're convinced that that whatever the church is telling them can't be true because of all these other things that have been proven to be true. Globe, shots, whatever else, right? Atoms, everything else that they've shown that is proof, right? So they removed it, and they're out there looking for truth so bad, so desperately that they can't even pick their gender. Like that's how confused they are when you remove truth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They glorify, right, the killer, the rapper who talks about killing people and this, that, and the other. That's glorified. But the parent, the male figure in the household is demeaned and put down and the control is taken away. The wife should have more control. Women's live and this, blah, blah, blah. It's just a downfall. You can see it. If you can't see this around you in your world, then I don't see how that's possible. I think everybody kind of agrees with that. Now, the reason it's happening may be disagreed upon, but in my lifetime, that's what I've seen, right? Women's rights have risen, men's rights have been put down, and the killer, right, instinct, the bad person has been glorified in our world. It's just crazy.
Goes back to like, if you don't know where you came from, where you are, you're gonna act weird. Like just knowing, like, oh, like I mean, it says, and it says in the Bible, it says like, if you can see His creation, you'll know He's there. And if you just think you're some fish monkey spinning around on a water ball, all accident from a primordial soup in the endless void, like, yeah, you're gonna kind of probably act weird. You know what I mean? Instead of like, no, what reality
Yeah.
really is.
Even in my community, right, the Christian or the Bible believing community, I've been ridiculed. But now, like that was 5-6 years ago till about 8 months ago, now the same people who ridiculed me realize that something can't be, like one of us has to be right, and they're starting to call me and question, and I do more talks with groups and churches now than I do internet stuff or whatever. It's just I'm not preaching to them. I'm just saying, what does the Bible tell you when you look at it in this light, right? Did you ever learn about the firmament? Because I did. Most of them haven't. Did you ever learn that the flood
was not just 40 days of rain. It was the vaults of heaven, the firmament opening, and the vaults of the sea opening. And that's how the earth was flooded, like in the flood story, if you believe in that, which Bible believers do. Most aren't taught about the vaults of heaven because that would point towards a structure above us, or just a theoretical structure where doors could be opened and there must be waters above, like the Bible says also, that flowed in and flooded the earth. Also with the vaults of the deep, same thing. It's not metaphorical, when it's a fact. It's metaphorical if he would have said like the heavens, or as the doors of heaven open up, or what, something like that. That's metaphoric. When he says this is what happened on this day, this happened, I opened up the gates, the vaults of the deep and the gates of the heaven, and let the waters from above flow in. That's not using a metaphor, that's using a fact. All of day 2 creation was creating the rakia. Must have been pretty important. Also, that's his handiwork, right? Where he has domain over the sky, right? And he gave us domain over the earth, where we, can make our choices and decisions here, but we can't ascend into the heavens, right? That's why he tells us the sun and moon is in the heaven. No man has gone to the moon. You can't ascend there. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate. Hold on a second.
We're going to start pointing out Psalms 24 that shows us what the earth is founded upon and established upon. That's something that I've never heard any channel bring up yet, but there could be internal security reasons why. But this information's very powerful when you find out the foundation of the earth is in the water. Psalm 24. Also answers the question when people say, what is the earth? To me, as a Bible teacher, I say the earth is the Lord's. It just fixes it every time. Yeah, so that's so many answers right there. 24 to 29. 29 says, the voice of the Lord is as many waters. It says, the Lord sitteth upon the flood. The Lord sitteth upon the flood. So that's pretty amazing. So we got a flood up top. Psalm 148, that waters that be above the heavens. So we got a flood up at the very top, and we got water at the very lowest point. That's why it's deep. My pool back in the day when I used to swim in my dad's pool, it was deep because it was filled with water. That's how you knew that's a deep pool. Yeah, that deep. That's what it was about. Everybody knows about Isaiah 40. What a wonderful number. That is the number of the mem letter for water. So who hath measured the watcher in the hollow of his hand? That would be Isaiah 40:12. 10 passages later, Isaiah 40:22. Let's see. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. So we've all heard that one. We've all heard it is he that sits above the circle of the earth, because the earth has a circle. The earth is not a circle. Sorry, Michael Heisner. 10 passages earlier, who hath measured the watcher in the hollow of his hand? Well, it looks like his hands are the containers of this creation.
And when he says as a tent, I think that's metaphoric. You can use very direct words to describe his creation, but also use metaphor so we can relate. We know what a dome tent looks like, and we can relate when he says like a tent or as a tent. He looks down upon us on the circle of the earth as grasshoppers. We're not grasshoppers. Just think of it as grasshoppers looking down as a bunch of grasshoppers. Metaphoric. It's an amazing book, man. Even for the non-believers, you should just read it open-minded, not as a religion or a text of a religious group. You should just read it as what it is, a compilation of writings, scriptures from different people that lived in different time periods, never met each other, and how what they call the book, right, the Bible, comes together and tells a story which seems to relate a lot with reality. If you do that and say it's not an amazing book, again, I don't see how you would. No other book has ever been written like it. You can delve into the fantasy books and say, "Oh, this is amazing. I love it," and all that, but it's fantasy.
Yeah, Rakia, do you think that someone is ever going to write another chapter in the book?
It's not possible. That's what makes it such an
I
amazing.
want to
When
know.
people say it's man
Yeah,
written, they're like,
I want to know
yeah.
when the Bible was when did it come to an end, and why did the chapters stop getting written?
I think it's complete. Like, I think you have a beginning and end of everything, and I think the Bible is just another entity that has that. Now, have we discovered everything? I don't. In the middle, I don't. Maybe not. Have things been taken out and distorted or destroyed? Yeah, probably so. People have been trying
Yes.
to destroy, this type of word forever.
Yeah, like obviously there's a time period that the Bible was written over, but like there's a beginning and an end. I don't understand why there can't be like a continuation of the story and a modern day sort of a prophet that can add to the story.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think Genesis is the beginning and Revelation is the end. It talks about the end. I think that's why it's put in that order. Is it possible? Yeah, I would say everything's possible under God's word, but it seems complete to me. The fact that it was written down by man and the common man for the most part is proof to me that he needed to relate to the common man. That's how people write books today. If they want to relate to a certain group, they write it in that way.
Because it was written over periods of time by different people with the inspiration. I just don't know why that inspiration would have to end. Yeah, I don't get that part.
No, I don't think
Well,
it
people
doesn't.
don't even know what it says now. So it's so powerful that just one line can stop you in life and you don't read further. It's just people need to know what it says, though. I mean, it's such an advanced wisdom here, being that it's the word of God, that it's really nothing to compare to. It's kind of its own thing. It kind of solves all problems. It destroys all evil. It exposes everybody that even tries to use it, that think they know what it says. There are Pharisees, Sadducees right around the corner that think they know what it says, still hiding what it says. There's a lot of passages that I talk to in the truth community that people have no idea that are related directly to what they speak about every day, and they think they're acquainted with the Bible. So we got to figure out what it says, man. Yeah, the voice of the Lord is upon the waters.
Yeah, I don't call it a book, and for that reason, I call it the Bible, but I don't call it a book.
In one of the epistles, I believe it says that there's no end to writing many books. I think Paul is the one who's quoted saying that. But as far as the inspired word, we have the prophets, we have the law, we have the apostles' doctrines. So we have everything we need to build upon and even go deeper. But yeah, we got everything we need.
I'm 53. I've been through all
lot in my life and traveled and met different people. I've turned to the Bible and everything now, and it has helped me. You know, it's been my guideline. It's what I turn to. It's never lied to me. It's always helped. I don't know any other book that can do that.
Wouldn't you like to have those other letters? I mean, we're getting second and third letters, right? You want to see the original letter in which he was responding to when you come to the epistles in the New Testament. But there's so many letters that we do not have, that Paul was responding to that were written to him. And I believe years ago someone said the church of Laodicea was never actually excavated. So just imagine how many letters would be there.
No, I was gonna say we're all in the basement of the Catholic Church or the Vatican. You know, what's down there, dude? Like they say that there's just huge catacombs of archives there that we don't get to see. It's just for the Church of whatever.
Think you would know what to do with it? Like people could handle it, like whatever it says. I don't know. Maybe it says maybe there's nothing down there. Maybe there's everything down there. I have no idea. But people definitely can't handle it. Doesn't mean you shouldn't give it to them, but
So that's where I go back to scripture and says God would never put anything upon you can't handle. But I think the Catholic Church, just I don't know this as fact. I just from what I think and feel, suppressing truth for whatever reason, maybe for their gain or for not to hurt us or whatever. I don't know.
Well, it's interesting. One thing I think is interesting is Ezra talks about like all these books. Like I forget how many he says, but in 4 Ezra, he talks about all these books, which is interesting. And I don't know. And yeah, I mean, I think it. Of course, we could handle it. Like, how cool! What a righteous endeavor, right? Like, who cares? Even if it took generations, like it would be so cool. Like, we're to find out, go through all this stuff. Like, that would be cool.
yeah, eventually it'll become normal. Yeah, sure. But like right now, I can hit somebody with like the flat Earth. They can't handle it. My little brother flipped out when I this was like years ago, but when I was telling him, like, I have a recessed light, and I'm showing him how a recessed light, as you walk away from it, gets, doesn't light up the rest of the room. He fucking swiped the kitchen table. People go nuts over shit.
Yeah, there should not just be audit NASA, there should be audit the Vatican.
And I was watching like a Joe Rogan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
I'll just be quick. I would say audit yourself first. Like, you have to get yourself in order, get your home in order, and then you can worry about NASA and the Vatican
Good
and
point.
all that.
Yeah, it all starts with yourself. It's a good point. Like, what would make the world a better place if everybody did what I told them, or if everybody worked on themselves and then spread outward from there? Yeah, it'd be better.
Yep, do your part. For some, it is auditing NASA and spreading the truth, right? Like, I'm not saying that isn't good. I'm just saying, there's a start and finish to that also. It's not right for me right now, I don't think. I don't think I have myself in the right place so I can go out and audit and spread that truth. I'm still trying to spread the truth that I know. Why start something else?
Yeah, as if like I'm gonna know like what a thermal coupling kebabber should cost when we audit NASA. It's gonna cost whatever they pretend it costs.
Well, I found the more I investigate, even today, I went to Lake Pontchartrain on my way home, and bridge instead of going on, just kind of walked around and just critical the kind of short way I took things, and then I drove over the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and went to Mandeville, and just thought about it. When I got to the mile marker 5 from the South Shore, which means I'm about 19 miles from the North Shore, I could see the North Shore. I could see the water tower sticking above the trees. I could see the tree line and the where the trees' roots are in the shore, right? Like only 5 miles made that difference. I'm the same height as where I was standing 20 minutes ago on the levee, same height as the bridge, but I can see that portion that I couldn't see before because of, well, what I would call miraging or perspective, bringing it down to such a small point that the mirage starts there. And you can easily see where the water starts to get shiny, and you can't see the water tower with your naked eye and all that. But, you know, 5 miles, you can see the entire, the water tower just blinks into your vision, right? It's not coming up from the bottom. It's just all of a sudden blink. It's there and it's this tall.
That's because you went over the hump. You were able to see over it. Don't you understand?
Yeah. Funny enough, you get at the 12-mile mark and you can't stop because it's illegal to stop. But if you just look forward and back from the 12-mile mark, you can see both shores, and it doesn't look like you're 90 feet. It looks like you're still below the trees and the water tower and the buildings. You're not 90 feet up. You can see both shores because your ability was good today.
Well, it's evident to me that you don't understand what you're talking about, even though you cross that bridge, I don't know, a few times a week. It's obvious you have no clue what you're saying. And me that's never been on that bridge will tell you what it's all about, how it works.
Hey guys, I don't know if I heard someone correctly. Did someone say earlier that God's hands were the container for the water and the earth?
Yeah, he read a scripture that I hadn't heard, but it was using like or as metaphor.
It measured the water. I don't think it says sands are the container. I think there's a little bit of assumption there. But to say the Earth is not a circle, I mean, there's a circle carved in the face of the deep, and I think that's for a reason. Whether it's where the dome or the tent or whatever you want to call it sets down into or not, uh, that's a little besides the point. There is a circle carved in the face of the frozen deep.
would you say the four corners would be on that circle though? Like, it uses an. I understand it could be a metaphor when you're saying you use it as a footstool. You could have a round footstool, but it did say its foundations are set on pillars, and that it has four corners. That's where I believe it says the winds come from, or there's angels at each four corner.
Yeah, some people look at that as the outside corner. Some people look at it as dead center. Just depends on your theology. Uh, but you can still have a circle carved into the face of the deep. You could actually have the firmament set down, and that's carved out circle on the face of the deep. And then you could have corners on the outside edges of that circle. So you could have a circle within a square, but the Earth, I don't
That's
think
how
the
I
Earth.
see it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's how I see it. There's a picture of it that way. Also, like it's a square, kind of. It has angels at each four corner, and then the circle is carved out in the middle of it as a basin, basically, with land in the middle also rising up from the water. That makes the most sense literally from what I read as a child. Like if I drew it out, that's how I draw it out. Funny enough, one Christmas party we were talking. I always mention my brother's father-in-law and mother-in-law aren't. They don't believe in the moon landings. And then that Christmas, one of the kids got a snow globe, and he dropped it and it broke. So I remember that forever. But that snow globe is kind of a weird, close, analogy to what I believe in.
Yeah, that's what makes the most sense, man. I don't think people who read the actual Bible, I don't think they take those things into consideration. I don't even think they want to address those scriptures that speak about the circle carved in the face of the deep, or the circle in Isaiah, and all of those things. They don't even want to address it, man. It's kind of sad. I always have to remind them it's the inspired word. It's not just, oh, men just wrote it this way. No, it's the inspired word. Everything written is so that you will know. It's not so you will guess. It's so that you will know. So that's the claim of the text throughout.
There's only two cultures that ever talked about a globe. Those would be the ancient Greeks and us now, the modern Western civilization.
I wouldn't call them very civilized.
Yeah.
I've been working, guys. What's the last reported number of dead in Jerusalem? Anyone keeping up with that or no?
It's a couple of thousand at max. You want to know what the count is in Ukraine? Estimated 400,000 Ukrainian soldiers dead.
What's that? Didn't we just I think it was the United States just released like what $6 billion to Iran. It was Iran's money, right? But they released it to them, and so you think a lot of that money went toward those weapons? And how long do you think it's going to take before this what you call skirmish or war? You think it's going to end, or you think it's just going to continue on?
It all depends on America, on the States. And it seems that they don't want to end it, which is not a good thing.
Could be a sort of population control, right? I hate to bring that up, but they seem to want so many people to die at certain periods in time. It's weird. In certain regions, including our own.
Does appear that way.
Trying
It's
to
all.
think that.
It's like the human sacrifice necessary for some black magic that they're doing. I mean, that's honestly probably sounds pretty far out there, but
Yeah,
I get that. But
that's
for
what I
real,
said. It's kind of strange to say that, but
They're saying that the men in Ukraine are dying at the rate of the First World War. And the first time I heard this statement, I heard Colonel McGregor say this today. Have you ever heard the statement, they bled them white? I guess it must be some military term for they got slaughtered, no more blood.
Trump on the national stage was saying that we're approaching World War III. And for him to say that, I was like, whoa, like that was like a awakening for me. Cause like, yeah, we always hear the news, like, yeah, World War III. But for Trump to come out on the national stage and say that, I was like, whoa. With Israel popping off and Ukraine popping off and China popping off, Iran, there's a lot of stuff going on. Taiwan, you know, the South China Sea, because Taiwan is in danger right now. You know, China wants to take over Taiwan, and Russia wants to take over Ukraine, and now Hamas wants to take over Israel. There's a lot of stuff going on. Too much. Plus, with the whole pandemic and everything on top of that, oh my goodness.
Russia was blaring their sirens the other day and having their children in the schools. Remember in the U.S. when we used to have to get under the desk or get in the hallway and put your head between your legs? So they had them putting on gas masks, the students and everything, and they had the sirens going. So yeah, I think everybody's wanting it, man. Everybody's wanting to go to World War. So maybe it won't be long.
And what are we arguing about? Whether we should put a kitty litter for a teacher that thinks she's a cat.
yeah, and allowing the Senate to wear cutoff shirts and shorts to work.
You see all the flooding too? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Joke. No, I was just saying, I was in there. It's just mockery, right? Like, it's just a joke.
I seen footage of like flooding and camels walking by. I was like, whoa, what's going on? Like the Middle East is getting water where they never had water. Where for thousands of years they haven't had water. Now they're getting like all this flooding.
Look, I'm not judging, but when this happens, you know it's the beginning of the end of your country if you don't fix it. Look what I just posted. That's the Department of Energy head of the United States of America.
dude, wow, real. That's real.
So if anything else has to be said after that, I don't know, man.
Like it's so obvious. It's like that's like they're just emulating the Baphomet. Like, look, it's like the army of Satan.
This is literally what happens to civilizations when they fall. For some reason, they become hypersexualized. And here's a sign right here.
Yeah, when people, when they don't have anything that gives them joy, I guess they'll turn to the fleshly desire or the sexual desires, and they'll turn to all kind of different things, man, to just satisfy the flesh. So it really doesn't matter what it is. It's just to satisfy the flesh, and yeah, it's kind of weird, man. No one has any natural affection for the next generation anymore. It seems, for the most part, that's just how it is, man. Lack of natural affection.
It's way more than that, bro. This is gender confusion. I've never seen this before. Have you ever seen this before?
Well, natural affection is natural. Unnatural affection, or unnatural desires, or unnatural practices between men with men and women with women. That would be unnatural. And like I said, the natural has gone out the window. Uh, I mean, even the ancient texts speak of that. In the last days there'll be no natural affection. Used to, the even the wicked people would give their children good gifts, right? But it's kind of like I was talking with Witsit not long ago, and now they're giving their children evil gifts. They're giving them hormone drugs and different things like that, and just mutilating their bodies, or actually taking their child's life before it's born or in the process of being born. So I think it's very evident that we're just sinking into depravity further and further. And if people don't really, and most people think, oh, it'll never happen to me, man. It'll never happen to me. I can always, change my ways, or I can always reason things out. There's going to come a point where, you just get handed over to it. And that invisible part of you that you submit to every day, your mind, your thoughts, your consciousness, it's, if you're created, that's what keeps you alive. That's what keeps you animated. And if you don't think there's some kind of connection between the creator and that what keeps you animated, and people just continue into their unnatural ways, and he's just going to hand them over those things, and there will be no reasoning in your mind. There will be no coming back from the things he hands you over to.
Hey, I just want to read, because earlier you guys were talking about the oceans, or like there being an ocean above, and there's a scripture in the Testament of Levi that gives you an insight of what's above us or around us. And I agree with the square or the circle inside of a square. And I also agree that there's literal foundations to the earth. There's literal pillars, and there's even a chief cornerstone. According to Job, there's a literal chief cornerstone. Just like you build any property, the first stone, the chief cornerstone, they have one, bro. The earth has one. But anyways, it says here, and this is the Testament of Levi, chapter 2, verse 5. Then there fell upon me a sleep, and I beheld a high mountain, and I was upon it. And behold, the heavens were open, and an angel of Elohim said to me, Levi, enter. And I entered from the first heaven, and I saw there a great sea hanging. A great sea hanging. And further, I saw a second heaven, far brighter and more brilliant, for there was boundless light also therein. And I said to the angel, why is this so? And the angel said to me, marvel not at this, for you shall see another heaven, more brilliant and incomparable. And I'll just stop right there. But yeah, there's multiple layers. There's divisions, there's multiple dimensions, realms, and the realm above us seems to have an ocean of itself.
Yeah, we definitely got to do some soul searching here in the West, because the rest of the world is looking us with suspicious eyes, man. They think we're gone nuts. They literally think we lost our mind, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, but again, like
I don't think it's not the people, man. It's just the leadership, and it's hard to get out of because they just own. I don't know. They like tune in for your regular scheduled programming. Like they've been programming everybody for so long now. I don't know.
Well, it's an orchestrated, deliberate thing. This is the scary part. This is an organized, deliberate thing. And it seems to be the parents against the education system. It seems to be that the education system thinks they can overrule the parents.
Yeah, man, I totally agree with that. One of my buddies is an attorney, and he was telling my friend and I that he just got a client, and the guy brought in 57 books about homosexuality, and like, I mean, it had like every gruesome detail, and it was in like in an elementary school. So imagine that. Oh, and then my other friend, and this is in Oklahoma, and then my other friend, um, he had his third grader came home, and it had an LGBTQ app on the school issued laptop, and he was like, "What is this?" He brought it up, and they were like, "Oh, Google must have put it on there. That slipped through the IT crack."
Yeah, it seems they have an agenda. It's sexual, and they think that they can override the parents.
Well, it's satanic.
Yeah, man, it truly is, man. I mean, I don't want to call it satanic, but it's wrong. It's freaking wrong, you know.
Well, I mean, dude, they're emulating the Baphomet. Like, maybe that's hard to say or whatever, but it is an in my opinion, they're emulating the Baphomet, which is transgender. Look at that freak you just posted.
I know one thing that won't be able to be said much longer, and that's what the text says about it. Even in the New Testament, it says those that practice such things deserve death, even those who find pleasure in them that do them. So not only the ones who do those practices or practice that behavior, but also the ones who think it's okay and they take pleasure in it and and ridiculing you for your belief and supporting the others who do these unnatural things. So it's kind of weird, man.
You see, it would be something to think that this is widespread, right? Because it's all over us, but it is not. This is only in North America and certain parts of Europe, mostly Western Europe. The rest of the world, I assure you, frowns upon this and does not allow this in their society. This is not a majority thing. This is a minority in the West.
Mic check.
You're good?
Hey, buddy. I wanted to make a weird notation to you. So I really felt that we had misunderstood, standard refraction and all that we were talking about. And now I'm getting just more double speak out of all of them on that. And Jaron's Globebuster show yesterday, he's just as confused. It's weird. Like, is shit looming up or is shit bending down? Make up your minds, guys. It's like they're all hitting us with a lot of different theories at once. And it's like, it seems like they're not consistent. Seems like we still got something. But I can't get any of them to agree on anything. And that's why we keep arguing. Because they don't agree. And God knows we keep arguing.
Check out that Irish comedian I just posted and see what he said years ago. I mean, it's not very long, but it's very, very accurate as to where we are.
Yeah, it used to be. I remember people, and I was never against the gay or lesbian community, but I'm just using this because that's how it started. There wasn't these freaks around back then when I was young, right? So they were fighting for acceptance, right? And yeah, I'm all for that, right? Don't discriminate, this and that. It went from that to them forcibly teaching children about these sexual acts as young as 5,
Yeah,
6
that
years
is a
old.
big leap. You're right. That is a cavernous leap.
I mean, yeah, bro.
Not a natural path.
You went from what, being put to death to having being hanged,
No,
being
from
hanged,
being
right?
accepted, from being accepted as a fringe to being taught as a norm. That's what he's saying.
And
It's
to be
like,
expected, right? Yeah.
like one thing is like, okay, look, there's the Amish, and the next thing is, okay, it's Amish Day. We're all going to be Amish, or something like that. It's like, it's not for everyone. Let's put it that way. Like, it's just like that stupid participants trophy. It's the same thing. Look, everyone gets a trophy. That negates the fact of a trophy. It negates the entire process.
Well, we need to like really put it into perspective here too. Like, it's not just oh hey, now we need to be accepting, or hey, like this is being taught. No, they're like straight up like, oh, you're 12 and you feel like a pirate today? Yeah, let's chop it off and put a peg leg on you. I mean, like it's or here, take these and then permanently alter your life, 12-year-old. Like, that's crazy. It's not just be accepting. Like, it's literally off the rails nuts.
Yeah, like America, wake the hell up and take your country back. And Canada too, for sakes. You know what I mean?
Even the apes will take care of a child that falls down into the enclosure, right? But it's just kind of weird, man. People, no natural affection, man. No natural affection whatsoever. And it's only going to get worse, man. It's not going to get any better. So don't expect the numbers to get better. It's just going to get worse.
It makes worse and worse.
When I grew up, I worked with all gay guys, and they'd be like, how do you know? You never tried it. They're all dead from AIDS. So had I listened to them and just wanted to experiment, I'd be dead. Cute. And to tell you the truth, there is sort of a busy gay lifestyle for men that's not very family oriented.
It's very non-productive, to be honest.
And they have trouble too. Like a sensitive guy has trouble finding a guy that's not a queen. You know, like how do you just find a normal sensitive guy? It's not that easy. I mean, I know a lot of normal gay couples, and I'm going to say that out loud. Lesbians too. When I grew up, lesbians hated guys. They don't hate men anymore. They're comfortable. So I think lesbians have made strides, and I know a lot of gay couples that are pretty normal. I mean, as customers, it surprises me, you know, how it's not a big deal anymore, and it's not even a lifestyle anymore. They don't have to hide at the gay place with the gay, you know, whatever, gay doctor, gay lawyer. When I grew up, there was I learned about the gay community because all of our customers were gay. So I worked for a carpenter, and every client was gay. There was a gay community. And then his boyfriend or whatever, husband, was in the army in clerical. And there was a massive community in the army as secretaries and shit that they all know about. That it's like the guys inside are all gay. The guys that aren't foot soldiers. Like,
yeah, but Dan, this is not about gay. Why are you making this about gay or lesbian? This is not about
because
that.
I was talking about acceptability is what I was talking about.
Yeah, but I'm talking about freaks, not gays and lesbians. Gays and lesbians have always been part of the community since the ancient days. They're not the problem.
I don't know, man. They're not part of my community.
Well, I hear you, bro,
mine
because you're
neither.
coming at it from a certain perspective, but I'm just talking reality, right? Personally, I believe they're born that way, so I don't hold any personal prejudice against them. That's my opinion.
Have you ever, and I want, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but have you guys, if you have had the opportunity to meet a great number of them, not just a few or one or two, but do they all seem like they're all there?
Gay people, yeah. Most of them seem grounded.
Really?
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Some of them you won't even know they're gay.
I've lived with gay people. They can be fine, man.
Yeah, my friend, when I pointed his little gay shoes and I go, no, that's gay. And he stomped and he goes, dude, people only notice the queens. There he goes, there's lots of gay people out there that are totally normal. You only notice the flamers.
What's normal? We're talking, here's the
They
thing,
don't
man.
talk funny.
Yeah.
They don't talk about funny things. They have regular jobs, do regular shit. Just like if I was into something, like if I was into animals or something weird sexually, I ain't bringing them to work. I ain't talking about it.
Yeah, that's not normal.
I'm not
That's
hanging
not
out.
normal.
I'm not hanging out at the zoo. I mean, I'm not making it part of my day. You know what I mean? If you make your sexual orientation part of your day, something's wrong. Keep that shit at home.
Well, even what I'm getting at is even the behavior is not normal. What we call normal or natural is unnatural. And I heard an older man say this years and years ago, and I found it to be true. That kind of behavior, whether it be with the guys or the girls, it's the most selfish, destructive behavior that there is, especially among men. It's the most selfish and destructive behavior. And so when you think about that and you think about what that does to the body and what can happen to the body and all of those things, and when you get into all the details of what's actually going on, you'll find out that it's just the most selfish, destructive behavior. And it's not natural, and neither is it normal.
It might be a parasitic or a gut biome thing. I don't know. But I mean, I'm not going to hate them or anything like that. There are plenty of good people out there that aren't just selfish assholes.
Yeah, and I mean,
Think
it's
about it logically. What would make one man want to sleep with another man? Think about it logically if you're straight, right? It doesn't make any sense. So why would they do it? Because they're wired that way, man. The chromosomes. That's
Well,
all
not
it
only-
is, man. Yeah.
Not only people say they're wired that way, is people choose behavior. No child is born wanting to have relations with the same sex. They learn those behaviors over time, and they make a choice to either practice those behaviors that they had thoughts of or not. And what I'm getting at with the selfish and destructive behavior, you asked the right question when you said, what man would want to do that? Well, any man that wants to dominate another man, or any man that, just wants to fulfill his fleshly desire while possibly destroying the one he's doing this act with. Because, this is very destructive behavior when you're talking about the body and the anatomy and physiology and what could happen. So, yeah, it's very disgusting and destructive and very, very selfish. So it's a choice, and it's not you're just wired that way, and it's just you're going to do it no matter what. You have a choice, man, and you have a mind. And anyone who succumbs to their thoughts and they don't control their thoughts and control their actions and desires, they have a useless mind, which means they're out of their mind, which means they have a reprobate or depraved mind. And that's a very sad position to be in. And I don't think it should be promoted at all whatsoever or given any slack whatsoever.
That's a lot of assumptions there, buddy. Like,
Which
you're
one?
assuming it's a choice, right? Now, I don't buy that for a minute. And I told you, me as a straight male, right? It's incomprehensible for me to have sex with another male. So for me, it has to be, for a lack of a better term, and I don't want to insult any gays, it has to be some sort of deformity or change in the code. That's the way I see it, bro. I'm sorry. It's not a choice.
Yeah, well, even those people who, practice such things, I think the text agrees with you in a sense. If we're going to speak of the text at all, the text says those people, when they get to a certain point, he hands them over to it. And yeah, that would be a defect because you no longer have that consciousness. You no longer have those reasoning thoughts, the thoughts telling you this doesn't seem right, this isn't right, this is destructive, this is not sanitary, it's not healthy for my partner, and all of these things would come to your mind. So you're right in the sense that as they get older, yeah, they have a useless mind, but no one is born that way. There's no child coming out the womb and they're either one way or the other wanting to have sex. That's learned behavior. And it's a choice. It has to be a choice to choose. Well, you choose. I'll tell you, you choose whoever you have sex with, do you not? If you don't, it's rape. You make a choice.
Not
You
if
make a
you're not if you're a duck or a goose or a cat.
Well, that's just a ridiculous argument. We're talking about people, right? You
No,
don't even know.
but their urges aren't. Their urges are in their brain. They're not learned behaviors. Sex isn't a learned behavior for them.
It's not.
No, animals know
So you just
what to do.
come out the womb just having sex.
Animals know. Yes, animals know what to do. Yes, so do people.
No, we're not talking about animals. We're talking about people.
Well, people
We're talking
figure it
about
out too.
people.
Dumb fucking people figure it out.
They figure it out, so they learn it.
Yeah,
right.
the drive. The drive is not as you described. The drive is internal. It's not from external source. Hey, I'm going to do what they're doing. It's not like that.
No one said that. So I would say that if it's internal, are you saying it comes from the mind, or does it come from the brain, or some
Yeah,
kind
what do you
of?
call that? What do you call that?
Yeah.
Genetics. Like,
What do you call that? Genetics? What?
Well, like animals know to do things as part of reproduction, even though they've never been through the process before. For instance, a mother knows to make a nest, or a kitten knows to disappear for a couple of days and go hide somewhere to do it. There's certain innate things that aren't learned that animals show that I'm sure we have.
So, yeah, like someone like dogs, like goats who dominate other male goats, but they're not having them as a partner forever to totally destroy their body and put them in that danger. And if they are, you need to get them out of there, right? So if you have two main sires, two big bulls, and they're both mounting each other, you better get one out, because they're more than likely the girls are in estrus, and those bulls are one of them is going to die, right? So the best thing you can do is get the bull, the goat, the ram, one of them out because they're going to try to dominate the other male. Now, when it comes to your examples, you spoke of a mother making a nest. That's a mother. That's a natural thing. A kitten. That was a being born to the mother cat and the father cat, right? There was a male and a female cat that got together. So your examples for instinct and these things are going back to more family oriented and less about dominating and killing each other, which is what this behavior is, and it's extremely selfish. So, and it's very evident, man, that it's a choice. You choose who you have sex with. You're not born that way. You're not born coming out the womb wanting to have sex with anyone. So it's just the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But yeah, there's so many things to cover when you're thinking about these things, but it's very evident. It's very selfish. It's very destructive.
So do
Not
you think
loving.
sexuality is a learned thing?
I think you learn things every day, and when it comes to sex, you learned about sex. I learned about sex, and
That's so
everyone who's
bizarre.
had
It's
sex
a
has
bizarre
learned
thing
about
you're
sex.
saying. That's bizarre that you're saying that. With all these examples in nature.
Anyone who has not had sex has not learned about sex yet, and they haven't experienced it. So I would say that those of you who have, you went into having sex having some knowledge of it because you learned of it, and so it wasn't just, oh, I was born one day and I walked around with this blank slate, and then I met this girl, and guess what started happening? This cool thing started happening. Then we had a baby 10 months later. Nah, bro. That's ridiculous, bro.
Okay, let me give you a hypothetical. You take two humans. Let me give you a hypothetical. You take a
Reality
male.
would be better. Yeah.
Yeah, reality. You take a real man, real boy, right? Never been taught sex. Put them on an island on their own. They grow up. Now they're 18, 19 years old. They see each other. They know each other. You think they're going to have sexual thoughts, or somebody would have to have told them, hey, you're a guy. You're going to have to be attracted to her. Look, she's got boobs.
Were there any animals on the island?
Gonna...
Were there any animals on the island?
No animals. Just
no
them two.
animals. Were
No
there any
animals.
trees with fruit on them, like male and female trees?
Yeah, there were
No?
trees. Yeah.
Okay, so there were trees, so he had something to survive on. How old was he when in this hypothetical situation that has never really happened?
They were brought there from childbirth. They never seen any sexual film. They were never introduced to any sexual material. Nobody
You can't
taught
say
them.
what would happen. You can't say what would happen one way or the other, if they would ever have sex, or if they would, or if they would have it with each other, or they would have it with animals. You can't really say.
I can. Maybe you can't, but I can.
Well, I'm being honest. You're not.
No, I'm being very honest. I know for a fact that girl and that boy would be attracted to each other unless they were gay or lesbian.
Oh, I thought you said two boys. I must have missed the boy and the girl. So when they got to an age of where they could have sex, well, I don't have a problem with that. What's the problem? We're talking about male on male and female on female. That's what we're talking about.
No, you said it's a learned experience. You said sex is a learned experience.
Yeah, what I propose is that the male and the female, they would see that behavior among animals. They would see it in nature, and if they got close enough together, those things could happen, and it would be a learning process. They would learn together what was going on. It's still learning. That would still be learning. It would still be considered learning as you're having an experience, because when you experience something, you learn something. You understand what I'm saying? Life is learning and life is experience. Life is not, I'm born that way. No. You do have a code in you that everyone wants to denounce and deny, right? Wrong and right. They want to deny that, and then you come to the point where, yeah, the Creator hands you over to it, and you're no longer able to distinguish between the wrong and the right. And it doesn't even matter to you. So there's a lot of things that need to be taken into account. But life is experience, and experience is learning. And that's what it is. So you can't say it's not learning. I mean, I didn't say someone had to tell them how to do it, right? I didn't say somebody had to say, Johnny, if you want a baby, this is what's got to happen. But usually that's how it goes down. Usually, a man who fathers a child, and every man has a father. Usually, a man who fathers a child or the mother will teach that child about sex and teach them where they come from. The child doesn't go through his life and say, "I don't know where I came from." That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. So we got to, come up with some reality, some situations or examples that actually happen in reality. I think I've given plenty of very good examples of the selfish and destructive behavior and how you don't choose, how you do choose, and it's not, being born that way and all of these things. I think I gave some very great examples. I think it's very simple and very reasonable.
Well, you might think that way, but I beg to differ. I think differently. And I don't think either one of us can prove it right now, but I think I have a stronger case than you by the fact that just the simple logical fact that I just cannot conceive having sexual relations with another man, that alone leads me to believe that there has to be something wrong with or with the code or with something. I don't want to call it wrong and insult, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, it's wrong. It is wrong, though. Yeah, I mean, anything that's going to be done that's not natural and not right, it's wrong. So if someone wants to murder and you can't, conceive of murdering someone, well, of course, because it's wrong. And that's what we're talking about, those conscious decisions you make. And when your conscience speaks to you and says, this is wrong, or this is okay, or this is not okay. And so all of those things I've tried to cover, but, and you've come up with something that's not even realistic. To have this boy and this girl on this island, and someone just brings them there and drops them off, and no one's looking out for these children as they grow up. But I would say that if we look at reality, everything I said is very true and very evident. Nothing I've said could be refuted, and if it could be refuted, it would be. But
okay, let me try. See if you can be honest. God created everything, right? According to you?
Everything physical or everything that is?
Everything. Yeah.
I mean, you laugh, but I mean, when I say everything physical,
who did Adam and Eve learn from, dude?
No. Let me just ask you this, bro.
Don't even try to ask me Bible questions and laugh, bro, because you're. Trust me, it's not going to go well.
I did not laugh. Please stay out of it, Dan, for a minute. Let me have a couple of minutes with it. Did God create everything and everybody? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah. Everything you see, yeah.
So did God create lesbians and homosexuals?
No, that's a behavior. That's a choice. It's not a creation.
So God did not create everybody.
God don't create your behavior. You have a choice to do the things you do. If not, you would be a robot and you just have a program.
So you claim to know why God created 10% of his flock. You, North, claim to know better than God.
I just claim to know better than you because you're saying that behavior is a created thing. You're saying that each behavior that an individual puts forth is created or built into the program. So every choice is part of the program, which is ridiculous. When we look
you
at
said homosexuality is a mistake. So then, in other words, you have to say that your God created homosexuals and God made a mistake.
No, that's a simple mind, bro. What are you talking about? No, I said it's wrong. It's not right. It's unnatural. It's selfish. And it's destructive behavior. I didn't say it was a mistake God made. I never said that. That's your presumption that God made a mistake when he did these things, or he did it on purpose out of ill intent. But I never said that. That's never been my argument. That's your argument, right? And you can further your argument by saying that's my argument, but it's not, and it's very evident. So is there anything you can refute what I said? Is it not destructive? Is it not selfish? Is it not unnatural? Are any of those things refutable? No, right?
Sure, they are. It's why is it destructive? Why is it unnatural? You tell me. Then why did your creator create this thing? Surely, if it's that
What thing?
destructive and unnatural, right? God wouldn't allow it, right? Why is He allowing 10% of the population forever, from the beginning of time, to be homosexual and lesbian?
Well, your argument went from creating it to allowing it. You see how you're contradicting yourself now, but you're coming to a better conclusion.
You don't want to accept that.
I'm going to say that you're coming to a better conclusion when you say allow it rather than create it, because those are two different things. And so, yeah, I don't really know where you're coming from, because you're talking at different angles, and it's going contrary. Your whole everything you're putting forth is going contrary to itself and contrary to what I'm saying. So you're not really addressing what I'm saying. If you want me to tell you how it's destructive, I could answer that. It's going to get a bit graphic, right? But I could tell you how it's destructive to the party it's being done to the one being mounted, as I was telling you, as two bulls or two goats or two dogs who show this behavior to show the dominance they have over the other one, right? It's not a good thing. It doesn't feel good for the party underneath. So I could go into how it's destructive to the anatomy of the person it's being done to, and the person that's doing it. I could go into those things, but I don't think you want me to go into those here. Now, is there anything else you can refute on what I said? Because that's very evident. You just need to look into the anatomy a little bit and find out what's going on.
Really judgmental. That's all I know. And your argument doesn't wash. I repeat, gays and homosexuals have been part of humanity forever. If you say that your creator created everything, that means either he created them like that or he made a mistake. Now that's on you. But those
That's
are your
just a very
choices.
small way of looking at things. You're saying just because something is, or just because people make certain choices in their life, the creator created them that way. And that is not how the creator, that's not how he represents himself. And that's not how his followers, describe him. It's not how he describes himself. It's not how his son describes him. It's not how any of the messengers of him described him. That's SE describing that, right? And you're not a big majority, but you're not a small minority in your thinking, in your ideology there. But I would say that you're not considering many factors. One being, we're not all robots programmed. Two being, we are individuals, right? And we all make our own choices, decisions, etc., and we act on those. So you're not considering those things. You just think, well, God made them to be that way. And everyone wants to give that easy out, right? Oh, they were just born that way. I was born this way. No, again, there's no child coming out of the womb wanting to go back into a womb or an anus. Not one. Not one. And in a sexual way. Not one, right?
Where are you heading? Like you're veering off the road here, bro.
No, I think I'm on the same subject. It's a choice. You're not born that way, which was your claim. Your claim was that this behavior is not destructive. I refuted that. Now we're on to the next thing. You say God created evil, God created all these things, God created homosexuality. They've always been a part of mankind. I said no.
I said evil God.
He didn't create
When did I
the
say evil God? Why are you putting words? Why are you spicing up? Why are you putting ketchup on the fries?
I think I'll stop at saying this, because I think I've pretty much, exposed these ideas. I'll say that you are created to understand what type of behavior to have, but once you rebel against that and you keep going against that, your behavior is going to change. You're not going to have a reasonable mind, and we always speak of people out of their mind. And all of these things I'm telling you are very evident in creation and very evident around you when you look around you at what's going on. And so it's a choice. Again, no one's born that way. God didn't create the behavior. He didn't create your choice. He created you to have a choice. And you don't know how to distinguish between creating a thing and giving it a choice. You're not making that distinction. And I know that's very hard for you, but you're going to have to come to that conclusion at some point. Because even yourself, if you're a father, you give your child a choice, right? When they get to a certain age, you give them a choice. So everything I've said has been very evident, and you could look at it scientifically. You could look at the anatomy. You could just study people or study animals, anything, and you'll see everything I told you is true. And you know it's true, and you can't deny it.
Yeah, you can just keep on saying stuff and attribute it to me, but no, that doesn't work that way. I don't believe in that, and I have a different opinion than you do, right? You think it's a choice somehow, some way. You think it's a choice, but since you said stuff about me and described me, let me describe you. I think that you don't have a choice of your own. I think that what you're saying is just been dictated to you because you believe in a certain religion, you believe in a certain code, and I don't even think these opinions are yours. I think you've been given this opinion, with all due respect.
Yeah, I would just say you're wrong. I would say that everything I said cannot be refuted, and if you could refute one of the things, like it being destructive behavior, or if you could refute the animals, the male animals dominating and eventually killing each other, or if you could refute any of the things I said, such as a child coming out of the womb and actually wanting to have sex with the same sex. If you could refute that, please do. All of the things I said to you, SE, are facts, and it's not an opinion. It's not an opinion. I would say it's a fact, and I've learned this over my experience in my life. As growing up and being around animals and seeing sexual behavior, seeing the more dominant males wanting to be more dominant and actually killing the other males, I've seen these things, so I have experience and I understand these things. So, yeah, my main point is you're not making a distinction between creating people and giving them decisions to make, giving them choices. You think that people, and it has to be, you may not think this way, but your argument makes it seem like this is what you're saying, that people are actually programmed to make the choices they make, and they're like robots. That's your argument.
Not
right?
listening. I
And
told you,
it's
X
not.
chromosome, Y chromosomes, they're explanations for these things. But you're just not listening. To you, it's a sin. It's a biblical thing. You were
Well, to me,
told
it's
it's a sin, and
unnatural.
that's it. There's nothing that anybody could tell you. You're gonna go with the biblical sin version.
I didn't
That's it.
say sin. I said it's destructive behavior and it's selfish behavior. I didn't say
That's your
sin.
opinion.
I didn't
That's
say
your opinion,
sin.
bro.
I
Why
said
is it destructive and why is it
it's not
selfish?
an opinion.
Why
It's
is one man
you just
going with
continue to
another
yell over
man? Why
me,
is
man.
it selfish? Let's start
First
off
of
with
all, I'll
selfish.
tell you.
Why is
I'm
it
going to
selfish?
answer you. I'm going to try to answer you if you actually stop talking. So it's selfish because it's destructive. And if you love someone, you're not going to put something in a place that it doesn't belong, where they can bleed, where they can get infectious diseases, or where they can get just an infection, just a general infection that'll be very, very detrimental to their health. Okay? So that is why it's selfish and destructive at the same time. This is why I use words like this, because they can be used at the same time. Because the intent is there for those things, for selfishness and for destruction. That's what it's for. That's what's happening. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. It's a medical fact, bro. And
So
you can
you
check
are in a
into it if you want, but
position
it's
to
a fact.
judge two men. Oh, I thought you were done. You want to keep on going?
Yeah, I'll keep going. I mean, if it just makes you, exposes what you're saying, I'll just keep going, man. It's a
Can I
medical
say
fact.
something?
A medical fact. There you go. Not
Can I say
opinion.
something real quick? Okay,
Go ahead, bro.
I'm gonna be quick. Imagine your father would have been gay since the beginning. You wouldn't exist. Thank you.
Well, there's a logical statement. Yeah. So back to the thing. So you're basing something that homosexuality is wrong because of a hygiene situation. That's what you base
No,
your thing
no,
on. I'm
no,
telling you why
no,
an X
no,
chromosome. Why are you not
no,
letting me finish, bro?
hygiene. Because you're lying. I didn't say it was based on hygiene. I
You
said
said
it's
it's
destructive because you could get terrible infections, right? That
that's
will be
hygiene.
that would be detrimental to your health. We're not talking about washing and being dirty or filthy. We're talking about opening up wounds and bleeding out, get an infection into your bloodstream, things that don't need to be in your bloodstream.
Well,
Do
that
some
happens in
simple
regular
anatomy.
people, regular intercourse. Are you not
Look
aware
into
of that?
what I'm saying. Bro, never mind, bro. You lost a long time ago with this
No, I
No,
discussion,
he
man.
didn't,
made
bro.
the same point I was about to make, that happens during normal sex too.
You have nothing to stand on really except your passion and your religion, bro, and I respect you for that. But if you're trying to make a point here in a truth forum, you're not succeeding, bro. Let me just give you a hint.
Yeah, give me a hint. Give me a hint where I was wrong.
I just did.
You,
I
you
just showed
haven't
you
even
just
you
said
haven't even
bleeding, and I just showed you that in regular intercourse,
No,
men
you didn't.
and women bleed as well. So there goes your immorality or your what did you call it?
Where the fecal matter is, and then they put it in the bloodstream, right? And they have a chance of bleeding out. Are any of those things possible with a man and woman?
Sure, they are. You
No.
never heard the new sex rave. The next, do we have to get into this, bro? Are you
Yeah, we have.
serious?
Yeah,
You
we
don't think men
definitely.
and women practice in that manner sex? Really?
I mean, if that's what you're gonna do, but I'm telling you, it's not very healthy. It can be quite destructive.
Well,
Unless
thank
you, I
you
mean,
for
unless
your
you, I don't
helpful
know,
advice.
man.
We'll take it into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, yeah, and take in
That doesn't
consideration
make
what
it
I'm
some
saying,
sort of
actually.
abomination, does it? Or immoral? What were you saying before?
First of all, I didn't say anything about sin, anything about immorality. I was addressing this as being selfish, destructive,
Selfish, yes.
unnatural, not normal, right? And when we look in nature, it's not normal. And so if you think it's normal for a man to act like a goat or a bull that's trying to dominate another bull, in which example the bull or the goat kills the other goat if they're left together,
What are you
then that is
talking
not going
about,
then
bro?
that is not going to work for an argument when you're talking about creation such as the other gentleman said. So don't bring in the animals such as the dogs and the goats and the bull and all of these things unless you want to actually go the entire discussion and say what actually happens when you leave that behavior and let it
Well, what
continue.
happens is a
So,
hierarchy forms within that group, and the fight does not continue. If it doesn't go to the death, it can they create a hierarchy. I don't know what you're thinking. They don't.
in the case of a goat and a bull, if there are females in estrus, they can kill each other.
They
You understand that,
can.
right? They can,
They
yes, they
can.
will too, and they will. If they're left together in a pen, in the same room, like a
Mhm.
man and a man, and they
So the
continue to
question
mount
is,
each other, one of them's gonna die, bro.
now
If
they're
a
mounting
male
each other,
continues to
right?
kill a female, the
Do you think
female will
that was a learned
die.
behavior? Who taught them that?
We're The discussion is about natural behavior and what's natural and what's selfish and what's destructive. The male that wants all the females, he's selfish too, bro. It doesn't matter if it's a cow or a dog or whatever it is, bro. He wants all of them, right? And he's like, "No, I'm going to kill you if you come over here. These are my females." That's in the animal kingdom. Yes, of course. And you keep going back to that, but what I'm telling you is when you're relating that to men and women, it doesn't fly. It just doesn't fly because we're not running around mounting other males out in public just to show them what the hierarchy is. We don't do those things.
Yes,
And
we
if you
do. We
did
do it in
those,
business. We
and
do
if
it in
you did
business
those,
every day. We do it in all other
you don't
forms.
mount a man. You don't mount a man from behind, and
Yes,
it's
you
just,
do. Yes, you do.
oh my God, you're trying to play semantics, bro. Okay, both of you have nothing to stand on. Everything I said was a fact. It can't be refuted. If it could, it would. If you want to have a moderated debate sometime, we can. I'm not going to continue to just sit here and have two people
Well,
talk to me about something
that's
they absolutely
it's very
didn't think.
civil of you, but you do make some things that seem to be extended into fact that seem to be your guidelines, not facts. They seem to be your guidelines.
Which one? Which one?
Every inch
Which
of what
one?
you say seems to be your guidelines.
Yeah, you can't name
Like
one.
other
You're like
people that
this.
preach,
Name
like
one,
other
man.
people that preach, they
Yeah,
decipher it their way,
yeah, I
and
just
then they
preach,
say
man.
it's the way.
Yeah, I just preach, right? I was
And
just
your way,
preaching from
no, your
scripture.
way don't sound too
I was
bad.
just laying out the word, right?
No,
Yeah.
your
Okay,
way
I
don't
got
sound too
you.
bad. I just
That's
not
where
sure it's
everybody
the
goes.
way.
Yeah, that's where most of the time this goes, man. People try to attack me for that when I'm just addressing reality and what happens, whether
Well,
it
I'm
be
saying
in
your way don't sound too bad. I'm just not sure it's
you to
the
cut me
way.
off as I'm still speaking. You know, it's
Should I
very
say it for
evident.
the third time, dude? You're not very responsive. You're not very responsive.
Yeah, I'm not going to be very responsive if you keep speaking in the middle of my sentence, bro. I'm sorry. You're disrespectful. So you entered a conversation when me and SE were having a conversation. SE's losing the conversation when I tell him to refute one of the things I said. He said refute the
It's
selfish
delusional
behavior.
again.
He said refute the selfish behavior. And so he didn't refute the selfish behavior. I told him how it was selfish because it was destructive and what it did. And I told him he could go look into that if he wanted to and find out what actually happens to some of those males. And it may not happen every time, but it happens a lot. And if it can happen, then it's destructive and selfish behavior. And that's just very evident with people who have common sense and they actually know what's going on. But he didn't refute anything else I said. And as for you to come in and say, oh, you're just preaching and everything you said, it's just everything is preaching.
No. What I
What verse?
said
Can I give
was
you,
different
what
people that
verse? Can I
preach
give you
are
one
all
verse?
pretty fucking sure of themselves and they like to
I'm pretty
argue
sure
that
of
their
myself.
shit's right, but they
You got
don't
that right.
agree. Therefore, I
You got
don't know
that
what
right.
the fuck to do because you
That's
guys
one
don't
thing you
agree.
did right.
When you
That's
get your
one thing you
scripture
Okay,
did
but
out,
we
right.
gotta go
you
one at
don't
a time,
fucking
guys.
agree.
I'm gonna
Guys,
pull out. You guys can go but one at a
I'm
time.
done
I'm
too.
pulling out.
Me
Yeah, he
too.
got one thing right, and that's that I'm correct about everything I was saying. Yeah, that's the one thing you got
No,
right, man.
no, you are correct, man. It's the truth. There is no logic behind a man putting something into the thing where your food comes out when it's digested. It makes no sense. Everyone knows that. Some people just want to deny it.
No, nobody's denying it, bro. By you saying that, it just strengthens my position. It does not make any sense, right? You might argue it's not natural, but if certain percentage of the population have been doing it for eons, and we know about the X and Y chromosomes, why don't you guys open your eyes and your ears and listen to these things? Why do you insist
Okay, I'm
in
listening. What
only
is the point?
biblical interpretation?
Listen, I have not talked about the Bible yet, but what is the point you're trying to make? Like, what do you mean by these chromosomes? What's the literal point? Are you saying at some point it's gonna get natural or normal, or what is it?
No, I'm saying I believe that gays and lesbians are born that way. They are
I
born
believe.
to have feelings for the same sex.
Okay, like
That
you believe, I believe that's not true.
okay, so you can believe one thing, but you have just beliefs,
You
and
too.
I have a little bit of scientific stuff with the X and Y chromosomes and the hormones and thyroids and all that, right? So I believe that there's more on my side than there is on your side. I'm not saying I know for sure, but you
Okay.
just have thoughts, and I have something more than that.
Well, you said you believe, so you don't believe, you know.
No, I didn't say I know. I say I believe because of
Ah,
these
okay.
certain things. That's
Okay,
what
so
I
you
said.
believe that certain things are true, right?
certain things he heard about certain chromosomes and feelings and feminine ways, certain things he's heard from other men that are really not verifiable. It's just things he's heard.
But how
But
is
you
that?
think because you
How?
read something in a book that was written 2,000 years ago that you up? It's
Never brought up a
unbelievable,
book.
man.
You know what's
It's too young
unbelievable?
for
I
That
didn't bring a book
you
up.
know what's unbelievable that I didn't bring it up, and you already inserted it into the speech, even though I've never mentioned it once. And still, I'm trying to figure out what your initial point is because it makes absolutely no sense. I'm saying it's unnatural. It doesn't make sense. There is no fruit of it, and you come up with but chromosomes and but feelings. Who cares? Nature shows us it's unnatural. It makes no sense. There's no need to do it. So no matter what stupid
Hold on. There's no sexual gay behavior in nature. Is that what you're saying?
no,
Because if you are, you're absolutely wrong.
Again, I have the feeling you're not listening. I
No, you
said
said it.
I said there is no fruit of it. I didn't say it doesn't exist in nature. Where it exists, right? We're all sure and clear about that. It does exist, but it has no logical outcome. It is unnatural. It makes no sense. It's not even beneficial for a man. There's no. If you can tell me one benefit.
So are the animals choosing homosexuality? Is it a choice,
Dude,
or
I'm not
did
gonna
the
compare
creator make
myself
them
with.
that way? Answer my question. Don't beat around the bush. I asked you a very specific question. The homosexual animals, are they made that way by God, or is it a learned behavior? Did they make a choice?
The homosexual animal.
First of all, I don't compare myself with animals. Second of all, most of
Then
the
you
time
don't
when
know.
Second of all, most of the time this behavior is observed in within animals that have been abused by human enclosures, abused by the mist.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
see that's the truth we don't want to hear, right? Most of the time, this behavior has been generated by the abuse of human beings or mishandling of these animals because they're not really within the realms of their natural habitats. You know, for
It's not
example,
my
in
turn.
zoos and so forth.
You're wrong. You're wrong. This behavior has been observed in nature. You're absolutely wrong in the statement you made. Homosexual behavior of animals has been observed in nature.
Okay, so what? Animals torture each other. Should we now torture other human beings?
Oh, now it's torture. Now you admit that it is.
You want to compare animals to humans. I'm just literally saying, okay, if you want to do the comparison game with animals, then let's just make torture legal because there's animals like my cat who likes to torture a little mouse. Can I torture a little baby now?
My God, man! You see how you guys behave. You cannot have a normal
Well,
conversation
hold on.
when it comes.
No, that was a good rebuttal. Let's just keep it out of the personal and let's just keep it to the information. That was a good rebuttal. So go ahead, Odysee.
What was a good rebuttal? Let me hear it again.
Well, he's saying that. Well, okay. If you're saying that homosexuality, from what I may be late to the conversation. I was away for a bit and whatnot. So maybe I'm not catching all of it. But so you saying that you saying that homosexuality is in nature and therefore is natural, or at least to some degree, because animals do it. And Clay's rebuttal was, well, there's certain animals that torture other animals in nature, or seem to, in some way, to the point to where I actually just saw the other day. There's this bird that apparently it grabs like a snake or a lizard in its beak and it impales it. It literally impales the snake on like a sharp stick. And then the snake sits there impaled on it for a while, and then the bird comes back and eats it later. So like this bird literally impales snakes and lizards, on they often do it on barbed wired fences actually, because that's like a modern day. It's a very sharp area, so they're on barbed wired fences. But they also do it in nature, like on a sharp stick or like on a tree. And that's actually how that bird. It's like what it does. It just goes around impaling lizards and snakes.
Yeah, but
Okay, good.
Gio, I
Hold on.
think
I
you
have a
did
what
come
if
in
for
late.
that, though.
We're talking about homosexuality.
I know, but what I'm saying is that his rebuttal is that if you're saying that animals do it to relate it to something, he's saying that animals impale each other, for example, in the case of that bird, or they torture each other, they do these things. So does that mean that
it's natural?
that should also be applied back to humans, that somehow that's natural? In his viewpoint, I'm just trying to steel man the two positions, and I'm just saying it is a rebuttal. And I was just hoping that you could, that it could be responded to, because it seemed like it was getting heated there. So I was trying to kind of see if we could just. It sounds like maybe hopefully I kind of.
Yeah, because for me, I don't understand why I should compare myself to an animal, because then I could also just go out and make these ridiculous statements of when I see
You
my cat
compare the
torturing
animals.
No,
You started the comparison.
Oh no, bro, you said it, bro.
Come
And see,
on, bro.
don't be disingenuous, bro. Don't lie, bro. So here's the thing: you want to go to nature and say you see homosexuality in nature, and then you want to say that homosexuality is unnatural when it comes to man, and something is wrong with them. That's what you said. You are going contrary to your own argument, and you're saying that Clay's argument and my argument makes no sense.
I got you guys talking in circles. Gio came in now a little bit not knowing.
Can I just finish my good point that actually, can I just finish my great point? That mine and Clay's points here have been nothing but accurate and nothing but addressing each thing you said, right? Even if it goes contrary to itself, we've addressed it, and we've addressed it many times. And now you're saying go to nature and find homosexual animals? How did the animals continue if they were all homosexual in the first place? And was my evidence of cows and goats, the females being in estrus and the males actually mounting each other and killing each other? I know you have to interrupt me because the point is just destroying your whole argument, man. I know you have to interrupt. So you just go ahead, bro. But you have been destroyed, man. You've been totally annihilated, bro. You lost. It's terrible, man. Go home.
Are you done?
Take a break for a while, man.
Are you done now? Let me reiterate what I was saying. From the beginning of time, whether you guys...
Hold on a second. I'm just going to mute you guys both because you just keep talking over each other. North, I would say that wasn't the area of a monologue because you didn't really give him a chance to respond. So even though he shouldn't have interrupted at the same time, I think that was because if you're just going to run a bunch of points, and then try to claim some kind of victory, it's not really fair.
That's all he's been doing, Gio. That's all he's been doing.
Yeah, go back and listen to the live stream, Gio. That's all.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Yeah, please do, Gio. And when you find him interrupting me every time, Gio, please do something about it.
So, Mark, can I?
Yeah, it's just key. So everybody can get in. There's two things that are key, especially when it's heated and when people are calling each other out, kind of thing. Like, obviously, we don't want it to go into total, just dumpster fire, insult, all that stuff. But I mean, it's understandable that things can get heated. But the only thing is that if somebody uses that heated moment to essentially monologue in some way, meaning like saying a bunch of points and then throwing like little ad homs and little things in with it, then it just becomes a barrage. And then that person just has the mic to be grandstanding while he's just kind of doing that to someone else. And then it doesn't make it fair for that other person. So that's why it's if it's going to be more in that mode, then I think it's even that much more key to not monologue and really let the points go back and forth so that they can actually rebut your point instead of just trying to overload them or dominate or whatever it may be. And then the interruptions happen. And then that's tends to be why it goes that way. So I'm just saying, if it gets heated like that, I think ideally we all have to it's almost like sportsmanship in a sense, because it's very high level intellectual discussion. And it could almost be seen in that way. And sort of like the idea of being like a good sportsman, actually having integrity in terms of.
Yeah, you're just late to the conversation, Gio.
Giving the other the chance to actually respond and not just trying to monologue over them.
You're just late to the conversation, Gio, because it was originally between me and SC, and then another man jumped in. But those two were continually monologuing, making many points that I had to address at one time. And so they make it seem like I'm monologuing, but I'm actually speaking for the same amount of time. And if you go back and listen to the live stream, you will see that's very evident. So I would just say do that. You'll see how many times I was interrupted, and you'll see why I did what I just did. And I reiterated every point I addressed, and I even left some of them out. I didn't go over each one. I left some of them out, but each of those things had to be reiterated because it's as if they had just disappeared and no one even realized it. Yeah.
The quick thing I just wanted to get clarified by Essie. Essie, we as human beings compare ourselves to animals, and make the conclusion that if there's something in the animal world, that it should also be naturally applied to humans as being natural. Is that something we can accept? Or should
No, this is not the issue. Let's see if I can get a sentence out. So I was talking about the natural, why I think it's natural that gays and lesbians, right? It's not that they're doing it by choice. This is all started with these guys saying that it's choice, it's by choice. And I told them, no, I don't think it's by choice, because I cannot fathom for myself having sex with another man. So to me, there has to be something up. There has to be something in the wiring. For a man to desire to have sex with another man is not natural. It's not a natural thing, right? It does happen in nature, but I think that it's not a choice. So that's what all this started, by me saying it's not a choice, and them saying, yes, it's a choice.
So then I misunderstood you, because I thought you said it's natural. That's what I misunderstood in the first place. Now you're saying it's unnatural, and I fully agree, man. It's unnatural. If it's a choice or not, I personally think it's not even a choice. I think it's just a confusion. It's deception. You know, it's maybe because they have been abused in their childhood. It's most of the time abused in their childhood.
No, I don't think it's anything to do with abuse. Like, this is what you guys keep doing. You keep saying no. You keep insisting that somehow it's abuse, or it's this, or it's that, or it's a choice. No. How about if it's just a thing in the chromosomes? How about if it's just a programming error, or rewiring, or whatever? How about if it's that? Can you accept that?
Can I ask for clarification on something? Let me just ask for clarification on something, because I heard you bring up the animals, and you asked Clay if he thought that the animals made a choice to do those things. Do you think the animal? Do you think the animal did not make a choice to assert dominance over another male animal? Is that what you
Correct.
think? They didn't.
I think they didn't make the choice. That's right. I think the animals did not make a choice. That's what I think. Yeah. I think that. Can you let me finish speaking?
Well,
I think whatever the animals do is programmed into them. There's some animals like chimps and I forget what species they are. When they get stressed, they go and have sex right in the open with other chimps. All kinds of different weird sexual things happen within the animal kingdom. Yes, go research it.
Okay,
well, wait, just a minute. Just please. So, I wanted to address before that monologue, but this is what I want to say. Of course, it's a choice.
It wasn't a monologue. You asked a question and I answered it in under 30 seconds.
If you could stop interrupting me.
Don't say I monologue. Don't think you can come in and take a little swipe like that, dude.
Well, you did monologue a little bit, man. I mean, you went on. I was trying to address this point very quickly.
Just make your point. Don't grandstand.
Oh boy, very quickly. And I'm going to stand up really tall when I say this, so just give me a second. All right. So, yes, the animal did make a choice when he got stressed out and he wanted to choose which one to go and jump on and hump. That was a choice he made, bro. That's a choice he made. So the animal made a choice. And anytime you have a male animal asserting dominance when there are female animals in estrus around him, and he's asserting dominance, he makes that choice, bro. And if he didn't make the choice, he would just be a machine like a robot, or he would be lying there doing nothing. Because if you don't choose to do something, and we see different behavior in the same litter of pups, we see different behavior in the same kids from a same goat, the same mother goat, we see different behavior from different calves that come from the same cow and the same bull. So all of these behaviors and choices and all these things they do, they choose to do individually. So there you go. So that's the facts. That's reality. You're living in fantasy land, bro.
So you heard it here, everybody. He thinks he knows what the chimps do and do not do, and it's a fact, and I live in reality. You heard it here.
Yeah, you heard it here. They choose to do whatever they're doing. They don't just, they don't know. It's not like they don't know what they're doing. They make a choice. And you
So
even said
I'll
they get
mention this.
stressed out. He even said they get stressed out and therefore they go and do this. Therefore, they get stressed out and they choose to relieve that stress by going out and doing this act. Wow, bro. This is
Once again, you
astounding.
didn't
Amazing.
hear me correctly. Let me correct you. What I said was there is a species of apes that I don't know which they are. I said word for word. And when they get stressed, yes, they go and have sex with individuals in their group. I forget, I think they're the Bambano chips or I forget the name. Yes, that is a fact, my friend.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. My
So why'd
point
you
is
bring it
they
up
make that
in a
choice.
sneering
Where,
manner?
we're-
Why'd you bring it
where
up?
the conflict is I say they choose to do that and you say they don't. You say animals don't make choices. I've seen animals make choices my entire life. I'm probably older than you. I've seen different animals across the spectrum, bro, make choices. I've seen people make choices. I've interacted with all kind of cultures, and every individual makes choices, and it's not just based upon their family. It's not based upon their clan, their culture, or their tribe. It's based upon their experiences and their own choices, their own mind. That's what it is. And you're living in a fantasy land. And yeah, you've heard it here, man. Everybody makes choices. Hey guys, guess what you can do? You can make a choice.
What are you defining as your choice? For example, when it comes to a sexual attraction, for example, people who are homosexual that are attracted to others of the same sex, as it were, for many of them, that is what they're attracted to. Meaning, like if if a man generally, like a heterosexual man sees a woman, will be sexually attracted. They'll have all of that, right? That whole dynamic. But a heterosexual man, is not attracted to another man, like, in that sense, meaning they might be buddies, they're friends, whatever it may be, but there's no sexual energy, there's no desire for it. Otherwise, they would do it, right? But there's no desire for it because obviously, a man and a woman, when there's desire. But for a homosexual, who they don't have, many of them have the experience where they don't have that attraction to the women, so it's reversed for them, meaning they're attracted to the men, to the other
I
boys,
get,
for whatever
I,
reason. So now, if you're trying to call that a choice, I would not agree, because for them, it's an actual, like, it's like biological, it's like cellular, like sexual attraction. There's a lot of components to sexual attraction. It's not just a
yeah.
mental decision, like it's a natural attraction that's coming from something, I would say, in nature. Like, I do think ultimately homosexuality, I would say, it can be defined as natural. It's in nature. It is part. I'm not saying it's necessarily the way humans are meant to procreate, but humans do express love towards each other in many different ways.
I said earlier, and I addressed this earlier. We could go in deeper on that though, Gio, because it is a bit deeper than what you and I have said. But I would say that I addressed it earlier in saying he created men to do men have been created to do certain things. Certain things are in you. And it's just like you see I've said this many times, a rabbit dog, he has puppies and they're rabbit dogs, and it's just in the blood, right? And so I believe that some of those traits are carried on, even memories are carried on in the generations, and I believe those things. But what I'm actually saying is, if these things are created, that doesn't mean the choice was created. Now, when we talk about different scents that people pick up on and it attracts them to someone, or the curves that the person has, or the color of eyes, or the tone of skin, or the length of the hair and what color the hair is, all of these things, we have such a wide variety of people and shapes and colors and sizes and shades and tones and all of these things that when people talk about there are men who are just not, or they're not attracted to women at all. They're just not attracted to them. I would argue, yes, they are. I would argue what made them attracted to the man they say they're attracted to. Was it the curve of his hips? Was it his big shoulders? Was it his blue
Yes,
eyes? Was it his
there,
brown eyes? And
yes,
if it was,
there are people
yes,
that have that.
that's what I'm saying, Geo. This is what I'm saying. If he says it's all those things and it's nothing else, if it was the smell of the man, the color of his eyes, the shape of his hips, the shape of his shoulders, and his hair, all those things could be found with a woman, right? So it's not that, oh, I can't be attracted to a woman whatsoever. They just disgust me. The people who speak like that, those people are not honest, and I would debate that person any day. Just as I've refuted in here that this behavior, when these males do this behavior, it's selfish and it's destructive, and that's what it is. And I can show the evidence of that,
You are
and it can't be
monologuing at this
refuted.
point.
So
This is definitely monologue. Well, no one can even respond. You've kind of killed the flow, actually.
I'll leave, man. Sorry.
No, I'm not saying leave. I'm just saying it's monologue territory.
Yeah, I killed it, man. You guys talk way less than I do. Sorry, Gio. I'll leave.
Nobody said anything about leaving, man. I'm just moderating. So I think if he would have let anyone actually respond to anything, the next thing I was going to say, I was trying just to actually respond and say that there are men who, when they're attracted to other men, they have the same experience in their minds that women have when women are attracted to men. Like that is how they see it. Like they are attracted to the way, like the curves of the, or like the chiseled face lines and all that kind of stuff. Like that is what they're actually just attracted to. And I was going to ask North, like, I mean, because the thing is, like, does anyone in here feel like it's a choice, like your sexual orientation? Like, is it a choice or is it natural, like just what you're naturally attracted to?
That's what I was trying to get at without much success.
Well, I would say mostly everything in life is a choice. I mean, can even if I go for a dive in a pool, I can make also the choice to bring some weights and keep myself under the water. But I can also make the choice to get back up and breathe the air and still live. You know.
Let me
We're
ask
not
you, Clay. I
forced
was
to.
going to ask North. Oh, sorry. I thought you
Yeah,
were done.
I'm just saying we're not forced to do anything in life, right? I'm not forced to be attracted to a woman. I can, I can say, wow, it's a beautiful woman. Doesn't mean I'm now forced to run behind her and get her number and maybe make her my wife or something, No one is forcing, there's no one with a whip behind me, right? That's all I want to say.
I hear you. Let me ask you this, bro. If let's say now, because we were talking about the apes and the choice and the animals, right? Let me ask you this: when it's rut season, when the bulls go in rut, do you think that's a choice that they have?
Sorry, I don't know what that means, unfortunately.
Well, there's the time of the year where the animals get sexual urges and mate.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're walking around and they say, "Oh, there's a cute babe, let me go have sex with her." No, there's time periods, right? So they go.
Isn't there also
Yeah.
for human beings the same thing? Isn't
No,
it?
no. For the human beings, no, we can do it every day, no
No,
problem.
isn't there like a no wait? But there's like a statistic that in summer times there's like less divorces or something like that, and then when it's like it's something in this between that lines I've read, I think. Like there is
No,
like
but answer my
seasons for.
question, bro. Answer my question. Do you think that's a choice
No,
when
that's
animals
not a
go
choice.
through the rutting season? Do you think that's a choice they have? And
I
I
mean,
wish North was here, or come back North and answer that question for me, please.
I personally think, cause they're not like self-aware in a certain like. I personally don't think that they can make decisions like we can, right? Like they sometimes they need to like, a cat will always like kind of clean her butt with her with her mouth instead of using like we do like some other method, yeah, right? So like there's just some certain things that have been programmed into the cat, from the mother or whatnot, how to clean yourself properly, but they will never start using like wipes or anything like that, right? So yeah, so I think it's the same with their the way they reproduce.
Maybe I wasn't clear, bro. Maybe you answered something else, but I don't think you answered what I asked, right? My question is, when animals go into the rut season, is that a choice? Can they choose not to go after that female when they're in rut? Or go after a male, maybe? I don't know. Do they have a choice?
I'm not 100% sure because I've never been an animal. But I personally would say, from the observation, that that they will follow the instincts of reproduction, I guess.
Yeah, and there's even a deeper code to it between the male and female with deer in particular, because the female, they release a chemical in their urine, and that chemical
induces
it's in the urine, and so that's why, like, when the males, they they basically scratch out an area on the ground, and then they like urinate on it, and then it's like that's what like a rut is, essentially. And then when females do it, that's how the males are able to track the females, is through the actual like estrus and the hormones that are involved in terms of that. I don't remember the name. I'm gonna go relook it up again, actually, because I don't remember the name of that. Because I actually because you can actually buy deer urine and you can make a rut, which is what the people use for hunting. And I just forgot the name of that actual chemical in it, because it is it's like a specific chemical.
Like a musk thing or something. I know what you're talking about. But they definitely have no choice. If you were to see this in action, it's like there's no choice about it. It's like an urge, like something primal, you know, into their DNA. There's no way they have a choice about that. No freaking way.
That leads to my question, where the Creator says, "Go forth and procreate" in Scripture. Looking at animals and thinking, are the animals having, let's say, engaging in sexual activity for the purpose of procreating, or are they engaging with that activity for pleasure?
That's easy to answer. Once a year is the rut season, right?
Okay, so we now know that this is something that is, as you said, programmed into them to do, right? There's some timing that's involved that maybe is beyond our understanding. Maybe it's something that happens within the atmosphere, the construct of the environment that tells them that they have to go do this thing. So the question then becomes, do animals understand pleasure, or do they understand procreation? Because if an animal is doing the deed to procreate, then they're doing it with a female or male, like their opposite sex counterpart. I don't think an animal is going to go look for, another animal of the same sex to pleasure themselves versus procreate.
Yeah, so it is. They call it doe estrus. Yeah, that's what it is. It's doe urine estrus. And
estrus, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and that's what attracts the males.
They secrete that, right? And I think that induces the male rut as well.
Right, exactly. And it's like in the female urine at that time, which then, yeah. So you're saying that it's timed with the rut as well, so that it's an actual like call and response type of effect.
Yep. Nature, it's built in, man. There's no choice here. There's no choice whatsoever.
So the question then becomes, who's laying the urine, the male or the female laying the urine?
Female.
Female.
Oh.
Well, her urine is the one that the male is able to pick up the scent of.
Okay, so no male deer can lay traps for other male deer then?
Good question. I don't think so. No.
Well, if the female is in control of the urine, which would be the call, then I don't think a male can make the mistake of inadvertently climbing up on another male to pleasure himself. Like when when the conversation kind of came up, I started thinking to myself, like, what's the purpose of sex? And it's to procreate. So if the female's not calling out the male, how the heck is this thing? How are they doing the dirty?
Exactly.
Yeah, but there are other animals though that two males will have sex with each other. There are other animals that will do that.
Yeah, that's a fact as well. Yeah.
But not deer, as far as I know. Like I don't think male deer ever mount another male deer, as far as I know. I think they're pretty they're strong animals and they're very like I think deeply connected to like the old ways of nature. So I don't think that that's like they're kind of connected to like some sort of like an original blueprint of sorts, to where it's all to the male female in that way. The males, if anything, they're just they can be, there's like they have their little bits of where they like ram each other with their antlers in some of those types of species. The males get into it.
Yeah, but that's fighting for the females, no?
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's more like gladiator style stuff.
Yeah, the strongest survive. Yeah, and the females choose the strongest bull. That's how it works. Yeah.
But what is interesting is that I have seen this behavior also in humans, especially during the school time. Like not similar, but sometimes like guys would boast themselves up or even fight because of a girl. I never did it because I thought it's stupid. But you know
It's
what
nature,
I'm
bro.
talking about?
Yeah, of course. That's nature. And also this, girls always say that, oh, we want a nice guy, right? But really ask them, they always go for the bad boy. And it's not their choice, right? They're wired to go for the tough guy, for the dominant bull in the herd. That's just the way it is, man. It's nature. We don't have choices like you think you do when it comes to sexuality. You're programmed. Ask any woman what she prefers, a nerd or the bad boy. All of them are going to say the bad boy.
They all prefer me. I'm just joking. Yeah, it's the thing is, many things are up to interpretation, also, right? Because for the one thing, for example, with the animals we just talked about, is where do I have the line between instinct and the program you're talking about, or is it both? Or what is even instinct? And if it's the thing that is mostly guiding animals, is it also something within us? Or for example, is it an instinct that when I fall in my dream, for example, I mean we've all experienced that, right? You're dreaming that you're falling forward or something, and you wake up and then your body is reacting to that fall. Is that like an instinct, or is that just I mean, you know what I mean? Or is this too complicated?
I think I get what you're saying, yeah.
I mean, I don't
the
know if
thing
we're
is
still.
here,
Are we still on? What topic are we on now? Actually, is it still?
Like I'm just trying to put out like where I'm still like trying to decipher between certain things. Like I mean, what is instinct, for example, right? In an animal, and also does then human beings have an instinct and stuff like that, kind of.
Yeah.
Yes, of
Well,
course.
and then even with the sexual urge, how that can be shifted by certain experiences, specifically traumatic experiences.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
majorly connected to that. But I will say this, though. I was going to say this before. So just briefly. So when people work with these specific plant medicines that I've mentioned in the past, these entheogens, when people work with them to really heal from, like anxiety or depression or sexual issues or whatever it may be that they have, But if they're going to be, whatever traumas or issues that they have, and they work with these different plant medicines and also other non-plant type of methods as well to be able to work on themselves in that way. And as far as I know, like with homosexuality, like people who are either homosexual that are doing this healing and this self exploration and self healing types of methods. And as far as I know from all of the like statistics of it, there are definitely people, a good percentage actually, who come to doing this healing work beforehand. Like when they come, before they ever did any of it, I'm saying they're gay, they're homosexual, as it were. And by going really deep within themselves, they were able to resolve like certain sexual abuse traumas that happened to them when they were a child. And then once they resolve those traumas, then they no longer were gay. So that is a thing that happens. Like there are people that actually have been able to get to the root of the actual, healing the actual sexual abuse that they went through, possibly as a child, whatever it may be. And then once they heal that, then they're no longer gay, meaning they see that was for them, like that was actually the root of why they were attracted. Like let's say for a guy, why that guy was attracted to other guys was because of this trauma that happened to him. And then now that he has healed the trauma, he then is not homosexual after that. Meaning he's then attracted to women. However, that's not all of the cases. So there are also people who are gay who either have or haven't worked on sexual abuse traumas, like, on either side, have or haven't. But even after working on a lot of, like for some of them working on their own sexual abuse and things as well, they still are gay in that sense. And so, and like that that they find that really it isn't really even a conflict within themselves. It's more of just the society as a whole that has, their kind of tensions with it, like in that way. So it's just interesting that it seems like, is there something like sexual abuse does seem to play a role in homosexuality cases in a lot of cases. That's already statistically known and that it's connected, but is that necessarily the whole picture? Meaning, could people also naturally be gay, as it were? Meaning, like literally born that way in some way, meaning like biochemically in the genetics, whatever it may be, like they just are gay, like they never will be attracted to, the other sex. But there's so many different kind of cases, but that would be the deeper question: is it only rooted in some kind of like a trauma or an aberration, or is it also a natural thing? And then there's kind of that interplay, because then there's the probably people that are gay that were not sexually abused either. So there's those too. So it seems like a lot of those. There's a lot of like intricacies to how that could be seen just from a psychological, analytical perspective.
Yeah, dude, like even just like the food that you grow up with, right? Like it affects your intelligence. Like there's so many environmental factors, I think, to it that would probably be more of a, like way stronger of a effect than just genetic.
Well, have you guys heard about the thing with the injections having like female chromosomes in it and making people gay? What I mean, I have never looked into it.
It all
in
goes back
detail.
to a jab.
Wait a second, dude. Are you saying that the C word made you gay? Not you, but the claim is out there?
No, yeah. I've heard that there's like this claim where they put like female chromosomes in it, and that makes the chance of a man turning, gay or to be confused with transgender or whatnot higher.
In a jab. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about even the ones from
Yeah, not even
from when we're born?
Yeah.
As well. I mean, you got autism, and then, but that's not necessarily that. I mean, could they be
They're
putting
crazy
different
claims.
kinds of chemicals in there? That is one thing. However, homosexuality goes way back in humanity to the, I mean, as far as we have probably any recorded even history, perhaps there's probably always some perhaps have been occurring, but I'm sure there's different theories or ideas on that. But I'm just saying that would go long before modern day jabs.
Yeah, I'm just, I'm making a claim, and yeah, it is a crazy claim. But
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
not.
saying, the possibility. Who knows?
Yeah, could they
be
put
there.
something in there that kickstarts that, or put
Yeah.
some kind of almost like that's intense. Like, do they have these chemicals that can either make people like gay or autistic or retarded? That's
Yeah.
man,
Yeah, those are crazy claims.
terrible. Yeah, it's all happening too, sadly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not. Right, this is what I kind of like do. Right, I helped develop one of the
Unfortunately, it's not.
vaccines.
You said unfortunately it's not.
Yeah,
You misspoke
You
there.
totally did. Here comes the white knight explanation. Go ahead, Jayus.
yeah. Unfortunately for you, that's not what's happening. Right, I kind of develop these things for a living. And that's not what we're doing. That's not even how it works, right? Like, even if I were to just purely inject you with a female chromosome, right, that's not how your body works. Your chromosomes were given to you at the point of your conception from your mother and father. Me injecting a female chromosome into you is not going to cause another chromosome to go into your cells and permanently stay there. That's just not how biology works.
What if it's creating confusion within that perfect program, and in combination with the direct attack of serious chemical substances or lab-made substances that are obviously not picked from a tree and are injected in an unnatural fashion? Because I mean, except for poisonous snakes, what else can you compare a natural thing in nature to a needle being put in your arm as a child? I mean, the only thing I can compare it to is maybe snakes giving you poison, but that's it. Or
Yeah.
poisonous plants that stick needles into you. Sorry, go on.
Oh, I just was gonna say, like, so what? You make vaccines. Number one, you'd have a bias. Number two, just like to say that the neurophysiology effect. Like, you're not even if you're trying to claim like you're an expert, that would be incorrect because it's not like you have a PhD in computational neurophysiology and I know blah blah blah. Like,
It's not neurophysiology, it's immunology, dude, is what we're talking about.
talking about human behavior and the operation of a brain with. I mean, it's not that
No,
simple.
they were talking about injecting female chromosomes through the
You're breaking up.
causing homosexuality. Well, at its basis, it's better now.
No, it's you're kind of still breaking up. Maybe try again.
Okay, how about now?
Still a little choppy, but we did kind of hear that. It's probably still not going to work, but you could try.
I was just saying it's the claim was about the C.
All right, you're back now. You're back now.
Having.
I interrupt you to tell you you're back
Yeah.
now. Go. All right, go. You just
Yeah,
came back
well,
all of a
this guy's
sudden,
saying
and then
it's
it was just like, yeah. So go.
Okay, well, this other gentleman said that it's neurophysiology, but at its basis, you were talking about the C.V having female chromosomes causing that behavior in males. And at its basis, that's incorrect. There aren't female chromosomes in the V. Even if there was, that's not how biology works to begin with. So it's all wrong from the beginning.
So, what's your take with the Y and X chromosome? Are you in line with me that I think it's like an wired in the gayness, or do you think it's a learned behavior?
No, I'm kind of on your page. It's It's more than just what chromosomes you have, though, or what alleles are present on your genes. There's also factors of like how the gene networks interact with each other, but it's still the same kind of view that you have.
Yeah, I might not know the mechanism like you do to explain it, but I think it's the wiring. Like it's not a choice, is my basic thing. That's just my belief. I mean, of course, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it's a choice either.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like a wide spectrum of It just seems like there's a lot of history of humans. Um, just enjoying sex. It does seem like as a propensity. See, different than like deer, for example. Like as far as I know, like in nature, deer don't really have sex for fun necessarily. As far as I know, they really just do it for the purpose of it. And then because the males are just these like beasts on the land, so they kind of they obviously like in that rut season they do it, but that's it, it's more of just that primal urge. But it seems like with humans we have a whole different side to us. We have this emotional, psycho-spiritual, and all these different sides of our being, to where the ability to perhaps express love to one another through language and all these different things as well. Now, I'm not saying that deer don't do that too, but I'm just saying in terms of like on the physical level part of things. And it does seem like in general, humans do seem to have a whole sexual side to us that, and there's obviously probably different arguments that could be made about it, but it does seem like as a whole, humans tend to be like fairly, like in a sense, like recreationally engaged in making love with one another, as it were, in many different forms, straight, gay, every different form, in that sense. That there seems to be always like, this seems like humans do kind of have that higher propensity to want to like experience, or like almost like experiment with a lot of different kinds of just feelings and emotions and connections in that way with different individuals. Like
So just
women
touching
that are lesbians that have they're like married to a woman. That's like their whole life. Yeah.
so touching on that for a quick second, that thought. Do you think humans' egos, at the end of the day, fuck up sex? Sorry for cussing, but just to keep it straight.
Their egos? What were you saying?
Their
What do they do?
egos. I believe that humans' egos have completely perverted sex. Animals, I believe, and of course I believe, have sex for purpose, to procreate. The animal, like, same sex on same sex stuff, I don't know anything about that. You have knowledge about that. It's cool. But with respects to humans, I really do think that, like, we look at how man attempts to bag a bunch of chicks, right? The body count type of deal, which is an extension of an ego. Sex positions, right? Animals, I don't think are engaging like dogs do doggy style because they got to. That's the way it works. I don't think that they're doing a whole bunch of different positions. But here come human beings with like the Kama Sutra as an example, with a whole bunch of different ways of performing this one act. I don't know. I think that the ego is the thing that I wonder if animals don't have, where humans have the ego. Just the thought, spitballing, of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, you say ego. I know what you. Yeah, I think maybe I would ask more what you mean by that, like on a deeper level, because obviously there's different, perhaps, perceptions of that. But yeah, I mean, humans are definitely, like, when you think about a lot of other species, like the stuff that we do, like, we play music, we make artwork, we build things. Like humans, I would just say, are kind of in a whole different category, really, than anything else that probably any of us have ever engaged with. Because I mean, unless we're talking about some kind of extraterrestrial or something, other than that, like most, we've all engaged with humans, and humans, we're very, very unique, it seems. And so it's like I said before, like there's just such a variety of different like focus and interests in those ways. And I just think it's always existed. I think humans have this, like, there is some kind of a, I guess, a creativity that comes out in, like, in music, in artwork, in song, in relations, in so many ways that make humans unique. And it seems like that kind of blends itself into the like wide range of ways of expressing, like, love for another and affection and the kind of sexual side of like human experiences.
So we have gay ducks as well, huh? Hoorah! Yeah. There you go. Proof, North. Gay animals. It's just too
Yeah, but
funny, man.
I was thinking about just being playing devil's advocate to what was being rendered earlier about Geo. You mentioned birds, I think, hanging up snakes on stakes or something to that effect, on sticks. I was thinking, like, what if that's a reason that we don't understand? Like, maybe the snakes are poisonous, and the birds only know snakes as being poisonous, so they have to hang them out to dry before they can consume them. That type of stuff, like ducks kissing. If they happen to be two male ducks, maybe that's just the way they say hi. Like, Eskimos apparently rub noses when they say hello instead of shaking hands. Like, maybe that's just the thing that we're not aware of.
Eskimo.
That we may be I'll withdraw after this point. That we may be judging without awareness.
Well, but there's so many species that are somewhat similar to the way we are. Like, even like lions. I'll read this right here. Both male and female lions have been seen to interact homosexually. Male lions pair bond for a number of days and initiate in homosexual activity with affectionate nuzzling and caressing, leading to mounting and thrusting. About 8% of mountings have been observed to occur with other males. Pairings between females are held to be fairly common in captivity, but have not been observed in the wild. Apparently giraffes as well, elephants, marmots, bonobos, polecats, bottlenose dolphins. All of these are just gay. Bats are gay. Bisons are gay. Pigeons are gay. Vultures, penguins, mallards, blue ducks.
Hey, it ain't so.
Oh, black swans. Black swans are gay.
No way, bro.
I'm not even kidding.
Our number one flat Earth proof is gay. Damn it.
It says, and this is what it says, black swans. An estimated 1/4 of all black swan pairings are of males. They steal nests or form temporary threesomes with females to obtain eggs, driving away the female after she lays the eggs. The males spend time in each other's society, guarded the common territory, performing greeting ceremonies before each other, and in the reproductive period, premarital rituals.
Are you listening, North? I hope you're listening, bro.
Can someone do an Alex Jones, they're turning the frogs gay impression?
I'll post it again because it's just on this Wikipedia page, but it's this long list of all these gay animals. Sheep, spotted hyenas, lizards, tortoises, dragonflies, fruit flies, bedbugs. Dragonflies.
Gay bedbugs?
Bro, this research, I'm going to be willing to just accept this face value.
It says male bedbugs are sexually attracted to any newly fed individual, and this results in homosexual mounting. This occurs in heterosexual mounting by the traumatic insemination in which the male pierces the female abdomen with his needle-like penis. In homosexual mating, this risks abdominal injuries as males lack the female contra-adaptive spermolage structure. Males produce alarm pheromones to reduce such homosexual mating. That's the bedbugs.
So, just to confirm, apparently there's a breakout of bedbugs in France, Paris, France, I believe. So, what happens if you get a French bedbug?
You've all just ruined the conversation. You've all just ruined the conversation, and it's where everyone goes every time we have this. You know, we had the original conversation. and now we're going to speaking about the animals, which SE didn't want to do, then he did want to do, then he didn't want to do. If anyone goes back and just, take a listen to what he actually said. And as
Shut up,
Gio comes
P-boy.
in and says I ruined the conversation and I monologue and all these things.
No, I didn't say you ruined it.
It's just kind of weird, man.
No, hold on, man. I didn't say you ruined anything. What I said is that we were going back and forth. We were both saying our points, and then you essentially did do a monologue where you were saying multiple points and linking multiple things together. And it was to a point where no one could respond. So all I said is that it kind of temporarily was like slowing down the flow of the combo. And I think especially when it's more heated like this, I think it really is fair to as much as we can keep our statements to like 20, 30 seconds and pass the mic on one point so we can hear the back and forth, as well. So it was just a small point of moderation.
Yeah, if you want to be fair and you want to moderate it, I know you weren't here in the beginning, but SE was bringing up several points in monologuing, and the other gentleman too. And monologuing, I say because people, say I'm monologuing when I speak more than 30 seconds. If I say, 10 things, oh, that was just too much. It's way too much. I got to address everything. So people were doing that in the beginning, and to address everything they say, I have to address it, right? And before they move on to something else, and then I have to reiterate what I addressed because they deny it was addressed. And that's like when I leave, you guys talk about rutting, and I brought up and I addressed estrus. I addressed the male, the bucks, the cows, the goats, the dogs. I addressed those seasons and those times and when they come and what happens. I address those things. And to me, it's disingenuous to go from the conversation of men and women, and being that it's destructive and selfish behavior, being that we can show that in nature, being that I address these rutting seasons and estrus season, if you leave the two males together, they will mount until they eventually kill each other. The bull, the goat, the rams, they will kill each other. One of them may bleed out. There's all kind of things that happens, and I've witnessed those things. So it's not like it's my opinion, bro. I've seen these things throughout my life. So sorry for the 40 seconds that I spoke. I know it hurt so bad, but yeah, you guys ruined it, man. Get back to the original conversation.
You're crying like a gay boy.
Why don't you just meet me and find out, man? Why don't you just meet me and find out? I get tired of little feminine punks on the internet.
No, thanks for that.
Who just want to call someone out and call them gay and all these things. I tell you what, man, I'll meet you anywhere. I'll travel 2,000 miles to meet you. And I dare you to say that to my face. I dare you, cuz. Where you want to meet. Anywhere you want to meet, man.
Wouldn't it be more Christ-like to like turn the other cheek or something? What did Jesus do?
Yeah, you fake Bible bashing freak.
To lay a whooping on your ass if you speak to me like that in person. You understand?
Yeah, it's not.
So
We're not acting.
Move
Scripture.
forward with the conversation.
Can I just add my 2 cents, please? And then I'll be out.
Keep it
That's
above
it.
board.
I just want to, people look at the animal kingdom for moral objectivity, and I don't know why, because clearly, like, the animal kingdom is nowhere to look for any moral advice, because like in the bonobo species, like there's gang rape. Chimpanzees, there's polygamous relationships and gang rape. There's homosexual tendencies in the animal kingdom amongst many different species, even cross species. Like I've seen dogs have sex with chickens, right? Like you see all kinds of crazy stuff, right? Even animals that eat their cud, they eat their poop. Like, does that mean that does that justify us, right? In our behaviors? Absolutely not. And that's all.
No, but it is reflective, though. It is reflective to see all of all those ones I was listing were just from that wiki page. I mean, it's just there's a lot of animals that seem to have that, and the fact that humans do as well just seems to, if nothing else, like, okay, to look at a bunch of things that we would all categorize as nature. I mean, penguins, vultures, pigeons, dolphins, bison, bats, tons of different bat species, more than 20 species of bat species engage in homosexual behavior. In the wild, they do this. And dolphins, elephants, giraffes. Anyways, the list goes on and on. So it's just to say that if we categorize these things as nature, like these are natural animals, they live amongst the land, they hunt their food, they live wild on the earth. And if there's so much homosexuality in them, I would say that would be potentially a fairly strong argument as to why it is also natural in humans.
But it's not natural in the sense of this. When you're looking at what happens in nature, and we've all heard the term monkey see, monkey do. We've all heard of learned behavior. We have all experienced learned behavior. We've all experienced the birds and bees talk. I'm pretty sure if someone in here never spoke about sexual relations at all and they were born on an island and there was another young man or young woman born on the island with them, in the instance that he gave earlier, then please let us know. But I'm telling you, it's learned behavior. And if you're going to look out and see what the dogs do, each dog's going to have his own individual personality, and some are going to like doing that and some are not. And it doesn't matter if it's rutting season or if the female dog is in heat. That doesn't matter. Some of them are going to exude those behaviors no matter what. So it's up to the individual, and each individual bases its decisions on its experience and what it's learned. That's apparent and evident in nature, what you call nature as the animal kingdom, and it's apparent with people, right? And so when we say natural and unnatural, these things are, there's a natural use for the male and the female, and there's an unnatural use for the male and the female. And when the unnatural is done, there is no fruitful thing about it. There is no producing offspring. So when it's done the correct way and it's natural, then it's very productive, and it's very it's based on natural affection, and that's what furthers any type of society or lion pride or any of these things. Is natural affection, not destruction, not selfish behavior.
Actually, it was dogs and a rooster. So not even a chicken; it was a rooster.
Oh my!
Yeah, bro.
I'm looking at this one here. I just read for these sheep, the rams. It says 8 to 10% of rams have like homosexual orientation. Like they have an actual exclusive homosexual orientation. 8 to 10% of rams.
What?
Yep.
What, bro? What? Listen. Okay. How do you? Did the scientists talk to the sheep?
Hold on, North. You just basically did kind of borderline monologue, and then now you're just jumping over me, and you're not even giving me a chance to even speak. So just give me a second. Let me just read this, and then if you want to go again, you can, or let someone else get in too, whatever it may be. But let me just finish my one-on-one. Okay, 8 to 10% of them. I'm just reading what Wikipedia says. Have exclusive homosexual orientation, and then 18 to 22% are bisexual. And then it says some rams prefer to court and mount other rams, even when there's females around. And then I'll just read this real quick. It says several observations indicate that male-to-male sexual preference in rams is sexually motivated. Rams routinely perform the same courtship behaviors, including forelong kicks, nudges, vocalizations, anogenital sniffs, and phlegm prior to mounting other males, as observed when other rams court and mount estrus males. Furthermore, pelvic thrusting and ejaculation often accompany same-sex mounts by rams.
Okay, so I've raised rams, and just to address what you said, I don't know if the guys were going out there and asking them, "Hey, Mr. Ram, which do you prefer?" or are they just presuming they prefer that one because they chase that one other ram all day long, and they kick at him with their front paw, and then they mount him, and then they sniff his butt, and that's homosexual behavior, man. He's homo. He's gay. He's born that way. That is the most ridiculous. That is the most. If you've never been around animals, you've never raised them, and you don't understand what they're doing, that is the most ridiculous argument I have ever heard, bro. It's ridiculous, man.
This says, okay, this is what I read there was from Wikipedia, and there's a bunch of citations that are like, there's like 6 of them that are linked to this. And I just linked to the first one, and it's called Animal Homosexuality, a Biosocial Perspective from Cambridge University Press. And the little quote it says, this makes O. aries, the ram, only the second mammal known, apart from humans, capable of displaying exclusive homosexuality. That's like the name of this guy's like paper from what that's pulled from. That's only one of
Okay.
them. So
So
he's saying, at least at that time, which is in 2010, I guess his little statement there is that the ram is the second known mammal apart from humans. So there must be, I guess, one other of having exclusive homosexuality to them.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And I'll go back on SE's point. SE argued against that earlier when he asked me, do you think that the buck in rut has a choice? Right? So I'll argue it even from SE's point. I won't even try to, I can argue against it because it's completely ridiculous and they can't even prove that. And they're going to tell me that if a female ewe is in heat and estrus and she's there, that he's not going to mount her. Yeah, okay. Okay, I hear you. But yeah, just SE, you could argue against his point and Wikipedia's point if you want to in Cambridge University. Wow.
That's the paper there.
Well, watch how this is done. Now I just learned something, North. Now I know.
I just
You
posted.
didn't learn anything, bro. You learned nothing, bro. You didn't learn anything from that because I'm giving you life experience, bro. I've raised sheep, goats, cows, chickens, dogs, cats. I've raised all of these animals for over 35 years, bro. And I'm telling you, that is so far from the truth, everything you just said. Those people have no idea what they're speaking of. Oh, he nudged at him with his front paw and the kick and the smelling of his genitals and the mounting, and yes, that means he's a homo, and he's never gonna want to go to that, the ewe that's in estrus.
What I was gonna say,
North,
North, was
North, you gotta pass, bro. You gotta pass the mic. See, that's the thing. You just don't stop. You'll
Yeah,
just
I'm sorry, man. I just can't believe it, man. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, SE.
Thanks.
There were probably several points that people were wanting to make. Go ahead.
I'll be quick. I was gonna say that I thought that a male in rut, there's no possible way for him not to have sex, and I did say with a female. Now, if you have info, Gio, that says that when they go in rut, they might have sexual feelings for male, I'll entertain that. And that's why I said I learned something. I don't trip out, North, and if I hear new info, I'll analyze it.
You learn it when you verify.
Rams are
verify before you say you learned something.
The one I was reading was rams, not deer. The one I was reading was sheep.
Oh, rams. Okay.
Yeah, sheep. Which, I mean, I will say that. I mean,
exclusive is a strong word, right, Gio?
Like, there's a big difference between. Well, they say that the wild original sheep. Anyways, forget it. I was doing something else for a second. Just go ahead.
Let me ask North a question, if I may. Do you think, North,
sorry, just to finish. I don't know. I'm trying to actually look it up. Do male deer have sex with other male deer? I'm curious now, because then I'm starting to think about like getting into the different species and how this is. Yeah, it's interesting to consider. Like, if why would deer not be, but the sheep are, for example, if that's the case.
You saying do male deer rape other male deer? Is that what you're saying?
Well, this is saying that, yep, deer are on the list of, they do engage in homosexual behavior. Yep, so deer are also gay.
So do male deer rape other male deer or exude dominance over them, or is the other one, is he into it?
Okay, so here's my
Or
question.
or does he just let it happen because he's been raped so many times that he knows he can't get away, and if he tries to, he's just going to die trying to get away? Is that the case too? Could that be the case? Are you covering all angles?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just sort of like, I'm not even saying that these things are or are not the case. I'm just kind of doing a few little cursory searches and just reading the first few things I'm seeing.
I get it.
I don't know what the claims are with all of these. That claim with the one I read about the sheep, like the rams, that was actually saying that they have exclusive homosexuality, which means that like a ram only wants to be with other male ram. You know what I mean? Like, imagine that, like a male ram that just doesn't have sex with female sheep. It just only goes after the men. So that's why that's a different category of it. And as far as I know, I don't know of like male deer mounting other male deer, but I want to look into more of that too, if that's a thing as
Yeah,
well.
I would say that exclusive. That word exclusively. That's a very strong word when you're saying that. I understand you're just getting these main sound bites or key points that you want to bring up
No.
as
It's
to
a
the
three. It's a
conversation that
three-word.
we
No. It's hold
you
on.
went
It's
on
just
quite a monologue there,
three-part.
man. I'm just trying to address a
Three-part
couple
word.
things.
It's a three-part
No.
word. It's hold on, just to clarify. It's a three-part word: exclusive, homosexual, orientation. It's not a catchphrase. It's words that mean exclusivity towards a
Yeah.
homosexual orientation,
Yeah,
meaning they are
that's a
only
pretty strong
homosexual.
phrase. Yeah, pretty strong phrase there. It's a pretty strong claim. It's not very accurate. Anyone
I
who
don't.
has experience, not very accurate. I would say that. I would say if you're just going to read it and believe it, well, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
Well,
10
these are
seconds is too
observed
long, man.
in
10 seconds too
domesticated
long. How
sheep.
many seconds can I get without monologuing, man? I'll try to make everything I say from now on be so many seconds. How many seconds can I get? How many seconds is too long, Gio?
These are in domesticated sheep.
Okay. Goodbye, y'all.
What's up, North? I don't know, man. You have a thing where you just keep talking. It just your mic's open the whole time, and it makes it really hard to have any conversation actually when you're in the room. So, but yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
he had winded down like he was stopping. That's the only reason. And then I kind of backed off and waited when he, continued to talk. So he could have carried on, I guess. My question is like if they okay, for one thing, the thing about the Rams, if they exclusively only want males, then how would they ever have any offspring? And I looked at that Google books, and it was 2019. And I know that you had said it was in 2019, and I looked at the thing about the ducks, and the first entry was 2004. Like these all seem to be very recent entries, and they've been, trying to do this hormone thing on males. I mean, there is this effort to do that with BPAs and the atrazine and many other ways, like all kinds of different hormones that they use in the meat that they feed people. So my question is are the animals getting the same chemicals that the humans are getting? Is this the reason? And is this why all of the posts are within the past 20 years? Before they
Are
start
you talking about
introducing all these,
animal?
yeah, the animals, like before they start introducing all these hormones into the environment, trying to, manipulate the hormones of the men within the population to get this transgender agenda off, right? To turn, I don't want to say to turn people gay, but essentially that's what it is. It's turn them gay, right? To destroy the family unit, to make women want women and men want men. It's been chemically induced. It's been socially engineered. And the chemical induction of this, like it's been in the environment. So how much of that are the animals exposed to? And are there any entries prior? Was there any knowledge or anyone noticing that the animals were behaving this way before they started introducing these things?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that well before 20 years, animals have been showing this sexual gay behavior, if you want to call it that way. Now, if you want to say that the chemicals have somehow made this go quicker, sure, I agree with you. But or I could say, yeah, it's a possibility. But for you to say it's just the chemicals that did it, no, there's proof way before 20 years that animals had this behavior.
Wait a minute. What that one paper that Gio read, it was from 2010, and it was like that guy's assertion was that only humans had been it was the only mammal, right? Was humans displaying the behavior. So I don't know. Maybe she's onto something.
Well, yeah, that makes me think of the gay frogs with what's his name. Um, maybe there's something to that. I don't know. But I can assure you, way before 20 years, I've seen documentaries way before 20 years, and animals were showing this behavior. I can speak on it myself. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but there's definitely been an agenda to like bring forward data like that. I mean, like, come on.
Absolutely, yeah. There's the woke movement. We talk about it all the time here, but that's a different issue here. We're talking about gay animals.
Right. I just thought it was interesting. I'm just pointing out that the paper Geo read was from 2010, and it said the only other, or that scientist was saying that the only other mammal that was displaying like homosexual behavior was humans, right? Wasn't that what it said, Gio?
That's what they were saying. Yeah, until we told them about the animals, they freaked out. And then Geo read a comprehensive list of, I was even shocked, gay bed bugs. That's what got my attention.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I still, I think the bottom line, I think the one thing that we can all agree on, though, is that there's a huge rise in like the gay population, and it's definitely not natural.
I could agree with you on that. Yeah, lately, absolutely, because of the woke movement. Yeah, their kids are induced to try things out. Now that I will not argue with that. That I would say that's a fact, actually. Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Is it's like the parents they're portraying, they're almost like grooming their kids now to like, oh, like if you're gay you're special, like, oh yeah, that you're like, so of course they're like basically pushing kids towards it. And then I would say there probably is like environmental pollution, so to speak, helping it along, chemically. Like with the hormone blockers and all that, just in mattresses and whatever. Like there's all kinds of like hormone disruptors and.
Did he cut out?
I think so.
Oh, okay. It was such a clean cut. I wondered if my thing cut out. Yeah, where's the topic at this point?
Yeah, it kind of veered off.
Yeah, I mean, this article seems to say that it's in domesticated and wild species.
So both, yeah.
Because this even says here, homosexual courtship and sexual activity routinely occur among rams of wild sheep species, such as bighorn sheep, thin-horn sheep, mouflons, and urials. Ooh, wow, that's urial. That's a wild sheep. That's a cool animal. It says, usually a higher ranking older male courts a younger male using a sequence of stylized movements. To initiate homosexual courtship, a courting male approaches the other male with its head and neck lowered and extended far forward in what is called the low stretch posture. He may combine this with a twist, in which the courting male sharply rotates his head and points his muzzle toward the other male, often while flicking his tongue and making grumbling sounds. The courting male also often performs a foreleg kick, in which he snaps his front leg up against the other male's belly or between his hind legs. He occasionally sniffs and nuzzles the other male's genital area and may perform the flamen response, which is that kind of thing where they raise their lip, and they make that whole kind of sexual kind of flare thing they do. And then, oh my gosh, this is getting even more graphic. It says thin horn rams additionally lick the penis of the male they are courting. In response, the male being courted may rub his cheeks and forehead on the courting male's face, nibble and lick him, rub his horns on the courting male's neck, chest, or shoulders, and develop an erection. Males of other wild sheep species, the Asiatic mouflons, perform similar courtship behaviors towards fellow males. So that's another wild sheep species that do it as well. Oh, and then it even gets more. It gets into anal intercourse and everything. Sexual activity between wild males typically involves mounting and anal intercourse. In thin-horn sheep, genital licking also occurs During mounting, the larger male usually mounts the smaller male by rearing up on his hind legs and placing his front legs in front of the other. And then it goes all into it. Wow. It says erect penis, and it actually even says the words full anal penetration while performing pelvic thrusts that may lead to ejaculation. That is all on Wikipedia about
Holy cow, bro! X-rated.
These X-rated, these wild sheep in nature from Wikipedia. I'll post the link to it just to show that I'm just reading Wikipedia.
Did anyone
So they
ever
have
document the animals?
detailed. Yeah.
Yeah. And that, I
They're
didn't
so
even
sure. Yeah. They have detailed moves and gestures and this and that and the other thing. Like, I mean, how much more proof do you want?
I mean, it even goes on because we're getting into an orgy situation, because this says that when they do this, they cluster from 3 to 10 of these wild yams and wild rams cluster together in a circle, and then they do this like huddling where they all like do all this mounting and stuff together in a group orgy, basically a group.
Get out of here!
Wild.
Wow.
For a long time, man.
That doesn't
You
prove
guys
that.
need to raise some. You guys
The
need to
first-
raise some animals, man, and actually see what's going on there, and try to do your own research instead of believing what all these men say. Because once you do that, you'll find out everything you said is just totally ridiculous. I know it took you quite a long time to read it, but
Well, the thing is that this is from Wikipedia, and these are all citations that are taken from, and this particular one is talking about wild sheep, wild rams. So these are not even. So this is just like they're observing in the wild this happening, in terms of this. But
there's no difference.
I'll post the link to it. But just to finish,
It doesn't make a difference if it's in the wild or it's in in captivity or in domesticated animals. We're talking about the activity or the behavior. And earlier, this was not the conversation. I just want to say the original conversation was completely ruined with all of this talk about every act that the animal does without even getting into the details of why they do these things. When you talk about rubbing the head on them and all these things, there's reasons for all these things, and you guys, you have no idea what you're speaking of, and the guys that's writing these things you're reading from really have no idea what they're speaking of. I could address these things, but I'd be accused of monologuing if I speak more than 25 seconds. So there you go.
Hey, but Gio, just as you read that though, that doesn't prove, because the original debate was if it's genetic, and just because you see behavior in the wild doesn't mean it's genetic. It could be learned behavior, right? Like.
Well, yeah. I mean, if that anyone's free to take it back to that, if that was an original topic as well. But yeah, I mean, I was just we were all going through all of this, but yeah, I mean, if you wanted to bring it back to that, that's cool. I just want to read this last thing because it was the last part of what I said there. I'm just gonna read these last 2 sentences, from Wikipedia, and then I'll post the. It's called it looks like it's called biology. Anyways, I'll post the citation as well. But this last thing, this is what it says. Now, these are wild sheep. This is what this is claiming. Like just observing these in the wild. These are not domesticated. These are wild sheep species. This is the last part. It says homosexual courtship and sexual activity can also take place in groups composed of 3 to 10 wild rams clustered together in a circle. These non-aggressive groups are called huddles and involve rams rubbing, licking, nuzzling, horning, and mounting each other. Female mountain sheep also engage in occasional courtship activities with one another and in sexual activities such as licking each other's genitals and mounting.
Holy schmoly, Batman.
That was the last part of that whole section there, which is from this paper here.
It still doesn't prove it's genetic.
It's all antagonistic tactics, man. So the reading of the reading certain phrases and certain things that the animal does and relating it to 2 males kissing on each other and rubbing each other's back or rubbing each other's cheek or nibbling on each other's ear and all of these different behaviors between people, and you're trying to relate that to the animal and what's going on with the Fleming and all of these different things that I've experienced my whole life. you guys you're speaking from ignorance, man. It's just you're just reading something and being like, oh yeah, and SC's like, oh yeah, man, wow, oh yeah. You guys, you know how ridiculous you sound right now? Do you really know? You sound
Lawrence,
like
I've seen
ballers.
this
You sound
behavior
like
in document.
ballers. You sound like ballers, man, and you're avoiding the original conversation because you lost like what 45 minutes ago, and you couldn't even refute anything I said. And now we're on to this. Oh yeah, man, they nibbled on their ear and they rubbed their head on them, and then they sniffed their genitals and they kick at their hind quarter. Oh yeah, man, yeah, man, they're gay. You
All right. Well, it
guys
seems like that
need
was
help,
mostly
man. You need help, bro. Geo, you need help, bro.
you're
You
just
need
going.
some help, man.
You're just to a total just troll level at this point, just completely trying to just.
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to troll you guys.
You're just
You're using
insulting
these tactics that are just ridiculous, man. Yeah.
North, I gotta ask you, dude, how big is your ego, honestly?
Well, the amount of facts I brought is
No,
very
I'm
large,
asking about
and
your ego
opposed to these
specifically.
tactics that these guys are trying to troll with, like Geo and SE right now. These trolling tactics that they're using, then trying to tell me I'm trolling. Guys, you're
Yeah,
funny.
because I find it
You're
interesting
funny,
that you
guys.
can't just let the conversation go. You always have to insert
Because I
your
was having
opinion,
the
your
original
statement, whatever it is.
conversation. I was
And here
having the
you have
original
Geo reading
conversation
an
with
article.
one
Nor am
man.
I'm not white knighting for Geo right now, but merely stating what happened. Geo reading an article and then listening to you jeer and just make fun of the article that he read. Like that to me is the troll on a level that is beyond this conversation. Now, from the standpoint of threatening somebody on air, I think that's even lower. I really think, dude, you take some time to recount.
Are there any entries before the 2000s?
Can I
I'm just
respond?
about the animal homosexuality.
Could I respond real quick? So, really quick, and this will be all I have to say. Really quick, the original conversation was between SE and myself, and it was a different conversation. The trolling tactics came in with all these other guys coming in. And so, yeah, I'll leave it alone, man. You guys go ahead and talk, man. But every time you talk more than 25, 30 seconds, I might jump back in and say, hey, man, you're monologuing.
Well, did you have any point that was actually related to the information?
Yeah,
the
my main point. Yeah.
the last thing you said was just blanket like insults and ridicule, and just that's all you really did. So did you?
Oh,
I mean, if you had
okay.
a point, then that's why I was saying you were trolling, because at this point you're just basically trying to insult the whole room while monologuing and not passing the mic and just insulting everyone instead of actually responding. I mean, I was reading from a citation, for example. We could go back to an earlier part of a conversation. We could finish whatever's needed. If that's what, how to move, how the room wants to move forward. But the last thing
Yeah.
you did was just like blanket insults and just ridiculing everyone. It was going into like a dumpster fire, and just kind of wondering why you want to do that, I guess.
Well, I was insulted, so I responded, and I didn't insult the man. I didn't insult him. I went back and said what the original conversation, what it was about, and who it was between, right? And all of these things you're saying are being done to me, so it really don't make sense. You need to go back and find out what the original conversation was, and then you'll see where it's gotten to, and you'll see how this all of these ridiculous things that are being said have been said. Especially this monologuing, bro. I mean, I really don't get it. I speak like 30 seconds or more, and I'm addressing things that were just said to me, and I have to use that amount of time because it took them longer to address to say the things they said. And then I get accused of monologuing, and three or four other people jump in, change the conversation, and now we're going to talk about homosexual activity between animals, and how great it is, and how everybody's yay, the frogs are gay, the goat, yeah, everything's gay, yay. It's just disingenuous and quite ignorant, in my opinion. But it's all good, man. Whatever.
Well, the thing is, dude, actually nobody was going after you at all. Actually, myself, SE, there was several people involved in the conversation. And actually what was happening is you seemed like you were somehow activated by the information that we were talking about, or the citation I was reading, whatever it may be, and then just came in trying to create some kind of just a dumpster fire of all these insults, and we're all idiots and we don't know what we're talking about. We're all clueless. That's basically what you've been doing.
I didn't say that.
I'm
I didn't say
surprised
that.
the moderation
That's
that we're
a
not
straw
just
man.
completely muting you for at least 24 hours because you've just disrupted the live stream repeatedly by just insulting everybody and completely just saying that we all don't know what we're talking about instead of actually going through, oh, I think this or I think that. Oh, okay, that's an interesting thing. What do you think of that? I mean, you like we were doing that for a bit and it was actually intellectual and stimulating. And at this point, now we're just dealing with you coming in and out and doing this attack. And I'm trying not to just mute you and shut you out of the conversation, but you're really testing any limits of being in integrity with your interlocutor interactions right now.
Okay, so if I come in and you've been reading, and how many seconds do you think you were reading from this Cambridge, and you were reading from Wikipedia? Can you tell me if you were reading longer than I was speaking earlier, or were you reading at a shorter pace or a shorter time than I was earlier? Do you even know? So I just want to say I came in and I addressed those things, and I said they were wrong. I said they didn't know what they were speaking of. I said I've had experience. I've raised animals that exude these behaviors, and I can tell you what these behaviors mean and why they do these things. And I even asked you, do you think the deer in the wild, the one receiving the rape, do you think he's into it? I even asked that. I've asked several things that are not addressed. The original conversation, everything that I said was factual, was not refuted. It was never addressed. The conversation was changed. 3 or 4 other people jumped in over and over, jumped over me while I was speaking. And then when I monologue a little bit and reiterate what the conversation was, then I'm monologuing, then it's my fault. So again, Gio, I think you need to go back and you need to find out what the original conversation was instead of presumptuously accusing me of all these things. And if you really think I don't belong here and I don't give other people time to respond to what I say, then just kick me from the server, bro, and I'll be glad not to come back. Okay?
No. It's not about kicking anyone from anything, but you will get warnings and you will be moderated if you keep disrupting things. That will happen. But we're trying to be as lenient as possible, and I mean, I haven't taken any action, but yeah, what you've done has been completely disruptive on multiple scales, man. So that is the case. Now, whatever. I mean, the thing about the animals being homosexual or whatever. Yeah, I came in. There was a lively conversation happening. We've gone through many different components in terms of like homosexuality in general, in humans and animals. Now, if there was a point that you were on at one point, fantastic. Go ahead. You instead of coming in and insulting everyone, telling us we all don't know what we're talking about, we're idiots.